Chapter 1, Disappointed in both love and work. So what should I do? Today is August 2nd of Blue Star 2030. It's the 6th day since Lin Feng was fired. Right now Lin Feng is still submitting resumes to other companies. If he hasn't found a new company yet, then the next few days will not be easy. It's not the other way around. It's that Lin Feng has no money. To be precise, the money he has on him doesn't even add up to $300. He can't afford to pay the rent, let alone live. According to reasoning, it is impossible to work for so long without saving money. Unless everyday big fish and meat, or waste, then it is possible to not save a penny. But Lin Feng is such a person? The cause of the matter is still because Lin Feng online dating, by the online dating object to cheat all the money on the body, and even took out a loan of 300,000 to lend to each other, resulting in the current Lin Feng does not have a lot of money in addition to the debt. Fortunately, the rent still has 3 months. You cannot have to go to the payment, but also can be able to hold up for a while, as long as you find a job. It's a good thing to say, I'm sorry, you're not suitable for this company. I expect you to find a better company. Lin Feng had just finished a remote interview, but the other party didn't look at Lin Feng. This is already the third rejection today, but luckily, there are still 2 more to go on. So now give HR a word and you can continue the interview. Lin Feng being rejected was just a little bit of discouragement, then he continued to invite interviews for the other 2 HRs. But it wasn't very lucky. They all said that they were full of interviews today and it wasn't Lin Feng's turn. Looked at the green bubble this chat app after a glance put down the hand. Look out the window is also still very bright. This time should continue to look for a job. Just now Lin Feng suddenly changed his mind. Want to go out and walk around. The last time to go to faraway places still on in the 2 weather. It is to other people's company interviews. The other side can't be interviewed remotely. Simply change to dress. Casual wear. Just wear the interview suit to change. Cannot go out for a walk also dress so formal so it can only change clothes. Lin Feng's own conditions or can. 1 meter 7'8" tall. More than 130 pounds of weight, although there is no abs. But already in the south this side is considered a better body. And looks like readers like this handsome. Do not worry about his no object. But still did not think that it will be the object of online dating to cheat so much money. It is estimated to not download the anti-fraud app has a relationship with it. Come on old brother, is it the same today? Before going out for a break Lin Feng decided to have a meal first, otherwise he was hungry. Coming to the familiar noodle shop he heard the boss's wife say with a smile. Yes, the usual. Lin Feng responded with a smile as well. It wasn't peak mealtime, so there were no other customers inside the noodle shop. So Lin Feng just found a random seat, connected to the noodle shop's Wi-Fi, and swiped up a quick video, which was a short video, used to pass the time. Soon a bowl of beef ramen came up. At first glance there is nothing wrong, but if you look closely, you will still find that this bowl of noodles and others will be different. The portion of beef is more, and the noodles are also the same, but the price is still 15 yuan a copy. Lin Feng, who had been hungry all morning, still ate quickly, and in no time the bowl of noodles was finished, and he swept the code to pay. Boss lady gone. After paying the money Lin Feng smiled at the boss's wife in the kitchen and said, okay, old brother. The boss's wife didn't come out, but the cheerful voice came out from the kitchen. Lin Feng is not a local, just college here and then stayed here to continue to work. The first job is the school recruitment. Lin Feng is also more nostalgic and afraid of trouble. It is intended to continue to work here, do not want to go to other cities to develop. I have to say that this city is also relatively large, belonging to the first-tier cities. The environment is also good. The population is also relatively large. Don't look at it as a first-tier city, but the consumption of what is still relatively medium. Then other first-tier cities will be cheaper than the price of consumption and so on, or more suitable for young people. Otherwise earn $5,000 a month. In addition to expenses, it is estimated that the savings of $1,000 are considered good. Tourist attractions in this place or some, but after all, is not a tourist city, so compared to those tourist cities is still relatively small. Of course, this is not the point. The point is to go where to stroll around. Lin Feng also has no purpose, is to go where to count. The weather is still good. Walking on the road Lin Feng mood is still relatively good. Now the weather is still relatively hot. Most of the pedestrians on the road are wearing a relatively cool, especially women. That is basically how to cool how to come. Lin Feng saw several women wearing clothes that are basically not called clothes, is a few pieces of cloth only. Just this is the right of others. Others how to wear can. Lin Feng also cannot control, just a feast for the eyes. After being scammed by the internet love, Lin Feng already do not believe in love. Lin Feng to the internet love object to pour out his heart. The result is a green bubble red exclamation point. The phone inside the call is in the middle of the call, which makes people how will continue to believe and love it. Lin Feng looked at the street colorful beauty. No and piggy, or will look at the eyes. After all, bright-eyed beauty is still more. until he saw a full score of 100 can play 95 face value of the beauty. Lin Feng straight looked stupid, until hit the roadside street lamps before the pain of the reprieve. Ouch! It hurts. Lin Feng touched his head. His five senses were almost squeezed together. It was obvious how much it hurt. Are you alright? Due to the sound of the impact being louder, this 95-cent beauty also heard it. She and Lin Feng were also not far apart. Seeing that Lin Feng hit the street lamp was still a little concerned and asked, "It's fine, just rub it," Lin Feng said with a smile after seeing it was her. The hand rubbing his head also used a little bit of force, wanting to dissipate the pain a little bit faster. It's good that it's fine. If it's not fine, it's still best to go to the hospital to avoid leaving any after effects, the beautiful woman still said with concern. Okay, thanks for the concern, Lin Feng said with a smile. The beauty didn't respond anymore and smiled and left. Lin Feng looked at the distant back, slightly still a little unfulfilled. It couldn't be helped. Who let her have a high face value, a good body, and a good voice? Basically no one who had seen her could not be attracted. If one wouldn't be attracted, then there was only one possibility that one wasn't interested in women. This kind of person wouldn't say much. After rubbing for some time it is not very painful, so I continue to walk forward. Anyway, there is no destination. Detected indebted person. Meets binding conditions. Binding now instantly. 0%, 50%, 100%. Return system binding success. Please open the newbie package to get rewards. If you don't open it now, you can open it on your own in the system space in the future. Lin Feng, who heard these voices, was dumbfounded, and wondered if he was hallucinating, or if he had been knocked silly, or else how could he have heard this voice? Chapter 2 Cashback System. I'm in danger if I don't do the mission. After hearing this voice, Lin Feng froze for a few seconds, then slapped his head again, trying to wake himself up and not to dream. Just suddenly a blue transparent box popped up in front of his eyes with Lin Feng's personal information written on it, as well as an icon of a backpack button. Name, Lin Feng. Age, 26. Physique points, 20, highest is 100. Charisma points, 50, maximum is 100, normal people are usually around 20. Cashback multiplier, 1x. Possessed skills, intermediate computer. Tasks, none. Looking at this pop-up box in front of him, Lin Feng realized that this was not a dream, it was real. But it seemed that people in the neighborhood could not see this pop-up box, only Lin Feng himself could see it. Lin Feng wasn't a cutie pie, having read so many novels. This instantly knew that he had obtained a system on his side, or a cashback system. It sounded like the kind of thing you spend money on. What exactly is your function? Lin Feng was still not quite sure if it was the kind of system he wanted, so he still had to ask for insurance. The main function is cashback, that is, how much you spend, according to the amount of this consumption and then multiplied by the current system cashback multiplier to cashback to the bank card in your name. Rest assured that all sources of funds are compliant and legal. Do not have to worry about being investigated. Please rest assured that you can use it, and there is no restriction on the consumption. Feel free to use it. The system quickly replied inside the blue pop-up box. It is also simple and clear. To put it plainly, you spend money. I'll just return cash according to the corresponding multiplier. The money will only get more and more, not less and less. This is good. Just I don't have much money in my whole body right now. I can't get rich at once. Lin Feng started to be happy after reading it, but his expression dimmed when he thought about the money on his body. Even if he wanted to cash back, he would have to have money to spend, and he was still burdened with $300,000 of debt. How could he get it done? The system also saw Lin Feng's concerns, so it also reminded that there are still newbie gift packs that have not been used. This is a gift pack that is given out by every system. Only the contents of the packs will be different. Right? Oh, open it. I want to open it. Lin Feng excitedly then tapped the backpack button in the pop-up box, found the newbie gift pack and tapped it. Gained 1,000,000 Huaxia coins, 10 physique points, 10 charm points, Tycoon proficiency. Haha, there's 1 million. That's no worries, but why is there a Tycoon mastery? Seeing the contents of the gift pack, Lin Feng was still quite happy. He was just puzzled as to what this Tycoon proficiency meant. According to our groping, found that many hosts after obtaining the rebate system are very arrogant, and then it is all kinds of consumption. It is easy to cause other people's eyes to red and so on. A lot of hosts are not physically able, or do not have a bit of martial arts skills, so it is very easy to get GA drop. Now is to ensure that the new hosts do not continue to repeat the mistakes, but also in the newcomer gift package to join this Tycoon proficiency. Basically in so far, you a person to single-handedly pick 20 unarmed people is still very easy. Not a hot weapon can still single-handedly pick 10. That is, to save their lives, but also in the future is also will be able to obtain a variety of skills. Skills can also be upgraded. The highest level are God level. Just at present the service of the tens of thousands of hosts. Only less than 100 people have ever had 1 to 10 god level skills. The hosts still need to work hard. Good guy. There are still risks. But it's also right. This society is that other people want you to be good, but don't want you to be better than him. There will always be people who hate the rich. It's still good to be careful. So how do you get skills? Or how do you upgrade? Lin Feng nodded his head agreeing with what the system said. It's simple. It's triggering various missions. Or the system randomly issues missions. And the rewards inside are skills or other things. Understood. So can you send me a mission now? I'll experience it. Can. Small problem. Ding. Issued mission. Need to spend 1 million Chinese coins within 24 hours. Successfully obtain a set of half of the Mountain Villa King worth 400 million. A Lamborghini Cow 300. Worth 10 million. If you fail the host's penis shrinks by 10 centimeters. Haha, good reward. Wait. Failed to me so hard. Don't bring so play. Seeing the first half of the content, Lin Feng is still very happy. Just did not expect the second half of the punishment for failure is so ruthless. Although there is no girlfriend. But which man will allow his penis to shorten by 10 centimeters? So the host hurry up and finish it. Now start counting down. 23 hours 59 minutes and 58 seconds. Hurry up. Count you hard. The average person's small heart more not can't stand it. Lin Feng finished. There is no way. After all, the system said. Now the top priority is how to consume. Long so big have not seen a million. Let alone consume. Not just a newcomer gift package to a million. I really do not know how long I have to earn a million. Hello, are you okay? Still thinking about how to consume, Lin Feng felt that someone patted his shoulder, followed by a pleasant voice reached Lin Feng's ears. Lin Feng this turned his head to look over. It was a small girl tied with a double ponytail who was calling herself. Nothing why? Lin Feng turned around and said with a smile. It's just that I saw you standing still for a long time, so I came over to take a look. It's fine. The girl looked at Lin Feng and realized that it was indeed still quite normal. That is, she didn't think much about it. The system's pop-up box was only visible to Lin Feng, so she wasn't afraid that the girl would be able to find it. Thank you. I was just thinking about things and got mesmerized all of a sudden. Lin Feng found a reason to say. The girl didn't continue to say anything, and after seeing that Lin Feng really didn't have any more problems, she smiled and left. No, I have to find a place to sit and think about how to spend it. Not for anything else, just to save my dick. When the girls walked away, Lin Feng didn't rest, so he prepared to find a place. Luckily there was a small park not far away, which had chairs, so he could sit and think slowly. Just now the little brother is still quite handsome. Why didn't he ask for green bubbles? Pity. But I'm not good enough to turn around and go over and ask for it again, so it will look like I'm cheap. Forget it, have the fate to see you again. Walking away from the girl muttered to herself. Lin Feng is not aware of the other side of the idea. Even if you know the estimate is not easy to add the green bubble. After all, before being cheated by the online dating, money is still fresh in his mind. Did not go a few minutes, Lin Feng arrived at the small park inside, looking for a chair under the shade of a tree, sat down and began to pull out a bit lagging Fruit 6S phone, ready to search online how to quickly spend 1 million. Just haven't opened the browser on the desktop of the phone to see the app of the previous loan. Now Lin Feng just pay back the interest of the loan. The principal 300,000 is not at all. The main is really no money. Right, once this loan is returned, won't it directly fulfill the goal of 300,000? Or I'm smart. Thinking of this, Lin Feng opened the loan app. Chapter 3 Online. Ask how to spend to be the fastest. Urgent and urgent. The $1 million obtained from the rookie gift package has long been inside the Huaxia Bank. Lin Feng also received the arrival text message reminder. And the loan app inside the binding is also the bank card of this bank, so it is directly able to deduct the fee to pay back the loan. Look at the loan app prompted. The loan has been paid off. The word. Lin Feng is a long sigh of relief. The heart was pressed. Boulder also left. Will not be because there is a loan and the exhausted to find a job to pay back the money. Cannot look for a job. Anyway, cannot starve. Your tail number 9527 bank card consumption 300,000 yuan to Flower Loan Company. The balance of 700,121.58 yuan. Your bank card with the tail number 9527 received a transfer of 300,000 yuan. Balance 100,0121.58 yuan. Over here Lin Feng had just paid back the loan deducting 300,000 yuan and immediately received 300,000 yuan in cashback, which was still quite fast. Currently the task progress still need to spend 700,000 yuan. This moment also do not know how to consume away. Lin Feng thought he is a computer major, so give yourself some computer cell phone and so on is very normal, right? So open the cell phone shopping software Jinyu. Find hundreds of billions of subsidies inside the column. where things are genuine, and there are discounts. Although Lin Feng is not bad money, but this moment still cannot change the concept of the need to save. Currently Lin Feng and the use of the phone and cell phone are several years ago, now cannot keep up with the times, but unfortunately Lin Feng's family had a change of heart, which led to the previous or well-off families to the present at most is the situation of subsistence. Now Lin Feng is a person to eat, the whole family is not hungry. This is also Lin Feng do not want to return to his hometown to work for one of the reasons, if not out of that change, or a happy family. There is a lovely younger sister, the charm of the mom, as well as the father of the majesty is still, but unfortunately, now as the yin and yang are separated, now only some other relatives of the family will occasionally contact Lin Feng to care. They are also afraid that Lin Feng has not come out of this shadow, and that online dating object, but also Lin Feng at that time has not come out of the shadow of the time to recognize. The other party also gave Lin Feng enlightened a lot, or Lin Feng will not be willing to loan to the other party. Just did not expect the other party is still a liar, but has experienced the change of the family. This being cheated are small things. Now the only purpose is the need to live hard or also afford mom and dad and sister. In the spelling Eve inside the hundreds of billions of subsidies to buy after a long time. A total of submit only spent 200,000. This tired to spend so little. Lin Feng looked at this amount are a little embarrassed. They are picking the most expensive to buy. The computer is currently top of the line. Laptop and desktop combined 100,000. A Fruit 15 cell phone, more than 10,000. And then other scattered electronic products, only 200,000. This is difficult to get. Lin Feng still decided to ask for help from the netizens. Open the browser to open 1000 degrees. Search for how to spend money quickly. Soon more than 100,000 search results came out. Lin Feng casually clicked on the first few to look at it. Although the mention of all is to buy a house, to buy a car or something like that. But to complete this reward currently have a car and a house. So this is not to be considered for the time being. Continuing to flip through. Found a netizen mentioned live broadcasting. To the anchor reward, this piece is the fastest consumption of the fastest place. Can be a minute on the consumption of millions of places. The general public cannot afford to consume. For the live broadcast is now also the peak of this industry. Lin Feng also know. Occasionally also will be in the fast sound to see the young lady live. Just never recharge. Brush the gift are received for free. So at first did not think of live brush gift this piece of consumption. Good guy. A night of reward 10 million. But the anchor offline after meeting in live pano 2 people. The list a night carrying a train on the run. Just decided. The remaining 500,000 will brush the gift. So that the fastest consumption. The fastest cashback. The fastest completion of the task. After finding the target, Lin Feng did not look too much. Directly open the fast sound app. Just to hear is stuck. Because I do not know how to recharge. So continue to open the browser to search how to recharge inside the fast sound. Soon followed the steps to recharge 100,000 yuan. Why not one-time recharge in 500,000? It is because of the fast sound restrictions. Lin Feng's number is not recharged. So at most can only recharge 100,000. More than 100,000 is required to wait until the level of the live room more than 10 to continue to recharge. This is to avoid money laundering. Or accidentally recharge more than to be refunded and so on. But 100,000 on 100,000 it. After the recharge is converted to the currency called jittery coins inside the fast sound, is a 1-to-1 exchange, so now Lin Feng account inside 100,000 jittery coins. Cannot wait to consume. Lin Feng began to look for the live room is ready to brush the gift. This side has just deducted 100,000 yuan of recharge. The cashback of 100,000 yuan soon arrived. And the task is also minus 100,000 yuan of tasks. Now it is to brush the gift to the live room level up. Otherwise the back of the recharge cannot be. Lin Feng directly in the live column randomly clicked a live room to go in. The other side is a very cute little lowly, dressed also lowly style, so that people have a kind of want to embrace into the arms of a good protection kind of look. Lin Feng didn't have such feelings. He only wanted to consume and complete his mission right now. Nothing else mattered. Welcome a dash of wind. Click follow. Click like. Little Lori said when she saw Lin Feng come in. It was just that Lin Feng was a level 0 number. So Lori didn't expect to swipe gifts. She just wanted to pay attention and click likes. Nothing else was forced. Welcome Brother Long. Long time no see. Shortly after Lin Feng came in, a person called Brother Dragon came in. Little Lori smiled and said, "This Brother Dragon came in, but there were special effects. It was completely different from Lin Feng coming into the live room. Lin Feng came in and didn't even know it without paying attention. But once Brother Dragon came into the live room, it was impossible not to be noticed. These 2 days are quite busy. Are on a plane or on the way to a plane? Not much time to see you, sister. This is not also miss you. Take the time to come over to see. Wait to brush a hot air balloon. I'm leaving. Soon to go to the airport again. Long sent a pop-up screen said. Ordinary people can only send a message below the live broadcast. To send a pop-up screen is to need money. Although not expensive, but it is also one you wanna line it. Nothing who do this This pop-up screen just finished. The dragon brother brushed a hot air balloon. Hot air balloon began to need 588 jitter coins. Although not the most expensive gift, but the average person cannot afford to spend. The average person's one-day salary are not 588 it. Just this little lowly has not shouted out, "Thank you dragon," these 4 words. Was rocket brush screen? A moment on the 25 rocket swish appeared on the screen, which directly to the little lowly stunned. To know that she lived for so long has not encountered such a situation. The whole person is frozen. In addition to the little Lori froze, Long is also the same froze. Originally wanted to pretend a 13 on the go. Did not expect to be hit in the face. Chapter 4 live broadcast is not as good as the car. Your cat will backflip. As a result of triggering the rocket special effect aside, it was also something that would cause the heat of this live broadcast room to take off. Originally this live broadcast room had less than 100 people online. Because of this operation of Lin Feng's, it immediately started to continuously enter people. Uncountable kinds of people. Thank you. Thank you one touch of wind. Thank you very much one touch of wind. The little lowly who reacted immediately thanked, but Lin Feng didn't bother, because he was still recharging. Luckily 100,000 jitter coins ran out, and his live room level reached level 30, which already allowed him to recharge 1,000,000 jitter coins at a time, so he quickly recharged 1,000,000 into it, not for any other reason, just for the sake of preparing for the future if you need to follow up with an urgent consumer task, to avoid not being able to recharge at that time. The reason for this was to avoid being unable to recharge at that time. Jitter coins arrived. Lin Feng's task was also successfully completed. The reward was directly issued to the system backpack. Lin Feng did not continue to care about what happened in the live broadcast room. Now the whole body and mind are in the system. What happened? A level 0 number at once brushed almost 100,000 gifts. This money is not money? This one is interested in Fifi. Otherwise why did he come here without saying a word and directly swipe the gift? Yes, but Fifi is my friend. Yes, but Fifi is mine. Fifi is not such a materialistic woman anymore. The live broadcast room is very lively. Now has 100,000 online number of people. The popularity of this rise too fast. Lori this never thought of. Before the highest is only more than 1,000 people. Now is 10 times the number of people. All of a sudden Lori a little overwhelmed. After all, Lori is just fine to open a live broadcast to earn some living expenses. Did not think of any Big Brother Gaga brush gift? Open broadcast half a year. Only this dragon can brush a hot air balloon from time to time or other small gifts and so on. The rocket this gift has not seen. Lori Fei, although a little bit nervous, but also lived for half a year, but also slowly recovered, began to continue and come to the live room of the people to interact. Just a lot of people are hilarious. Want to see if there are still rockets brush, but unfortunately they are all disappointed. Lin Feng just brushed 25 rockets and then did not brush again, and just exited the live room. Cannot even let Lin Feng talk. Long also held to see if there are still rockets. Also did not wait for rockets. Plus really need to catch a plane. Also quit the live room. Only left the hilarious people still watching the live broadcast. Good guy. Big don't wild Lamborghini cattle If put aside in the past I dare not even dare to think. Now I did not expect to have gotten. Completed the mission, opened the mission gift bag. Looked at the hands of the Lamborghini cattle keys and a real estate property certificate. Lin Feng this mouth corner of the AK cannot swallow. Lamborghini Cow 300 is after all a car. Can only be parked on the side of the road? Fortunately not far. Walk a few minutes to the. Lin Feng last touched the car or in the last time. Driving school. Now has been almost 4 years. The car is not touched at all. Now driving will be a little rusty. Just do not know will not drive. To avoid the host driving accidents. Reward driving proficiency. This system is still quite humane. No, Lin Feng may not be very good at driving. Directly to the driving proficiency. So basically as long as it is not tanks, airplanes and so on, are able to casually drive, not afraid of accidents. With excitement, Lin Feng soon came to the curb where the Lamborghini Cow was parked. A bright yellow sports car. Lin Feng carefully surveyed the car, savoring the taste of this achievement from every detail. The lines of the car body were smooth and powerful, radiating an irresistible charm. Opening the door and sitting in the cab, he felt that unique sense of comfort and superiority. Lin Feng held the steering wheel as if he was in control of his future. Inside, the interior is also sporty while still being able to provide a comfortable ride. The seats are 18-way adjustable adaptive sports seats that are able to meet the comfort needs of different drivers as much as possible. The center console and door panels are wrapped in a lot of leather, which is smooth to the touch and enhances the overall texture. The seats are also equipped with a heating function, providing a comfortable driving environment even in the cold winter months. Sporty styling is the main focus, but comfort has not been neglected. The comfortable interior design and seat materials allow the driver to enjoy the ride as well as the ride, especially for a boy who does not want to have a sports car experience and pursuit of speed, and also has a special face. This drive out of the turnover rate must be gaga more. Vanity will still be very satisfied. This is not. Lin Feng just sat in the car not long. There is a tall, curvy long-haired beauty came to the main driver, gently knocked on the glass. Lin Feng also do not know each other dry. The window down, looking at each other dislike over a pair of large weapons. Really white, not really big, not really good looking people. Hello little brother, sorry to bother you. Can I trouble you to do me a favor, The long-haired beauty said with a smile. Looking at Lin Feng staring at his own ferocious weapon did not have any dissatisfaction. Instead he also leaned forward a little bit, afraid that Lin Feng could not see clearly. What favor? Lin Feng looked at the somewhat approaching ferocious weapon and subconsciously leaned back. His eyes did not continue to stare. Just can you send me home? You see, such a hot day. I'm not good at squeezing the bus or the subway, so trouble little brother to send me. What conditions are needed can be mentioned. Oh, long-haired beauty said shyly. Really, what conditions can be? Lin Feng looked up and down with his eyes and said, yes, any condition, even if it's too much. The long-haired beauty nodded and said, even lifting her large ferocious weapon with her hand, as if informing that as long as Lin Feng agreed to send her home, then this ferocious weapon could be played with at will. In that case, let me say my conditions first, or else if you don't agree at that time, I'll still make a trip for nothing. Lin Feng looked at the long-haired beauty with a playful face and said, it's fine, you say it. The long-haired beauty looked at Lin Feng with this look. She knew that Lin Feng had taken the bait. There was no man who could not fall under his big ferocious weapon. Conquering Lin Feng was 10-1. Alright then, my condition is that you take a taxi home by yourself. Lin Feng said with a smile. Yes, people will be yours by then. You can do whatever you want. Wait, what? Let me take a taxi home? Aren't you a little cutie? I've been like this and you still haven't read it. Or are you deliberately playing dumb? The long-haired beauty originally still had a smile on her face, but when she reacted, her expression instantly became gloomy, and she spoke with eyes full of anger, just short of shouting it out loud. That's right, it's you who take a taxi home by yourself. Don't take me as a kaiju fishing. I'm not stupid. It's hard to believe that your cat can do a backflip, is it? And that's you wear more. Don't catch a cold then. After saying that, Lin Feng raised the window of the car, and then it was a foot of the gas and left, not giving the long-haired beauty a little chance to react. Directly the long-haired beauty was so angry that she stomped her feet in place, and her high heels were stepped off. Chapter 5 Eat Buffet or Buy Annual Card Cost Effective. Lin Feng drove this Lamborghini Cow 300. Wantedly feel the sports car brings the sense of pushback, speed, as well as 100% turnover rate, which makes Lin Feng painfully happy to know that ordinary people, if not particularly good luck, may not get all these for a lifetime, and even some of their own thought of things ordinary people are not necessarily able to get. Have driving technology proficiency skills, coupled with the $10 million sports car. Lin Feng drive on the road. Car around the 50 meters is not any car. Afraid to scrape and touch. If you get a little bit, by insurance estimates cannot afford to pay. Anyway, Lin Feng did not work. Just casually drive the car in the city around and around, until the car's dashboard inside the fuel gauge lights up, suggesting that the gasoline is not enough. Lin Feng only to find a little closer to the gas station and then add some oil. Intends to add oil and then look at the villa of hundreds of millions of dollars. The time is also to more than 7 o'clock in the evening. 98 fill up. After arriving at the gas station, Lin Feng said to the staff working at another gas pile. The staff saw such a good car coming over, and did not dare to delay Lin Feng, immediately jogging from another gas pile to run over to Lin Feng's car to refuel. Ordinary 92 gasoline is only 7.1 yuan a liter, but this 98 is 9.6 yuan a liter. It looks like a difference of more than 2 yuan. But we have to know that the sports car's gas mileage is very high. A foot of gas is a few dollars no longer. So if you calculate it, the price of 98 gasoline is still very expensive. If you put it in the past, Lin Feng certainly did not dare to add so, but now it is different. It is to consume. The more you consume, the more you earn. Anyway, it is the equivalent of not spending money to whore a tank of gasoline like. Alright, filled up. Are you scanning the code to pay or swiping your card? The staff member who was refueling said to Lin Feng with a smile after placing the gas gun, and with a very respectful look, afraid that Lin Feng would be dissatisfied. Scan the code. A total of 690 yuan, right? Lin Feng looked at the amount displayed on the gas sticks to confirm it once more to avoid any mistakes. Yes sir. Sweep the code right here will do. The the staff said with a smile, also pointing to the green bubble collection code that was pasted next to the gasoline pile. Nowadays, gas stations weren't afraid of static electricity. There was already technology that could remove static electricity inside the gas station, so it was allowed to use cell phones next to the gas pile. Otherwise, this gas station would be turned into rubble, and it would have to put on a big fireworks show for everyone. After filling up the gasoline, Lin Feng, I wanted to navigate directly to the villa, but just sat inside the car. His stomach rumbled, so he could only find a restaurant to eat first. After all, only ate a bowl of noodles with a large amount of noodles, or not resistant to hunger, so he could only eat first and then go to the villa. Fortunately, this side is not very remote. There are still a lot of restaurants. Lin Feng subconsciously wanted to find a cassoulet rice meal to eat, but quickly remembered that he is not the same now. Why would he still want to eat the same thing that he used to eat? Why don't you change your tastes? So you directly find a 5-star seafood buffet inside the group purchase app. 699 yuan a person, limited to 2 hours, and whatever you eat in there is free to eat and drink. Before Lin Feng, most expensive is to eat a 138 yuan buffet, or go with a colleague. Do not go is not good. Our colleagues, well, just simply did not eat back to the capital. If it is easy to eat back to the buffet, this boss shall not open the closure. A day down, can eat back to the capital of the people will not be more than 10 people, provided that it is not wasted. Otherwise, how much is wasted or according to the rules of compensation to the restaurant? The good thing is that now buy things will be cash back. Lin Feng's eyes are not blinking. Direct payment just seems to buy the wrong. Buy adult card. A year unlimited number of times to eat seafood buffet. As long as 888 yuan. Only open 50 places. Lin Feng is just curious to click to see what it looks like, but accidentally clicked on the purchase. Due to the opening of the high-speed payment, it is directly purchased successfully. This annual card rules are also simple. Unlimited number of times a day. But each time you come in is still only 2 hours of dining. Is that you eat to 2 hours out to re-enter is also recalculated. This is mainly to ensure the fairness of other users, and if there is no place, the same is required to queue. But buy this annual card is still quite cost-effective. Normal people do some math to know. This is a year 365 days can go to eat buffet. Count down a day on the special cheap. The main thing is that within a year is to bring another person to eat. The number of times is 10 times. So you take your object or friends family is also can go together to eat a few times. So Lin Feng bought also did not apply for a refund. Directly navigate to the 5-star hotel inside. Yes, the buffet is this hotel inside. 10 minutes later Lin Feng has driven to the hotel gate here. Soon there is a porter trotted over and looked at Lin Feng with a smile. Lin Feng also lowered the car window with a finger in front of a parking space not far away and asked, "Car parked in front of the door to that position is no problem, right?" The porter looked along where Lin Feng's finger was pointing and realized that this was the boss's special parking space. Usually when the boss came to inspect the store he parked here. Mainly for convenience, that's why the space was reserved. Usually people parked in the underground parking garage, unless they parked temporarily only to the hotel's front door or a nearby empty space. "Sir, sorry, that is our chairman's parking space. It may not be convenient to park. Why don't I help you drive to the underground parking garage? You go in first?" The porter's smile was a bit unnatural as he said, "That's fine. I just don't want to park in the parking lot if I'm afraid of trouble." "Then forget it. I won't make it difficult for you. Then I'll trouble you to park." Lin Feng nodded and said. After saying that, he also opened the door and got out of the car, gave the car keys to the doorman, and by the way, he gave a 100 yuan bill, which was considered a tip. The doorman obviously wasn't the first time he had taken a tip and happily pocketed the 100, took Lin Feng's car keys and got into the car, familiarized himself with it and then drove off to the underground parking lot. The car was driven away. Lin Feng did not pay too much attention, and is not afraid of the other side rub the bump and so on. Anyway, there are hotels to pay for the money, even if they do not pay for the money, or let the doorman to pay for the money. Lin Feng can go to the insurance, not afraid of anything. "Welcome, is Mr. staying or dining?" Lin Feng walked to the front door, was dressed in beautiful waiter reception. Lin Feng explained the intention, was led to go to the elevator door to take the elevator to the buffet restaurant. Just Lin Feng did not mainly to the door is a total of 4 waiters to welcome the guests. Everyone's eyes are wanting to man-eating feeling, wanting to eat Lin Feng as well. "Alright sir, I've pressed the reservation elevator for you for the 15th floor. It'll come down soon. After that you'll go directly into the elevator and it'll go directly to the 15th floor. If there's a problem you can call me again. I'll leave first." "Okay, please." Lin Feng was very satisfied with this waiter's attitude and service, and there was no situation where the waiter looked at himself in cheap clothes and entered a 5-star hotel with contempt. Otherwise Lin Feng would really be embarrassed to come in and eat all of a sudden. Chapter 6. In front of Bolon you count a ball. Soon the elevator came down. There was no one inside the elevator. Lin Feng went straight in. He didn't press anything. The elevator quickly closed the door. Then the elevator went up. In less than 20 seconds it was already on the 15th floor. It was still pretty fast. This 5-star hotel has 31 floors in total. The 15th floor is the middle position. If you stand by the window you can still overlook the city, but there are not many places you can overlook. Most of the places are still blocked by the towering buildings. Unless you go to the top floor you can see more. Hello sir, how many please? As soon as the elevator doors opened, the beautiful black silk waitress greeted her with a smile. 1 person. For 1 person, how would you like to sit here? The waitress said as she led Lin Feng to a position near the floor-to-ceiling window. Fine. Just here. I bought an annual card. How do I write it off? Lin Feng was still very satisfied with this location, so he just sat down. It was also nighttime now, so he could see some night scenery, and then eat the seafood buffet. There was a different flavor to it. You show the QR code. I scan the code on my side for a bit of underwriting, and then trouble you to provide your real name and cell phone. After I register the annual card users on my side, and then later in the validity period of the annual card, you can come in by directly reporting your name or cell phone number. The black silk beautiful waitress heard that it was an annual card user. Plus Lin Feng's damn handsome. It made the black silk beautiful waitress fall a little bit, but it wasn't a complete fall yet. Those who could be waitresses here didn't say that they had seen a lot of the world, but the qualities that should be there were still there. So they quickly adjusted their state, and they started to register and process it. Lin Feng is also very cooperative. All very smooth. A few minutes to get it done. Just short of the black silk beauty waitress left green bubble contact information. After everything is done, Lin Feng began to prepare to eat a lot of food, so directly find the place to put the lobster. Ready to take a dozen bo long to eat? Outside to sell a separate one is almost 100, so eat a dozen on the return of a meal. Most of the meals here are raw. You need to cook or steam yourself in the location. A small portion of the meal is cooked can be eaten directly, but how much is what desserts or staple rice and so on? Seafood or most of them are raw, fresh and live to eat fresh. This is what I saw first. You let go. Just as Lin Feng was holding the last boron that was in the pool, a female voice came from behind him. The voice was gentle. It's just that the tone and content of it made people unhappy to hear it. What do you mean you have to let go of what you see others? This lady, what do you mean I have to let go of what you see? This is but I got it. Then it's mine. If you want to eat it yourself wait for the next batch. Turning his head Lin Feng looked at the woman who had spoken and froze slightly, but quickly recovered and spoke forcefully, not giving this woman a good face at all. After saying that, without continuing to wait for the woman to say anything, he went straight back to his seat. Lin Feng had only taken a total of 5 bolongs, and if he wanted to take more, he could only wait a little while for a restocking, but Lin Feng wasn't in a hurry. He ate it first. The girl who had been disliked by Lin Feng looked at Lin Feng and swaggered back to her seat and sat down. She was furious. She was furious and wanted to find Lin Feng to confront him, but suddenly a hand came and pulled her back who was ready to take off and took them directly back to their seats. Xiao Qin, don't be impulsive. Isn't it just a bolong? It'll be restocked in a moment. Just wait a little longer. There's no need to get angry. The girl who pulled this unreasonable girl was also a girl with a high face value and a very good figure, not too dissimilar to Xiao Qin, so it led to what happened to them being looked upon favorably by the people who were closer. Schwerer, I haven't been spoken to like that in my entire life. It's not a matter of a boomerang. His tone like that made me very unhappy. That's what pissed me off. Dongfang Qin's eyes were staring at Lin Feng's side as she puffed out. I understand. It doesn't matter. Just let him be. Good boy. Ding Shueshue said with a smile, as if she was a big sister pacifying a little sister. In reality the two of them were about the same age. Ding Shueshue was just 2 months older than Dongfang Qin, but it gave the impression that she was very mature and obedient. Forget it, don't dwell on it. Today is to celebrate the day I got my driver's license. Don't let certain people affect your mood. After being pacified by Ding Shueshue, Dongfang Qin wasn't that angry anymore and was going to let Lin Feng off the hook. At this time Lin Feng was already sweeping up, took all that he had eaten before, hadn't eaten, had seen, hadn't seen. Soon Lin Feng's table was piled up like a small mountain, including the chairs were also put on. Luckily it was just Lin Feng alone, or else there would really be no place to sit. A bumpkin takes so much at once. Let's see how you can finish it. If you can't finish it you'll have to pay a fine. Humph. Dongfang Qin said on her lips that she wasn't angry, but her eyes were basically staring at Lin Feng's every move, and when she saw that Lin Feng had taken a lot of things back, she still couldn't help but say something. Ding Shueshue didn't continue to comfort nor concur, just smiled and didn't say anything. Her eyes were also looking at Lin Feng, very curious as to why a person would take so much food. It's impossible not to know that if you don't finish eating you have to pay a fine. After all, this rule, there was a sign written on the table. It smells so good. It's so delicious. It's worthy of being a boron. After the first batch of boron was cooked, Lin Feng directly took a bite of it first without dipping anything, and it was directly delicious enough to make Lin Feng squint his eyes. However, this boron wasn't particularly big. 3 or 4 bites would be able to eat one. In no time at all 5 borons were eaten clean. The borons had been restocked, but Lin Feng didn't continue to get them. He ate the others first. Since he was driving, Lin Feng didn't drink. He just took some drinks like yogurt and coke. Otherwise he would choke to death eating them. Hungry ghost, eating so fast. Dongfang Qin was the one who had been looking at Lin Feng from time to time. Seeing that Lin Feng's original pile of food was almost gone by now, she still couldn't help but say something. Well then, later you still have to go pick up the car. Don't affect the mood. Be happy oh. Ding Shueshue said with a smile. Dongfang Qin is still so persistent. This is the past hour. The anger has not subsided. Right, eat quickly. I'm going to pick up the car, and then have a good drive. Let all the unpleasantness blow to the back of your mind. Hearing Ding Shueshue say this, she remembered that she still had a car to pick up, so she quickly ate up, or else she would have to pick up the car tomorrow if it was too late. So full, and the flavor is quite delicious. It's worthy of being a 5-star hotel with a 5-star buffet. Eat and drink enough. Lin Feng touched his bulging stomach. Looking at the table, remnants of the table is very satisfied with their own results. At least eat full, cannot say eat back to the capital. Chapter 7, How did I add a green bubble to my grievances? Now that it was almost 2 hours, the buffet waiter just came over to remind Lin Feng to avoid overeating. Although it was said so, as long as you weren't in line, you were usually fine even if it was more than 2 hours, provided you couldn't go back for more food. You can only finish what you had already taken or rest and relax. Lin Feng now ate is very full, so he stood up, picked up his cell phone to the huge floor-to-ceiling windows to take a few pictures. In the photos you can still see that this is a restaurant. If you've been here before you'll know what kind of restaurant it is, but the night view is still very nice. Lin Feng didn't know anything about Dongfang Qin and Ding Shueshue, he just buried his head in his hands. How could he have time to care about others? He didn't know them anyway. Looking at the satisfied photos of the cell phone album, Lin Feng opened the green bubble, clicked on the circle of friends, and then showed 3 carefully selected photos, and attached a paragraph of text. The satisfaction of enjoying food makes me happy. Looking at the green bubble prompted to send a successful tip. Lin Feng nodded with satisfaction, to know that under normal circumstances Lin Feng will not go to send a circle of friends, mainly because of laziness, and there is no good content is worth to send. Today is to feel that this is a very meaningful once, so we'll take pictures to send a circle of friends. Not for a while the circle of friends on the likes and comments, but Lin Feng did not continue to see, because he did not have any friends. Compared to others, green bubble not moving thousands of friends. Lin Feng, he is less than 300 people. Most of them are still before the addition of customers, as well as classmates, ex-colleagues, and so on, and then there are some relatives. 2 hours also arrived. Lin Feng contentedly touched his stomach towards the elevator. At this time Dongfang Qin and Ding Shueshue also walked over. As the saying goes, the enemy of the narrow road, this can still walk together on the fate to come. Hey, good dogs don't get in the way. Dongfang Qin looked at Lin Feng who was standing in front of her and said without giving a good face, "What? This is run by your family? Ah, I can't stand here? And who are you calling a dog?" Lin Feng heard the voice was a bit familiar and would not be able to resist being spoken to like that, so he turned his head. It didn't matter if he didn't look. Once he looked, he realized that it was the woman who was going to rob his bow long before, so he immediately disliked her. You, we are also going down. You are in the way here. Dongfang Qin didn't expect the other party to dare to dislike her. She almost didn't take a breath, so she was so angry that she pointed her finger at Lin Feng and said, "Speak for yourself. Don't point your finger at me, or believe it or not I'll break it." Lin Feng's momentum was not lost to the other side, looked at Dongfang Qin and said, "Of course really break it certainly will not. Just scare such a little girl." Being so scared by Lin Feng, Dongfang Qin subconsciously put her hand down, finger retracted, and so reacted and did not dare to continue pointing at Lin Feng, really afraid of Lin Feng over to break the finger. "I'm sorry, Qin spoke a bit too much. Don't mind, you go into the elevator first." Ding Shueshue looked for a moment, also worried about the escalation of the conflict, immediately came out to be a peacemaker. Lin Feng looked at Ding Shueshue, this gentle and elegant look, and Dongfang Qin temper tantrums are completely antagonistic. I really do not know how the two of them can still get along. Alright, I'll give you face if you say so. Since Ding Shueshue said so, Lin Feng couldn't be bothered to pursue it, otherwise it wouldn't look like he wasn't a man. A few waiters on the side not far away were also relieved to see that the conflict had been resolved. It wasn't that they didn't come over to persuade the fight, but if both sides were angry, persuading the fight would only be counterproductive. and it would only be right to let the people who were arguing finish arguing and calm down a bit before going to persuade the fight, or else the one who was persuading the fight would easily be scolded, or even be beaten up. So this can solve things by themselves. They will not come out to persuade, can only inform the relevant issues to the person in charge at the time. Let the person in charge of the assessment, and now the person in charge has not yet come. The matter is even solved. They shall not be relieved, as long as you leave the 15th floor, regardless of whether you still quarrel later, have nothing to do with them. Currently the elevator only had the three of them in it. In order to avoid embarrassment, Ding Shueshue stood between the two of them. This would also prevent the situation from being uncontrollable. Hello, my name is Ding Shueshue, her name is Dongfang Jin. I'm really sorry for affecting your mood. Why don't I add a green bubble and wait for a free time to invite you for a meal to formally apologize? Into the elevator not a moment Ding Shueshue took the initiative to speak to Lin Feng, and also took out his cell phone to open the green bubble to add friend's QR code. For fear of slowing down a little bit Lin Feng will not add. Okay, this is for your face. It doesn't matter if we eat or not. Just make a friend. Lin Feng see this Ding Shueshue like this, also embarrassed not to give her face, so took out his cell phone to scan the code to add the green bubble. Just a little bit of cell phone card. The elevator is to the first floor. The phone is still stuck in the add friends to turn around the page. So Lin Feng a little bit embarrassed. It's fine. Slow is slow. Ding Shueshue saw the embarrassment and said, luckily it didn't get stuck for too long, smoothly sent out the request to add a friend. And at the entrance of the elevator on the first floor Ding Shueshue passed the friend, and then went their separate ways. We still have something to do so we leave first. In the future green bubble off in contact, Ding Shueshue said with a smile. This smile gave people just like bathing in the spring breeze. Let Lin Feng are a little stunned, mistakenly thought that this little ninny like himself, but soon Lin Feng reacted. He is now this outfit. Thrown in the street cannot find himself. How can the other party will be pleased to look at himself? And at a glance the two of them are not ordinary people's children. Okay, bye, Lin Feng said. Dongfang Qin to the time from beginning to end was not a word, as if it was using silence to fight against Lin Feng. But unfortunately Lin Feng's attention was on Ding Shueshue here, did not even look at Dongfang Qin, and did not go to fight against Dongfang Qin. Brother, I've got your car. This is the car key. Take it. The doorman who had parked Lin Feng's car earlier saw Lin Feng come out and smiled, so he offered Lin Feng's car keys to Lin Feng with both hands. Lin Feng smiled and took the keys. Looking at the Lamborghini Bull 300's car parked at the front entrance of the hotel he was very satisfied, so he gave the doorman another 100 yuan paper pen tip. Brother, slow down. The porter who got another 100 yuan tip was even happier and took the initiative to open the door for Lin Feng, waiting for Lin Feng to walk out and said, before he could walk to the side of the car, he saw Dongfang Qin with a frenzied face taking pictures of Lin Feng's Lamborghini Bull 300 with her cell phone, the kind Ding Shueshue couldn't pull. She could only let Dongfang Qin take the pictures. Anyway, taking pictures wouldn't do anything. Wow, Schwerer, this is a limited edition of 100 Lamborghini Neo 300 Ah. I didn't realize that we also have one in Haidong City. It's a pity that my dad didn't buy it for me. He only bought me a Bauscher Ben which is only $1 million or so, which is only 1/10 of what other people's are expensive. Dongfang Qin while shooting, while the small mouth barred. Ding Shueshue is not cold to the car but also know that this car is not cheap, but buy is also affordable. Just a limited number of just not too good to buy. Why are you standing still? This car is you can look at? Don't break it when the time comes to sell the house to pay for it. Dongfang Qin who was still filming suddenly saw Lin Feng walk to the side of this car and look at it. Her expression immediately changed from sunny to cloudy, and she looked at Lin Feng with a bit of disgust. Chapter 8, is the car yours? No way. What? The car is yours and you won't let me see it? Lin Feng said with a smile. It's not mine, but this one car has to be over $10 million. It's still a limited edition. If it gets broken, can you afford to pay for it? I'm doing this for your sake. Dongfang Qin put away her cell phone. Her eyes looked Lin Feng up and down, and she said with a look of disgust, if I pay for it, I probably won't be able to pay for it for a while, but I don't need to pay for it even if I break it. Alright, no more chatting with you. It's getting late. I have to go home. Please give way a little. While saying that Lin Feng also walked over to the driver's side and asked Dongfang Qin who was also next to the driver's side to make way. Otherwise she couldn't get into the cab. What? This is your car? It can't be. After seeing Lin Feng directly unlocking the vehicle and sitting in it, Dongfang Qin was looking at Lin Feng in the car with a face of disbelief. She really couldn't think of how it was possible to afford such a good car when all the clothes on her body probably didn't cost as much as a piece of Dongfang Qin's underwear. As you can see, I'm sitting in it. It's not my car. Right, Shui, do you want me to give you a ride? Lin Feng said with his hands spread out and his shoulders shrugged, helplessly looking at Dongfang Qin. then recovered and said to Ding Shueshue who was beside Dongfang Qin, "No need, we still have to go to the 4S store, so we won't bother you." Ding Shueshue waved her hand and said, "Okay, I'll go then, bye." Lin Feng didn't force himself, he was just being polite. If Ding Shueshue really came up he wouldn't know how to deal with it. "Bye," Ding Shueshue said. A foot of gas. Lin Feng drove away, originally intended to go to the villa, but so late over there is also a bit far away from the current location. If you go there is no way to spend the night, then you still have to come out, so you can only intend to continue to return to the rental house to rest. Tomorrow, so angry. How did he have this kind of limited car? Really can't figure it out. Dongfang Qin and Ding Shueshue were sitting in the net car going to the 4S store. Dongfang Qin was getting angrier and angrier the more she thought about it. She really couldn't figure it out. This person is indeed a little strange. His circle of friends, although open all, but inside, did not see any content of showing off the rich. Only today sent a circle of friends counts a little showing off the rich. And the rich second generation we knew before is not the same. The other rich second generation bought a luxury car nameless and so on, and cannot wait for other people to see. Ding Shueshue also, while looking at Lin Feng's circle of friends, tried to analyze what kind of person Lin Feng is through the circle of friends, but unfortunately failed. After all, Ding Shueshue's experience is still less. Lin Feng, such a situation cannot be seen by the general public. Just this, even if you let Ding Shueshue fathers to see also cannot see. Still really think it is Lin Feng low profile? In fact, before Lin Feng poor to death, how can go to show off the wealth of the, so they want to break their heads, are not able to think out. If it is not the speed limit in the city, otherwise Lin Feng's drive to fly. This 50 to 60 speed for sports cars is really slow, because a light step on the gas pedal too. While looking at driving such a good car, other cars do not dare to get close to, for fear of cuts and rubs, so Lin Feng brakes are not afraid of crashes and whatnot. After arriving at the rental house, the car was casually parked under the building. Anyway, it is an old neighborhood. There is no fixed parking space. There is no need to pay the parking fee. The disadvantage is that the car is damaged, cannot find the responsible party. Lying on the bed, Lin Feng felt that everything that happened today was fake. It was all a lie kind of thing. But looking at the car keys in his hand, he was glad how lucky he was to have such a system. He must make good use of it and make himself stronger. Congratulations to Ms. Dongfang Qin for successfully picking up her car. Welcome to the family of Bao Shi-ben. Congratulations. Bao Shi-ben said happily to Dongfang Qin, and also handed Dongfang Qin the flowers that had been prepared long ago. Dongfang Qin took it slightly absent-mindedly, and then followed how the sales did. How they did. Soon the handover ceremony was completed, or very fast, mainly too late. The sales cannot wait to hurry to the end. Go back to sleep, he does not smell good? Good thing Dongfang Qin didn't care so much, because all she had in her head right now was Lin Feng's Lamborghini Bull 300. Cheer up, this is the first car of your life. Don't look so sad. Ding Shueshue, who was on the side, looked at Dongfang Qin, who was sad after handing over the car, and said, "I, originally was very happy. How could I think of encountering him? Encountered, even if he also drove such a good car, which makes me have a sense of disparity. It is very difficult." Dongfang Qin looked down at the car keys on her hand, then looked up at Ding Shueshue and said, "Why don't you ask him to drive you for a ride one day when he's free?" Ding Shueshue said with a smile, how can this be good? Especially since I'm not treating him very well with this attitude. How could he possibly take me for a ride? Dongfang Qin heard Ding Shueshue this proposal, all of a sudden blushed. After all, grow up so big, in addition to in family or online car or something like that, has not been alone and the opposite sex together sitting in a car. This scene to think about is still very ambiguous, which led us still in the beginning of love at the age of the Dongfang Qin a little embarrassed. Hey, it's okay, I say more good words. You also add a little bit of his WeChat and then give him an apology. It should not be a big problem. I see he is not like the kind of person who will make things difficult for people. It should be relatively good to talk. Ding Shueshue knew what Dongfang Qin's head was thinking. After all, she was also at this age of love, and both of them had never been in love, so it was normal to blush and be embarrassed. Well, you wait to push his green bubble to me. I will add it later. Now let's go to painfully racing it. Figured out the Dongfang Qin also put the unpleasantness to the back of the mind, and then opened the car door to sit in. This is her character. Big grin. What to say? The gas comes fast, also fast to eliminate. Ding Shueshue did not say anything. Open the passenger seat in. Fasten the seatbelt. Dongfang Qin fastened the seatbelt, so a foot of gas pedal to the end. The normal situation is that the car leapt out, but Dongfang Qin's car is only a roar. Did not move. I thought the car was broken, but before the car sales also drove to the car lifting ceremony this side, so the car is no problem. Then only is the problem of people. Shao Qin, you're hanging this in N gear. so the car won't go. To hang D gear. The smart Ding Shueshua quickly realized that something was wrong. It turned out that it was hung in the wrong gear, so the car wouldn't go. Sorry, first time, forgot. Dongfang Qin looked down and saw that the gear was indeed N gear. Very embarrassed to say. Also immediately put into D gear. The car also started smoothly. Drove out of the 4S store. Chapter 9, Damn Clamps, People Almost Lost. Inside the rental house, Lin Feng took a shower. Lying on the bed, looking at the live broadcast inside the fast sound. This time Lin Feng realized that his fast sound fans are almost 10,000, and the private message here has been 99 plus, which makes Lin Feng to the time of confusion. What did he do? How so many fans and private messages? To know Lin Feng's fast voice did not send works, just used to see the video. Occasionally give interesting or good-looking video point a like and so on. Even if the attention of Lin Feng cannot get what, so Lin Feng is a little puzzled. Until Lin Feng flipped through the private messages and flipped to a private message from a nickname called Phil Rabbit. Only then did he remember that this is the anchor that he swiped a rocket on in the afternoon. No wonder it would suddenly go up in powder and so many private messages. Out of curiosity, Lin Feng also clicked on this private message and read it, because there is no mutual attention, or the other party did not reply. Private messages can only be sent a private message. Phil Rabbit's content is very simple. A string of green bubble number, and a sentence of thanks and so on. Speaking of which, Lin Feng still have to thank each other. If there is no brush to her live room, all of a sudden will also be recharged in brush gifts to complete the task. So added the other side of the green bubble. I thought it was not so fast through, but did not think that less than 3 minutes showed that fear passed your friend authentication. Wind brother, you let people wait for a good bitterate. Thought you do not like Fei it. Green bubble this just passed. Fayer sent a message over, making people read it and think otherwise. Just has been emotionally wounded. Lin Feng how will be this one message on the confused, but instead feel that the other party is very made. To be honest, Lin Feng did not even look at each other much. Just know that the other party is a woman, but it is a tool person. This is also out of politeness to want to thank each other before adding the green bubble. Did not expect to come up to say so. The Lin Feng will not be able to get it all. In order to avoid embarrassment, so Lin Feng first went to the other party's circle of friends to see what the other party looks like, so as to find a topic. Oh ho! This white silk, these legs, these jade feet. It's a pity that it's just that her older brother isn't big enough, but it seems like she's going for the lowly style, so it's useless to be that big. So if this older brother is small, then it's small. Lin Feng looked at Fair's circle of friends. His eyes are going to look straight, although none of them are revealing, but this is more exciting. It's a man who likes it, so Lin Feng is no exception. He likes it a lot. What is brother doing? Why are you still ignoring people? Lin Feng looking at the circle of friends too mesmerized. Fei RC Lin Feng added friends and the message was sent out. How long has not yet replied, so continue to send a message. Only this message is voice. Good guy, so whiny well. In 2 clip, Lin Feng saw that there is a message. It exits the Fei friend circle. The result of clicking on the voice to listen to, people almost did not be clamped to death. Too clamped. The general public cannot stand. I was just busy, so I didn't reply to your message. What's wrong? Off the air is it? Lin Feng replied. He was indeed busy just now. Busy enjoying Fair's circle of friends. Still quite busy. Yeah, Fair also just got off the air not long ago. It's not that I saw that my brother added a friend, so I'm looking for my brother to talk. Not a moment later Fair replied a voice. Still very clip. Well time is not early. Will not chat. You also early rest. Enduring the physical discomfort of hard listening to this voice, Lin Feng hurriedly took the initiative to close the topic, not wanting to continue chatting, otherwise the other side will come back with a few more sentences of this clip. I'm afraid that the person is gone. Okay, right. Brother have time to remember to find sister O. This sentence was text, not voice. Lin Feng saw that it also breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Feng didn't reply. Instead he went to look at his friend's circle, because the photo he posted in the buffet before had been liked and commented on by a lot of people. Lin Feng didn't go to look at it before, but now he could look at it. You're damned. You're on the list of rich women. Right, this place I know. A meal for one person to $700. Ah, how can you afford to eat? Ah. This comment is a colleague Zhao Jigang who played very well with Lin Feng before. Only Lin Feng left his job, and now he can't be seen. Xiao Feng ah, where is this? It looks quite high. Brother is awesome. Can you take my sister with you next time? In was Fair's comment. Still she's fast ah. There were still a lot of comments. Most of them were curious about where this place was, and Lin Feng replied to them one by one. And there were even more people who liked it, especially when there was Ding Shueshue inside the likes. Although Lin Feng is now cheated by the internet, love no longer believe in love, but does not delay the heart of the opposite sex. After all, It is not the heart of the need to fall in love and so on, but also can be friends, and at present let Lin Feng's heart is ding shue shue, said Lin Feng himself cannot believe. After replying to the comments on his friend's circle, he was ready to go swish the fast sound, but a message was sent over. Lin Feng thought it was from Fair, but he didn't expect it to be from ding shue shue. Hello, for what happened at night was really something we didn't do too right, so Xiaoqin also wants to add you green bubble herself to apologize. Please go through. This is a message sent by ding shue shue. Lin Feng got it. This is Dongfang Qin wants to apologize herself, but it's not too good, so let ding shue shue notify first, so as to avoid I don't give ding shue shue face. Okay, I'm not going to get general with her, and seeing as you guys aren't too old, there's no need for me to get angry. Lin Feng replied after thinking about it. Indeed there was no need to get angry over something like this, especially since Lin Feng was also a boy. If he was still angry at girls all the time, it was still a little bit not very nice. Unless it was a girl who had done something wrong in principle, then it shouldn't be forgiven. Thank you very much. See, I told you he wouldn't hold a grudge. Green bubble pushed it to you, add it yourself. Ding shue shue showed Dongfang Qin the message she received from Lin Feng and then also pushed Lin Feng's green bubble business card to Dongfang Qin so that Dongfang Qin could just click add. Dongfang Qin's side saw that by clicking add, she had been added as a friend as soon as she passed the authentication. I'm sorry for offending you at night. I hope you'll be generous enough not to pursue this and let me go as a fart. After Lin Feng passed his friend, Dongfang Qin quickly sent out the words that had been edited. Although the writing was a bit not very good, but it was simple and easy to understand. It's fine if you know your mistakes and can change them, just don't do it next time. This is when you met me. If you met someone else, hell knows what would happen. It's getting late. I forgive you. I'll go to sleep if there's nothing else. After reading Dongfang Qin's message, Lin Feng quickly edited a message and sent it out. Okay, next time I'll take the time to treat you to something delicious. Dongfang Qin replied. Chapter 10 The Joy of Looking at Long Legs You Don't Understand. Lin Feng also did not continue to reply. Of course not to sleep, just do not really want to chat with Dongfang Qin what? Although Dongfang Qin and Ding shue shue's face as well as the body is very good, but he cannot get even better is useless. It's better to brush the fast sound and look at the live broadcast. Lin Feng also remembered that he also recharged the jittery coins, without using them off it's also put here, so he started to watch the live broadcast. This song is quite good, the girl is also good looking. Brush a rocket. Yo ho, this dance hooks people's heartstrings brush a rocket. This small long legs play here is not too much. If you come to a black silk, beautiful, a rocket to go. In this way Lin Feng do not know how many live room. Each live room as long as there is a bright I will brush a rocket. Here is not just in the female live room will brush, and even in some men or very distinctive live room will also brush. Then this leads to a problem. Is that many people do not know who Lin Feng is? Why brush gifts or directly brush rocket? Some anchors or small anchors. Look at the opening of the broadcast not more than a few days. Encountered such a thing or startled. Thought Lin Feng want to do. Only Lin Feng basically brushed the rocket to go to the next live room. Will not stay too much and go to send comments. The main one is a brush gift. A mystery. So tired. How only consumed 200,000 jitter coins I thought I did so how to consume it all. No matter. Too tired. Sleep. Tomorrow go to the big villa to see. Brush live there are 2 hours before Lin Feng stopped. Time is not early. Generally Lin Feng is not more than 12 p.m. will go to sleep. This is to develop good habits. It didn't take long for the sound of Lin Feng's snoring to ring out. The sound wasn't loud and proved how much Lin Feng had slept. Have you guys heard? There's an account called A Touch of Wind. Into a live room and brushed a rocket This is not a love heart In the gift how expensive Yes, I look at the live room and Chin saw. Just the other side brushed a rocket has not waited for Chin thank you to leave the live room. Unlike other Tycoon will go to ask for a green bubble contact information or let the anchor according to their own preferences to do what? It is very strange. What's so strange about this? How can we guess what the rich think? Maybe the rich just like to play like this. We just watch the fun. This is a simple chat in a fan group of an anchor. The same or similar chats were chatted up in various fan groups that had witnessed it. Especially the anchors who had been rewarded were happy and joyful and gorgeous. Some people who knew what they were doing started chatting privately with Lin Feng, asking him to add green bubbles or phone numbers or something like that. Anyway, they were trying to find ways to get to know Lin Feng, and it didn't matter if he was a fat, greasy middle-aged man or not, as long as he had the money, anything was fine. However, Lin Feng, who is the main character, has been playing cards with the god of the week in his dreams, so he doesn't have time to care about these people. Rest comes first, don't talk about anything else. Woke up with a start, Lin Feng felt very comfortable to sleep. Before going to work because you have to catch the bus and subway, every time you need to get up very early, otherwise it's easy to miss the lead to wait for a long time to have a car. At that time there was basically nothing to sleep until you wake up naturally, unless you rest. So this time you don't have to catch a bus, and it's not a break, you don't even have to go to work, so sleeping naturally is very good. Good lord, how did the cell phone just turn off? I remember there was still 50% charge. Lin Feng took up the phone by the head of the bed, ready to brush a video. Did not think the phone turned off. It is impossible to just stand by, so pull crotch. 50% this standby one night will not all fall out. Fortunately, Lin Feng has bought a new cell phone. Under normal circumstances today, the fastest is the morning on the line. Lin Feng did not go to say anything. Helpless can only be plugged in to charge. Taking advantage of the time to charge the phone, Lin Feng had to get up to wash his face and brush his teeth. Otherwise lying in bed is also nothing to do. Wash up early and go to eat a breakfast. After washing up, the cell phone has also been turned on normally. The power is also 20%. There is no problem using it. Lin Feng clicked on the phone to go to the settings to see how the battery management is a situation that leads to power consumption so fast. The result is to see the cell phone lock screen interface above the dense message notification, but our fast sound notification, private messages and attention to the notification. Now Lin Feng knows the reason why the power consumption is so much. So many message notification power consumption is not fast is impossible. Tap on the fast voice app, find the settings, and directly turn off the message notifications, to avoid this problem from occurring again in the future, mainly because it's too noisy. Now that the phone was still charging, Lin Feng couldn't go to breakfast for the time being, so he charged it while looking at what some of the private messages were about. Brother Wind, little daughter is honored to be looked at by Brother Wind. I hope that Brother Wind can add little daughter's green bubble. Little daughter has more good looking can be sent to Brother Wind to CO. What called so meaty, what do you have to look at? Looking at the content of this private letter, Lin Feng is not cold at all, but out of curiosity still clicked on the avatar of the private letter person to enter the other side of the Fast Sound homepage. Here you can see the other side when there are works. Good guy. Plus, this green bubble must be added. Looked at a few videos, Lin Feng's saliva are going to flow out. Immediately said to go to the green bubble to add the anchor. Not for anything else is because in the anchor long legs, wearing black silk, body than a good, is a normal man will add. Anyway, chat and not dry. Lin Feng issued a friend to add. The other side temporarily did not immediately through. It is estimated that is still not awake, but Lin Feng is not in a hurry. Anyway, will pass. Then continue to look, as long as the right, or good private letter left by the green bubble basically Lin Feng will add. Not for anything else, just want to give these girls some love. Looked at least more than an hour. The phone is charged to 94% of the electricity, but also has been 9 a.m. So Lin Feng directly do not charge. First go to dinner, and then go to the villa. When he arrived downstairs he found a lot of people gathered around Lin Feng's parked Lamborghini Cow 300. Young people too, old people too, mainly curious about who drove such a good car. After all, at a glance he knew that it wasn't cheap, and that ordinary people couldn't afford to drive it. How come I haven't seen such a good car parked here before? Who is the one who got rich? I don't know, but this car is not cheap at a glance. I guess it has to be several millions. I saw, this is Lamborghini Cow 300, is a limited edition, only 100, and a factory price is 10 million yuan. Now it has been speculated to 30 million, not necessarily buy. So expensive this I have to earn how many years to earn As you spoke, the onlookers chatted. Lin Feng didn't take it seriously and was about to walk towards the car to prepare to drive out for dinner. Chapter 11 Eat a bun still have to find a place to eat no one. Hey, bro, what if you scratch it when you're so close? Stay away. A passerby looked at Lin Feng almost next to the car when he kindly reminded. It's fine buddy, it's my car, Lin Feng said with a smile, and in the meantime pressed the car key to unlock the car. This time the sleeping Lamborghini cow immediately came to life. Flashing the lights, Lin Feng sat in the car under the envious eyes of everyone, and then drove away directly. Which son of a family has come to us to experience life like this? Why else would he drive such a nice car? I don't know. It's also possible that he's looking for a girlfriend to come over. It's just that his girlfriend lives here. After Lin Feng left, the heat of discussion is not reduced at all, but more gossip up. There are even people record video also Lin Feng shot in, and then sent to the Fast Sound. Just send the video of people do not have any fans, so sent out not many people to see. Lin Feng of course do not know what they are doing. Now Lin Feng just want to eat. Often go to the noodle shop is not open. Usually 10 to 11 a.m. To open the door, because only do the noodles, the other does not do. So open early to eat people are still relatively small. Lin Feng can only go to the roadside breakfast store to buy some random buns to eat. The car just parked on the side of the road. Those who bought buns looked over. Even the surrounding stores or people passing by stopped to look. Curious how good the car down is what kind of person. So handsome. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. This was the first reaction of many women when they saw Lin Feng coming down, because there was no one coming down on the passenger side. Che, what's the point of pretending? Driving such a nice car. This stop is probably just pretending to be 13. This was the thought of many jealous people. No blame on them, after all. Many people can't afford this car in their whole life. It's normal to be jealous. Boss, 2 beef buns, 2 sanshin buns, 1 scallion pancake, 1 bag of soy milk. Thank you. How much is the total? There weren't too many people buying breakfast. Plus they were all looking at the sports car and Lin Feng went. So Lin Feng quickly said to the boss selling breakfast, okay, $18 a piece. Scan code over here. The boss quickly picked up what Lin Feng needed and said as he handed it to Lin Feng while pointing to the collection code on the wall. Okay, paid over, thanks. Lin Feng scanned the code to pay before picking up what the boss handed over, looked at it and saw that it wasn't missing, then drove off. Originally Lin Feng had planned to eat on the side of the road before driving away, but the passers-by were getting more and more crowded, so he had no choice but to drive away first and go to a place where there weren't many people to eat. Lin Feng didn't want to be surrounded like a monkey. How uncomfortable it was, and he was also afraid of other problems. Speaking of the least crowded place, only half of the mountain villa area. This villa area, although not in the mountains, but also close to the mountains near the city of Haidong, is a natural oxygen bar-like. Generally rich or powerful people will choose to be here. General people really cannot afford to buy. The cheapest set of villas are to more than 9 million, and only 300 square feet. Can only be said in the villa inside the small pitiful, but still there will be people crowded to buy, resulting in now cannot buy. Even if the second-hand also have to be 13 million, but generally no one will sell. Before Lin Feng completed his mission, the Villa King was built at a cost of 200 million. The location alone is the best in the whole half of the country, and also covers a large area, the equivalent of 3 soccer fields so large. The building is similar to the castle-like, so it sells 4 billion is not expensive. Later will only become more and more expensive. 4 billion is estimated to be unable to buy. Haidong City, there are many rich people. Some of them have been on the list of the top 500 rich people in the country. The value of 10 or 20 billion, but most of these are fixed assets. The actual cash is estimated to be 100 million cannot come out, and even tens of millions of dollars are a bit of a problem, so they let them buy this or forget it. Not as good as to buy tens of millions of dollars of villas to live in, but also enough face. Soon Lin Feng has driven close to the villa area. At this time suddenly came an unfamiliar phone call. The cell phone and car Bluetooth is already connected. Otherwise how to play the song. So Lin Feng directly clicked on the steering wheel on the answer button. Directly answered. Hello, are you Mr. Lin Feng? Lin Feng? Lin Feng just connected and a very pleasant voice came from inside the car's speakers. It sounded like a clip, but it was actually much better than a clip tone. It's me. Who are you? Lin Feng said back. Hello, I'm Chen Yu, the sales director of the Half Bakery. This is not to see that you purchased our Villa King yesterday, but did not see you contact us? This will take the liberty of contacting you on your own initiative and ask when is convenient for you to come and have a look at the villa. Chen Yu briefly explained the purpose of the call, mainly for fear of disturbing each other. Can buy such an expensive villa? The family's cash flow must be a lot. Otherwise who would be willing to direct 400 million a little concessions or not bargaining on the purchase? This way, yesterday is a little thing and forgot. Today I will come over. Now also almost there. I am still thinking how to go in it. Just when you gave me a call. There were such coincidences in the world. Lin Feng was almost there and ended up receiving a call from the superintendent. That's good. I'll arrange for someone to meet you now. I'll be there later as well. Chen Yu said with a bit of surprise, only to quickly return to normal. Lin Feng didn't notice. Okay, please. Lin Feng replied. No trouble. Serving our customers is our aim. Hang up the phone on your side first. I'll go and arrange someone. Chen Yu didn't expect the other party to be so polite. At first when she saw Lin Feng purchasing the registration she was a bit skeptical that the registration was wrong, but after she heard Lin Feng's voice, she also felt that this person wasn't simple, and after talking for so long, Lin Feng's attitude was also very good. There wasn't a very crazy or tugging situation. It wasn't the same as the rich second generation that Chen Yu had met. After Lin Feng hung up the phone, Chen Yu began to call to inform the security chief. Let them pay attention to Lin Feng, come over, don't stop. As well as to arrange for the manager who was still in the sales department of Serenity Riverside to go over to be ready to wait for Lin Feng, because their sales department is not far away from the gate of the Serenity Riverside Villa area, so it is convenient for other people to go in and look at the house. Soon these people received a message sent by Chen Yu, although they have not seen, but by virtue of the information know each other is a young man, only 26 years old. This is in the purchase of the need to register ID cards, just to protect privacy. Did not send a copy of the ID card, just know the year, month and day only. Not a moment Lin Feng drove to. Far away Lin Feng saw half of the front door stood in 2 rows of beautiful women on one side of 8, a total of 16 are wearing professional attire as well as black silk, which man can stand so stimulating, and even 2 security guards holding a gift flower in hand, as if waiting for what an important person. The welcoming ceremony held it. Lin Feng put the car first parked to the side of the parking space. Soon there is a big belly, but also a face of silly smile of the man came over to Lin Feng, said, "Hello, may I ask you are Mr. Lin?" Chapter 12 Welcome homeowner Lin Feng. Yes, it's me. And you are? Lin Feng lowered the window and looked at the man a bit puzzled. Hello Mr. Lin. I'm the manager of the sales department of Half the Sky. My name is Wang Shang. You can just call me Little Wang. Wang Shang said with a smile. Oh okay, this is welcoming me is it? Lin Feng said as he got out of the car and pointed at the welcoming party. Yes. Isn't this Director Chen saying that you will come? So make a welcome ceremony to welcome you. Mr. Lin won't mind, right? Wang Shang said. No, what's there to mind? Now show me around. It's still my first time here too. Lin Feng didn't mind this. Instead he was still a bit curious. He just didn't show it so obviously, and having a welcome ceremony was what showed that the other party valued them. But even if there wasn't, Lin Feng wouldn't bother about anything. Anyway, this villa wasn't bought by himself. It's free. What more do you want with the bike? Wang Shang did not expect this Lin Feng so good to talk. To know can do the position of the manager. Wang Shang has also experienced a big storm, but also an old grease, especially in this half of the sales department. Have seen a lot of rich second generation. Basically there are not a few good-tempered. At most, is not much of a tantrum, or to see Wang Shang smile and so on. So met Lin Feng. This let Wang Shang all froze for a moment, especially also bought the villa king of the people. There is such a good temper. This set out certainly no one believe, unless Lin Feng is older. Such a person is more calm and so on. Wang Shang quickly made a decision. That is, he had to slightly flatter Lin Feng. How would he have the opportunity to have a mouthful of soup, maybe even meat? The welcoming ceremony was still quick. 16 beautiful women shouted out in unison. Mr. Lin, young Master Lin, which made Lin Feng a bit uptight. Okay, Mr. Lin this way, commission you to take our sightseeing bus over first. By the way, let the security guard register your car again so that you can go in directly at that time. If in the future Mr. Lin has other cars to register or something like that, you can contact me directly, or you can look for me to solve anything that happens inside the halfway house. After the welcome ceremony, Wang Shang made a pleased gesture to guide Lin Feng towards the sightseeing car that had been prepared long ago. It was the kind of car used for the golf course, he said, and also pulled out a business card to Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at it for a moment and received it in his pocket. The business card was Wang Shang's name and phone number, as well as a title only. There was no difference between that and an ordinary business card. Okay, when the time comes something will be a problem for manager Wang. Lin Feng nodded and said, walked near the sightseeing car, because there was no door, so you went directly into the back of the car. Wang Shang also followed by walking to the other side, also sat together next to Lin Feng. The driver was already seated, so wait for Lin Feng to fasten his seatbelt and set off. Mr. Lin also should have had to understand our half of the river. You see our here greening do very well, and by the mountains and water, very suitable for living, especially your that villa, more suitable. I came so long have been able to curiosity as who can buy this villa, but did not think it is you. Young and promising Mr. Lin bought, can be said to be the Yangtze River after the wave pushed the front wave. I won very admirable, and I have a lot of admiration. I, Mr. Wang, am very impressed. Wang Shang was not idle even when he was sitting down, praising half of the country while praising Lin Feng. He really was a veteran. It's just luck. Lin Feng, who hadn't seen anything like this before, was slightly overwhelmed, but he gladly accepted the ass-kissing. Who could refuse to be ass-kissed? As the saying goes, luck is also a form of strength. If you don't have strength, luck won't be there either. I wonder what kind of work Mr. Lin is in? As soon as Wang Shang saw how Lin Feng was still a bit embarrassed, but he didn't think much about it, so he continued to pat his ass. It's also just doing some investment. What money-making investment and so on. This hand a little money, just buy a villa to play. Lin Feng also knows that the other party is to set their own situation, even if it is now jobless. Cannot say it, can only say a random one, and also only do investment in this line, to make money, or else this 400 million villa you say is how to buy. Oh, investment is good. Investment is good. Like that foreign stock god Buffy. Is not investment well, really, or young people have the mind. My age will not play investment. Wang Shang does not understand the investment, but the news will still see. The old oil immediately said, yes, almost, the stock market I will also invest. but still Buffy powerful point haha. Lin Feng which knows how to invest in the stock market. Buffy is recognized before every day on the news, but Lin Feng will not say more, is afraid of revealing. As the Villa King built in half of the innermost, from the gate to the innermost words, if it is ordinary driving speed at 40 kilometers per hour, also need 10 minutes to drive to. Of course, even if further away will be 4-5 minutes to, just when the construction of the Villa King is to consider the quiet this, only will be built to such a deep place. Sightseeing car are called sightseeing car, then the intention is to sightseeing with, so the speed set the highest is 30 kilometers per hour, and now the driver has not driven so fast, it is estimated to be 20 kilometers per hour. This also leads to the car to the Villa King time needs to be longer, nearly 20 minutes to the Villa King's gate. This way Wang Sheng basically mouth did not stop. Lin Feng is mostly just concur, seldom to say anything. The main reason is that he doesn't know how to reply. Some of the questions asked or some of the topics said are what a rich person's life should be, but Lin Feng has only just gotten rich, and even more so, how could he possibly answer? Almost to the Villa King. Wang Sheng also noticed that Lin Feng was a bit impatient, so he talked a bit less. When Lin Feng arrived at Villa King, Chen Yu had also just arrived. She had come in her own car, plus she wanted to welcome Lin Feng, so she drove fast, and arrived in a few minutes. Luckily the road in Halfway House was wider, otherwise it would have been easy to get into an accident. Hello Mr. Lin. Lin Feng had planned to go in first, but Wang Sheng had said that Chen Yu would be arriving soon, so he was going to wait a bit before going in. He didn't expect that when he arrived, Chen Yu had also arrived. Hello, you're Director Chen, right? Lin Feng said. Yes, Mr. Lin, how is it? Does this look satisfactory? Chen Yu said as she looked at Lin Feng before looking at the Villa King. Satisfied, how could it not be? Lin Feng said with a nod. Okay, currently the gate is with information about our managers and above. Now make clear a bit. Re-enter your information, so that the house can only be you to come in. No one else can enter. Chen Yu said and brought Lin Feng to the villa gate. Then the gate automatically recognizes the face and opens the door. Then Chen Yu cleared all the information and entered Lin Feng's information. It was still very advanced. Entered Lin Feng's face, the iris of both eyes, the fingerprints of the 10 fingers, and even the palm prints of both hands were entered so that you could open the door any way you wanted. Unless there was no head or hands, then you could only unlock it remotely with a key or a cell phone app. Chapter 13. Do you like black stockings? Well, it has been recorded. If the follow-up Mr. Lin needs to add other people, you can do so, or contact me. Wang Manager can be. Of course, a little simpler cell phone app can also be added directly. You download this app at that time. Just register. We have uploaded your information. You register will be immediately bound. In a few minutes the entry was finished. Chen Yu said. Also gave the Lock King app to Lin Feng to download. Lin Feng wasn't stupid. He quickly knew how to operate it, and also downloaded this Lock King app, and finished it in a moment. Okay, thank you Director Chen. After everything was done, Lin Feng said, you're welcome, it should be done. Now I'll take you on a brief tour. Currently there are 3 floors and a basement level of the structure. The master bedroom is on the 2nd floor. Also set up an elevator, 7 rooms on the 1st floor, 5 rooms on the 2nd floor, 8 rooms on the 3rd floor. Each floor has a bathroom. There is a inside the master bedroom. Chen Yu led Lin Feng around the villa, introducing as he went. Sometimes Wang Sheng interjected to fill in the missing places. Just the introduction and a simple tour was almost an hour. If it wasn't for Lin Feng's stomach rumbling a bit so that Chen Yu and Wang Sheng heard it, it was estimated that the introduction would still go on. Because to give a complete introduction, not give a 2 to 3 hours introduction, couldn't be finished. Well, this is roughly about the introduction of this villa. If there is something you don't know, you can ask us at any time. Or if you don't want this style of decoration, it is also possible to talk to us. We have a professional as a team of decorators who can modify the style and decoration for you at any time. The 3 people sat on the sofa in the living room on the 1st floor. Chen Yu looked at Lin Feng and said, no, this decoration style is still like Chinese style sandwiched between other styles. It has a different flavor. Lin Feng is still very satisfied with the decoration style of the villa. Especially the antiques placed in the villa are real, although it is not very valuable. The most expensive is only 3 million is a painting in calligraphy. The others are just tens of thousands of dollars or hundreds of thousands of dollars. But Lin Feng still likes it. After continuing to chat for a while, the time is almost noon. Wang Sheng, this old man has long booked the hotel room, so when the talk is almost the time, Wang Sheng invited Lin Feng and Chen Yu to eat, said what continue to talk at the dinner table on the line. Lin Feng wanted to refuse, but unfortunately his stomach rumbled, so he agreed. Chen Yu, needless to say, will certainly go. What work is not as important as Lin Feng, although not worried about Lin Feng checkout, but also want to hold Lin Feng thighs so young to buy the Villa King. even if it is a second generation of the rich, but also proves that the family is rich. Since they were going directly to dinner, they all took Chen Yu's car. Chen Yu and Lin Feng sat in the back, and Wang Sheng drove them there. Lin Feng saw that they were familiar. At a glance it wasn't the first time, but it didn't matter. Lin Feng was hungry anyway. It was time to eat and drink, and the other things would be said later. All these hotels had a partnership with Half the Sky, so Wang Sheng could just call and book a place. Otherwise people would normally have to book in advance. They couldn't just book straight away at the fast afternoon rush. Brother, are you free tonight? I'll treat you to dinner. On the way to the hotel, Lin Feng received a green bubble message from Dongfang Qin, so Lin Feng opened it and read it. It should be fine at night. You should talk to me in advance when you get there. Lin Feng thought about it for a moment and also replied, not for anything else. That is, he also wanted to not pursue anything. In Lin Feng's eyes, she was a child. Okay, when the time comes I'll send you a message in advance. You must come. Oh, Dongfang Qin quickly replied. At a glance, she knew that she was staring at her cell phone screen. Okay. Lin Feng also quickly replied. Schwerer, look, he promised. You'll accompany me at night too. He. Seeing Lin Feng's exact reply, Dongfang Qin was still very happy and said to Ding Shueshue who was at the side. Okay, calm down. Those who don't know think it's a boyfriend and girlfriend meeting. So excited. Ding Shueshue put down the book in her hand and looked at Dongfang Qin with a smile and said, which is not. This is not happy. Dongfang Qin was said so by Ding Shueshue. Her small face immediately reddened. Right, how about I wear this? Dongfang Qin was preparing what to wear to see Lin Feng at night, until she took the black silk and said to Ding Shueshue, aren't you not a big fan of black silk? How come you want to wear this to meet him? Ding Shueshue looked at the black silk in Dongfang Qin's hand a bit surprised. Isn't this because I've heard that boys like black silk? So in order to have sincerity, how nice to wear this, Dongfang Qin said with a smile. Why don't you ask him and see if he likes it? Ding Shueshue said. Makes sense. I'll ask now. Dongfang Qin heard that it made sense. Direct questions Lin Feng wouldn't know. Before Ding Shueshue said anything, Dongfang Qin had already sent it out. Just that it made Lin Feng, who was chatting in the car, take a look at it and was almost startled. Good thing Lin Feng reacted quickly and didn't let Chen Yu next to him find out anything. Brother, do you like black silk? Why don't I wear it for you at night? Seeing this message, Lin Feng really did not know how to reply at once. I do not know whether Dongfang Qin is fishing or will really wear, but Lin Feng thought back to Dongfang Qin's long legs are curious to wear black silk if it will be like, so also do not care so much. Directly reply, like, see, he likes it, that's it, I'll wear this at night with a JK skirt, he. Dongfang Qin who received the reply immediately showed her cell phone screen to Ding Shueshue and had already figured out how to match it. Ding Shueshue saw the message on the cell phone screen, slightly heart a little unhappy, but also cannot say why unhappy. See Dongfang Qin so happy also did not say anything. Dongfang Qin did not pay attention to Ding Shueshue's, but instead, and then picked JK skirt and blouse. Dongfang Qin is a big personality, so short skirts, black silk, and so on just occasionally will not often wear, and wouldn't be interested in boys in general, and wouldn't feel like she meant anything to boys by wearing these. Back to Lin Feng's side, Lin Feng saw Dongfang Qin did not continue to reply, thought it was angry, or just fishing, so simply did not continue to care. Anyway, there is no intersection, was identified as a color batch on the color batch. It does not matter. Soon arrived at the booked hotel. 3 people get off. There is a porter to parking, and then in the waiters lead down to their private room. The room is not very big, but also can sit down 20 people no problem. It was still big compared to the 3 of them, mainly because Wang Sheng felt that the private room was too small and bad. That's why he ordered a bigger one. Mr. Lin, order first. Order something you like to eat. After everyone sat down, Chen Yu gave Lin Feng the menu and told him to order first. Lin Feng was a bit embarrassed, but still took the menu and looked at it. Without looking at it, he was shocked. Chapter 14. No surprises are sure to have an accident. Looking at the prices inside the menu, Lin Feng was a bit shocked. Thought that eating in a 5-star buffet restaurant is considered expensive. Did not expect to casually order a few seafood here to be a few $100s, and even order a green vegetable to 88 yuan. This is a green vegetable? This is the immortal dish. So expensive. Drinks, not to mention, a bottle of ordinary white wine outside is a few $dozen. Here a few $100. But fortunately driving is not drinking. But for the sake of performance, Lin Feng still ordered a few more expensive dishes. What beef, what mutton and so on. Anyway, the picture is quite nice. It feels like it can afford the price. 3 people don't want more. Chen Yu ordered a few more. A total of 10 dishes. Let the waiter do it. Chen Yu was also very curious about how Lin Feng could afford this villa. Rich second generation was not rare. It was true that rich second generation as young as Lin Feng and still so powerful was rare. And even if there was one, it was basically in the capital city or in the coastal areas where they got rich first. At the risk of asking, what industry is Mr. Lin in? Chunyu still couldn't help but ask. Investment industry, but mainly in overseas. Just recently ready to return to China to develop a little. It is not just have to buy a house to land first. There was a morning of contact. Lin Feng also understood their routine. Also began to brag. Anyway, said overseas you cannot go to investigate it? Young and promising. I still remember when I was as old as Mr. Lin, I was still studying. I couldn't do what Mr. Lin did anymore. Chenyu realized that there was a break in Lin Feng's speech, but couldn't find it, so he could only compliment him. Where, if it wasn't for good luck, there wouldn't be me now. As the saying goes, standing on the wind, pigs can fly, let alone people. Lin Feng said in a very pretentious manner, as if he was the richest man in the world. Saying a famous quote was bullish. That's not true. At a glance, Mr. Lin is too talented and can catch the wind in time to have some achievements. Wang Sheng hurriedly patted a horse's ass first, otherwise it would be hard not to talk after holding it in for so long. The three people just chatted. While Lin Feng had read the news, also watched some investment videos, so he was talking a lot. Anyway, Chen Yu and Wang Sheng were not insiders, so when they heard what Lin Feng said, they just felt bullish, and couldn't find any other adjectives to describe it. It was just bullish. The speed of serving food in the hotel is still very fast. Chatting is estimated to be about 20 minutes. The dishes ordered are basically almost finished, except for the individual ones that need some time to be a little slower. But these are also enough to eat first, because to drive, there is no point wine, only ordered drinks, or dry eat or will choke to death. Eating and chatting is everything. Lin Feng also learned that Chen Yu, such a good-looking woman, has 36 years old, older Lin Feng 10 years. The main thing is still not married. Under normal circumstances 36 years old not married woman basically very few, unless perhaps their own conditions are not very good, will not be married. But Chen Yu so good conditions, not married is not quite right. However, Lin Feng did not ask more. Chen Yu did not want to mention this thing. Chatting is a jump over. Did not talk in detail. A meal on the whole is still very happy. Everyone ate and drank enough. Lin Feng also added each other two people's green bubble. Easy to have something green bubble contact. After all, call are very urgent things. Otherwise there is no need to call. Chen Yu drove Lin Feng to the gate. The three people also said goodbye. Chen Yu, how to say, is also the director. Some things still need her to control, so can only go first. Was going to let Wang Sheng accompanied Lin Feng. Just Lin Feng wants to go alone to feel the villa, did not ask Wang Sheng together. So he was sent to the gate and then Lin Feng drove himself to the villa. On the car Lin Feng found that the buns bought in the morning breakfast already have a taste, so can only take out to throw the trash can. Really wasted a meal breakfast, mainly because I forgot, otherwise it would have been eaten. The sports car drove past not 5 minutes to the villa gate. Directly next to the gate there is an underground parking entrance. There is also ground parking. Now Lin Feng temporarily put on the ground parking, and then go to the villa inside to prepare for a good visit. Before coming in, three people can still feel the villa big or quite good, but now just one person in. Suddenly found too big, a little empty, and so big villa, also needs someone to clean. Otherwise Lin Feng himself to clean is certainly unlikely. Can only then hire people. The whole villa is actually already decorated. Everything is there. Direct people to move in on the line. Inside the study, there were computers and books. Inside the room is also quilts and the like. The closet also has hangers. Just no clothes. After all, do not know who lives. This is also what makes Lin Feng satisfied. So good once you come to live in. Do not have to buy things. You do not have to be too troublesome. It is very worry-free. Currently inside the villa are very clean. Mainly because in addition to every week will arrange for someone to clean. Yesterday is also letting people re-clean again. Just for Lin Feng came to feel very good. Very satisfied. Chen Yu also talked to Lin Feng about this. Just now Lin Feng bought it. Then no longer provide free cleaning. So need to clean the health can only be Lin Feng spend money. Hire people or spend money to find the property side. Now money is a small problem for Lin Feng. Anyway, now spend money as if not spent. So Lin Feng also intends to hire people, and then directly let Wang Sheng to find a good person, and in the future also once a week to clean on the line. Come to the second floor of the master bedroom. This bedroom is really big. The bed is also very big. Side by side lying 6 people will not be crowded kind of. The bathroom is still glass, just like a hotel, which is still very interesting. Spent more than an hour. Is considered to be simple to visit the villa again. Also memorize the room as well as the location of the furnishings and so on, to avoid going to the wrong room at that time. Lin Feng returned to the master bedroom and directly slept on the bed. Feeling the warm and soft mattress, he quickly fell asleep. why don't you reply to the messages? It's been sent several times? At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Dongfang Qin looked at the screen in Lin Feng's chat interface and said anxiously, "Don't be anxious, probably busy. Anyway, you're booked for 7 o'clock. It's still early," Ding Shueshue said. "I'm not afraid he'll forget, so I'm in a hurry to send a message," Dongfang Qin said. "Why don't you give him a voice call to confirm?" Ding Shueshue looked at Dongfang Qin's anxious appearance and suggested, "Good idea. I'll call now." Dongfang Qin's eyes lit up when she heard this and said that she started making a voice call to Lin Feng. "Who is it?" Lin Feng, who was sleeping comfortably, was woken up by the ringing of the phone and subconsciously picked it up and answered it. "Ah, I'm Dongfang Qin. Are you sleeping? Have I disturbed you?" Dongfang Qin originally saw that the phone was still very happy, but when she heard the phone call, Lin Feng sounded like he wasn't asleep. She felt like she had done something wrong, and said with a bit of embarrassment, "On the side of Ding Shueshue, look at Dongfang Qin's performance now. Feel very strange, to know that they are from childhood to grow up together. Have not seen Dongfang Qin like this, even if they do wrong things, are hard just, will not admit that they are wrong, let alone this like doing wrong children like performance." Killed Ding Shueshue cannot believe the scene they saw. "Oh, it's you ah, it's fine, now ready to go is it?" Once Lin Feng heard it was Dongfang Qin, he also sobered up a bit and asked, No, I'm booking for 7 o'clock, at the River Fish Hot Pot, the address has been sent to you, just see that your green bubble has not been replying, so I'm calling you." Dongfang Qin was relieved to hear that Lin Feng didn't mean to blame himself and said in a hurry, "Okay, I'll be there when the time comes." Lin Feng said, "Aha, see you there, I'm hanging up oh." Dongfang Qin said obediently and hung up the voice call after saying that. "Your face is so red oh. What? Fell in love with him?" Ding Shueshue said with a smile as she looked at Dongfang Qin, who hung up the phone. "Which has? Isn't this disturbing his sleep? It's a bit embarrassing." Dongfang Qin pouted and said, "Ouch, ouch, still embarrassed, you have embarrassing times ah?" Ding Shueshue pouted and said, "Ouch, why not? Oh, you're shading me, see if I don't beat your ass." Dongfang Qin was Ding Shueshue so said, also began to return to normal, holding Ding Shueshue twisting together. The hand also Ding Shueshue's buttocks one by one to slap up, listening to the sound. "I know that this ass is very good, one can tell that it is still very brittle, has not been ravaged by people often." Lin Feng looked at the hung-up voice call, and then looked at the cell phone time, and found that it was still very early, so he closed his eyes again and looked asleep. Usually in this situation, there was going to be an accident if nothing else, because it is sleeping back to sleep, so sleep more fragrant. Dongfang Qin and Ding Shueshue played more than a dozen voice calls. Lin Feng, as one did not hear, has been waiting for the natural wake-up only to think of the evening there is a meal. Look at the time has been 7:30, that is, half an hour late is not yet arrived, especially when he saw so many missed voice calls on his cell phone. Lin Feng was slightly embarrassed and could only call Dongfang Qin back. "Why aren't you answering the phone? You don't think something happened on the way, do you? Should we call the police?" Dongfang Qin, who hadn't waited for Lin Feng to come and couldn't get through on the voice call, said anxiously, "Don't worry too much, how could all this happen? And it's only half an hour late, it's probably delayed by other things." Ding Shueshue was still a bit rational, so she didn't follow Dongfang Qin's train of thought, otherwise she would have gotten anxious too. Chapter 15, Eat a meal and change your car. "Ah, he called. Dongfang Qin said with a bit of excitement when she saw Lin Feng returning the call, startling the people eating on the side and looking at Dongfang Qin's side. Calm down, pick it up." Ding Shueshue on the side wasn't so excited and pulled Dongfang Qin's excited hand and said, Good. Dongfang Qin smoothed out and pressed the answer button. "Hey, sorry, overslept. I'll be there now." The voice call connected and Lin Feng's voice came out. This made Dongfang Qin, who had been worried about Lin Feng, feel relieved. After all, she was sleeping, it wasn't an accident. "Okay, there's no rush, we'll order when you get here," Dongfang Qin said. "Okay, 10 minutes, Lin Feng said. After hanging up the voice call, Lin Feng also picked up the car keys and went directly outside the villa. A foot of gas was going to dry to the River Fish Hot Pot restaurant. Still on time, say 10 minutes on 10 minutes. Lin Feng appeared in front of Dongfang Qin and Ding Shueshue. "Only this hair is not very good to look at, because the car is open top and driving fast. The hair is directly blown into a chicken nest, but in the eyes of some people, Lin Feng, this hairstyle is still very good to look at, or rather, the whole person is good to look at. Drive slowly, safety first." Seeing Lin Feng like this, Dongfang Qin immediately said with concern. She even got up and went to press Lin Feng's erected hair down, and even simply made a small hairstyle. This made Lin Feng a little confused. He had to know that yesterday Dongfang Qin wasn't like this, as if she had changed overnight. But Lin Feng didn't push Dongfang Qin away. letting Dongfang Qin fiddle with his hair as she pleased. How pretty this is. After simply getting a small hairstyle, Dongfang Qin looked at Lin Feng with great satisfaction. Okay, let's order first. I'm getting a bit hungry. However, Lin Feng didn't let the hairstyle exist for long. As he sat across from them, he directly scratched his hair with his hands and messed it up, which made Dongfang Qin a little angry. It was just strange. If she had put it aside in the past, then she would have definitely exploded and scolded Lin Feng. But today she didn't do that. She just frowned and pouted slightly before returning to normal. The food is still served here very quickly, so I didn't order in advance. I plan to wait for you to come and order together. Let's order now. You scan the QR code on your side. We'll scan the one on our side and order together. Ding Shueshue said, picked up her cell phone and swept the QR code on the table. It didn't take long to order a big table full of dishes. Meat dishes mostly, not even a few vegetarian dishes. Most of the meat ones were ordered by Lin Feng and Dongfang Qin, and the vegetarian ones were ordered by Ding Shueshue because she didn't really like meat, so she ordered vegetarian ones. Brother Feng, let me toast you. I'm sorry for offending you yesterday. I hope you can forgive me. Halfway through the meal, Dongfang Qin suddenly raised her cup and said to Lin Feng, it's fine, I forgive you. Lin Feng was slightly overwhelmed by Dongfang Qin, but he also quickly reacted and lifted his cup to clink it. Brother Feng, since I've apologized, then I have a little tiny request. I hope you can satisfy me. Do you think it's okay? Putting down the cup, Dongfang Qin looked at Lin Feng with a playful smile on her face. Ordinary people who saw Dongfang Qin like this thought it was kinda cute, but it looked a bit wrong in Lin Feng's eyes. Say it, what little request? If I can fulfill you, I will definitely do so. Lin Feng thought for a moment that she shouldn't have any bad requests either. So he said, that is it okay if I want to borrow your car for me to drive for a few days? I can give you my car as a substitute. Dongfang Qin said with a smile. Why? Lin Feng asked in disbelief. Because your car is a limited edition sports car. I've always been into cars since I was a kid. If it wasn't for my family not letting me buy just anything, I would have bought a lot of cars long ago, leading to the fact that only now is there only a Porsche Ben. Alas, Dongfang Qin originally also playful smile face as soon as said here, became very melancholy look, as if the whole person is very depressed. So is very strange. Girls rarely like the car. Did not think you actually like, that will lend you to drive a few days, but have to take it easy, which I did not drive a few days. Lin Feng had wanted to refuse, but after thinking about how he was now spending all cash back, none of it cost anything, even if he broke the car, he wasn't worried about anything, so he agreed to lend it to Dongfang Qin. Really? You're too kind. Hearing Lin Feng say that he could lend it to himself, Dongfang Qin couldn't help but shout twice. Only after reacting to the fact that it was a hotel did she lower her volume. Then she directly got up and came to Lin Feng's side, snapped and hugged Lin Feng. The two rounded piles on her chest directly squeezed on Lin Feng's chest, squeezing Lin Feng so that he couldn't catch his breath. Cough cough. Okay, get up. I almost didn't. Lin Feng didn't hold Dongfang Qin. He could only pat Dongfang Qin's back and said, otherwise he was really afraid of breaking his breath. Sorry, it's not too happy. Dongfang Qin also realized that it was slightly inappropriate and immediately got up with a red face and said. Dongfang Qin returned to the position. The three people continued to chat. Lin Feng also learned that Dongfang Qin and Ding Shueshue is in the city of Haidong one of the family's gold, because the two families is a family friend, so the two of them play better. However, if the two families, Ding Shueshue's family is richer, involved in a lot of industries, more than Dongfang Qin's family involved, so it is still richer. Both are the entity industry started, and then began to expand the industry. Although it cannot talk about in the city of Haidong only hand over the sky, but it is also very bull batch. Let Lin Feng are a little bit envious, want to go into the family, so that you can less decades of detours. Of course, if Lin Feng did not have the system, may really go to please one of the two of them, preferred Ding Shueshue, at least gentle, and then is into the family, and then is to eat soft rice to become rich. It's just that right now it can be said that there is no one in the world who is as rich as Lin Feng, unless the other person also has a system. It's impossible for them to be richer than Lin Feng. At most they are more powerful than Lin Feng. Alas, don't look at our family so good. In fact there are many rules if, fortunately now adult better, before not adult, to comply with is really much. My head is big, Dongfang Qin said with a pained expression, visible at that time really not very good days. Ding Shueshue is not much better. The only good thing is that she is more quiet, not as bad-tempered as Dongfang Qin, listened to parents, so still better than Dongfang Qin's days. After the wine and rice, had planned to go somewhere else to play, but Dongfang Qin is unable to resist to drive Lin Feng's Lamborghini cattle. can only be next time about it? After the two exchanged car keys, Dongfang Qin pulled Ding Shuashua into Lin Feng's car, familiarized herself with it for a while and drove off, leaving Lin Feng to eat the exhaust. This niece, forget it, anyway, just have a car to drive, Lin Feng said with a smile, then got into Dongfang Qin's car. Just this went up, Lin Feng almost people. The perfume in the car was too strong. I did not expect to put such a heavy flavor. Lin Feng could only open 4 doors to ventilate. Chapter 16 Racing on the news. Ding, release the task. Set up a company within a month, lest the host be bored to death. More than 10 employees to be considered complete. Do not seek to make a profit. Success rewards 10 points of physical value. A Boeing Private 775 airplane. A star building. If it fails, the host's little brother is permanently 10 centimeters smaller. This task is still very good to complete. Right, see how good I am to the host. While Lin Feng was waiting for the smell in the car to dissipate, the system released the task. Ha, good, if you remove the penalty for failure, I definitely say you're good. Lin Feng was still happy to hear it at first, but seeing the penalty for failure didn't make him happy at all. Although this mission was easy to complete, but there are exceptions to everything. If there is an anomaly he must not be angry. Host to believe in themselves. This is a small problem. Do not give some punishment. That host touch fish. My performance how to do, to know other systems cannot be so simple. How are to engage in very difficult tasks. I cannot be so rolled. Okay, you're the best in the world. Lin Feng is also too lazy to care so much. If the system runs away, he will not be finished. Hey, now the countdown has begun. Hurry up. The goal of mission completion is that the company has more than 10 people after the end of the countdown to be considered complete. By the way, excluding you. Good. Play like this, right? I'm not human, Lin Feng said. Right, not a person. You're the boss and not an employee. I'm afraid you'll get stuck in a bug, and then there will only be 9 employees. I'm such a person? Lin Feng said disdainfully. Yes, I Nima. How am I such a person? Lin Feng said angrily. This wasn't a proper slander, but the back of the system did not reply. Lin Feng is also lazy to dwell on. Now it is imperative to set up a company. Originally Lin Feng also has the intention to set up a company. Otherwise it is difficult to explain to others where their money comes from. Although it does not need to be explained by everyone, but to avoid unnecessary trouble or have a company of their own is the best. Do it. Lin Feng also does not care how the car's odor dissipated. Directly first car home again. At home slowly to think about how to do. Arrived at the gate of half the sky. The car is an unfamiliar vehicle, so cannot directly open the gate, can only be opened manually. Good thing that the security guard is recognized Lin Feng. See is Lin Feng driving. Immediately open the gate. Let Lin Feng enter. Which makes Lin Feng feel that this place is really good. Before Lin Feng and Shenyu they said is to open an investment company. So Lin Feng decided to open an investment company. Anyway, not afraid of losing money. As long as it is to spend money. Are small problems. Lin Feng is the same as zero cost inputs. The money earned is earned. If you lose, it is also zero cost loss. How is it all earned? Just before are the social animal Lin Feng. For the opening of the company is simply know nothing, which do not know where to start. Good thing there is an online generation of registration. As long as you give money, will help you to register a good company, and then you can go to the development of their own, to avoid their own running around to register. Lin Feng found a reputable online business with a registered company. After understanding a bit, ordinary registration $300 can register a company, but a long time, it takes 7 days. If you want to go faster, the fastest is a day out. Just the price is 2,888 yuan. For the general public is very expensive. For Lin Feng and 2 cents no difference. So the discussion will buy this. Registered companies also need a company address, otherwise there is no way to register. Cannot register out of thin air, right? So the other side needs Lin Feng to rent an office space first, and then look for them can go to register the company. Lin Feng also agreed and said that he would go rent a venue during the day, especially since Lin Feng thought that if he completed his mission he would have an office building, the Star Building, which would be very suitable to rent a floor down. Anyway, it would be his own place in the future, so it was good to not use it. Star Building has been built for 10 years, a total of 32 floors. Each floor is very large. There are 2,000 square feet. Although it is not the largest office building, but in the city of Haidong, it is considered large, and the rent is not cheap. A layer of the words is 5 million a year, a deposit of 1 year. That is, you need to pay $10 million to be able to do so. Of course, you can also look for the kind of split floor. There are smaller square feet, so that small companies are more cost effective, but also rented up very cheap. Lin Feng found the phone number of the sales staff on the internet. Directly call the past to explain the intention. About tomorrow morning to look at the actual site. And then add a little green bubbles after even completed. Everything is to wait for tomorrow. Dongfang Qin, who was speeding on the fast road, felt the excitement of speed and shouted loudly. Fortunately, now is not the off-work rush hour. Otherwise the car simply cannot run fast. Now the expressway is limited to 120, but for the family has someone Dongfang Qin is a small problem. Even if photographed illegal, the same sentence can be eliminated. Slow down oh. Slow down oh. Ding Shueshue cannot stand so exciting. The mouth is also has been said to drive slowly. Currently the car on the dashboard display is 200 kilometers per hour. To know the general car is not easy to run so fast. Can only be a performance car can? Sports car needless to say. If it wasn't for the fact that there were still some cars on the expressway, Dongfang Qin would have to run up to 300 kilometers per hour in order to experience the thrill of a sports car. This makes together on the fast road drivers look dumbfounded. Just past what is a thing. How? Whoosh. Ground a moment is no longer. Only saw a shadow. In addition to the drivers on the road like this, there are also traffic police also saw this thing, so quickly went to prepare to intercept, as well as punishment, or too bad. But Dongfang Qin still don't know. Only know continue to wildly. Don't look at her just get a license. But really this driving technology is still quite good. Don't know think is the old driver. On the side of Ding Shueshue is not good. The whole person is almost fainted. This speed is so fast. There is no pleasure. Only dizziness, resulting in the back of the Ding Shueshue do not want to talk, can only die grasping the seatbelt, and leaned against the seat backrest, closed his eyes. Since there are still things to do tomorrow, Lin Feng did not play very late, washed up and went to bed. What kind of car is this? Can it run so fast? Do you want to die? Don't the traffic police catch it? What if something happens? This car is really cool, but the driver is a girl. Is she a professional racer? Dongfang Qin driving is indeed too fast, too alternative. So there are some people to the car recorder video to the internet, which immediately caused a sensation. After all, this society now few people will drive so fast in the fast road. Even on the highway is also rare to drive so fast. So immediately on the daily occurrence of the top 10 hotspots. To know can be on the daily occurrence inside the top 10 is not easy. Usually only stars or business bigwigs and so on will be on, or as some interesting very hot will come up. Although it was only the 9th place, it was also not easy. But Dongfang Qin was completely unaware of this matter. She has also had enough fun now. On the way home, Chapter 17 rented a floor of the building is not expensive $9.5 million. Hoo. So happy. Next time find a racing track and keep running. Dongfang Qin who drove the car home, just parked the car and said, I can't, I'm going to throw up oh. After this car stopped, Ding Shueshue opened the car door and ran out, holding a tree and vomited, directly puking almost everything she ate at night. Aya. How could this happen? Okay. Dongfang Qin went over and gently patted Ding Shueshue's back and said, you're driving too fast for this. Can't stand it oh. After throwing up for a while, Ding Shueshue said back after being slightly more comfortable. If it is not too late now, Dongfang Qin also want to continue. After all, the car is open one day less one day. Now do not open the future will not open. Due to the Oriental Qin and Ding Shueshue two families are living together, is also similar to half of the villa area, called Fuli Homes. Do not look at the name as not half of the domineering, but inside the house is still ordinary people cannot afford to buy. The cheapest here at that time to 3 million. That is still 20 years ago 3 million. Now has risen in price old expensive. Dongfang Qin and Ding Shueshue two families is to buy a high-grade villa, but also next to the closer, is the neighbor. Just an ordinary district is not the same as door to door, but the distance between the nearest distance is also 100 meters. Dongfang Qin see Ding Shueshue this look slightly or a little heartache. After all, also has a relationship with their own, can only comfort. Ding Shueshue after vomiting and then take a break on a much better. Now as the head is still a little dizzy. If it is not the car's good shock absorption, bumps in the road will be more difficult. Woke up early in the morning. Lin Feng saw his cell phone received a text message reminder. If the ordinary text message certainly will not how to see, but this is not an ordinary text message. But the local traffic police brigade sent a text message. Probably said Lin Feng's car speeding. Hope that Lin Feng can come to the traffic police brigade to deal with the situation within 7 working days. Otherwise it will be seriously dealt with. Lin Feng the whole person has not yet awake to see such a situation. Let a person a little less happy. But Lin Feng directly screenshot the content of the text message sent to the Oriental Qin green bubble on. But also see the Oriental Qin yesterday evening also sent some information to Lin Feng himself. And in the car to take pictures. Just Lin Feng sleep early. Did not reply only now to see. For the first time in the villa to sleep asleep Lin Feng a little less accustomed to. Before get up and can go downstairs to eat breakfast. but now there is no breakfast downstairs, so you can only drive out to eat. After all, there is nothing in the kitchen refrigerator. Can only come back to the time to buy some things? Lin Feng, who wanted to go out to eat, thought for a moment or go directly to the Star Mansion. Anyway, there is a breakfast there to buy. And by the way, then look at the field scene, to avoid being pitched after buying. On the way to Lin Feng has called the sales. After all, eat an early morning also does not take long. Also let the other party too early, to avoid their own waiting for sales half a day to come. That said, nevertheless, although driving is the East Chin's car, but also drive very smooth. Anyway, in the city cannot be fast to go, but then the Lamborghini cow good to drive a lot. Lin Feng also decided to buy a SUV to open later, or later take other sister out to play. The car cannot sit more than two sister. Sales also received Lin Feng's call is also fast to go to the Star Mansion and so on Lin Feng. But Lin Feng arrived near the Star Mansion and did not hurry to go over, but first to solve the problem of stomach rumbling first. Anyway, the building couldn't run away here, and the sales wouldn't rush himself. So he bought a few buns and soy milk and slowly and leisurely went to the entrance of the Star Mansion, which was the agreed place to meet. Hello, you are Mr. Lin, aren't you? The sales at the entrance of the Star Mansion saw this Lin Feng from a long distance eating buns and drinking soy milk at the same time and thought that it was his buyer Lin Feng, mainly because of this debauchery of this Lin Feng. It's not the same as the feeling given by those who come here to work, and as a gold medal salesman saw it at a glance and came to Lin Feng's side and asked, "HM, how did you see it was me in this? I haven't even called yet." Lin Feng looked curiously at the sales in front of him. Don't look at the other party as a woman. But this recognizing people is still a bit impressive. So he said, because the people who come here are either working or looking for a job. Even the management are all in a hurry to leave. But you're not in a hurry. You're eating your breakfast, and you're walking towards this side of the main door, and combining that with the time that I talked to you before. So it proves that it's you. The gold medal sales boasted, which made Lin Feng admire the other party's power. How would an ordinary person think like that? And call if they couldn't wait. Awesome, awesome. I wonder if you've eaten yet. I still have a bun here that I haven't eaten. Want to take a bite? Lin Feng briefly clapped and applauded, then handed the sales another bun and said, "Okay, thank you Mr. Lin, it just so happens that I haven't eaten either." The gold medal sales didn't hold back, so he just took the bun and took a bite before saying, "Right, what's your name?" Lin Feng asked. "My name is Chang Wanting. You can just call me Xiao Chang." Chang Wanting said, "It looks like you're older than me. It's not very polite to call Xiao Chang. It's better to call you Sister Chang." Lin Feng wanted to call Xiao Chang, but seeing that the other party was at least a few years older than him, calling Xiao Chang was still a bit of a mouthful. "Ha ha, it's all fine. I'm also 30. I should be a few years older than Mr. Lin," Chang Wanting said with a smile. The two people chatted and walked, and soon arrived at the 22nd floor that Lin Feng had his eye on. It was considered to be in the middle. The view was good, and there was still a whole floor that had been renovated. It was mainly because the previous company had gone out of business, so they rolled up their sleeves and left behind some simple desks and chairs for the office. The valuables were all sold, and these were the only ones that weren't good enough to be sold. "Mr. Lin, you can see that this floor basically doesn't need to be decorated or anything to start working. Just get someone to simply clean it up or something." Chang Wanting pointed at this floor and said, "Well, it's pretty good. It meets my requirements. I wonder if Sister Chang knows any companies for decoration and cleaning? I won't go looking for them myself," Lin Feng said after briefly turning around. "This one does, and it's inside the building. There's no need to go outside and look for it. I also have contact information here, so I'll push it to you on the green bubble when the time comes. Do you think it's okay?" Chang Wanting nodded and said, "It's fine, please Sister Chang," Lin Feng said. After everything was fine, the two discussed the price. Originally the rent was to be 5 million a year, but Chang Wanting lowered the price to 4.5 million. Although the deposit was still 5 million, but the deposit could be refunded later, and this rent was cheaper, so it was fine. The price for Lin Feng does not matter, can afford to rent, and after a month without surprise is their own assets. So even if you want a 10 million rent Lin Feng can afford. Chang Wanting came with a sales contract, just fill in the amount is enough. Lin Feng look at it and there is no problem, signed the contract, and then to the company account to pay. Just Lin Feng now only 1 million, so can only be batched 10 times to pay. Otherwise there is not so much money to pay at once. Watching Lin Feng operate 10 times before all the payments were made, the understanding Chang Wanting didn't say anything. After all, sometimes it was easy to limit large transfers, so it was normal to make payments in batches, so she didn't feel that there was anything wrong with Lin Feng. "Okay, 9.5 million has been paid. You let the finance check." After all the payments were made, Lin Feng said to Chang Wanting, "Okay, I'll let the finance look at it later. You keep a copy of the contract. In the future if there's something you can find me." As long as I can solve it, I'll try my best to help you out. Chang Wanning looked at Lin Feng a little bit like a prey. Only this feeling was very short and Lin Feng didn't notice it. It was just that Chang Wanning talking like this was a little bit reminiscent. Chapter 18, everything is starting to get on track. Since Lin Feng didn't notice Chang Wanning's small movements, he took the contract and said goodbye to Chang Wanting. After all, Chang Wanting needed to be busy with something else and couldn't stay with Lin Feng all the time. So Lin Feng continued to stroll around this side of the floor. More than 2,000 square feet for the general company is more than enough. But look at the company left things to judge. It is estimated that a live electric company, as to why it closed down, Lin Feng does not know. To know that now live selling goods is still relatively hot. It is a while ago out of a 79 yuan eyebrow pencil are said to be too expensive for customers to an anchor, resulting in a slight decline in the live selling of goods. But more than the rest of the industry is still very profitable. The industry is still very profitable. After reading Lin Feng's mind already has a rough plan. Just at the moment is certainly not use such a large place. So still need to communicate with the decoration and design company. How to design better. Will not waste place. Soon Lin Feng through the process Wanting pushed the decoration and cleaning of the green bubble at each other. Learned that Lin Feng's meaning. To come to the 22nd floor to meet and agree on how to come out. Cleaning is okay, as long as the place are cleared out on the line. Lin Feng do not want this kind of leftover things. If placed in the past Lin Feng will still want, but now is to spend money to buy new things is to appear to be rich in their own company. After all, is also an investment company, so if you use secondhand to say it does not go. And after confirming the address, Lin Feng sent the address to the person who registered the company on behalf of the company, and now is waiting for the other party to register the company. The company's name is called Beacon Investment Company Limited. Simple and clear. The other party also said that this afternoon will be registered. Now is to let the cleaning company slowly clean on the line. Of course the cost is not cheap, mainly because the place is too big. For Lin Feng is not a problem. Directly let the other side to estimate a rough cost, and then get a contract over on the line. Now it is with the decoration company to discuss how to decorate and so on. After all, to be early to decorate the best. The mission was just to have 10 employees, so Lin Feng wasn't going to renovate 2,000 square meters in one go. Instead he was going to renovate only a small part of it, and then slowly renovate it when the mission was completed. Mr. Lin, take a look at this. This is our previous client's design. Do you have a favorite? Coming into the parlor of the Dignity Decoration Company, a young lad about Lin Feng's age pointed at the design on the laptop screen and said, "Okay, I'll take a brief look at it." Lin Feng nodded and said, then used his mouse to click on the switching pictures, looking at them one by one. The young man on the side was also not in a hurry, but instead also introduced it. What is the design concept of this figure? What design scheme is neutralized and so on? Anyway, said very lofty, have been looking at a dozen design drawings. Lin Feng people are looking a little dizzy, but fortunately there are 2 design drawings more in line with Lin Feng's ideas, but still almost mean, so we have to modify according to these 2 drawings. It's also just a matter of designing 100 square meters first, completing the task and then continuing the design. So don't be too complicated. Okay, Mr. Lin, I'll arrange the design. I'll come up with some design sketches in about a day. You can then make a decision on what needs to be modified. It's just that this contract needs to be signed now, right? The young man said. Yes, pay half of the deposit first, pay the final payment when it's suitable as well as when it's decorated. But the sooner the better. I'm in a hurry, Lin Feng said without objection. You wait a moment, I'll go get the contract. The young man said and got up and went out to get the contract. Lin Feng now just wanted to go as fast as possible. Time was running out. Don't look at a month as being long. In reality it wasn't so fast when the renovation was done. Lin Feng also did not idle. Download a Big Boss recruitment app. Register. When the business license arrived, you can be certified here. And recruiting, now it is about the network. So can recruit online. Lin Feng did not bother to go offline photos. How troublesome. And also fast. Online interview. Not suitable on the next. Suitable to come over to work. Otherwise offline job fair. If people are more okay, not more is to sit for a day exhausted, not a few. Let you wait a long time. This is the contract. You look at it. Suitable if you sign here. The young man went for 10 minutes and came back. Put the contract in front of Lin Feng and said, "Okay, let me have a look." Lin Feng said as he picked up the contract and read it. Simply read it. There is no big problem. Is the construction date Lin Feng proposed to be completed within 7 days? 100 square meters within 7 days. There is enough time. Not on the 2 shifts. Plus money on the line. This is fine. It's just that it might take 2 shifts. The price will be higher. The young man didn't say no. Anyway, it can make money on the line. Yes, money is not a problem. Saving time is the point. Lin Feng said. Then he said some more precautions, reconfirmed that there were no problems and decided the design to the completion of the renovation will be a total of 300,000. This is still adding money for 2 shifts, otherwise it will only take 200,000 to 200,000 or so. Lin Feng quickly made a payment of 150,000 to the other company's account. The rest is the completion and then give. The young man to see the transfer is also very happy to know that he is also able to eat the commission. This time on a few $1,000s of commission. To know so expensive, Lin Feng selected are good materials. If that kind of toxic materials, even if the decoration is good, but also cannot immediately let people go into work, but also have to ventilate for a period of time. It is very delayed things, so only to come are environmentally friendly. The price is on the expensive side. After adding each other to the private green bubble, Lin Feng realized that the other party is called Wang Jiaojiao. At first glance, I thought it was a girl's name, and I saw the word before I realized that it was this. No wonder I didn't introduce myself much at first. Okay, from now on you can just look for me. I'm always there when I'm not sleeping, Wang Jiaojiao said with a smile. Okay, please, Lin Feng said. After things were done, Lin Feng didn't stay long. Now he went to another company, the cleaning company, to sign the contract, because the other party said it on the green bubble, so Lin Feng went straight there too. Mr. Lin, I'm Xiao Yuan, come this way, we've evaluated a proposal. 100 square feet. You and I will go to the parlor and I'll show you the contract. Lin Feng had just stepped out of the elevator when he saw the cleaning company's man. He greeted him warmly and took Lin Feng to the parlor. Okay, please, Lin Feng said as he walked. When he came to the parlor, Xiao Yuan was talking to Lin Feng about how to clean and what to do. Anyway, Lin Feng didn't understand any of it and directly thought it was awesome. Good, then take the contract out. Try to get it done within 3 days. After all, when your side is cleaned up, the decoration has to be good to get in. Lin Feng nodded and said, this you can rest assured. We are professionals. 2 shifts won't take 3 days, Xiao Yuan said after patting his chest. Okay, I'm relieved to have you say that. Pay half up front and the other half when you're done, Lin Feng said with great satisfaction. The contract was also signed and the money was called. The cost was cheap, $8,000 would do. For other places this price is considered expensive, but for cleaning up that kind of company is still very cheap. To know that they also need to clean up the table chairs is physical labor. Lin Feng also did not haggle. Anyway, this money spent and not spent is the same. Currently all done after realizing that it was almost noon. This stomach began to rumble. It seems that serious work did not notice the change of time. It's noon, Mr. Lin. Have you eaten yet? If not, do you want to eat some together? When Lin Feng was struggling with where to eat, Chang Wanting sent a green bubble message over to Lin Feng. So Lin Feng opened it and looked at it. Lin Feng didn't understand Chang Wanting's meaning at once, but he didn't think much about it. He just thought that the other party was defending the customer. So he said to eat or something. Sales, isn't that what it's all about? To talk about business over drinks. That's fine. I'm also worried about not having a place to eat. Lin Feng replied. Okay, then I'll book a seat on the side first. I'll send it to you when it's booked. Chang Wanting replied very quickly as well. I guess she was staring at her phone. It's fine, take your time, Lin Feng replied back. Lin Feng waited for the other party to send the location over while walking to the elevator to take the elevator to the underground parking garage. Otherwise the car couldn't be taken out. This ass just sat on the driver's seat. Chang Wanting's green bubble sent a message over. Lin Feng opened it and looked at it. The 3rd floor of the Four Seasons Hotel's Mingwei Xian. Someone will take you up when you arrive and report my name. Okay, let Sister Chung break the bank. Lin Feng recognized this hotel. It was a chain of 5-star hotels in the country. Ordinary people wouldn't really go here to eat and drink. To know that it wasn't cheap. You're welcome, brother, Chang Wanting replied. The Four Seasons Hotel wasn't far from the Star Mansion. It was just a few minutes by car. Lin Feng arrived quickly and was guided by the porter to the underground parking garage. Why didn't the porter over here help with parking? It is estimated that Lin Feng is now driving a cheap car. Plus the entrance is not allowed to park randomly, so it can only lead to the underground parking garage. Parked the car, Lin Feng took the elevator to the 1st floor. The main thing is that there is no button above the 1st floor. This elevator can only go from the negative underground floor to the 1st floor and no more. Hello sir, can I help you? Lin Feng just got out of the elevator. A beautiful waitress came over and said with a smile, I have to say that the waitresses of 5-star hotels are just beautiful. These long legs, this little face, TSK. There's MS. Chang booked the Mingwei Xian on the 3rd floor. How do I get there? Lin Feng quickly came back to his senses and asked. You come with me. I'll take you there. The beautiful waitress said with a smile and led Lin Feng along. The two people looked like they were walking side by side. In fact, The beautiful waitress was slightly more than half a body of Lin Feng. The main thing that made it appear that she was leading Lin Feng, which could be seen as different from a normal waitress. The beautiful waitress took Lin Feng to the other side of the elevator. Here to go in to see a lot of floor buttons. The Four Seasons Hotel is 16 floors. So here's 16 floors of buttons, just Lin Feng does not go to so high, as long as to go to the third floor on the line. The beautiful waitress also only pressed the third floor. When he arrived at the third floor, under the leadership of the beautiful waitress, he went to the Manhwa box. Chapter 19 Landlord Brother Lu. 5-star hotel decoration is not the same. This aisle is the kind of opulent. Especially someone's box door is bound to stand a waiter. Usually beautiful women. A few also have boys. After all, there are not so many girls. Well, sir, this is the place. If you have any questions you can ask the continuing service staff later. I'll leave you alone for now. The beautiful waitress led Lin Feng a little way to the entrance of the Manhwa and also opened the door for Lin Feng to enter. After that she brought the door closed and left. Lin Feng looked at the room's decorations and was also surprised. This room also only had one round table. It could only sit around 10 people. It was fine if you wanted to add people to squeeze in. But, don't look at only one round table. In fact, this place is very big. And then put 2 round tables are not excessive. And the decoration is always the feeling of the literati. Hanging on the wall is the painting and calligraphy, and shelves to put some bottles and cans, is estimated to be antiques, but certainly not very valuable, or broken cannot be good. Lin Feng simply observed for a while and then continued to sit in his seat. During this time there was also a waiter who asked Lin Feng if he wanted to serve food, but Chang Wanting hadn't come yet, so Lin Feng wasn't in a hurry and asked the waiter to serve it later. I'm sorry, there was a bit of a delay just now, otherwise I would have been here a long time ago. Lin Feng had been here for almost 20 minutes before Chang Wanting came, rarely apologizing. Just now Chang Wanting in before the meeting is not the same, obviously dressed up, mainly also changed clothes, not before the kind of work clothes, now wearing clothes Chang Wanting body directly bare up, especially the long legs are still wearing black silk, which man does not like this is obviously to go to change the clothes before the delay, not have other time. It's okay, there's no rush, later is later. Lin Feng is not stupid. Looking at Chang Wanting this way he felt that there is something. Lin Feng is young, but his eyesight is still there. A woman who is charming, wearing clothes that emphasize her figure to come alone to an appointment. It is not simple to see. Waiter, serve the food, Chang Wanting said to the waiter at the door. Okay, wait a moment, the waiter replied, then said something into the walkie-talkie in his hand, and started preparing to serve the food. The meals are all ordered according to the previous convention. If you have a contraindication you can say so, and you can change it or reorder it at that time. Chang Wanting sat on Lin Feng's left-hand side and looked at Lin Feng with a smile and said, without knowing it, she thought this was a pair of lovers. It's fine, I eat everything. I don't abstain from food, otherwise I would have already said it to the waiter. Lin Feng didn't notice anything and also responded with a smile. That's good, but it's okay, this time it's also because I didn't think it through. I should have let you order as well. Chang Wanting said slightly flirtatiously as she ruffled her hair behind her ears with her hand. It's okay. I don't avoid food. I'll eat whatever I have. Lin Feng still didn't notice anything and continued. I'm a bit curious. What does a younger brother do at such a young age? Of course if it's inconvenient, you can leave it out. Chang Wanting tested for half a day and saw that Lin Feng still looked unperturbed, so she didn't continue to tease and looked for a topic. Before it was to open an investment company abroad to earn money from foreigners, but wasn't it an epidemic before? Cause a little change, so it is intended to return to our own country. It is safer. Anyway, in the country can also earn foreign money, is slightly troublesome, but compared to the life, or quite cost-effective, Lin Feng said casually. Those who didn't know really thought that Lin Feng had opened a company abroad, but Process Wanting didn't suspect. After all, taking out 9.5 million in cash at one time was still relatively small. Most of them were dragging their feet to give the rent, give it in installments, or take out a loan. Or younger brother is young and talented. Oh, sister is very envious, to know that many people like younger brother so old, either working, or continue to study. There are not a few as the boss, at least sister dry so long sales, did not come across a few. Chang Wanting already admired Lin Feng, although not completely convinced, but also believed in 7 or 8, and Lin Feng did find himself renting a floor to open a company, which does not indicate that it is indeed a rich man, lucky to meet the windfall. Otherwise I wouldn't have been able to make so much money at once, Lin Feng said with a smile, only taking what Chang Wanting said as a compliment. It was still quite nice to hear, so the two began to chat. It could be seen that Chang Wanting had a higher level, she could talk about anything, and would make Lin Feng very useful, but Lin Feng was like a college student who had just entered society, he would only accept compliments. The speed of serving food is still very fast, a total of 6 dishes: soup, meat, vegetarian, or a good arrangement. While eating and chatting, Chang Wanning also took the initiative to give food to Lin Feng, making Lin Feng a bit overwhelmed, but also continued to eat. After all, it's not good not to eat. Since they were all driving, they didn't drink alcohol, they just drank some drinks, so no one was on top of their heads, otherwise hell knows what would have happened. Lin Feng didn't have anything to do in the afternoon, but it was Chang Wanning who received a phone call and said goodbye. Just as Lin Feng was about to start the car to go home, he received a voice call from Dongfang Qin. Lin Feng answered it directly. "Brother, I'm sorry, I drove too fast yesterday, I caused you trouble. I'll find someone to get rid of it." When the phone was picked up, Dongfang Qin said with a bit of urgency, and by the sound of her voice she felt slightly sleepless, "Alright, you look at yourself to deal with on the line." Lin Feng did not worry at all and said, Okay, do you want to have dinner again tonight, and apologize again?" Dongfang Qin asked tentatively. "Okay, I don't have anything to do in the evening anyway," Lin Feng quickly said. There really wasn't anything to do at night anyway. Okay, I'll let you know in advance when the time comes," Dongfang Qin said after taking a sigh of relief. "Okay," Lin Feng said and hung up after saying something else. Originally intended to go directly home, but there is a dinner at night, so still directly is intended to go to the rented house to take away the valuable things, but also to find the landlord to return the rent. There is a big villa. How will still come here? So return the rent. "Brother Lu, I plan to return the rent. Are you at home?" Sighed over, while calling the landlord. "Otherwise if not at home, today will not be able to return the house." Shaolin how do you plan to not rent?" Lu asked curiously. "This is just bought a house, just plan to return it, otherwise empty how bad?" Lin Feng said. "I told you, you kid is definitely going to get ahead. Just bought a house. In which neighborhood? There is time for Brother Lu to go over and sit down." Lu heard very happy said. This is not the kind of false happy, but heartfelt happy, because Lu know Lin Feng's sufferings, so Lin Feng is also very care. Others 2,000 a month rent, Lin Feng as long as 1,000. At first Lu know of the Lin Feng sufferings when the intention not to rent, but Lin Feng said nothing refused to, can only mean to receive a cost price. Even the cost of water and electricity are cost price. Others cannot be so treated, even if it is just graduated college students to rent, all according to the market price, not according to the cost price. Mainly Lu brother also Lin Feng is his brother treatment. There are good food and good drink. We'll let the Lin Feng to come over to eat together, and even can not come to eat. We'll give the Lin Feng package to send over. Can be said to be letting a person is still very touched. Lin Feng also knows how to be grateful, so sometimes the company sends out gifts for holidays, what mooncakes and so on. We'll give Lu's family to eat, even when they are busy, they will still take Lu's daughter out to play, or wait for Lu to come back inside the house rented by Lin Feng. So Lin Feng is still very fond of brother Lu's family, just like it again, but also need to leave. Can't leave a house empty. Let brother Lu continue to charge at cost price, which is now the price of rent is cabbage. Lu is a local. There are several sets of houses, are at the time of demolition to get, so in addition to occasionally go to work in their own store, is to collect rent, so a month down Lu Hao also have a few tens of thousands of dollars of income. At that time others demolition as long as the money. Only brother Lu discerning, to a few sets of houses and 2 stores, so now is the proper chartered, completely not afraid of no money. Good just in half of the villa one, come and tell me one day, Lin Feng said with a smile. You kid and brother jokes is it? That place the average person cannot afford to buy. You kid bottom I still do not know so honestly, brother and will not laugh at you. Lu heard a little bit of froze, but soon thought of that place as the Villa King. As a local how would not know, so not at all believe what Lin Feng said. And it's not like they don't know how much money Lin Feng full body. Really virtual currency you know, right? I've talked to you before. Lin Feng knew that the other party didn't believe it, so he thought about it for a moment and came up with this. News of virtual currencies getting rich overnight abounded, so by saying this, Lu would believe it. I know, you wouldn't be getting rich off of this, right? Lu said. Even the tone is a little unbelievable. Did not expect this can still earn a few $100 million. Yes, this is very easy to get rich, but bankruptcy is also very easy. I just happened to hoard a little currency before, did not expect it to skyrocket, so I immediately out of the drop, earned a little money, but also bought a house. And later, even if bankruptcy, the house is still good to sell, Lin Feng said with his mouth open, as if he had really earned a few $100 million by this thing. TSK, you kid, deep pockets okay, money must be saved, don't spend it indiscriminately, you don't have a wife yet, next time let your sister-in-law introduce you to one, so that she can manage the money for you Lu heard Lin Feng say so true, also chose to believe. Even already thought about the future planning of Lin Feng. Let Lin Feng get married earlier, so that can control Lin Feng not to spend money recklessly, because men with money will indeed become bad. Lu was like this before. Is the person who came through? Fortunately it was Lu's wife who did not leave him alone before Lu came to his senses. Chapter 20, Coming Together to Move. Brother Lu, you're planning to introduce your neighboring village's revuoi to me, aren't you? When Lin Feng heard Brother Lu say this, he thought that before Brother Lu was planning to introduce himself to an object, but as a result, he met and realized that the other party simply couldn't hold his own. So Lin Feng didn't believe Brother Lu's words about introducing an object anymore. Oops, that's not that I don't know that you don't like this. You know that it's easy to give birth to a son with a thick waist and a big butt to pass on the family name. Lu was also a little embarrassed by Lin Feng. Just according to the traditional concepts of the countryside, such a woman is easy to give birth to a child, especially if Lin Feng can say that if he doesn't give birth to a son, he may have to go extinct, which in Lu's eyes is not something he wants to happen. Yes, but this revuoi is really not working. I don't like this, Lin Feng said. He knew what Lu meant, but this can't be forced against a man's will I'm here soon. Brother Lu, just don't go to the store first. Let sister-in-law top it first. Lin Feng saw that he was almost at his destination and said, okay, anyway, no one buys fruits at noon. I'll not go over there first and wait for you to come. Lu said. After hanging up the phone, drove for a few minutes and arrived. The car was just parked downstairs. He saw Brother Lu stretching his head upstairs to look down, presumably to see if Lin Feng had arrived. Good boy, is this car yours too? When Brother Lu saw Lin Feng come out of the car, he said in a loud voice. He couldn't do it without shouting. After all, he was on the third floor and was afraid that he wouldn't be able to hear him. No, it's a friend's. I borrowed it to drive. It's not to move things, Lin Feng also said loudly. After saying that, Lin Feng went directly into the building, soon arrived at the third floor. This neighborhood is the kind of row that is not a door-to-door house. The first floor is a house with 6 houses, all of which are Lu's. Lu's house is on the left-hand side of the stairs, and Lin Feng's is on the right-hand side. It's only 2 days gone. You kids so rich, and this car is not cheap have to be $1 million. This friend of yours is not simple Lu said with a smile after Lin Feng came up. Fortunately, I traded my car to her to drive, so I'll just drive her car first, Lin Feng said. Well, then I'll move things with you so you don't have to move fast alone, and by the way, take me to your new house to see it. I haven't seen what a villa king looks like, Lu said. Okay, no problem, trouble Brother Lu, Lin Feng said. You're welcome. What else do we say as brothers? Brother Lu patted Lin Feng's shoulder and said with a smile, Lin Feng's things are not a lot. After all, is a boy well, buy clothes is also less. Only 4 seasons often wear clothes outside. There are not too many clothes to wear. Simply pack up a bit. Put things are packed into the car. Only the trunk is full. On the back row slightly put the computer, so important things. Basically there is nothing. Fortunately the car is big enough. Or if the Lamborghini cow is completely not put, I'm afraid to go to find a moving company. Sure enough, you see your bad luck before? Now rich, but still have to remember, wealth is not exposed. Do not say to strangers that they have money. Now too many people hate the rich. Brother, I hope you can live more and more good. After all, right, also come to find more, brother, drink. Or your sister-in-law's strict control does not allow me to how to drink. On the way to the halfway house, Brother Lu also said to Lin Feng with the colloquialism of an elder. Well, it will. The general public I certainly will not tell. But in the future, Brother Lu, have any difficulties, remember to say with me. As long as it can be solved with money. Are able to find me? Now is the money, haha. Now I also open the company. Just not yet recruited. So in the future the money just will be more and more. Lin Feng knew what Lu said and accepted it. If someone else said that, Lin Feng would still be a little impatient. That's good. In the future when my brother doesn't have any private money, my brother will have to sponsor some. Ha ha. Lu said with a smile, although he wouldn't have no private money. It's just that it's easier to say so to promote the feelings of 2 men. After all, the thing of private money can only be a man, so it's very touching to say so. Along the way, Lu brother chatting and Lin Feng in the past happened. Nostalgia. Lin Feng rented in Lu brother here also has 4 or 5 years. How is it all is affectionate? Just the thought of now Lin Feng is gone, then less a person to chat and drink. All of a sudden or a little hard. It is that you're gone. Lin estimated to have a moment to accept. When you also have to coax a little or I and your sister-in-law cannot be suppressed. Lu thought of his daughter. If she knew that Lin Feng had moved away, more or less she would be a little sad. Although the two were 8 years apart, but the relationship was so good. Just like Lin Feng's own sister, Lin Feng was also very good to her. This is for sure. Lin is like my sister. Can't not treat her well, but she is also now in her senior year. Plus now all lodging. Wait for her next time when she comes back and then talk to her. Right now just don't say so much. Don't affect her study. Lin Feng heard Lu talking about his daughter. A little girl with a ponytail. A bit of a loli came to mind. Only now it's 18 years old. But this little girl is very much like to follow Lin Feng. Probably Lin Feng's thoughts about his sister are pinned on Lin Lin. So it's also very good for Lin Lin. Before, when the study is not tight, the break time will also take out to play. For Lin Lin, who wished to have an older brother, Lin Feng gave her the feeling of being very secure and different from other boys. So it caused Lin Lin to be so bashful that she would stick to Lin Feng so much. If it wasn't for the fact that senior high school was tight on academics and they were all arranged by the school to stay in a dormitory to study, Lin Lin would have to come to Lin Feng every day to study. Holy, you really live here? Waiting for Lin Feng to drive inside the halfway house, especially looking at the security guards being very respectful. This put Lu was really shocked. Even if Lin Feng hadn't bought the Villa King, any villa here was tens of millions of dollars, so it was still shocking. Yeah, it's not like I'm going to lie. You know that. Lin Feng looked at the shocked Lu and said, he knew that Lu must not be too convinced, so when he got to the place he didn't believe it, he had to believe it. I'm still relieved. Brother Lu didn't say anything. Instead he said from the bottom of his heart, when he arrived at the entrance to Villa 1, which is the entrance to Villa King, Lu's eyes couldn't look over. After all, it was such a big place, and he still had to turn around a bit to see it. This time, Brother Lu didn't say anything. He just followed Lin Feng and moved the things in. Moving in was still very fast, because it didn't need to be organized. As long as it was put in the designated place it would be fine. When the time came, Lin Feng would organize it himself. This time came and went to more than 4 p.m. The things did not get much. The main thing is that the road is delayed some time. The city roads do not drive fast. It was already farther, so it was delayed. Well, thank you, Brother Lu. There is an appointment in the evening. There is no way to invite Brother Lu to eat. Next time I invite you to my home to eat a meal. Just now there is no food at home. Tomorrow I plan to go buy some. After the situation where everything was put in place, the two sat on the sofa and rested for a while. Lin Feng said to Brother Lu, small thing, just wait for Lin Lin's winter vacation. She can only come back at that time. We'll get together then. Lu said a bit lazily as he leaned on the sofa, mainly because the sofa was really comfortable for people to sit on in general. Yes, there's just not a month and a half left. Last time Lin Lin said that when we meet, she wants me to take her to the movies, haha. Lin Feng said. After resting for a while, Lu also proposed to go back. Can't keep sitting and not go, but Lin Feng is indifferent. Anyway, now not yet go out to eat, so it does not matter if he sits more. When he got off work in the afternoon, it was also the time when Lu's family fruit store was more crowded, so it was just right for Lu to go back now to help sell the goods. Hello, sister-in-law. When he arrived at the entrance of Brother Lu's fruit store, Lin Feng next said to Brother Lu's wife, who was still busy, Lin Feng, here you are. What kind of fruit do you want? This one is newly arrived. Brother Lu's wife saw Lin Feng come and said with a smile, and handed a few mangosteens to Lin Feng. Of course Lin Feng didn't reject it. It's all the same as his own people. So he took it, and opened one in passing and ate it. Chapter 21. Fruits don't take money. Delicious. Or sister-in-law's fruit is delicious. Lin Feng is also not polite. Big mouthful of mangosteen. If you are polite, so Lu's wife will still be angry. After all, it's the people of the north hoity-toity. These all just arrived. Husband, fill some for Shaolin, Lu's wife said when she saw her husband beside her also eating. Okay, there's no rush. I'll eat one too, Lu said a little aggravated. He just ate a mangosteen on his side, and then he was called by his own wife to do something. Can Shaolin want to eat some together at night? It just so happens that we bought beef at home. Sister-in-law Lu couldn't do anything about her husband, but she also smiled and continued to look at Lin Feng and asked, sorry, oh sister-in-law, I can't today. I have an appointment today. Next time I'll let you and Brother Lu and Lin Lin go to my house for a meal. Lin Feng said with a smile. Good, we'll go together when Lin Lin comes back then. Sister Lu didn't know that Lin Feng had moved out and thought that she was still in the rented house, so she agreed very quickly. Honey, do you know where I went with little Lin today? You wouldn't believe me if I told you. Brother Lu said to Sister Lu with a showy face after loading the mangosteen. Where to? Sister-in-law Lu was in a daze, not knowing where these two big men had gone. To half the mountain. Brother Lu said. Half of the river? It's that villa area against the mountains, is it? What's there to brag about? Look at what you can do. Sister-in-law Lu was puzzled at first. Then after thinking of this place she looked at Brother Lu with a look of disgust. After all, this place doesn't have any characteristics. At most it's just a rich area. What's the point of going there? It's not like one is a woman who loves vanity. Ahem. Don't dislike me so much. Wait for me to finish. Being said so by his own wife, Lu was disliked, and the showy face he just had was no longer there. Say it, let's see what flowers you can say. Seeing her husband like this, Lu's sister-in-law also stops his work in her hands and looks at Lu to see what's going on. We went there because the house that Xiaolin bought is there now, so we moved with Xiaolin in the afternoon, so we went over there. Don't believe me? Look at the pictures I took, Lu said, looking at his wife who still didn't quite believe it. He pulled out his cell phone and showed her the pictures he took. And what Xiaolin bought is not an ordinary villa. It's the one from Villa King, TSK. That pool is all bossed up. How comfortable it is to lie inside the pool in the summertime, Lu said while fantasizing about himself swimming in the pool. It was very cozy. Ah, Xiaolin, you this, is it true? Sister Lu said excitedly after looking at the photo, comparing Lin Feng's worth, not to mention buying a villa. He couldn't even afford to buy a villa's toilet, so it was unbelievable. Yes, really, sister-in-law, this before buying a little virtual currency, earned a little money, but this comes fast and goes fast, so the first cash out to buy a house, so that even if the back falls, there is still a set of valuable house, but also just bought soon, so there is nothing to eat inside, and Lu discussed waiting for Lin to come back, and then invite you to go and have a meal together. Lin Feng continued to repeat the words that fooled brother Lu and said it. Generally people will believe this, they just don't know how to operate it. Still young people are great. Ah, this villa I know, several $100 million. Oh, how much money must it be? Ah, but it's good to buy it, so that even if this virtual currency of yours isn't worth anything, there's still a house in it. Then let's wait for Lin to come back and then we'll go to your house to have a good visit. Sister-in-law Lu looked at Lin Feng are very relieved. After all, Lin Feng is not easy. He can get rich at least the second half of his life without any worries. Sister-in-law Lu is also very happy. I told you so, you still don't believe me. Well, are these enough? Lu said a bit arrogantly, as if he had won the battle. By the way, he opened the bag filled with fruits to show Lu's sister-in-law. This big bag of fruits, basically seasonal and unseasonal ones, a bag full of them. Not enough. Which durian? Come one. Watermelon is also delicious. Come one. Sister-in-law Lu looked at the bag full of fruits and still felt that it wasn't enough. She said and took the oldest one, a durian and a watermelon. She wouldn't pick the small ones for Lin Feng just because he was alone. Enough, sister-in-law. These are enough for me alone. Watermelon and durian are not needed. Lin Feng saw Lu's big bag. It was basically the same as half a sack, and then a durian and watermelon which was simply too much to eat. It's fine. Your side is far away from our side. It's quite troublesome to eat it next time. So this is a one-time take more, so as not to have to go and buy. How good. Sister Lu didn't care if Lin Feng didn't want it. She herself had to force it on Lin Feng. Okay, thank you sister-in-law and brother Lu. Lin Feng said with a smile. It's fine. We're all family talking about two families, brother Lu said as he packed up the stuff. Because of Lu's family fruit store, Lin Feng basically has no shortage of fruit. Expensive, cheap, seasonal, not seasonal, have eaten. As long as it is often sold on the market have. Rare words on Lu's own they will buy a little bit over to taste their own generally do not sell. Mainly because the fruit store is open in the center of the city is not such a place. Just near 2 or 3 neighborhoods. Are ordinary people, so sell very expensive fruit. Sell out or have to digest. So generally will not sell. Unless someone booking or can go get. After work more and more people. Buy fruit people also more. So Lin Feng also picked up the things to say goodbye to brother and sister-in-law Lu. Do not affect them to make money. Looking at so many fruits. If you eat alone it is estimated that you have to eat for a long time. Fortunately Lin Feng has to go to an appointment. The girls also like to eat. Then these things can be divided just to reduce the burden. Eat the address as Dongfang Qin sent a message over. This time it is not hot pot, but ordinary home cooking. Just this ordinary home cooking in the uncommon place. The average person cannot afford to go. Of course, this is later. Lin Feng is nothing to check to. Lin Feng because of the previous delay in Lu's fruit store some time, plus the rush hour after work, when he rushed over Dongfang Qin and Ding Shueshue had already arrived. Only they had not ordered. After all, it was an apology to Lin Feng, so they didn't order their own food. Sorry, got stuck in traffic and came late. Led by the waiter down to the private room. Lin Feng said a little embarrassed. After all, letting a girl wait for herself was slightly unkind. It's fine, we didn't arrive for long. Dongfang Qin said with a smile. Order. You see what you like to eat? Just order. Dongfang Qin said and handed the tablet for ordering food to Lin Feng. Ordering food on the tablet herself. Then the restaurant would start making it and the waiter would send it over. Alright, I'm not polite. Lin Feng said nonchalantly when he received the tablet and then started ordering. He quickly ordered 4 dishes, all of which he liked to eat, and then handed the tablet to Dongfang Qin and the girls, and then ordered 2 dishes as well, for a total of 6 dishes enough for 3 people to eat, and just packed them up if they couldn't finish them. Chapter 22, Snubbing 2 Schoolboys into the Workforce. I'm really sorry, it hasn't been long since I've caused you trouble again. I'll toast you. After the dishes were served, Dongfang Qin poured drinks for everyone. She raised her own cup and said to Lin Feng, after saying that she finished it in one gulp, if this was white wine, this cup would have to go down immediately. Small matter, I know you can handle it, I am not in a hurry at all. Lin Feng also accepted Dongfang Qin's toast, although it was a drink instead of alcohol, but it was acceptable. It's not like Lin Feng was the kind of horny person who would get a little girl drunk and then have something happen that shouldn't happen. Ding Shuai just came over to accompany. Basically did not talk much. Are Dongfang Qin talking? Lin Feng is also a little bit of reply. After all, is not very familiar, do not know what to talk about, can only talk about some popular things. Which star collapsed the room? Which company out of inhumane rules? And so on, or brush fast sound brush to some good-looking video also put out to see together. You guys are graduating this year, right? Lin Feng suddenly thought of his lack of employees. In front of him is not the best candidate, so he asked. Yes, why? Dongfang Qin nodded and said, it's like this, I'm opening a company here. Don't you guys happen to be majoring in finance and investment? So I want to invite you guys to come over and work with me. How about it? Lin Feng explained simply. Your company? We're also fresh graduates and newbies. It's not too good if we go to your company, Dongfang Qin said, because Dongfang Qin mistakenly thought that if Lin Feng could have this car, then the company must be the boss kind, with an annual income of over $100 million, otherwise it wouldn't be so rich, and it would be a burden for someone like himself who didn't have any achievements to go. It's fine, what I want is fresh blood like you guys, so I want to invite you guys to join together, the salary is good, Lin Feng sincerely was saying. Then if we are majoring in finance, your company is also in this area, right? Ding Shuai didn't agree quickly. After all, her specialty was in finance and investment. If she went to Lin Feng's place but she was in another industry, then basically there was no use for her. Yes, I'm opening an investment company. That's what I need your specialized talents for. Lin Feng nodded and said, how big is the company at the moment? Is it listed? Ding Shuai said. At the moment the domestic one has just been established. The foreign one has been disbanded. So now the domestic one is basically starting from scratch, and it's also currently recruiting employees, so you guys come to be the patriarchs, Lin Feng said, slightly embarrassed. He didn't have a foreign company at all, so this was bragging. If they asked for more details, Lin Feng wouldn't know how to make it up. It's okay, then we'll go. You mustn't give us a senior position. Dongfang Qin quickly agreed after hearing this. She trusted what Lin Feng said and didn't go into it. This is simple. When the time comes, you'll all be managers. Managing the various investment departments, because I do intend to involve myself in a lot of industries. As long as there's money to be made, even if it's made in a small amount, you can invest. But for some public welfare projects it is also possible to invest, not to make money, just want to dedicate a love. So our purpose is very simple, and don't worry about losing money. I'm not bad at it, Lin Feng bragged and said, even also give them a pill of confidence. Otherwise they novice dare not invest casually, how embarrassing. That also how to make money. So that's why he said casually invest. There is money. This is good. We originally intended to play for a period of time on the induction of their own family company. But the induction of their own company no challenge. The family and do not want us to go to someone else's company aggrieved, so we are also worried about it. But fortunately, you happen to have here. I am able to promise. Shui are you? Dongfang Qin said happily. But it is true that, in his own family's company, for the young Dongfang Qin, there is no challenge at all. Just do whatever you want and there will be people who will be attached to it. Even if you do it wrong, there is no one who will scold you. What's the difference between this and a pension? I'm basically similar to Chiner. I also want to challenge myself. By the way, continue to study for the exam. I don't know if Boss Lin does not mind if I use my work time to review for the exam. Ding Shuai wouldn't refuse such a thing. Anyway, even if Lin Feng's company closes down, he still has his family's company, so he's not afraid of anything. Instead it's still good exercise. This is no problem. Just treat it like your own home. It doesn't matter if you guys wear pajamas to work. Let's not even talk about studying for the exams. Roasted groundnuts are fine, Lin Feng said with a smile. He was happy to directly take in two great generals. I'm very happy today. With the two of you joining me, my company will flourish. I hope we all get rich. Come raise a glass and celebrate. Lin Feng also won't say any crowning words, just simply say a few words. After all, he also converted from a laborer to a boss not long ago. He can't learn the kind of skills of the boss to draw a pie. He can only honestly say what he thinks. Okay, I wish the company to prosper. Everyone get rich. Dongfang Qin happily raised her glass. So the three of them clinked their glasses and drank it all in one go. Originally it was an apology, but it turned out to be a company open door banquet. Of course it's not complete yet. When more people are recruited in the back, then they will formally get a table again. And today it's still Dongfang Qin paying for it, but the company is still being renovated. It's not so fast at the moment. I'm also still recruiting people. It'll have to wait for a while, 10 days or so. You guys prepare for it. After putting down the cup, Lin Feng said, if he didn't explain, if they came to say they wanted to go to work tomorrow, the company didn't even have office chairs yet. It hadn't been renovated yet. How could they go to work? Okay, we'll also organize the more promising industries at the moment in these few days, and then we'll start making a big profit. Dongfang Qin said. It was obvious that she was still very excited, guessing that this was considered their first official job. You guys should have had internships in your own family's company, right? Lin Feng asked. There was in my junior year. I went to Schwer's family's company. She came to my family's company, so that I wouldn't be recognized. It's still more of a test of ability. Overall it's still not bad. It wasn't too difficult to be introduced. It's just that if you go back to your own family's company, it's definitely going to be a lot of constraints, so I'm not too fond of the look. Dongfang Qin replied. Understandable. After all, your family still sees you as children, so they don't really want you to suffer. Lin Feng nodded and said, if the average person looked at people from their personality, they would mistakenly think that Dongfang Qin, with such a big personality, was definitely someone who didn't study very well. And Ding Shueshue was the type of person who was well behaved and seemed to be a school bully. But Lin Feng from their mouth is to learn that they are admitted to one of the domestic institutions of higher learning in Huaqing University, one of the best schoolmasters. If it is not their own family has a company, they graduated as directly by the major companies to poach the talent, originally intended to go to other large companies to learn a little bit, but the family is not allowed, so can only return to the old home. Chapter 23 Ready to release recruitment. After all, is the school bully? So what awards are taken a lot of? As for the family are fast put cannot, and also have to study abroad opportunity to learn. Just they all think it is not necessary. Go abroad is also in order to gold-plated so that they can be more to find a good job. But their own family has a company. It is not necessary. As for what to study abroad will be better. Please, this is what era, but also foreign pandering, this is China is not willing to fight. Advocate peace, otherwise the world is almost the world of China. The whole world to say the Chinese language. Just did not do so, and the higher education institutions in the country have been awesome. Not many people can get into them, and those who do are all geniuses in their own right. General people might compete for the opportunity to study abroad, but for Dongfang Qin and Ding Shueshue it was just not much of a chance. Having this time would be better than reading more and having more fun than going to study abroad. I really didn't see that you guys are so great. After listening to them briefly say some of their own past, Lin Feng is still very impressed. Generally rich people, not the offspring, are very smart. There are always one or two is not too good, so they can only cultivate the smart one. The main thing is that the pro brother or brother are not, only cousins, so dad is hoping that I can make a name for myself, not because I am a girl will be inferior. There are achievements will not be worse than men, so it is relying on this idea. We can study hard to this point, Dongfang Qin explained. Ding Shueshue also nodded her head in agreement, because the two of them had the same families. Anyway, after their parents gave birth to them, no matter how they gave birth to them, there was no sign at all that they wouldn't be able to get pregnant, but their bodies were healthy, so that led to the fact that they only had cousins, and didn't have any real brothers or sisters. Lin Feng listened carefully. Don't see, Dongfang Qin said lightly, but Lin Feng can feel the two of them is not easy. In the traditional concept of China, the girls are just a little bit worse than the boys, either physically or intellectually, especially their family is still so rich. If they have no son in this lineage, the company that they have built up may have to be divided into other people in the family. So it's not possible to not be anxious to give birth to a son. Just also didn't expect such a miraculous. Just couldn't give birth to a second child by death. Even if their bodies were all healthy. Lin Feng had never seen it before, but Lin Feng surely believed that there was a reason for it. Just as if Lin Feng had the system. If it was placed on his own without obtaining the system, Lin Feng wouldn't have believed in what the girls were saying. It's still quite difficult for you guys, but luckily, the two of you can still encourage each other and it won't be too monotonous. Lin Feng said. Yeah, we did get lucky still. If it was just one person, it wouldn't have been easy to last until the end. Ding Shueshue said. Alright, it's getting late. You guys also go back early. Tomorrow I'll start having to post job openings. The company is also registered today. Lin Feng saw that the time has come to 8 p.m. This is quite a long time to eat a meal, so it also breaks up. Otherwise it's too late to go back. The two girls go back on their own more or less a little bit not too good. Okay, also eat almost. Go back, boss. Dongfang Qin said after seeing that indeed the dishes were all finished. Ha ha, okay, Dongfang manager, Ding manager. Being called boss by Dongfang Qin for a moment, Lin Feng hadn't reacted yet. When he did, he was still very flattered. Right, I still have fruit in my car. Bring some back to eat later. I can't finish it alone. When he walked out of the box, Lin Feng thought that he still had a big bag of fruits in his car and said in a hurry, "It's fine. I like fruits after a meal," Dongfang Qin said. So the three people came to the parking lot. All came to Lin Feng car here. Divided the fruit into points. Dongfang Qin and Ding Shueshue took their own this 1 point. The rest of the fruit is just enough for one person to eat. Will not be more, will not be less. And then cannot eat it all, will be put in the refrigerator. See you later, bye. After saying goodbye to each other, they went back to their own homes. Lin Feng has already received the information of the company that the representative registration company has registered for himself. It has come down. Now the business license does not need to be paper. It's all electronic. So after registering, the other party has already sent it to Lin Feng through the mailbox. And now Lin Feng just needs to certify it on the Big Boss app to send out the recruitment information. Because if you don't certify your business license, you can just send out job postings, and it's easy to be false or illegal. So you have to have a state-registered business license to be able to send out job postings after you've certified it. Back home, Lin Feng put the fruits that are not eaten now in the refrigerator first, left some fruits that are ready to eat, and began to certify the company information of the Big Boss app. This app, although the release of recruitment information is free, but if you want to make your recruitment information in front, then you have to spend money. The general situation to open a member, you can top 10 times a day. A recruitment information, a top 2 hours. If you run out of need to spend money to buy, generally an hour of the top of the $3, 2 hours of the top of the $6. Incremental, the highest is a one-time top 24 hours. Otherwise it will let other top 24 hours. The top of the top of the top of the top of the top. The highest can be a one-time top 24 hours. Otherwise it will make other top information backward. Lin Feng is directly open a yearly membership, directly open 10 years, or 4,800 yuan. That is, 480 yuan a year. Of course, this member's privileges and benefits are still a lot of, otherwise it would not sell so expensive. Here will not be introduced, because it is a member. So Lin Feng authentication information quickly passed. Then Lin Feng will be ordinary companies need to send out as much as the department staff to recruit. Now it is to recruit personnel, finance, legal, and then recruit professional talents. Fortunately, the system task is as long as the employees on it, and does not require that it is an ordinary employee or other departments. So Lin Feng is currently the first recruitment of personnel in finance. In this case, after the recruitment of people do not have to own, directly thrown to the personnel to deal with on the line. Now it's already late. Lin Feng just sent out the recruitment information, also did not top, so there is no one to put in a resume, and Lin Feng's company registered capital is only 1 million, which is for an investment company. This money is still relatively small. Mainly Lin Feng did not let the person who registered on behalf of the more. Anyway, this money is not paid now, just write it out. In the future this is also able to continue to add. It is not fixed dead. Now it was already more than 10 o'clock in the evening. Lin Feng had just finished some things and was ready to take a shower and go to bed. And the two women who had gone home were not idle either. Also after taking a bath, they began to take out their skills and browse the news, intending to get all sorts of news that they needed to get from the news here. And then from the news inside to get can invest to make money place. The general people just win the news to see. Only insider talent can from inside to analyze to make money road. Otherwise why the financial industry is the world's one of the most lucrative industry. Chapter 24 resume too much simply cannot read The second sleep villa is still quite comfortable. There is no discomfort. Sleep directly to the sun on the ass before waking up. Otherwise still have to continue to sleep. Because of the night sleep Lin Feng will give the phone to open the non-disturbance. All the app reminders, phone calls and so on will not ring. All mute. Unless it is a special case to put the individual app or address book except for people. Otherwise what information will not ring. Lin Feng open the phone is to brush the first fast sound. After all, this is the previous every morning must get up one thing. Bedridden also have to brush a brush and then come back. Just today open the phone has not opened the fast sound. Was the Big Boss app message reminder of a large area? To say the least dozens of messages, and then look at the phone power are only 30%. To know the time before or 80%. This night dropped 50% of the electricity. A little bit to say that it is not possible to say. I estimate that the phone screen lit up the whole night. Good guy, what's going on here? Why are there so many messages? Lin Feng had been sliding the messages of the Big Boss app. He couldn't slide to the bottom at all. Instead he felt it was getting more and more, so he just cleared it with one click. It's still good to use the new cell phone. If the previous cell phone had so many messages, it would have been jammed. The new cell phone didn't have a thing going on at all. It was just costing electricity. Seems like they're all resumes and such. Forget it, let's take a look first. Lin Feng saw that most of the reminders were reminders of whoever had looked at what position and put in a resume or something like that. So he had to terminate the tradition of looking at the fast sound and opened the Big Boss app to look at it. Do not open it, does not matter. This open to find the message reminder is 99 plus. Click to go and appeared detailed figures, 453 reminders, which do not know also thought that they are on fire. The result is found to be the application for people to cast a resume. All of a sudden, more not on the look over. We must know that Lin Feng also sent 2 job positions, a personnel and a financial. There is a need to be so spelled out. It is necessary to do so. Lin Feng of course does not know that now this society has fewer positions, more personnel. Basically a position may have about 10 people competing for. Otherwise Lin Feng would not have been failed interviews. The company must hope that the people who come to the talent, rather than mediocrity. And even if 2 people are talented, but only recruiting a person, or will choose the performance or other aspects of the more powerful talent. Society is so cruel. The good thing is that Lin Feng this account is VIP or annual fee, so the function is very strong. One of them is the resume automatic sorting. That is, it will automatically put the applicant's resume automatically classified. It will be according to the school, the working time, and so on to distinguish from the strong to the weak. So this is good to filter out some of the people who have insufficient ability or insufficient experience. This function is very good for Lin Feng. Hundreds of resumes at once to distinguish, because it is a new company. So Lin Feng is also directly first to find the front of the resume. So at least the company has these experienced people, much easier to manage. Soon in the personnel of this recruitment place screen 10 people, of which there are 2 as Lin Feng intends to be a personnel manager, because these 2 people just have experience, so it is needed. The remaining 8 people is an ordinary employee, individually is also doing a very good job. Otherwise Lin Feng will also be from so many people to choose them. So a key after sending a request to invite online interviews, but also continue to screen the financial personnel, but not too much, as long as the 3 people, now 3 financial are counted more, but Lin Feng is the first to consider the future, so the first photo of these 3 experienced, and then after that, after the same sent a request to invite online interviews, thought that there is still no own legal, then so a few sent a photo lawyer team information, did not bother, first go to wash up and eat before saying, yes, I got the interview invitation. Hurry to confirm, is 2 p.m., can, there is still time to organize. Originally in Haidong City a rental house inside a young man looked at his cell phone on the Big Boss app interview invitation prompt, happy as hell, to know that at present he has been unemployed for 2 months, and then do not find a job will have to go back to their hometowns, because the hands of the fast running out of money. This young man called Wang Peng, is a domestic 211 brand name university graduates, thought there is this school support, looking for a job as drinking water. But the community still give him a stick in the head, due to the study of the profession is engaged in the personnel class, resulting in Wang Peng to find other jobs will be less than satisfactory. Graduated 3 years, but in addition to internships to find a counterpart to the profession, there is no to find. Not that there is no, but either the company is too small, there is no personnel same, or wages below market wages. For the young and vigorous Wang Peng, this is not to the dog is not dry work. So only to do other industries, earn some nest egg fee only. Originally yesterday Wang Peng is nothing to brush the Big Boss app, see if there is a suitable position. The results of luck came, really found a suitable, is Lin Feng released this personnel recruitment, to know that this position is the lowest 6,000 yuan salary, if the personnel manager are 10,000 to start, or 6 insurance and 1 gold. If there is no house of the company also gives housing subsidies, as well as meal subsidies, a day of 120 of the meal allowance, which is put into the big companies in Haidong City are not, because of this cost is too high, the big companies value revenue, this is not enough to make ends meet is a loss, so the most is to give employees 5 insurance and gold plus a few $100 of meal allowance and so on, a month. Only Lin Feng's company is a data count, so that the meal allowance alone a month or 3,600 yuan, plus wages. Basically all broken 10,000, who do not want to come. Wang Peng so many years has also been society has been smoothed out the edges. This is to play casually cast the idea, not to mention would not expect to be able to win, but I did not expect to win. Let himself interview, cannot be happy? In addition to Wang Peng, other people received an interview invitation is very happy. After all, this welfare treatment is very tempting, how can you not be happy? Not to mention the city of Haidong. Look around in the country there are not a few companies can do this. Everyone interview time is not the same, but basically are 20 minutes from 11 a.m. Why choose this time? It is because Lin Feng woke up to the screening finished has been more than 10 o'clock, and then take a break just to start interviewing the first, to 12 o'clock on the break to 2 p.m., and then start interviewing the back of the remaining. As long as there is no accident basically can be interviewed according to the predicted time to finish. Good guy. Again forgot to buy food. This time where to buy? Better order a takeaway. When he opened the fridge after washing up and realized that there was only fruit in there, where was anything else to eat? Lin Feng remembered that he hadn't gone to buy anything yesterday and had completely forgotten about it. So he opened the takeaway app and prepared to order a takeaway. But after filling in the address, he found that the nearest one was 8 kilometers away, and he could order it, but the delivery fee was 10 yuan. Of course, if it was in the past, Lin Feng wouldn't have ordered a takeaway with such an expensive delivery fee, and with that delivery fee, wouldn't it be nice to have an extra one to eat? Chapter 25, you still need to order takeout when you live in Villa 1? This delivery fee is really expensive, but people who can live here, ordering takeout isn't that bad, plus now I'm also spending as much money as I'm not, so I'll just order more so I don't go hungry at night. Lin Feng probably looked at the nearest few takeaway merchants. They were all pretty much this delivery fee, not less than 10 yuan anyway. Even Lin Feng saw one with a delivery fee of 20 yuan, but the other party sells seafood, so a little bit more expensive is a little bit more expensive. It's understandable anyway, so Lin Feng started shopping up like, just takeaway merchants bought several, what cassoulet rice, what bridge ribs, basically ordered all the things that he liked to eat before, and the ones that he hadn't ordered were also ordered. Now the problem is that there are more than 30 takeout orders alone, and it goes without saying that there are a lot of things. But Lin Feng is not worried about not being able to finish them all, because the refrigerator is bigger, and I don't know where Half Bakery bought a refrigerator with a double door, which doesn't look any different from a normal double door refrigerator, but the space is really big. There was more than enough room to stuff 3 adults in it, which was why Lin Feng had planned to cook for himself and buy some food in the first place, but just forgot about it, so he had to order takeout and fill up the fridge with it. Beginning in these merchants near the writer is very happy to know to take a few orders are sent to a place, and delivery fees are also high earn more. Rarely happy, the results found that this order people don't want to die like, under the more than 30 single, resulting in the original grab a few single writer unhappy, because the car is not enough to put, can only look at the rest of the single was snatched by someone else. Lin Feng order, in order to let the writer to send faster. Basically every order to the writer rewarded 50 yuan, although there are several orders as a writer, but Lin Feng does not matter. Anyway, money can make the devil push mill. Do not believe that so much money under the reward. The other side still grinding delivery. This meal operation down spent $7,000 or $8,000. Of course, counting the amount of takeout. Otherwise how would spend so much? If the part-time job when ordering so much, basically is a month or two of the salary, the average person cannot afford to spend. This Mr. Zhang Nanli is so rich. This I took 2 of his orders, each rewarded 50 yuan. At once 100 yuan arrived. While the writers were waiting for their food, just one of the writers who took Lin Feng's order said in their group, I also received 3 orders. I did reward 50 yuan for each one. 150 yuan for me. Ha ha. I just had 1 order. Or you guys grabbed it fast. I grabbed the earliest. I have 5 orders. I feel like after delivering his, I can rest early today. Just like that, the writers who received Lin Feng's takeaway orders were very active in the group. This made the ones who didn't grab Lin Feng's orders or were delivering in other districts actually very envious, and that led to Lin Feng's takeaway account catching fire in the group of writers in Haidong City. And knowing that the other party wasn't bad, several of you have received a takeaway order from Mr. Zhang Nanli. I've transferred your other orders, so you'll be responsible for serving him first and prioritizing the delivery of his orders to avoid affecting the big boss. The station manager inside the station responsible for the writer's delivery also said in the group, if they didn't say anything, they were afraid that they would delay the delivery and affect the situation of understanding Lin Feng's meal. Lin Feng must not know what happened. He has now changed his clothes, waiting for 11 o'clock to start interviewing the first person. This was booked by a girl. The other side is trying to interview the ordinary personnel. Appearance out of 100 points can be given to 90 points. The body only from the photo on the resume to see, but also can be seen out of the not fat. The body is also good. Lin Feng's side of the interview will certainly not be able to use a cell phone, mainly because the screen is too small. It is transferred to the computer. The computer is able to log into the web version of the Big Boss app, but also to facilitate the interview, or to do what the work with, but they are the main force or app. Hello, my boss of Beacon Investment Limited, Lin Feng. If there are no questions, the interview will begin now. Once the time was up, the interview started on the channel of the online interview video. Hello, Mr. Lin. My name is Li Xuehui. I graduated from Columbus University. I'm 25 years old, and I'd like to interview for personnel. Li Xuehui is not timid at all. On the contrary, Lin Feng is a little timid, but did not show it, mainly because Lin Feng is the first time when the boss, such a more formal interview of an employee, which is not timid, but on the surface did not show it, are a batch of panic in the heart. Good, I'm very satisfied. I'm also here to talk to you first. Our company is also a startup. A lot of places still need to be improved, and also not as good as you were in the last one's environment and so on. If there's anything you don't understand, you can say it first, so that we can come out together. After listening to Li Xuehui's introduction for about 10 minutes, Lin Feng is still very satisfied, because the other party's body is really good, concave and convex. 10 men will be moved when they look at it. Of course Lin Feng is not moved, but from the other party's introduction, he heard out that the other party is a talented person, and has his own unique insights on this aspect of the personnel, so Lin Feng is very satisfied. There's nothing I want to ask at the moment, but I hope that Mr. Lin will keep this question and then ask it later when he has the chance. Is that okay with you? Li Xuehui still said very smartly. Normally people would definitely just ask Lin Feng about the status of the company or job subsidies or something like that right now, but Li Xuehui was also an old fart, so she was also very quick to speak up. Haha, okay, this isn't easy for you at all. Welcome to our family, but you won't be able to start until 10 days later. Lin Feng said. No problem, as long as I can be inducted. Li Xuehui didn't care what, as long as she could be inducted. Soon after adding green bubbles to each other, the interview was over, and it still went well. Wait, you know what place this is going to be going inside? At the gate of Half the Sky, a writer was ready to come in and deliver takeout to Lin Feng, but this was a villa area, so he was quickly stopped by the security guards who wouldn't let him deliver. I know, but I'm a delivery man. I'm definitely delivering. Don't believe me? Look, is this the address here? The writer was stopped, or a little aggrieved, said, showing the security guard the order in his cell phone. Originally the security guard thought that the writer was pretending to have takeout. Generally live here who order takeout. Home have nannies. Hungry nanny directly cooking. Eat takeout more unhygienic. When the security guard saw the delivery address is the no. One villa. People are stupid. What is the situation? No. One villa need to order takeout? There is no nanny? However, in order to confirm, the security guard still dialed the internal phone of Villa 1 through the internal phone of Half the Sky, wanting to check with Lin Feng if there was a takeaway, to avoid delaying the other party's meal. Hello, there's a writer delivering takeout here. The address is your place. Is it real? The security guard asked carefully after making the call, afraid that Lin Feng would be unhappy. Chapter 26, the takeaways are all being delivered. Yes, there are. Currently there are a few takeout workers. Lin Feng's side had just finished interviewing Li Xuehui when he saw the internal phone in the villa ringing, so he picked it up and said, this phone call was usually something that only the property then could call. It was to make it easier to be able to contact the owner in the first place, without having to call the owner's private phone, and it wouldn't directly leak privacy, because Lin Feng's villa is big enough, so this kind of internal phone is installed a lot. Basically every room has one, but in order to avoid something to find the owner when all the phones are ringing, they also in this kind of phone retrofitted with induction settings. That is, sensing that there is someone around will ring the nearest to this phone. If there is no one, it will ring close to the door of this phone. Still counts as very high tech. It's currently a delivery guy, but he says he has 3 orders all for you. The security guard said, can you take them for me first then? When they all arrive at the back, then notify me and I'll go over to pick them up. There are about 35 takeaways in total. I don't remember exactly how many takeaway guys took the orders. Lin Feng thought about it for a while. He planned to let the security guard take all of them before he went to get them himself, so as to avoid how troublesome it would be for him to open the door when one came. Yes, but you don't have to come and get it. When it's all collected, we'll send someone over from our side to deliver it, so that you don't have to make a trip. The security guard heard that this wasn't an opportunity to perform, so he immediately said, and how could he really let Lin Feng run a trip by himself? How bad was that? That's fine. It's just that it might take a bit longer. I'll trouble you guys. Lin Feng thought it was fine. Anyway, he wasn't really hungry right now, so he could just eat some when they all arrived and then send it over together. Okay, no trouble. Serving the owners, we should do it. The security guard said happily. Thanks, let me know when it's time. Lin Feng said, then hung up when the security guard finished. Alright, just give me the stuff. After hanging up, the security guard said to the still waiting writer, okay, I'll just order it delivered then. The writer saw that he didn't have to send it in himself too good, although he wanted to see what Villa 1 looked like, but he couldn't get in even if he couldn't. Anyway, going in still delayed him from making money. This villa could only be a lifelong dream. He couldn't afford it at all. Lin Feng see there is still time. Continue to interview the next. Basically Lin Feng picked out the interview are very smooth. There is no principal problem. The answer is also very smooth. Takeaway side is also slowly collected. Come here writers are a little regret. Is not in to see what the first villa looks like. Also all can only give the meal to the security guard. The security guard looked at them all and took them all, and drove the patrol car to deliver the takeaway to Lin Feng. One car still couldn't fit, and called two cars. Two security guards were just right. Mr. Lin, we're here. One of the security guards arrived at the front door, pressed the visualization doorbell and said into the microphone inside the doorbell, "Okay, wait a moment, it's coming. Over here." Lin Feng had also just finished interviewing a candidate when he heard the security guard's voice and replied, "Mr. Lin, the takeaways are all here, and we've also kept the previous meals warm. What do you think about where we put them here?" The door was opened by Lin Feng, so the two said as they carried the takeaways, but the quantity was rather large. One security guard had carried up to 10, and would need to carry them again to get them all. "Just put it on the table in the restaurant. I'll take some." Seeing the security guard so attached, Lin Feng was a bit embarrassed. Lin Feng was ready to go and take over a few takeaways from the security guard's hands to share them, but the security guard didn't even give them to Lin Feng. "No, we're holding them all here. If we let go we might drop them, so it's better to trouble Mr. Lin to take us there. We'll just put them on the table," the security guard said with a shake of his head. Saying this also made Lin Feng give up the idea of trying to help. If he didn't hold it properly and dropped it on the floor, how bad would it be? It would be a waste. "Okay, follow me." Lin Feng then led them to the dining room. The dining table here was big enough, perfectly big enough to put these things. After the security guards put down what they had in their hands, they quickly continued to get the rest of the takeaways. In no time the takeaways were all put on the table. When they looked over, they were all takeaway bags. "Tough job. Let you guys run. Come on, take it and smoke it." Lin Feng unwrapped one of the cigarettes he bought and took out 2 packs and gave them to the security guards. At first they refused, but under Lin Feng's hard work, they took them. "Thank you Mr. Lin. If there's nothing else we'll leave. Feel free to contact us anytime for follow-up." After the security guard accepted the cigarettes, he rarely said happily, "Okay, we'll trouble you guys if something happens." Lin Feng said, "The cigarettes were also bought with takeout. Now as long as you have a real name online as an adult, you can buy cigarettes with takeout. It's not regulated so strictly." Lin Feng also bought good cigarettes. This buy yourself do not smoke, is used to spread out, or other people to help just give a stick or a packet. Just like the security guards to help, just directly one person a packet on the line, outside to buy. A packet is 80 yuan, so the security guards are very happy. "Mr. Lin is still very generous. We just helped to deliver a takeaway. We get such a good cigarette." On the way back to the security room, the 2 guards said happily, "Yeah, and Mr. Lin is still so young and doesn't have much of a temper. He has to be flattered. I think Mr. Lin's future is unlimited." "I feel the same way. There is no shortage of young rich people here, but there are not many as good-tempered as Mr. Lin, especially that young girl from Villa 189 last time. She brought a young lover herself and was discovered by her family. I went over to talk her out of it, and even scolded me. I really wanted to give her a couple of slaps at that time, but there was no way to do it. I couldn't do it." Well, yes, I feel that the whole villa in addition to that girl in Villa 32 has the same as Mr. Lin. The other young people have no upbringing. I really do not know how the rich people educate their offspring. They do not know how to respect people. Just like this the 2 people had a word for each other. While talking, they drove the patrol car to the security room very quickly. This whole way basically praised Lin Feng as if he was a saint. So much so that when they arrived at the security room, they also complimented Lin Feng with the other security guards for being very humble and not looking down on the security guards or something like that. And anyway, they said as much as they could. And also gave the 2 packs of cigarettes given by Lin Feng to the security guards who were there to smoke. And all the good things were shared together. Can be here as a security guard salary is not low. The lowest are 7,000 a month. The security chief are tens of thousands of dollars in wages. This cigarette is not to buy, cannot afford. Just other people to give more cost effective. So it will also be shared with everyone to enjoy together. Still organizing takeout. Lin Feng of course do not know the security guards in praise of their own. Now Lin Feng regret to buy more. And now do not know which one to eat first. Look at it, can only eat pasta first. This kind of easy to pile up, so do not eat. Even if you put in the refrigerator, the follow-up is also affected by the meal. Finally organized for a period of time. The need to put the refrigerator put in. Like some things that are not eaten or can be stored at room temperature on the outside of a separate. Now also just do not need to continue the interview. 2 p.m. Before the start, it is still early. Eat and drink enough. Lin Feng also rested a bit. On the start of the 2 o'clock interview, This Wang Peng can be said to be in 10 people in addition to the school is more powerful, the other is not very good. The general business will not really want a Wang Peng after all. He did not have in-depth dry this line, unlike others more or less have several years of experience. Hello, Mr. Wang, I read your resume, which can be said not to have done much in this line. Why do you want to apply for my company now? When Wang Peng finished introducing himself, he then asked, Mr. Lin, it's like this, because now this line of work is still more competitive. So after the previous casting of the resume, the company either has a not too good, or I can't see behind it, so it leads to just now high or low situation. Wang Peng knows that the new boss is sure to ask himself why he did not go to continue to find the right job, but instead still looking for a job in another industry, so just simply say a little bit, but also has already planned to not be applied on the psychological preparation. Well, there are ideas, although not much said, but I can understand your situation. Young people, who is not young and vigorous it, so are trying to find a big factory company after graduation, and then work like a big show, but the reality is brutal, also let you hit the wall everywhere. In the end can only be oppressed by life, compromise, can only find a job to support themselves first. Lin Feng listened to it and then simply analyzed it out. Chapter 27 First a red packet for everyone before planning the reunion. Pretty much, maybe I'm not too suitable for your company, then I won't bother. Wang Peng saw that Lin Feng had said so. It looked like he was planning to not want to apply for his job. Wang Peng also said wisely, wait, how do you know it's not suitable if you don't try? Lin Feng saw that the other party was planning to not continue the interview, so he immediately said, what, you mean I can get in, is that right? Wang Peng wasn't stupid and quickly understood the meaning. Yes, welcome to Beacon Investment Company Limited, Lin Feng said with a smile and a nod. Okay, thank you, Mr. Lin. Wang Peng was a bit incoherent when he heard that he had succeeded in his job application, including the way he addressed Lin Feng, which immediately changed. Calm down, add the green bubble first, wait for the back and then inform you when to work, usually after 10 days. Right now the company is still under renovation. Lin Feng looked at the very happy Wang Peng and said, okay, I'll add you. Wang Peng was still very excited. Then he added Lin Feng's green bubble. After adding, the remote interview was also over. Due to time problems would not continue to say anything more to Wang Peng, could only take a break and continue to interview new personnel. A day is basically in the interview, until 7 p.m. Before all the interviews are completed. Behind the legal team, there have been 3 or 4 resumes. This is not like ordinary recruitment. Lin Feng's threshold is very high, which is why it will lead to the investment of the resume is not much, but the job information views are very high. There are more than 10,000 views, because the recruitment information inside the welfare, job treatment and what is very good, who is not confused, but to see the restrictions, so that many people want to cast a resume are backed off, because at least need to be a third-level lawyer. Of course, the higher the better, but also need to have a working experience of at least 5 years or more. Otherwise this recruitment over to them to exercise, and if not careful to get a contract loophole or the like, can be brought to the company's loss. This point is not sloppy. Losses, this point should not be sloppy. Now Lin Feng simply just look at it, they are all third-level lawyers, and are 5 to 6 years of experience, but Lin Feng is not going to be interviewed today, and now is also relatively inappropriate. It is intended to wait until tomorrow to see if there are more people to submit a resume. In the evening, he pulled all 13 people into Green Bubbles group, which is to simply get to know each other, also known as the work group, and also to facilitate future notifications and whatnot, or for everyone to chat. In order to celebrate, Lin Feng directly sent a 2,000 red packets in the group. Let everyone grab the red packets. Originally no one dared to send the first sentence. Under the attack of Lin Feng's red packets, those who grabbed the red packets, they directly replied to the group to thank the boss, and this also enlivened the group. Thank you boss for the red packet. Boss is atmospheric. Ha, the boss is so nice. I grabbed $300. Ah, how come I'm only $89? But thanks to the boss too. None of you can do it. I'm $458. The king of luck, right? Lin Feng himself did not grab, but also only sent 13 red envelopes. The group plus Lin Feng a total of 14 people. Looking at everyone thank you, Lin Feng is still very happy to know that in the past, only their own thank you to the boss, but now do see their own employees to their own thank you, or feel quite good, and handing out red envelopes like this was also over the top. It was easy to get on top, so Lin Feng sent out another red envelope with 200 yuan for everyone, a total of 600 yuan, which guaranteed that everyone would have 200 yuan, even if the amount grabbed in the first red envelope was less. With this 200 yuan it wasn't a loss. Wow, I love the boss. Love you for 10. 000 years. Li Huishui was very happy to see that this was an exclusive red packet. 200 yuan for everyone. Although she had just grabbed more than 100. But who wouldn't want more money? I want to give my boss a monkey. Ha ha. Another female colleague also said happily, to know that other bosses are not so good, have not started working, send red packets, but also such a large amount. Before the last one to send a red packet a total of $100, 40 to 50 people to grab. A person is only a few dollars, but also have to say thank you to the boss with a good conscience. Let a person be disgusted. The main thing is that the boss earns tens of thousands of dollars, so many people don't send a little more. I also want. Wang Ping also said alone. Asterisk 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 you. Where are you cool to stay? Lin Feng saw the message sent by Wang Ping and replied in a hurry. This was to show that his sexual orientation was normal. Ha ha, laughing my ass off. I'm going to add an extra chicken leg today. Everyone was very happy. They all liked this kind of atmosphere. After all, we are all young people. If they are all dead it can't be said. The biggest here is only 30 years old. Is also the right age. Now not carnival. Then later carnival cannot. Here to notify. Such as the follow-up after the normal entry into the first thing. Is the group construction? Temporarily is intended to be 3 days and 3 nights. So you think about where to play appropriate. Of course, is not mandatory. If you have something to do, you can say do not go. The future is also from time to time to engage in the reunion. You can rest assured that it will not take up the rest of the time. We'll choose the weekdays to go, so that everyone is relaxed, and playtime is not a lot of people is very suitable. This time the cost of the company to bear, and does not limit the place, the whole world can choose. The number of people for the time being set at about 20 people. You think about it. After everyone was a little peaceful, Lin Feng sent a message. This message was sent out. The other end of the screen employees from happy to unhappy to very happy. The speed of this change of face even if the master of the change of face to have to say kawa. Nowadays, the first reaction of the workers to see the group building is not to be happy, but to worry that it will affect their rest time and also tired to death. So they do not like the group building, unless they have to go. See Lin Feng sent a message that there is a group construction of the first reaction is to not want to go. But see the back of the discovery of this and ordinary group construction is not the same. Who can let employees in the world of the group construction of any place to choose but also package all the costs, especially in the future to engage in the construction of the group will not take up the rest of the time, only in the working day to go. This point can be said to defeat the world's 98% of the company to engage in the construction of the group. General companies will choose the weekend or holidays to go to the reunion, which will affect a lot of people already in the weekend plans to plan. But if you do not go to the reunion, others will feel that you cannot be at, but go well, play is not very happy, but also delay their own rest time. Even if the rest time to sleep for a day than playing outside for a day more comfortable. Is this true? I didn't read it wrong, right? Such a good boss, give me another dozen. Boss, I want to go to Maldives for a trip. It's also a pleasant scenery and temperature over there right now. The bathing suit I bought will have to be useless if I don't wear it. +1. Go to Maldives. +1. Go to Maldives. +1. Go to Maldives. +1. Go to Maldives. Originally, we still intend to go where, but saw a female colleague so sent a paragraph. Immediately the following message is unified, because the female colleague who sent the message of the circle of friends of the body is very wow, so the male colleague is very much like the scenery of Maldives. Swimming is not bathing suits is secondary, the main thing is to look at the scenery. Good, in that case, it's tentatively scheduled to go to Maldives. Those who don't have a passport should hurry up and wait for the back to buy a plane ticket directly to fly there. Lin Feng knew what his male colleague was thinking about, so he also tentatively decided to go to Maldives, because Lin Feng himself liked the scenery, and the sea, yes, didn't care about the bathing suit issue. Boss is the best. Wahahaha. This female coworker saw that Lin Feng had agreed, so she sent a voice. This sweet voice made the male coworker listen to it, and it was sweet to the core of his heart. Alright, this one from Xinyan is tentative. If everyone also has other ones they want to go to, they can say so and then vote on it. Lin Feng said. This voice put Lin Feng also sweet numbness. The interview Lu Xinyan is also almost like this, but still like to hear. No more. We also want to go to see this place. We have always heard that it is very beautiful, but we can't afford to go without money. Li Xuehui quickly said. Originally she was going to say a place, just by Lu Xinyan said first. It can only be put aside first, because Maldives is also one of the places one wants to go to. Yes, every day on the internet I brush up on how good Maldafu is, so this time I'll go to this place. Then everyone started chatting about this Maldives, and made strategies, and shared photos taken by people who had been there in the group and so on, all chatting happily. Only Lin Feng looked at the number of people in the group. The more he looked at it, the more he felt wrong, always felt that something was missing. Chapter 28, finally upgraded 2 times. It soon occurred to Lin Feng that Ding Shueshue and Dongfang Qin were missing from the group. These two were also his employees, so he quickly pulled these two into the group, or else he would forget about the group building when the time came. Green bubble has a function is that you send a message in the group. As long as the sender or management is not deleted the message, the new group of people are able to see the chat record. So Lin Feng pulled Dongfang Qin and Ding Shueshue into the group. They are also normal can see the above chat record. Originally, the two of them had suddenly received an invitation to join the group notification in Green Bubble, and were wondering what group it was, but once they saw that it was invited by Lin Feng, and that the group name was also the Beacon Firework Group, they knew that this was the company's work group. Welcome newcomers, but you guys are late. This red packet has just been grabbed. Someone saw the newcomers Dongfang Qin and Ding Shueshue immediately sent a message to welcome them and inform such bad news. The boss should have given them red packets as well. After all, the boss is so good to us. Yeah, it's impossible to not have a red packet just because someone else added in late. Well, don't worry, being my employee won't be without benefits, so they will have red envelopes just the same. Apart from giving them one exclusive red envelope each, I'm going to send out another wave of red envelopes. Everyone's hands have to be fast, or else the red envelopes won't be there. Lin Feng looked at the group message and said with a smile. Then he started to send out red packets. After giving Dongfang Qin and Ding Shueshue 200 yuan each, he sent out a 10,000 yuan spelling luck to grab red packets, a total of 15 packets. Excluding Lin Feng, on average a person can grab more than 600, except for those who are unlucky. I grabbed 1003. How much money did this boss send in total? Oh, how come you got so much? I only got 200. Bad luck. Grabbed too little. You also over 100. I only 75 yuan. No god I have such bad luck? A red packet quickly snatched. Currently the least is this 75 yuan. The largest 1,300 yuan. The other is a few $100s. Just today this snatch red packet. These people are happy, which is equivalent to several days of wages. Well, it's getting late. Everyone should rest. Of course it doesn't matter if you guys keep chatting. After the group was slightly devoid of many messages, Lin Feng sent out a message in the group. Okay, good night boss. Good night boss. Then there were good night swipes, causing Lin Feng to return a good night in the group. I grabbed 588 yuan. Dongfang Qin was chatting with Ding Shueshue on Green Bubble about how many red envelopes she had grabbed. I 871 yuan. Not as much as me plus the 200 yuan I sent before. I'm over 1,000. Ding Shueshue replied. Or your luck is good. I snatched red packets basically did not snatch the king of luck ever, but it is much better than the 75 yuan. Dongfang Qin is a little bit envious, but envy is envy. The red envelopes snatched are still quite big, although not bad money, but who would mind money? The 75 one is indeed unlucky. But did you see the group building Lin Feng posted above? It's Maldives, although I've been there before. It's been almost a year or so since I've been there, right? Ding Shueshue couldn't stop smiling when she thought of this unlucky person. Then she told Dongfang Qin about the news of the group building. Well then, I see. Last time to go really longer. Now go again a little can also be. And also is a group building. Not go a little not too good. Then I will bring that new bikini how? Dongfang Qin replied. It's that bikini that basically doesn't cover much? Seeing Dongfang Qin's message, Ding Shueshue thought that before Dongfang Qin had sent herself a screenshot of a bikini, which could be said to be just covering the highlights, and the rest of the place was still relatively exposed, and Ding Shueshue wouldn't dare to wear it like that. Yes, but not yet bought. Now I will go to buy. These 2 days will be able to arrive. Just right. Dongfang Qin returned. Well, I am afraid to wear it like this, or you are bold. Ding Shueshue also thought for a moment about what she would look like in that bikini, but quickly shook her head and put that thought behind her, because it was really not daring to wear it like that, so she could only praise Dongfang Qin for being bold. It's okay, it mainly depends on who you wear it to. I still dare to wear it to Lin Feng. If I wear it to someone else, I won't wear it like that, Dongfang Qin replied, but when she thought about how she would look in a bikini, she also felt blushing. Although her personality was big and bold, she seldom did this, so she was still a little embarrassed. Or you're awesome. Ding Shueshue also did not know how to say. After all, this Dongfang Qin character is like this. There is no way, but it is to show Lin Feng is not a big problem. Lin Feng didn't know what Dongfang Qin and Ding Shueshue were talking about. He was now just eating the takeaway he ordered at noon. Warming it up wouldn't affect the flavor. It still tasted good. It's just that it's still not as flavorful as the fresh ones, because the refrigerator is no longer preserved. It's still not as tasty as a fresh meal. So Lin Feng decided that next time it would be best to buy fresh ingredients and cook it himself. The Star Mansion side was still working overtime to clean up the garbage, and the renovation side hadn't started yet because the things that had been bought hadn't arrived yet, and they could only wait for the cleanup to finish before renovating, so there was still time. Soon 3 days passed. 100 or so square feet were cleaned up. The decoration team also started to enter the renovation. During this time Linfong also interviewed the candidates for the legal team. A total of 5 lawyers were taken in. One of them was a first-class lawyer, a second-class lawyer, and the rest were the third-class lawyers. Each of them had a different major direction. Just the first-class lawyers were the more comprehensive kind. The same pulled them into the group. Just like before, send a red envelope, which makes the group very happy. At present, excluding Linfong, there are a total of 20 employees. Is already beyond the requirements of the task. Just now is not yet the time of the task, so the system will not say that the task is completed. Now have their own legal team. Let them draw up the labor contract, and then electronic form for everyone to sign, so that it is considered to be a real entry into the Beacon Investment Company Limited. After signing the contract, these people are more at ease, because before there has been no signing of the contract, although there is a red packet, but still a little bit of panic, is that you can be kicked out by Linfong at any time. Anyway, there is no signing of the labor contract, even if the prosecution of Linfong is useless. Ding dong, congratulate the host consumption a lot. Now cashback multiplier upgraded to 2 times. I hope the host to continue to make efforts to consume again. Just after Linfong just bought a bunch of various fresh times in the supermarket today. After paying the bill, this reminder came to mind in his head, which made Linfong a little bit excited, to know that this is to consume $10,000, will return $20,000. Blood earned 10,000. If not for the system's suddenly reminding words, Linfong forgot that he could also upgrade the cashback multiplier situation. Good guy, how is this upgrade multiplier set in order to upgrade? In the car, Linfong asked the system. Generally it's the completion of the corresponding task upgrade will be faster, but if the amount of consumption is more, it will also be upgraded, specifically depending on my mood. I'm in a good mood to let you upgrade on your side. Ha ha ha. What is it? So it's that even if I work hard to complete the task, even if it meets the standard, it still depends on your mood to upgrade, right? Get the system such a reply. Linfong people are stupid. They are not read the system text novels. Other systems are to complete the task is automatically upgraded. You good guy even if completed or depending on your mood to upgrade. I'm not like those rigid systems. I'm very humanized. If and rigid system, you can only complete the task to upgrade. But if the card task, not very difficult to upgrade. I'm not like that. Even if you don't complete the task, but I'm in a good mood, I can give you an upgrade. Even if I give you an upgrade to 100 times cashback now is not unavoidable. It's just that it's easy to be caught by the system supervision is a violation of upgrading, so I can only give you to do the task and so on, to confuse you a little bit. Linfong and stupid, did not think that this system is so capricious, but also very humane. Otherwise it is true that if the card task, dead cannot complete the task, then let a person is also very anxious. So Linfong suddenly now is still very much like their own this system. So you're really quite humanized. Just that there's actually a system regulator here? Doesn't that mean that there are other people in the world who also have systems? Linfong thought about it and asked curiously. Chapter 29, System Confessions. The original system also has such a history of development. This is for sure, can be said so. Now in this world, those who have celebrities, basically have the system. Just may system function is not the same. Some are and I almost type. Some may be more powerful some, but I also cannot reveal which people have. Otherwise also will be system supervision department to deal with it. I told you, some people's first half of their lives are mediocre. That is, they suddenly become rich, or suddenly become famous. I told you, it turns out that there is a system. If it wasn't for the fact that I have a system as well, I wouldn't really believe it. Linfong had a look of sudden realization, then said with his hand touching his chin, "What's this system regulator all about?" Linfong continued to ask. To make it simple, it's the one that manages these systems of ours. As long as there's a system that operates in violation of the rules, it'll be dealt with according to the rules. If it's serious, it's the one that will erase the system as well as erase it along with this host. So I can't just go over the top either. I see. That means restraining your department. Otherwise the world would be in chaos and all the demons and devils would come out. Linfong nodded and said, after all, he had read some of the system texts. Some of the system stuff was very perverted. Anything across the ages. Which if there were no rules and it just appeared, although the advantages outweighed the disadvantages, it was also unreasonable, and it would affect most of the ordinary people's lives, which wasn't very good. Like Lin Feng's this system, that is, up to 100 times cashback, may do the task then, also will get some rewards, but overall is not very perverted kind. Belongs to all as Lin Feng a person to enjoy the rights and interests. Not much will affect the ordinary people, so will not destroy the rules of this world. Yes, but you don't underestimate me. I just have the appearance of being ordinary. In fact, my function is still very powerful. More powerful than somewhat signing up for rewards what lick dog gold system and so on. Not to mention that my system supervision department has someone. Get it? Someone. So I can appropriately cross a little bit of the rules as long as it is not excessive. Good guy. How come you didn't say someone earlier? Someone is good. And I've always felt that you're very powerful I probably didn't say that you can't, but you also send me more missions. Otherwise I'm not going to die of boredom here. Lin Feng took a look at the system being so bullish and immediately got excited and said in a hurry. Alas, there is no hurry. You are after all a newcomer. If you casually send a task, you complete all very quickly, then was found to be non-compliant. We still have to be unlucky, so it's better to take your time. There is a condition to send a task I'll release, and the reward will not be less. You can rest assured. Okay, with you saying that, I'm relieved. I just want to develop slowly at the moment. I'm still young anyway. This society isn't just about having money. You also need to have a status, or else people will just think you're a tycoon, and still look down on you. Lin Feng said happily, having the system so packed with assurances. It was reassuring. That's for sure. Although I served so many hosts, but none of them hung up because of me, just because of other outside reasons GA off. So I'm now also to avoid you this direct GA. So that's why I'll give you a newbie gift package on the Tycoon. This is currently in the world is better to use. So don't worry, if the back of the more tasks we complete, or the performance is good, even can get something that prolongs life. Prolonging life, shall not live forever? Lin Feng said again with great surprise. Come, this is not a big deal. We must know that when the system was first born, it is the main longevity. The earliest can be traced back to 300 million years ago. That time the system is how powerful how to come. Not afraid of exposure. Casually a person has a system or at least live a few thousand years. If the task to do more, tens of thousands of years, hundreds of millions of years are not a problem. What? There was a system 300 million years ago? According to this time, wouldn't it be the same as the content of the mythological stories that are being told nowadays? What with flying in the sky and moving mountains and stuff like that, and all of them have a very long lifespan. Lin Feng also didn't expect there to be a system so early, and it was also very much in line with the mythological stories that have been circulating now. Yes, that's right, that time is the system is basically to strengthen the host body is the main, that is, longevity, or have a very powerful ability. Just now cannot be so. Society is not the same. If it is still like this, then it will get another system update. All the system is erased rewrite. Fortunately I'm not in that era, or I also do not have it. No, should be rewritten. No wonder, only this makes sense. Suddenly such a powerful era suddenly disappeared and can't find any traces of it. It can only be a mythological story like recorded in books for everyone to read. I found out before that this kind of mythological story is definitely not just written, especially since many of the stories are similar to some of the foreign stories as well. I knew something was wrong. Then why were they erased and rewritten? Lin Feng was curious about what happened, and anyway, he was bored right now, so he asked, wanting to know what happened at that time. I don't know the specifics, because I'm a later batch, not a batch of them. I just learned through the people in the system supervision department that at that time, it was the system's function that was too outrageous. The most powerful ones were able to travel through all space and time, as well as various parallel worlds to do wrong, and even disregarded the system's management system, leading to complaints from multiple parallel worlds, so it was wiped and rewritten, and there was a much better system as well. Of course after so many years, the system rules have gradually improved. As long as the violation is not outrageous, there won't be any punishment, otherwise it's an erase. That's so, I see, but indeed it's perverse to have such an ability, and to do wrong, no wonder it's erased. It's completely invincible. It's indeed impossible to not erase it, for the system before being wiped out. Lin Feng is still in favor of it. If you don't go to manage it, there may be no more blue star. With this kind of ability, it is sure that it will be all blue star. The rules are perfected or there are benefits. Yes, but there is also a bad thing, is to weaken the ability of the system. Originally all can be monopolized, now can only follow the steps, to help the host to be bigger and stronger. Makes sense, but if I had this kind of heaven-destroying ability, I would also not put people in my eyes. After all, if you mess with me and make me unhappy, don't you just casually crush each other? Lin Feng said with a smile, it's just that it's still nice to not have this kind of heaven-destroying system anymore. In fact there are still some systems that have not been completely wiped out. just downgraded and limited its functions. There are still some systems that can do things like fly in the sky and hide in the ground. It's just that it's not as powerful as it used to be. And sometimes you should have seen the news or someone in the sky photographed a similar human being flying in the sky. Then there is a possibility that there is a system for that. But it's not a long-lasting flight. Our system is also in need of energy. But now as long as you can complete the mission, energy will be constant. Otherwise it can only be maintained by the basic energy provided by the system regulator. But the problem is that you haven't sent me many missions either. Aren't you afraid that one day this ability will fail and I won't be able to return to cash? It's still okay? There still has to be energy. Without it the system is a waste. Lin Feng said in a hurry. Don't panic. Don't you see that I said to eat the energy supervised by the system? I have someone behind me, so I eat more energy. So the function piece you can rest assured to use. All very good. There will not be a situation where you suddenly cannot use or fail. My face is still quite big. Even if I do not send you a mission, I have the same constant flow of energy to eat. Cannot starve. Good. Big brother has strength. Little brother admires. In the future with big brother cover, I shall not walk horizontally. I did not expect that this system is flat but so powerful. Behind someone is good. Lin Feng now back is not hump. Breathing dare to take a big breath. Not for anything else. Is the strength. Suck up. Oops. Small problem. Small problem. In the future there is my cover. You just sneer. A minute to let you feel good. Big brother smoke a cigarette. No, you will not smoke. Forget it. Something and little brother said. Big things little brother cannot help. Small things cannot be used little brother. But big brother can talk to little brother. Not for anything else. Is because you are the big brother? I am a little brother. Lin Feng said to draw a cigarette out of the cigarette box, but thought that the system cannot smoke, and returned. Chapter 30 something or these things. But the person at the beginning is no longer in the, and I mix with food and drink. There is no starvation. So you can rest assured that now you will slowly grow. Something and then call me. By the way, the system space you can feel free to use. As long as the heart thinks of the need to access things after the thought of fetching and storage on the line. Can only store dead things. Live cannot be I'm still thinking about whether this can be used or not. It's good if it can be used. So I can put things at will. Lin Feng said with a smile, knowing that with this system space, he could put some things in if he wanted to, avoiding how tired he was still holding it. Well, I'm going to go on a date. Something to deduct me. Nothing to play by yourself. Big brother go well. Wish you a good date. Lin Feng said as he patted his ass. After seeing that the system did not continue to reply, Lin Feng also drove home to go. But before driving, Lin Feng wanted to try this system space. So the heart of the silent memory of the deposit, and then looked at the hands of the phone, immediately disappeared, and then opened the system backpack, and then saw the phone lying inside, and then thought of the phone, and then in the heart of the memory of the fetch, and the phone appeared in the hands of the phone. Fun, is really fun, the space is also so big. Randomly put things. Looking at the cell phone in his hand, Lin Feng was as happy as a small child. Soon returned home. Lin Feng looked at the time as also almost to the Chinese. It is intended to be just right to make a meal to eat. The refrigerator takeout after all is not fresh anymore. And they bought so many fresh dishes, but not to do a favorite dish. Buy a lot of ingredients. Basically home-cooked dishes need ingredients here. And Lin Feng's favorite to eat their own mother to make a mapo tofu. Just this mapo tofu Lin Feng outside to eat. Cannot eat the taste of his mother, resulting in Lin Feng now rarely go to eat the mapo tofu, mainly because of the fear of eating too much. Forgetting the taste of his mother. There is no way to think of it again. Now Lin Feng is planning to make his own mapo tofu to see if he can make it taste like his mom's, mainly because he misses it. Ding! Sensing the host's strong desire. Rewarded with divine cooking skills. Start your performance. Just as Lin Feng took the tofu out and prepared to handle it a bit, he suddenly heard a system reminder. This is really a good system. Knows what he wants and gives it to him. Thank you big brother for the reward haha. Lin Feng said thankfully with his hands clasping his fists right in front of him and nodded. A small amount. With this god-level cooking skill, Lin Feng had all the steps in his head on how to make mapo tofu, and this was the same as what Lin Feng's mother had done at the time, mainly because it neutralized this desire in Lin Feng's head to do it. Divine cooking was very powerful. After Lin Feng had the steps in his head, his hands started to automatically follow the steps, cutting the tofu into cubes when it was time to cut the tofu into cubes, and mixing the spices when it was time to mix the spices. If any of the great chefs had seen this, they would have to kneel and hug Lin Feng's thighs and cry to be masters. After all, such a handicraft couldn't be learned by the average person. Even if a famous chef had to practice for many years before he could reach this level, by that time he would be so old that he wouldn't even be able to hold a knife. So how could he cook? Especially since Lin Feng looked so young. He was at this level. If he said he started practicing from his mother's womb, there would be people who would believe him. Soon a mapo tofu was ready. Looking at the fragrant mapo tofu and smelling the familiar flavor, Lin Feng couldn't help but swallow his saliva, because this flavor was the flavor that his mother made. It was familiar and strange. Yummy, yummy, Lin Feng said happily after he picked up a piece of tofu with his chopsticks and ate it, only to cry again soon after. It made Lin Feng think of the family time. Lin Feng could eat his mom's cooking when he went home. How delicious it was. Only now he couldn't eat anything. He could only recall the memories. When Lin Feng came back to his senses, he found that a plate of mapo tofu had been eaten almost half. Just one plate of food was completely insufficient. So Lin Feng looked at the ingredients and got 2 more dishes. A small fried yellow beef, a steamed sea bass, all still eaten often before. There are dishes without wine. How to drink are not enough to have. So Lin Feng took out yesterday to buy a bottle of white wine to open a bottle, which is not expensive. A bottle of more than 100. Bought 4 bottles, that is, they occasionally drink. Sip a few cups. Fortunately, there is nothing going on today. Otherwise Lin Feng would not go drinking at noon. If something is going on is that it will delay himself. Ding! Sensing the host's strong desire to drink, rewarded 1,000 cups of wine, so that the host is across the drinking table, killing all sides. This Lin Feng just poured himself a cup of wine. Heard the system prompt. Really someone behind is good. Directly to the reward. Completely do not have to do the task. And with this 1,000 cups of not drunk, then in the future the wine casually drink. Drunkenness of the whole Lin Gongzi to pay the bill. Although 1,000 cups is not drunk, but not as drinking plain water, but as long as the shallow taste of a mouthful, you can know how many years this wine is, how many degrees, and even know if it is not blended or grain wine. Grain at that time, whether the sun dry and so on, anyway, will be particularly detailed. The main thing is that this function as long as the wine can be used, whether it is white wine, red wine, other wines, are applicable, still can enjoy the taste of wine, but will not get drunk. This who do not want With this 1,000 cups of wine, Lin Feng began to use a small wine glass to fill the wine. Now directly to the kitchen to change a bowl to drink up. So that is a big mouth to drink, big mouth to eat meat. If someone sees the bottle of wine written above the degree of 53 degrees, it is estimated that the general public will be shocked. So high degrees. Lin Feng is drinking water as big mouthfuls of drink. Put on the ordinary people have long been drunk. Do not like to send a circle of friends. Lin Feng looked at this scene. Sitting on the front with a cell phone to take a picture. Check, no problem. Then sent out. With the text simple and familiar home cooking, but cannot taste again. In addition to the meal and wine on the table, there are also empty tables and chairs in the photo. Lin Feng is also trying to express that if the family is still there, this meal must have been very happy. After the circle of friends was sent out, there were soon people liking and replying. Most of them envied Lin Feng, especially Lin Feng's employees. All of them were either kissing ass or liking. Only those who knew Lin Feng's family knew the significance of Lin Feng's friend circle. Of course Lin Feng was just lamenting. Sending it out didn't mean that he hoped to be consoled. Things have also passed. People also need to look forward. Don't keep reminiscing about the past. It's not necessary. Lu also saw this circle of friends, did not like or comment, but directly green bubble to Lin Feng private chat, asking need him to accompany? If he was close, Lin Feng would have said yes, but now the two are too far away, and when Lu came over, the food was cold, so he refused Lu's good intentions, or agreed to come over to eat together when Lin Ling came back. Of course, in addition to brother Lu chatting privately with Lin Feng, Ding Shue, Dongfang Qin, Chen Yu and so on, all of these people also chatted privately, and by the way, they also gave a nod of approval and so on. Brother, it looks so delicious. Did you make it yourself? Dongfang Qin was properly a foodie. She sent a message to Lin Feng just to know if it was Lin Feng's cooking. That's for sure. I'm a very good cook. Next time I'll make it for you. Lin Feng replied. Okay, it's a deal. Dongfang Qin replied, followed by a hook emoticon. Lin Feng also responded with a corresponding pull hook emoticon. Brother Feng, are you thinking back to something unpleasant? Ding Shue's side of the message was not about food, but asked with concern. It was evident that this little ninny's mind was still very delicate, which showed that the circle of friends that Lin Feng posted was different, and it wasn't just about basking in the food. This is all seen by you not simple. Lin Feng didn't directly answer what was going on. Mainly this was also his own family's business, and if he said it to Ding Shue, it would also affect Ding Shue's feelings. It's okay, it's just that I feel that indeed you are unhappy about something, so I came over to ask. The side of the screen Ding Shue's small face had already reddened. To know that Ding Shue would normally go so far as to care for someone, or a person of the opposite sex, so being said so by Lin Feng, the small face could not carry it anymore. It was red. It's fine, just lamenting. Things are different, Lin Feng said back. It seems like you still have stories that I don't know. I wonder if there's a chance that I'll be able to listen to them? Ding Shueshue thought for a while before sending out this paragraph. It still looked a bit wrong for a persona like Ding Shueshue. If it was Dongfang Qin it would be normal. It was just that Ding Shueshue herself didn't know why she was asking. Chapter 31, Let's choose a day. Let's do it today. Let's forget about it today. I'll talk to you slowly next time I have the chance. Lin Feng was going to say it, but on second thought, it felt a bit like a sympathy booster to say it, so Lin Feng still wasn't going to say it now. Okay, anytime you want to talk about it find me. I'm here. Ding Shueshue also knew that if she forced Lin Feng to say it, it might trigger something unpleasant in her heart, so she didn't force anything, and only acted as if she was a knowing big sister. Well then, next time there's a chance I'll invite you to my house for dinner. Not that I'm boasting about myself. My cooking is so good that there's no rival at the moment. Lin Feng didn't want to continue to explore on this issue, so he changed the topic and talked about his cooking skills. It was true that girls cared a lot about food. Ding Shueshue was no exception. Hey, is that so? I also like food more. I don't dare to say that I've eaten a lot of delicious food, but basically I've eaten all the famous dishes, and I've eaten the ones made by famous chefs. Since you said that you're such a good cook, then I look forward to trying the dishes you make next time. After being diverted by Lin Feng, Ding Shueshue was also attracted by the food, so she quickly forgot that she was just planning to accompany Lin Feng to talk about her heart. Small problem. It's all a matter of having hands. I'll make a full banquet for you in minutes. Lin Feng bragged back. Pick a day. How about tonight? I don't have anything to do in the evening, and I'm eating late at home, so I might as well come to your place to try it. Ding Shueshue thought about it or returned. There is indeed no thing at night, but the home cooking are very fixed time. After all, there is a nanny. Unless special circumstances, the nanny is in the evening around 7 p.m. on the dishes more than done, so there is no will be very late to meet the situation. The home late to cook which is only Ding Shueshue casually said. Okay, I also bought enough dishes. You just eat. Wait, I'll also send a message to Dongfang Qin, so that she doesn't get angry. Lin Feng said back, also thought of what Dongfang Qin said before, so invited together. Otherwise invited Ding Shueshue did not call her. Cannot be angry. Okay, I'll definitely go to the appointment at night. Ding Shueshue happily replied, just slightly still a little bit unhappy, because I thought I was alone with Lin Feng, but I can't leave Dongfang Qin behind, or this good friend relationship is not a crack. Come to my house for dinner tonight. Xiao Shui will come too. Lin Feng switched to Dongfang Qin's chat page and just sent a message to Dongfang Qin. Alright, I'll go with Shui then. Dongfang Qin, who was still busy with her own things, saw the message Lin Feng sent to her and immediately put things down and replied. Okay, the address is this one. I'll talk to the security guards as well, so you guys can just come straight in when the time comes. Lin Feng had shared his positioning so Dongfang Qin could navigate over directly. He also sent Ding Shueshue the positioning by the way, to avoid Ding Shueshue not being able to find the place when the two of them got separated at that time. Wait, you bought Villa 1. Ha? Dongfang Qin clicked on the address shared, ready to see where it is. This does not look. I'll look shocked, as the children of rich people, or know what the know. One villa represents. This is not the average person can afford to buy. To buy are a lot of cash flow of the people. Otherwise how can you take 400 million to buy a villa it? Yeah, or I stole it? Lin Feng replied with a smile. Is it too late for me to hug your thigh? This message was a voice from Dongfang Qin, screaming very excitedly, which startled the unprepared Lin Feng. The scream wasn't very piercing though, it just caught people off guard. Calm down, isn't it just a house? Your house isn't also a villa. Lin Feng calmly returned a voice after hearing this, as if mine is a villa and your house is also a villa. Then it's equal to the same. Can it be the same? Your villa can buy several sets of my house. No, I have to finish what I'm doing and go visit earlier. After getting a confirmation, Dongfang Qin was not calm anymore, so she planned to work overtime to finish her work and go to Lin Feng's house. In addition, Ding Shueshue viewed that Lin Feng lived in the know. One villa is also a little surprised, just not as surprised as Dongfang Qin, but felt that Lin Feng is very powerful, very admirable. If I were to describe it, it would be the kind of eyes that are full of caution. Simply chatting about some other things, Lin Feng also finished the dishes, began to clean up the mess. Looking at the time still intend to sleep. Eat and drink enough to sleep is the best enjoyment. After sleeping for more than 2 hours, he heard the doorbell ringing, which made Lin Feng unable to sleep even if he wanted to. He was going to ask who it was, but suddenly he thought that he had invited Dongfang Qin and Ding Shueshue to his home, so he quickly asked them to wait through the doorbell intercom. Soon put on the clothes, came to the door, opened the door. Dongfang Qin is like a curious baby like left look right look. Ding Shueshue is very reserved and Dongfang Qin the same. Brother, The original 400 million villa is so luxurious, much better looking than my house, Dongfang Qin said while visiting. Fortunately, I bought it and didn't decorate it. This one is all self-contained. I'm also satisfied with it so I kept it all. Lin Feng followed behind them and also said, this painting is the painting of that master from abroad. I remember when the auction price was 8 million. I didn't expect it to be in your place. Oh, Dongfang Qin said as she looked at an oil painting on the wall. So valuable? I really don't know. Anyway, the decoration here decorations furniture and whatnot are all self-contained. I didn't bother to ask, just all stay. Anyway, they are all new. Lin Feng didn't expect this painting to be so valuable, but it didn't matter. Now as long as you can buy something with money, it's nothing to Lin Feng. Not bad. I like it. The decoration style is familiar to me, but I can't recall which master designed it, Dongfang Qin said after roughly looking around. Can you even know this? Lin Feng asked with a bit of curiosity. After all, Dongfang Qin majored in finance. How could she have studied art? My major is finance, but I also have an elective. Oh, my elective is art, so I'm still quite fond of art stuff. Dongfang Qin looked at the confused Lin Feng and said, so no way. I told you how you have such a feeling for art. Look at me. I can only say it looks good. There's nothing more. I can't analyze it at all. I can only say it looks good in general. Lin Feng looked at Dongfang Qin as if he had found a new continent, because this big grinning personality liking art really wasn't quite right. Of course there was that kind of art that was very active. That's not true. At least art has won awards, the international kind. Only now I'm back to play less. Occasionally draw an illustration online for fun. Dongfang Qin said proudly. Awesome. I don't have that many hobbies. I can just play with the computer a little bit. I don't really have any other skills. Lin Feng thought about the fact that he really didn't have any other skills or hobbies, so he said truthfully, you can cook just fine. The rest doesn't matter. Eating is what matters. Saying that, Dongfang Qin tongue licked her upper lip, as if she had seen something delicious. Haha, that's true. Nowadays society can cook is also a strong point. Okay, you guys watch first. It's not too early. I'll go prepare the ingredients. Lin Feng said with a smile. He couldn't say that I would be a godly cook only today, so one could only go and prepare the ingredients first. In addition to the ordinary ingredients, Lin Feng also bought 2 borons, 10 or so crabs, all very large. Individually it would be more than 30. If it wasn't for the fact that there weren't any more so large, Lin Feng was going to buy all of them. Anyway, the refrigerator was big enough and powerful enough to be used. Lin Feng intends to first clean the bolong and crab. Clean first, put aside for backup. Now not in a hurry to do. Still have to prepare some side dishes and so on. There was also beef, lamb chops and whatnot. Lin Feng already had a lot of recipes in his head. Now he was choosing what he should cook. The 2 girls were also curious babies, looking here and there, almost looking through the villa. Most of the villas were still similar to their own homes, just different decorations, bigger, but there was nothing different. After strolling around, the 2 women also came to the kitchen to see what needs help, or else just eat words, or a little embarrassed. Chapter 32. Yummy, really yummy. Want us to help you with something? Ding Shueshue said as she looked at Lin Feng, who was washing vegetables. Yes, you guys break 2 eggs, then chop up some garlic, the kind that's chopped into garlic paste, and get some extra to spare. Lin Feng didn't want them to do anything, but seeing Ding Shueshue's eager eyes, he still said something simpler for them to do, mainly because the complicated ones Lin Feng was also afraid that they wouldn't be able to do it. This is simple. I can do it, Dongfang Qin said and went to start peeling the garlic, and Ding Shueshue just beat 2 eggs first and stirred them up. See, are working. Lin Feng also continued to wash vegetables. Can not all eat meat. Also have to come to some vegetables and so on. So already washed a small cabbage. And cabbage, 2 kinds of vegetables enough. More than enough to eat. Cabbage and cabbage directly tear on the line. Just this is not waiting for Lin Feng to do. Ding Shueshue came over to start tearing an egg or very quickly, much faster than cutting garlic. So it will come over to help Lin Feng tear vegetables. Look, Ding Shueshue, very quiet look. But this tearing technique is not rusty at all. More skillful than Dongfang Qin cut garlic slime. Dongfang Qin cut some garlic slime is still very slow. And now there is not cut much out. Look at you, so skillful is often dry. Oh, Lin Feng said while tearing it. Yes, I often ate vegetable salad before. The vegetables were all torn or cut by myself. Still will be more skillful. Ding Shueshue said with a smile, the speed of her hands not slowing down at all. No wonder you have such a good figure. Then Dongfang Qin, you shouldn't have cooked much, right? Lin Feng said after briefly sizing up Ding Shueshue before looking at Dongfang Qin. Hey, yes, I rarely cook. Only occasionally I see something really delicious on the internet and try to make it myself. But every time I fail, causing me to not be much of a cook now. Ha ha. Dongfang Qin said a little embarrassed. But I will learn Everyone goes from not knowing to knowing. So would you be willing to teach me a little? Dongfang Qin continued immediately afterward. Teach is certainly willing. Just see if you have the time. Free will be handed over. I dare to say, whether it is a new dish, or the old dishes, I just eat over the recovery of 90% of the production process. Do out of the dish also has 90% similarity, so you want to eat in the future will not be able to do the dish directly, and I said, I will soon be the production process can be recovered down. Lin Feng said, this was said rather wildly. If other chefs heard it all scoffed. After all, making a dish is simple, but wanting to make it very tasty or the same as someone else's would be difficult, because how much seasoning, how much temperature, when to turn the pot, are very delicate. The average person imitation cannot be imitated, otherwise it would not be said that the chef is a popular industry. We cannot leave the food, but can make a delicious chef is very few, can only say that the things made out of it can be eaten only. Lin Feng, who has god-level cooking skills, this is not a thing, it's a simple thing, it's just a matter of taking a bite and knowing the ingredients, and knowing the heat and so on. Of course the two girls still believed in Lin Feng's words. To be precise, it was just blind faith. Even if Lin Feng couldn't make it, it didn't matter. Instead they would think that it was because Lin Feng didn't play well or something like that. They wouldn't say that it was because Lin Feng couldn't do it. Yeah, I also like watching food videos. Next time I swipe a good-looking one, I'll send it to you and see if I can recover it. Dongfang Qin thought that she would have a constant stream of delicious food. This saliva flowed out indisputably, so Lin Feng subconsciously went to wipe the saliva at the corner of Dongfang Qin's mouth with his hand. This scene was slightly ambiguous, which made Dongfang Qin blush all of a sudden. However, Ding Xuexue, who was on the side, had not been too happy, but didn't show it. Good. Xiao Shueshues also can be see like to eat but can't make it. Just tell me. After wiping Dongfang Qin's saliva, Lin Feng turned his head to look at Ding Xuexue on his left-hand side and said, aha, okay. Ding Xuexue didn't say anything more when she was a bit not in the best of moods. Lin Feng didn't notice. Dongfang Qin didn't either because they were all thinking about their own things, and Ding Xuexue also hid it very well. Unless Ding Xuexue said it herself, the general public couldn't see it yet. Soon the vegetables were done. The garlic paste was almost cut. Now it was just a little bit of cutting some chili peppers and such, and it was ready to go. But this was also left to Ding Xuexue to get. Lin Feng was going to go and start getting the bolong and crabs. Fortunately, the kitchen is big enough. There are also many stoves. After the bolong and crabs cleaned up, then put into the steamer to start steaming, so that you can eat delicious bolong and crabs. Of course, not just put in, but also put in some ginger and so on to deodorize. Adjust the seasoning. Other dishes in Lin Feng and the help of the two women also quickly completed. There is braised beef, fried lamb chops, hand-torn cabbage and so on, plus bolong and crab, a total of 8 dishes. 3 people eat slightly a little bit of all, but the portion Lin Feng did not do a lot, is worried about eating waste, even if you put in the refrigerator, or not as good as fresh. Dinner. The dishes were all served. Lin Feng said happily, first of all, one person a crab first appetizer. If it is an ordinary person steaming crabs, it is a steamed crab, light and tasteless, but after Lin Feng steamed crabs, locking the fresh flavor outside, but also the flavor of the seasoning, can be said to make your taste buds delicious to the explosion. Yummy, oh. Dongfang Qin said with a satisfied look on her face after taking a bite of the crab yolk, as if what she was eating wasn't a crab but some delicious dish. Indeed delicious. Steamed crabs we also eat a lot, but this made especially delicious. Such a comparison. I do not know what I ate before. Ding Xuexue eat a mouthful of crab meat is also very satisfied said, and even compared. Now Ding Xuexue is worshipped. Did not expect to be so delicious? Really say no. Tasty, eat more. Each one is very big, completely enough to eat. Of course there are other dishes. Also don't not eat, eat more. Lin Feng was still happy to hear that he was said to be delicious. After all, what he had made, someone recognizing it must be the best reward. Then Lin Feng gave the 2 women another crab each. The 2 women also thanked him and then took and ate it. Originally thought it was that there would be leftovers. Lin Feng still underestimated the ability of the eaters. After this section of the wind, the table already didn't have anything that could be eaten. Even the vegetable soup was drunk without a single drop. So it could be seen how delicious this dish was. So full. Finished. Today again have to put on a few pounds. Dongfang Qin said with a bit of a sad face as she leaned back in her chair and touched her stomach after eating with little satisfaction. Let you eat less, you don't listen. Fat is fat. What else can I do? Ding Xuexue took the opportunity to hit Dongfang Qin. Of course Dongfang Qin would not be angry. After all, it was a joke. Lin Feng did not say anything, just smiled and watched the 2 of them bickering. Still very happy. Eat all the dishes. This is the biggest recognition of a chef. Good thing the dishes are still very tasty, otherwise not left a lot. Then began to clean up the plate. Fortunately all eat very clean. That is, only the crab shells need to clean up. The other will be simple to clean up and put into the pool on the line. Ding Xuexue and Dongfang Qin wanted to help, but they were too full to get up, so they could only say sorry to Lin Feng and let him do the dishes. But all live in such a good house. How can you still need to manually wash it yourself? Just put it directly into the dishwasher. Directly automated wash it all. Don't need to go and do it yourself. So after Lin Feng put it in, he also washed some fruits. Eat some fruits after the meal. It's still pretty good. Originally I was really full, but with the fruit, I think I can eat some more. Dongfang Qin had already shifted to the sofa, and when she saw the fruits Lin Feng had brought to the coffee table, Dongfang Qin reluctantly sat up and just picked up the fruits and ate them. These fruits were still brought from Lu's side earlier. Lin Feng was still slow to eat them by himself. He had shared some with the two girls earlier, but now that they were guests, they took them out and entertained them. I have to slow down a bit before I can eat, otherwise I'm afraid my stomach will blow up. Ding Xuexue didn't eat the fruit, still leaning on the sofa, playing with her cell phone. It's still early, there's no rush. Eat slowly. What movie or TV do you guys want to watch? This one can be watched. I've opened up the membership to watch it casually. Lin Feng also sat on the small sofa on the side, then turned on the TV and gave the remote control to Ding Xuexue who was next to him and said, Chapter 33 Two Women Bathing Together. Watch the anchor woman dance, how good. Nowadays, when you watch a TV series or movie that requires a membership inside the TV, you just need to open a membership. Unlike before when you still need to open a regular membership, super membership, advanced viewing membership. Anyway, how to pit money, which makes the ordinary people how to live. So under the country's rectification, it improved, but after all, the company that provides the movie or TV, they buy the copyright, so they still need a member to watch, and just keep a member on the line. The other can only bear the pain to cut, otherwise it will be deducted and punished by the relevant state departments, and even more losses. In the past, Lin Feng was thinking this way, but now that he has money, it doesn't matter. 100 members can be opened, but he can't let the big injustice seat. Yes, oh, the TV show I want to watch today is updated. I want to see it. Dongfang Qin thought that today is her favorite TV series updated, so she took the remote control from Ding Xuexue's hand and searched for it, soon found it and started to look at it. Ding Xuexue was slightly dissatisfied, but didn't say anything. Luckily she didn't have a TV she wanted to watch either, plus Dongfang Qin was just such a character, so she didn't bother. Time soon came to 9 p.m. Dongfang Qin also liked to watch the TV series finished. Of course, Lin Feng and Ding Xuexue is also accompanied by watching the end of the fruit on the coffee table also eaten. Normally at this point you should go back, but Ding Xuexue and Dongfang Qin didn't want to go back at all. They didn't have anything to do the next day anyway, so they stayed put. Luckily there were more rooms, otherwise there wouldn't be enough to sleep in. But in order not to bother Lin Feng, the two of them would just sleep in one room. Anyway, the beds in the rooms were very big. It was enough to sleep 3 people, let alone 2 girls. Alright, there are bath towels in the rooms, but there are no new clothes, so if you guys take a bath, you'll have to wrap yourselves in this first. It's all clean of course. Lin Feng couldn't kick them out. He could only agree. Brother Feng is so nice. Dongfang Qin was also very happy to get a reply and directly got mushy. This voice gave Lin Feng goosebumps. Trouble don't clip sound. I can't stand it a bit. Oh. Lin Feng shuddered for a moment and then looked at Dongfang Qin and said, Oops, okay, I won't say it anymore. Dongfang Qin said so, but still sent out a clip sound. Lin Feng directly covered his head with one hand and shook his head with a smile, not wanting to say anything. We'll make kanji tomorrow morning, around 9 o'clock. You guys don't play too late. Lin Feng didn't want to dwell on this anymore. Thinking about tomorrow's breakfast, he said to the 2 girls, Okay, Chef Lin, your call. Dongfang Qin said with a smile. Ding Xuexue also smiled alone. The 2 women chose a room on the 2nd floor and went in to sleep. Inside each room was a TV, so if they wanted to watch it all they could continue to watch it or play with their cell phones. The villa's networks were all 10,000 megabit broadband, and the speed was awesome. Comfortable. Living in a $400 million villa feels different. Dongfang Qin entered the room and directly lay on the bed. The whole person is a big zigzag, so comfortable that her face is deformed. Not bad. This environment is not bad. The bed is also quite soft. It should be the kind that can improve sleep. More than 100,000 a mattress. I have to say that this price is still quite cost effective. Ding Xuexue also lay down, but not like Dongfang Qin, just lying flat to feel. Originally the 2 girls lay down and did not want to get up and take a shower, but there was still the smell of crabs on their bodies, so they still could only get up and take a shower. There was no way. the two girls ate the most. It was normal to have some crab flavor. It just couldn't be smelled without a careful sniffing, but the girls loved to be clean, so they couldn't allow the smell on their bodies. There was no bathroom in the room on the second floor. There was only one at the end of the second floor, so the two girls could only go here to take a bath. But there was only one man in the whole villa, Lin Feng, so they didn't have to worry about anything. They took a towel and went to the bathroom to take a bath. That's right, it's two people together. Anyway, this is not the first time. The two girls have been bathing together since childhood whenever they had the chance. There is no such thing as being shy. They already know each other well, and it's not like they're washing with the opposite sex, so this time was no exception. They directly locked the bathroom door and started to bathe. Good guy, how long has it been since I took a bath? How come your balls feel a little bigger than mine? Clothes are finished. Dongfang Qin looked at Ding Shueshue front and said, also used his hand to weigh it. Which has yours is the big one. Mine is still the same old bar. Ding Shueshue also did not show weakness, also went to rub Dongfang Qin's. The two girls just like this play around to finish the bath, although there is a bathtub. But the two girls do not want to take a bath, and not in their own home. Take a bath more time consuming. Not as good as after the bath lying on the bed more comfortable. After the bath clothes can only first not wash, or tomorrow there are no clothes to wear. So take the clothes back to the room. Lock the door is ready to play with the phone to sleep. Lin Feng is also tired all night. Back to his room also first take a shower and ready to sleep. After taking a shower, Lin Feng was much more energized, which made Lin Feng could not sleep at once, and thought about brushing the fast sound. Hoping to fall asleep, Lin Feng opened the fast sound. Not yet brush a few videos, received a private message. Look at a previous anchor invited Lin Feng to their own live room. Originally Lin Feng did not want to go, because the anchor has no impression. Only remembered that at that time in order to complete the task is to brush some gifts. A lot of anchors have brushed, which also remember who is who. In addition to this anchor, before Lin Feng brush fast sound also have a lot of anchor private letter to go to see live. But Lin Feng did not agree. But tonight now a little bored, also agreed to each other, and clicked on each other's avatar to jump to each other's live room. Because now Lin Feng's fast sound gift level is very high. There are 40 levels, so lead to now into the live room comes with special effects. Full screen kind. Even if you close the gift effects, this will still show up. Visible how bull. The main thing is that now can have 40 level of too few people. Do not look at the fast sound of the user, but are occasionally brush a small gift to brush to 40 level or millions of ordinary people which have so much money. Even if it is useful in their own body how good, why go to brush to the anchor? And finally can only get a thank you big brother, and more loss not to mention the face of the base. If it is exactly the same certainly not a loss, but if the other side and live is too different, or there is a fairy jump, then the loss of no way. It just didn't matter to Lin Feng. As long as it was something that money could solve, it wasn't a problem. Welcome, a touch of wind brother is here. Wow. Thank you brother. Thank you very much brother. This female anchor had just said welcome when she saw that Lin Feng had swiped a big rocket and immediately said excitedly. A big rocket was 3,000 Chinese dollars. So the shaking coins were also $3,000, 1 for 1. So the anchor had at least $500 in her account. So it was strange not to be excited. A big rocket let the number of people not much live room immediately began to soar. Has been hundreds and hundreds of people came in. Lin Feng looked at this anchor is still quite good looking. Otherwise he wouldn't have gone to brush a rocket. Anyway, it has been filled with jittery coins not to use it is also placed here. Why not brush it off? But also listen to an anchor shouting a brother. You're welcome. I'm also bored right now. Do you want to do a dance? Or sing a song as well? Lin Feng can't let the other side take it for nothing. So he directly said the request. Of course if the other side doesn't do it Lin Feng won't say anything just won't come next time. Brother Feng, I just finished singing a song. So let's do a dance. The anchor woman also knew that she couldn't take this gift for nothing so she danced. Dancing could also show off her body. If Lin Feng took a liking to her, then she wouldn't be able to eat and drink in the future. Fine, just dance. Something exciting will do. Lin Feng also said nonchalantly. Anchor woman heart is also thinking that men are all the same. To stimulate is not just a little bit of rubbing well, but the anchor woman was originally a little bit of rubbing the kind, so did not say anything bad, but instead was smiling and agreed. Then picked a more passionate BGM, removed chairs and other obstacles, and BGM began to dance up. Lin Feng looked at the anchor woman dancing action. Very tempting, but there is no other idea, after all, and cannot get. Think so much why. Look on the line. Chapter 34 This porridge is quite delicious. Wow, it's so big and soft. The anchor picked well. You're a professional dancer, right? That's it. Twist it up. Yes. Good. I'm good. You guys continue. After the anchor began to dance, the live pop-up screen began to change suddenly. Before or the anchor sang really good looking and so on, now it is directly this situation. But Lin Feng does not bother. Look at the right. A dance soon finished. The anchor woman is also tired and panting. In order to please Lin Feng, can be said to be using all their strength, mainly because she lived there is no big brother. Only Lin Feng is currently the big brother, so it will be so hard. Lin Feng can also see that the other party is very hard, so did not let the other party to suffer. So brush 10 carnival. 1 is 8,888 yuan now. This next small 100,000 is gone, which makes the anchor woman even if panting is also very happy to thank Lin Feng. Just this if you do not watch the live broadcast, just listen to this sound. Also thought that it was doing something bad. The woman's panting so heavy. Luckily the soundproofing of the room was very good. Lin Feng's voice was externalized but he didn't have to worry about it being heard by the two women. You're welcome, take a break. Lin Feng sent a pop-up and said, thank you brother Feng, considerate of people, this dance is indeed too tiring, I have to take a break. If brother Feng wants to say something else, I can only trouble you to wait a bit longer, the female anchor said after sitting on the chair and slowing down. It's fine, Lin Feng said, and by the way, he swiped 5 more rockets. Anchor woman saw another 5 rockets, continued to say thank you, more and more feel that they invited each other into their own live room is good. This next few months wages do not have to worry about not having money to use. The number of people in the live room also came to 60,000 people, all because of the effect of the gift. The live room heat up, so a lot of people brushed to the live room. Curiosity on the point of entry. Some good luck to see the live dance. Bad luck can only see the jumping anchor woman, but the anchor woman face body is also very good, so has also left a lot of male compatriots. Did not quit. Then there was chatting with Lin Feng, then singing, then dancing. Behind is really too late. Are playing to 1 a.m. More than. Lin Feng also cannot carry, can only say to sleep. The anchor woman also cannot be gripped again, but also can only see Lin Feng exit the live broadcast room. But Lin Feng is out. The anchor woman sent a private message to Lin Feng. Is the anchor woman green bubble number? Originally Lin Feng not too much want to add this anchor woman, but after thinking about it, or copy this green bubble number to the top of the green bubble for search and add, not for anything else, is to take a look at the anchor behind will continue to develop into what, after all, in this anchor on the brush has more than 200,000, is not a small amount of money. Soon the anchor woman passed the friend. Lin Feng had thought not so fast, after all, the other side is still on the air, but soon the anchor woman informed that it has also been off the air, and also gave Lin Feng to solve the confusion. How old is brother? The female anchor saw that Lin Feng was also still awake, so she found a topic to chat about. 26. You don't look too old do you? Lin Feng replied. I'm 23 this year. I'm not too young either. The female anchor quickly replied, returning in seconds, afraid that Lin Feng would go away. That's fine. Did you just graduate or? Lin Feng asked. Already graduated for a year. It's not like I can't find any other good jobs, so I'll be an anchor. I've heard that anchors make money, but I didn't make much this year. I can only barely live. Female anchor truthfully said, but this is indeed the truth. Now live industry is also the development of a large, so it is easy to lead to too many female anchors. Everyone is aesthetic fatigue. See good-looking female anchor will not have been brushing gifts and so on, so you can make money or the kind of big anchor. Such a small anchor can only be non-stop rubbing the edge and so on to be able to earn some money, or good luck to meet the big brother, or else it is just a mix of life. After a brief understanding of the anchor woman's real name is Ling Daichio, the name is still very good, is not very good luck, cannot find a professional counterpart of the work, can only do anchor industry. Lang Daichio's professional is a stewardess, but was brushed down, but also interviewed several domestic, but not, also do not want to continue to interview, with their own conditions, not as good as directly do the anchor, may also be able to earn a wave of big money. I see that your fast sound name is Meow Meow Sauce. I even thought it was going to be a cute style. I didn't realize it was still going to be a sexy style. Lin Feng sent a message and said, at first I did want to go cute style, but the videos I sent didn't have a high airplay. Once in a while I sent a video wearing black stockings, and it immediately caught fire. Then I started to send out some sexy videos, so that's how it went. A lot of people just like such contrasting styles, or else I really couldn't stick with being an anchor. Ling Daichio replied. Originally wanted to go to bed earlier Lin Feng. The result is that the two people so chat to almost 4 a.m. before the end of the chat. Mainly Lin Feng cannot hold out, but before going to sleep, Ling Daichio also sent a few very exciting photos to Lin Feng. Of course, has not yet revealed what. Just some sexy photos of the photo, which makes Lin Feng all of a sudden do not know whether to sleep now, or wait a little bit and then sleep. Just sleepiness still defeated the thoughts that shouldn't be there. Lin Feng still decided to go to sleep. After all, he still had to get up in the morning to make breakfast. In fact, when Lin Feng didn't fall asleep, the two girls didn't go to bed very early either. I guess they were a bit bedwetted, so they also swiped on the fast sound until after 2 a.m. before they went to bed. More than 8 a.m., Lin Feng got up and began to prepare the ingredients to do porridge. Originally intended to do a seafood porridge, but thought that yesterday has finished all the seafood, and now there is no more. Can only do a skinny egg porridge, simply eat a meal. Soon the ingredients are dealt with. Lean meat, eggs, are cut into very small pieces, so that the porridge can be more delicious. It seems to be a very uncommon practice, but the subtle action, the general public cannot see, as well as added some secret seasonings and so on, which will make the skin egg congee and outside will be different, more delicious, slowly stewed on a small fire, more flavorful. Lin Feng didn't even sleep for long, but he got up without much sleepiness. It was different from before. It should be just the reason why his physique was getting better and better. It smells so good. This is skin and egg thin meat porridge, isn't it? At 9 o'clock or so, Dong Fangqin stood in the hallway of the second floor looking towards the kitchen place, smelling the fragrance and said, "Or you have a good nose. This smells out. It needs to be stewed a bit more and it's ready. You guys just wash up first. The disposable washing things are in the cabinet under the bathroom mirror. You guys can use it if you open it." Lin Feng looked at Dong Fangqin on the second floor and said, "My nose is still good. Okay, we'll go wash up now," Dong Fangqin said in a very bullish manner. The two girls quickly finished washing up. The table was also already full of congee. One person one bowl. There was still in the pot if there wasn't enough to eat, because Lin Feng already knew the fighting strength of the two of them based on yesterday's experience. So there was still a lot of congee prepared, and Lin Feng also believed that it was definitely possible to eat it all. This porridge is delicious. It's delicate and silky in the mouth. It melts in your mouth, and this meat doesn't need to be chewed much before it directly melts away, Dong Fangqin said after taking a bite. It was also full of enjoyment, as if she wasn't drinking congee, but rather agar jelly. Ding Shueshui on the side was also the same, originally still a little sleepy. After drinking the porridge, she immediately became much more energized. Of course it wasn't the scalding, but rather being awakened by this deliciousness. The sleepiness directly disappeared away, and she wouldn't be sleepy at all. Congee is a little hot. Ding Shueshui and Dong Fangqin eat up but do not feel hot. Blow a few times to eat a bite, then Lin Feng eat faster. Two people almost one person ate 3 bowls of volume. Lin Feng only ate 2 bowls. Not continue to eat, but no, so want to eat also not. It looked like 3 bowls weren't enough for them to eat. It couldn't be helped. It was just deliciously made. It's too delicious. How can I still eat the skin and egg thin meat congee outside? Dong Fangqin licked the last drop of congee in the bowl and made an aggrieved look and said, "What? Planning to make me cook for you for the rest of my life?" Lin Feng put down the bowl and said with a smile, "It's not impossible. If it's really like this, I'm still very happy." Dong Fangqin immediately stopped being aggravated and said with a smile, Chapter 35, Long-Term Meal Ticket. The company is ready for opening. Your math is quite loud. When the company opens later, you guys will be busy. You still want to eat this and that. Dream on, Lin Feng said with a smile, and by the way, he also started to clean up the dishes. Dreams still need to be had. Put it down. Let's clean up, Dong Fangqin said while also grabbing the dishes from Lin Feng's hands all over again. Then she went to the kitchen with Ding Shueshui and finished washing up. Lin Feng didn't stop. Anyway, they were willing to do this. Lin Feng didn't have any point in stopping them, and there was a dishwasher. So the most they could do was just put it in the dishwasher and wait for the washing to be done. Originally there was still nothing today. Just when Lin Feng was planning to rest, he received a call from the company's renovation team saying that it was almost finished, so that Lin Feng could take a look at it today. And if there were any unsatisfactory places he could still change them. To avoid modifying them after the renovation was done, it would not be good to change them. Okay, I'll be there around 10 o'clock. Lin Feng gave a time and hung up after saying that the other party had no objections. What's going on? Going out are you? Ding Shueshui asked curiously. Since she was closer to Lin Feng, she could probably still hear what was on the phone. Yeah, the company is almost done with the renovations and asked me to go over and take a look. Do you guys want to go together? Lin Feng nodded and said, then looked at Ding Shueshui and Dong Fangqin. Go, I'm curious what the office environment of the future company will be like. Before Ding Shueshui could say anything, Dong Fangqin couldn't wait to raise her hand. Okay, let's set off together then. Lin Feng nodded and said, luckily this wasn't in their house, otherwise they would still have to put on makeup or something. How would it take an hour to set off? In Lin Feng's house, as long as you say go, you go, you don't have to delay for a minute. And of course the main thing was that they were good looking in their own right. It didn't matter if they put on makeup or not. This is the first time I'm sitting in the back row of a car I bought. Ha ha. After getting into the car, Dong Fangqin sat in the back row and said with a smile, "The back row is also very comfortable. I'll sit in the back row from now on." Ding Shueshue also sat in the back, leaning against the back row and said, because there was only one co-pilot, the two women couldn't fight for it, so they could only sit in the back row together, with Lin Feng as the driver to drive to Star Mansion. Came to the Star Building. Ding Shueshue and Dong Fangqin is as the identity of the employee then, or the first batch of the company. The rest of the staff how to wait for the renovation, to come in, or to come also cannot work, can only be honestly at home to lie down. This how only renovated this piece. Then a piece is not yours? After arriving at the 22nd floor, seeing that only 100 square feet near the entrance was decorated, the rest of the place was still in a miserable state. Dong Fangqin asked curiously. Yes, at that time did not intend to get so many places, ready to be the first to recruit some people and then continue to slowly expand. But now look at the words. So a little place. Everyone office up is still a little crowded. I want to think about it later also reopen a piece of place. Anyway, now the legal team temporarily cannot come to the company to work. The other employees will then go to work again. Lin Feng looked at the side that was still being renovated, and then looked at the side that wasn't being renovated, and thought that he had recruited more than 20 people at once, and it really wasn't a good idea to sit so many in this place that was less than 200 square feet in 100 or so square feet. So he was planning to still wait to continue to communicate with the designer of the renovation, which was Wang Jiaojiao, and he was the one that made the previous phone call. It's just that right now he wasn't at the site, and he was still busy downstairs, and he needed to wait and then come back up again. This is still pretty good looking. I'll want a small office when the time comes. He. Dong Fangqin said as she looked at the decorated place. Okay, one of you will have an office at that time. Lin Feng said with a smile. The workers doing the work presumably knew that Lin Feng was the owner, so they worked even harder, especially since there were two beautiful women here. It would be impossible not to work hard to show off. Mr. Lin, sorry for being late. This just got busy. Lin Feng and the others had been here for about 10 minutes before Wang Jiaojiao came over with an apologetic face, shook Lin Feng's right hand and said, "It's fine, business is the main thing. We just came over to have a look anyway." Lin Feng also shook Wang Jiaojiao's hand and said, "How's it going? We're also less than 5 days away from being almost finished." After letting go of his hand, Wang Jiaojiao said as if he was inviting credit, pointing to a piece that was being renovated. "Well, not bad, it's fast, but now I also want to continue expanding this piece as well. Just follow the same design and materials. What do you think?" Lin Feng was very satisfied, so he continued pointing to the side next to him where there was no decoration and said, Yes, it's all ready made anyway, so we'll just decorate it together then. We can go sign the contract now." Wang Jiaojiao didn't expect a business to come in, and happily agreed, fearing that Lin Feng would find someone else to handle it. There was nothing more to see here, so he went with Wang Jiaojiao to sign the contract. Of course the two girls also came over and went together. Things are readily available. Is the contract to reprint a copy on the line? Lin Feng looked at no problem to sign, and soon hit the first payment, and so on completion and then hit the final payment. After the completion of here, the same continue to contact the cleaning company. First bring each other to the 22nd floor to see the need to clean up the place, and then continue to sign the contract, and the decoration company signed the same. Everything is done on the noon 11 o'clock. Would like to take two women to find a restaurant to eat a meal. Just two women have eaten Lin Feng's cooking. There has been no desire for outside meals. If you go to eat, it may taste like chewing wax, completely no appetite. This also left Lin Feng to take them to a nearby supermarket to buy ingredients, mainly because there weren't many ingredients left in the house, especially meat, which was already gone, so there was no choice but to go and purchase some. 2 shopping carts of stuff were bought, but most of them were still ingredients. There were also some snacks, or alcoholic beverages and things like that. It's a good thing the car is big, or else none of this stuff would fit. After putting everything into the trunk of the car, Dong Fangqin clapped her hands and said, "If there were more, it wouldn't fit, so we can only put it in the front." Ding Shueshue also said after putting the things in her hands into the trunk, looking at the now empty spot in the trunk. Lin Feng had finished putting them in a long time ago, and now he was just getting ready to drive back. After arriving home, this time the two girls are very diligent, just hit the ground running to help, presumably want to eat lunch earlier, because after buying things back it's already almost 1 o'clock. Which if you do it again a little slower, less than the time to eat dinner to eat lunch. So with the help of the two girls, Lin Feng was also much faster, and had already made 5 dishes and a soup, and would have liked to make some more, but the two girls were already hungry and their stomachs were rumbling, so they could only eat like this first, and then talk about it in the evening. Lin Feng had thought that the two of them were just going to eat a couple of meals and go home, Did not expect the result of living for almost a week. I guess they still want to continue to live. Lin Feng is not good to drive them away. Anyway, the place is so big. More 2 people is nothing. Just cooking 2 more mouths to eat. The 2 of them also went home. Originally Lin Feng was thought not to come back, but did not expect to just go back to bring the clothes over. Change with. Cannot always wear a bar. Lin Feng has something to do is also in the work group and everyone will chat. Send red envelopes. The 2 women will also be compared to who grabbed the red envelopes more. In this way Lin Feng also from originally only 1 million or so, to now already more than 2 million, mainly by double cashback. Otherwise Lin Feng would not send so many red envelopes and consumption. Everyone pay attention. Tomorrow the company officially opens. Everyone remember to be there at 9 a.m. on time for the opening ceremony. But it's just fun. You don't have to be too formal in your dress, but don't be too casual, because at that time it's necessary to take pictures and keep them framed and put them on the wall. So if you don't want to be embarrassed by being seen, you'll just have to listen to me. The day before the opening, Lin Feng sent a message in the work group, which informed them to pay a little attention to avoid forgetting about the office hours. Roger. Received. +1. +2. +10,086. Soon the people in the group started replying. At first it was normal. Then the picture changed suddenly. But Lin Feng wasn't that serious. As long as everyone knew. Okay, it's good to know. Here again. After the opening, everyone rests for a day. They are ready to go to Maldives. Are you guys ready? Everyone was knowing that there was going to be a reunion, but Lin Feng hadn't confirmed the time. Now that he said that, it was a heavy news. Chapter 36 Attending the company opening ceremony. Really? You're still asking if it's true? If the boss says it, it must be true. Luckily my passport came down 2 days ago. Otherwise I wouldn't have been able to go. Ha. I'm going to pack up my clothes now and wait to bring them over. Weekly ask, can I bring my family along? Of course I can pay for it. One of the girls asked in a message. Can, but for security reasons, you can allow everyone to bring a family member, because out of the country, if the number of people is too much, will not be able to manage to come, the accident is not very good, and this extra person is also fine. Do not have to pay your money, still the company to bear the burden. At that time, you contact the Qian Ran on the line. The Qian Ran will be collected at that time to find out which people want to bring a family member, so that the unity of the purchase of the ticket. Lin Feng originally wanted to not let them bring their families, but thought about the possibility that some employees' families may not have the opportunity to go out and play if they don't come out to play together. Anyway, Lin Feng spends the money and won't really deduct his own, so that he can also collect people's hearts. The company's public bank account is already open. Is the Qian Ran is responsible for, is also the current treasurer, although a total of only 3 financial, but also need a person in charge. So look at the Qian Ran experience to her. Lin Feng has also transferred 5 million to the company's account. At the moment even if the chartered plane to Maldives a round trip is enough. So don't worry. Okay boss. Qian Ran was their mature woman in her 30s, still relatively calm, so she didn't say anything more. Whatever the boss said was fine. Wow, good boss. Then I'm going to bring my girlfriend. Fortunately the girlfriend is a passport. Otherwise this time still cannot bring. Unfortunately. I want to take my mom to go, but no passport. I do not know the future of the reunion cannot take the family. Don't worry, as long as it's our company's group building, not a small range of group building, everyone is allowed to bring their families. At the moment it's tentative to bring up to 2 of them. If it's just to eat and drink, it's recommended not to bring their families, because it's all about celebrating their own department or company, and it's still a little bit inconvenient to bring their family members. Lin Feng saw that someone had raised a question and quickly replied, no problem, we all understand this. In the future, as long as the boss doesn't kick me out, I'll be the boss's person for the rest of my life. Me too. Where else can we find such a good boss? Picked up on just you and I were constantly praising Lin Feng. This made Lin Feng still a little embarrassed, but still very flattered by the feeling of being praised. This was very satisfying. No wonder everyone likes to be patted on the back. This was too comfortable. Although it is said that this time you can take family members, but because of the need to go abroad, there are too few passports for family members, so a total of plus employees, only 30 people to go together. If other small companies, certainly cannot stand. So many people go out of the spending cannot be small, especially all the spending the company to bear the situation. Currently is not the peak season for travel, but according to the current airfare, to go a trip is about 3,000 yuan a person. Sometimes up and down fluctuations, but roughly this price. This is 90,000 yuan. Back if the same is the same price, that is 18 million light is the airfare money. Originally Lin Feng was planning to find a tour group to go together, but thought that many tours will be forced to buy things, or shopping attractions too fast and so on. So Lin Feng still did not go to find, but now there are a lot of people. If Lin Feng himself alone to manage is certainly not over, so it is best to let Qian Ran to find a travel agency to see if you can find a tour guide to take with you. Of course, you can go to the other travel agencies' route, such as booking hotels, buses, and so on. This is also a little more convenient. In any case, can be resolved with the money of the matter, or not a matter. Qian Ran also promised to have to contact the local travel agency which are suitable. Anyway, there is no hurry. There is time. Brother Feng, aren't you a little bit of a loss for being so bloodthirsty and treating your employees so well? Ding Xueshue couldn't help but ask after Lin Feng had made all the arrangements. Because Ding Xueshue's own family also had a company, she more or less knew some of the concepts of running a business. Plus she also studied finance and knew how to make money. This is so on the staff so pay. The general company is certainly will not be able to make ends meet. At that time as will close down and so on. So Ding Xueshue also cannot help but remind asked. You have said it is their own employees. If not a little blood money, how will they work seriously? And there's no such thing as losing money or not. If they have a conscience, they'll work hard at their jobs, which I'll also make money and realize the closed loop. You studied finance. You should also be able to understand my words. Lin Feng knew that Ding Xueshue was asking this because she was thinking about herself. Lin Feng also had his own plans. Just explain it like this now. Lin Feng certainly will not lose money, but also can't wait to spend more money, only to be able to better cash back. If you spend more cash back, to be able to go to the road of the richest. It can be said that, who blocked Lin Feng spend money, is in Lin Feng have an undying hatred. Now Lin Feng also regrets that when he transferred money to the company's account, why didn't he transfer it when the cashback was 2 times higher? Otherwise he would have transferred $5 million into it, and now Lin Feng's personal assets would be $10 million. Of course Lin Feng can now turn. Anyway, no one will say anything, just now cannot use so much money. Lin Feng also did not continue to turn. Wait until the subsequent need to turn again. Normally the two women should continue to live here in Lin Feng one night and then tomorrow together to participate in the opening of the company. Just so Lin Feng cannot imagine is that the two women said they need to go back to dress up a little bit. Here things are not complete. Can only go home to dress up, because the need to take pictures framed on the wall, if it does not look good, can be very embarrassing. Originally Lin Feng would like to say can rest for a period of time, but the back of the Oriental Chin said that is back today. Such as the back still continue to eat and drink in Lin Feng's home, which makes Lin Feng instantly people stupid. Then Ding Xueshue is also the same meaning, so that Lin Feng even more stupid. Lin Feng really cannot think of their own here what good to live. Our villas, the only advantage is big, but then big cannot sleep in every room or corner, right? And their own homes were also villas. If it wasn't for the fact that Lin Feng was too embarrassed to kick them out, he would have left a long time ago. The two girls went back and had dinner before going back. That is, they could eat a meal made by Lin Feng, not to waste it. The company side is already the procurement of the procurement, the placement of the good. This is also Lin Feng to ask for help. Please professional talent fast. Now the company's appearance is still very good, although not as good as other companies, but already good. Now as the person directly go to work can. So Lin Feng will decide, tomorrow to come to the opening ceremony. This opening ceremony is not to know very grand. Just everyone get together, take pictures, and then recognize each other. To avoid the next time to go to work the company cannot be found. That how embarrassing. This photo is not directly with a cell phone to shoot. Lin Feng also invited a special photographer. The entire follow-up, recording the opening ceremony, which is still worth remembering, and later look back, are very touching. Time soon came to the next day. The company's detailed address is known to everyone, and the entrance access control face recognition already is the face of the employees recorded, so even if they arrive early, is also can directly scan the face to go in, do not have to wait outside. Time is only 8 o'clock in the morning. The company has one after another more than 10. We also chat with each other, from strangers to be familiar with or very quickly, especially everyone before also in the green bubble work group chatting very high. To meet with the words is the beginning of strangers only. At around 8:30, apart from Lin Feng who hadn't come yet, everyone else had come, including Ding Xueshue and Dongfang Qin. It's not that Lin Feng didn't come, but there was a traffic jam. It was a traffic jam this early in the morning, making Lin Feng speechless, but there was no other way. He could only continue to drive slowly. When it was almost 9 o'clock, Lin Feng appeared at the front door of the company, and when Lin Feng came in, everyone was applauding and welcoming him. How hilarious it was. Those who didn't know thought that it was the Chinese New Year. Ha ha, thank you everyone, I thought I came early. I didn't expect everyone to be earlier than me. When the welcome was almost over, Lin Feng waved his hand and said, it's not the first day at the company, it's just a bit early. Boss, the time you came is the normal working hours. It's fine. Yeah, It's us who got up too early and had nothing to do, so we came to the company. Chapter 37. Everyone wants to get Lin Feng drunk, but is it that easy? Everyone is dressed up. It seems like they all intend to leave their best side. Lin Feng looked at the people present. Although inside the work group they were told to just dress casually, but after all, it was the first day of work, and it was also the first day of formally meeting the boss and co-workers, so how could they dress casually? Everyone had a heart. They all wanted to leave a good side in front of Lin Feng, otherwise what if they weren't treated well in the future? That's for sure. I'm all dressed up. Since everyone is ready, then we'll start. The photographer will start too. Seeing that everyone was almost ready, it was time to start the opening ceremony. Although it was said that everyone was simply messing around, but in reality it was just removing the originally very complicated process, only retaining the speeches, the ribbon cutting, and then the opening red envelopes. Originally wanted to get cash, but felt troublesome, Lin Feng was still given people to use the green bubble to send out the red envelopes, so that everyone didn't have to go and save up. How nice to be able to use it up straight away. The red envelope is a person 200 yuan. The whole process is less than 2 hours to get it all done. And then go to the hotel booked in advance to eat. 20 people. To go to the small hotel cannot sit, or have to go to the big hotels, but there is only one in the vicinity. The money ran has also been booked. We go directly to the, of course, dinner is also have to be photographed, so the cameraman continues to follow, because there are a lot of people. Can't all take Lin Feng's car over? Lin Feng also let everyone directly take a taxi, when the time to find Xian Ran reimbursement can be, so that on average a car about 4 people. Come 5 or 6 times is just right. Alright, you guys take a taxi first. I'll see you at the hotel then. The hotel box number has been sent to the group. You guys take a look. Lin Feng was driving Dong Fangqin's Porsche. Everyone was still envious when they saw this car too. But who let people be the boss? They didn't just have to drive a luxury car. Okay boss, see you at the hotel. At that time I have to pour the boss a few cups. Boss get ready. Direct and white it. Blow on the bottle. Good guy. You are not wanting to die. Blowing against the bottle. I have enough trouble blowing against the bottle with beer. Everyone is also chatting with you and me. Anyway, the net car is not so fast. Just to see Dong Fangqin and Ding Shueshue together on the Lin Feng car. See, the people are stunned. Mainly did not think it is not easy to the company's beautiful beauty, but also naturally on Lin Feng's car, which makes the people who want to pursue the intention of the people directly dead hard. How to chase this? Take life to chase it. Boiling though general people cannot do it. You guys just sit in. Shall not let the outside of some of the people who are interested in you die off. Seeing the 2 women on the car, Lin Feng said with a smile, what's wrong with this? We are all co-workers, even if they are interesting to us. It's also proof that we are attractive, but we are not interesting to them. It's hard not to stop them from being interesting to us. Dong Fangqin resumed her dominance as soon as she heard this, just as domineering as when she first met with Lin Feng. Ha ha ha, it's still you. Lin Feng said with a smile, then opened the car window and continued to the employees who hadn't gotten a taxi yet. Whoever of you wants to come up, it can still be 2 people coming, just a man and a woman. I'll bring them together. Me? I'll do it. Li Shuehue has not yet taken a taxi, originally intended to be with others, but heard Lin Feng said so on his own initiative to come over, but also directly opened the back row to sit in. Li Shuehue and not stupid. This if you sit in front. Maybe Dong Fangqin and Ding Shueshue is not to give yourself small shoes. After all, already know that they are 2 but stewardship of it. I also come to sit in the boss's seat. Wang Peng also quickly came over to sit on the co-pilot, so it was just right. 3 behind and 2 in front. The other people who just reacted could only be annoyed, still wondering why they didn't take the initiative. If they sat in the boss's car, they wouldn't have more contact with the boss, and in the future promotion and salary increase would not be a problem. But Lin Feng didn't think that way. He just thought that by bringing 2 people with him, he would reduce the pressure of everyone's waiting time for a taxi. Other people are also organized who take a taxi, who ride together, do not have to go to worry about it. Lin Feng also drove directly away. This hotel is not far from the company. The straight line distance is only 700 meters. A slight detour may be nearly a kilometer. Walking will still be a little far, but driving is not a problem. A moment to arrive. This makes Li Shuehue and Wang Peng have not yet sat down. People have already arrived at the place. Lin Feng drove directly to the underground parking garage. In this place where land is like gold, there is also a parking lot on the ground. But Lin Feng did not stop. Parked in the underground, how good. The wind cannot blow. The rain cannot shower. Lin Feng to the box, not long. Everyone also began to come in one after another. Good, in this hotel has such a large box, can accommodate a one-time 30 people to eat together at the table? Otherwise also have to be divided into 2 batches. That everyone ate up, how bad? Because there are many people. Point of the dish is also more. In addition to the point of the set menu, Lin Feng also let everyone according to their own favorite casually point. Do not be afraid of expensive. Even if the most expensive dishes on the menu a person to a copy of the menu can afford to eat, just everyone did not really so point. If you really so point, do not let people think that you are a little cute. The boss is just saying polite words. You really order so expensive. The present are all working, so also know what is polite words, what is really words, also lead them to hear Lin Feng so say, also subconsciously think his polite words, also casually order some price is not expensive dishes. There were at least 40 dishes at one table. A set menu had about 20 dishes, and everyone ordered one dish for almost everyone. They also ordered a lot of drinks, otherwise they would have choked to death if they just ate and didn't drink. Lin Feng does not advocate the culture of the drinking table. There is no such thing as a drinking leader's speech or anything like that. It is directly for everyone to eat and drink. Needless to say that they have to give Lin Feng a toast or something like that. Just Lin Feng although so say. But everyone will not do so. Or you a cup and I a cup of toast to Lin Feng. Everyone thought that Lin Feng so drink words will not be able to carry. Sitting in Lin Feng's left hand of Ding Shueishui also advised Lin Feng not to drink too much. Just they do not know. Lin Feng has 1,000 cups of the ability not to get drunk. Even if everyone to Lin Feng to pour a caddy of white wine, Lin Feng is when to drink plain water. A little bit of drunkenness is not there. Some smart people already saw that Lin Feng was not right. Although everyone was not saying that they drank a lot, just that those who were not capable of drinking had started to get a little bit drunk, but Lin Feng was not at all drunk. He was completely sober. You have to know that Lin Feng also drank a lot of liquor and had not gone to the toilet yet, which was something that had to be admired. Boss, you're amazing. I'm a bit drunk. You look up and still sober. Yeah, before I met the boss, I thought I was the god of wine, but now I'm convinced. I've only drank up to a caddy of white wine and I'm a little bit out of it. This boss has drank at least as much as 3 caddy of white wine. Not only you all have been to the boss to pour wine, white, beer, all, red also. This let the boss how to resist. Oh, it's me who didn't think of it. I'll punish myself with a glass. Good guy. The food did not eat much. The wine is a box and a box to drink. White wine is also has opened a lot of bottles. Even the girls do not drink alcohol also drink some red wine. Not so stimulating, of course. Still drink more drinks. Most of the wine were the boys wiped out. You guys feel free to drink with me? If I get drunk then I'm not your boss. Lin Feng also got high. Not getting drunk didn't mean he wouldn't be infected by the atmosphere, so he also got high. The photographer continued to shoot. Sometimes it was also put on a tripod. He himself sat down and ate some. This was what Lin Feng asked for. He couldn't let the photographer watch and eat it. How bad is that? A meal is still very happy. Has been eating for nearly 4 hours to eat. Some drink too much can only go to the side of the rest to slow down. Can still drink continue to drink with Lin Feng or drink with the people next to them. The girls had basically eaten well and were just eating and talking. Have eaten Lin Feng's cooking 2 girls, for the food in front of them is not interested. Just hungry. Barely eat some, together with so many good food can eat a 8 points full. Now up to eat a 6 points full cannot eat, but feel the taste of the same as chewing wax. How to eat eat more than ready to vomit. Chapter 38 Wine or drink less or head oh. The 2 women themselves do not drink much, but in this atmosphere or how much to drink some. Ding Shueishui basically drink red wine. Dongfang Qin is red wine. White wine. Beer have drank some. People are also a little bit of drunkenness. Ding Shueishui okay is not very drunk. Lin Feng see now we all eat and drink almost, but also to be dispersed. The meal money has been paid in advance. Accurately said to have saved. More back less, but obviously more money. A meal down food is very cheap only less than 60,000 yuan. Because there are packages, mainly expensive drinks. There are 300,000 drinks. Just soy sauce white wine open 2 boxes. A box of 6 bottles. Other categories of white wine is also a lot of bottles. This price for some high-end scene is still very cheap, but for the company party is still very expensive. Which company party a meal to eat so expensive? Unless the case of hundreds of people. Those who drank too much, and those who didn't drink too much ate too much, so they went back to their own homes. Lin Feng asked everyone to take a day off tomorrow to prevent such a situation. Some people who drank too much might not have sobered up if they went to Maldives the next day, and now they are completely recovered after taking a day off and going back. Although everyone has drunk too much, but has not drunk to the kind of broken, or a little bit of consciousness, so after resting for a while, everyone is still able to take a normal taxi home and so on. Because Lin Feng had the ability to not get drunk from 1,000 cups. Right now there wasn't a single bit of alcohol in Lin Feng's body, but Lin Feng didn't drive himself. He still called a chauffeur. Dongfang Qin was a little drunk and could only be assisted by Ding Shueishui and Lin Feng to the parking lot and then get into the car. This kind of hotel is near the chauffeur. So soon after placing an order on the phone there was a chauffeur to take the order, and it came to the underground parking lot. After the chauffeur confirmed that there was no mistake, he sent Lin Feng back to them according to the address that had been set up. Fortunately Dongfang Qin would not throw up yet, otherwise this would be bad if she threw up in the car, and it would be troublesome to clean it up. Already here, please give a favorable review. The chauffeur had already driven the car back to the entrance of Villa number 1, turned off the engine and unbuckled the seatbelt and said to Lin Feng, who was the co-pilot, "Okay, hard work," Lin Feng said. In addition to confirming the order, Lin Feng also gave the chauffeur a reward of 100 yuan, mainly because it is inconvenient to go back here. Although the chauffeur has a small electric car, but if there is no electricity to go back it is also inconvenient. After all, it is so far. Lin Feng will also give the other party a reward of $100 so that the chauffeur can have money to go back. "Thank you boss, thank you boss." The chauffeur saw that he had received a reward, and when he saw that it was Lin Feng who had rewarded him, he quickly thanked him. "It's fine, you're welcome, slow down on the road," Lin Feng said. To Lin Feng $100 wasn't much, but to a hitman it could be a day's wages. The chauffeur was very grateful to ride his own small electric car away. Lin Feng and Ding Shueshue assisted Dongfang Qin back together. Now Dongfang Qin are asleep, completely free to move. When they arrived at the room they put it on the bed for Dongfang Qin to have a good rest. Ding Shueshue was also a bit dizzy. The alcohol had come up, plus after being in the car for so long, it was still a bit uncomfortable. "You also have a good rest. I'll make some light meals at night." Lin Feng also looked at how uncomfortable Ding Shueshue was and said with concern, "Well, I'll get some sleep too. Otherwise I'm afraid I won't be able to carry on." Ding Shueshue nodded and said. Lin Feng exited their room, closed the door and went back to his room. Luckily he had 1,000 cups to get drunk, or else by now Lin Feng would have broken down and wouldn't know what's what. "Everyone get home and have a good rest. One more day of rest and we'll gather at the airport the day after tomorrow." Lying on his bed Lin Feng sent a message to the work group. It was a way of informing everyone not to go to the wrong place the day after tomorrow. "Okay boss, see you the day after tomorrow." "No problem yet, I'm still fine now. See you the day after tomorrow." Soon after someone replied, "We are still looking forward to the day after tomorrow out of the country group building." To know that many companies will not go out of the country group building, because expensive, but also delayed. The most is to find a place near the local camping is considered to be the furthest away from the local area. Even if you go to the field are fewer than pathetic. Photographers also all photographed all the scenes, and now need to edit before sending to Lin Feng. This trip will have to be more than $1,000. The back of the pruning and so on also have to ask for money. A total of more than $4,000. It seems more expensive. Just outsiders do not know what is called value for money. This price is still very cost effective. It is the finished product still needs about 3 days to come out. Lin Feng can wait, and not in a hurry. Even if 10 days and then come out there is no problem. Lin Feng's employees have taken photos or videos. They send photos or videos in their own green bubble circle of friends. The circle of friends to the envy of friends. To know that this is a simple party, made so luxurious. Do not know thought it was doing. Even if the world's various big men sit together to eat, it is estimated that there is no such luxury. Of course, this is a joke. The various big men are sitting together to eat. How can it be just a light meal? Our low-key luxury? Some people would like to ask their good friend Lin Feng company still do not want people, because this benefit is really too tempting. No one can resist However, the reply was that they didn't know, because Lin Feng hadn't continued to recruit yet, and hadn't said to them that he was going to continue to recruit people. But there are still some people who can't resist asking, only to chat privately with Lin Feng to ask if he's still recruiting. Originally Lin Feng also wanted to continue to recruit, just thought that now the office area is not much. If too many people have no place to sit, and now the main first to complete the task and then say, complete the task and then slowly expand no problem. Until 7 p.m. Dongfang Qin only counted sleep wake up, a confused look around, because the memory is still stuck in the hotel, do not know when to come back. It hurts I remember I'm not drunk how can it hurt so much? Dongfang Qin said as she touched her head. Wine this thing originally drink too much will be physically uncomfortable, not to mention also all kinds of wine have drunk some. The boys are a little bit cannot stand, not to mention the girls. This is for sure. You don't drink a lot, but you drink a lot of varieties. Basically all kinds of wine are drinking again. How can you not get a headache Ding Shueshue who was woken up by Dongfang Qin looked at Dongfang Qin and said, Lin Feng has not been sleeping, brushing the fast sound. Occasionally see a good-looking live room to go in and brush the gifts and so on, resulting in the receipt of a lot of female anchors' private letter, the content of most of the green bubble number, wanting to let Lin Feng to add their own and so on. However, Lin Feng did not add, mainly cannot see, although there are also good-looking beauty, Just Lin Feng know that this is not the person he wants, and he is not the kind of love to mess around. Otherwise now have money. This is not casual dating. Do not believe that no woman will come over. Just if you put aside in the past, Lin Feng is really likely to do so, to the favorite female anchor reward, and then do list 1. Then is the face of the base. And finally what should happen to do what? Now Lin Feng has met Ding Xuexue and Dongfang Qin. The eye is also much higher. Ordinary just a little bit of color of the woman Lin Feng is not at all see, but also have to be a little bit of talent and so on, otherwise it is the vase. What is the meaning of that? Lin Feng look at the time is almost. Also went to the kitchen to cook. The evening is simple to eat a little. Still drink porridge, because the things eaten at noon. Now also did not digest too much. If you eat too much, the night will also not be able to sleep. Not as good as drinking porridge. What's good to cook tonight? I'm not even too full. Seeing that Lin Feng was already cooking, Ding Xuexue and Dongfang Qin also came to the kitchen. Ding Xuexue also asked when she was ready to help with something. I'm going to make a seafood porridge. Have some porridge to nourish my stomach. Lin Feng said while cleaning the ingredients. Good. It's not appropriate to eat too much at night, otherwise you'll gain weight again. I'll help. Chiner or the sofa to take a break. Ding Xuexue said happily. Okay. Dongfang Qin didn't make any pretense. Indeed she hadn't slowed down yet either. She just followed Ding Xuexue over to take a look, and now her head was still a bit uncomfortable, so she went to sit on the sofa first, with Ding Xuexue joining in. This ingredients cleaned up a lot faster. There are basically shrimp, abalone, and sea cucumber. This is the basic ingredients. Want these ingredients are very tasty, or need a certain amount of culinary skills to be able to do it. Otherwise it is just a messy stew. There is no meaning. Chapter 39. The opening is the carnival, but also PK what? Ingredients are cleaned up. The next is to start stewing. Large fire first boil, after a small fire slow simmer, but still quickly used about 30 minutes to eat this seafood porridge. This time, it didn't make as much as before, and it's also better to eat less at night, just to fill up the stomach. Yummy. Yummy. The dishes at noon are really a bit hard to swallow. It's still this that's delicious. Dongfang Qin rest for so long also recovered, plus eat this seafood porridge, immediately come to life. Also do not care whether it is hot or not. Blow a few times is to eat a bite. Yeah, if it wasn't for the fact that I would be hungry if I didn't eat at noon, I wouldn't want to eat anything, and it's only the sweet and sour pork that I like to eat that I've eaten more of, and the rest is just a taste. Ding Xuexue said in agreement. Good guys, this is raising your appetites. If you can't eat my cooking in the future, then you won't starve to death and not eat anything. Lin Feng said with a smile. He didn't expect them to still like eating so much. He was still very happy. That's for sure. I can now say that if I don't eat your cooking, I don't know how to live. Dongfang Qin said her mouth didn't stop. This porridge is just a big mouthful of food. Afraid that someone will grab it. So, if I go bankrupt, I can still go and become a chef. At least I won't starve. Lin Feng said. Inside the 3 people is still Lin Feng ate the least. Lin Feng did not go and grab them. Let them eat. Anyway, they are not able to eat every day in the future. Lin Feng himself is able to want to eat his own meal, so there is no need to eat more because of this. He had enough to eat and drink. The 2 girls rested a little bit and still grabbed to wash the dishes. Lin Feng suddenly thought that if he had 2 such wives feel also quite good. As long as they cook for them, it is satisfied, and the 2 women get along will not quarrel. Of course this can only be thought of, because the law of the country does not allow to have 2 wives. You can only have one, unless you emigrate. Emigrate to a country where you can marry many wives and you will be able to do it. Just Lin Feng does not have this idea. Right now his own country is just fine. If he emigrates, it will not work. We'll go back tomorrow. We need to bring some things and come back. After washing the dishes, the 3 of them sat on the sofa in the living room watching TV. Dongfang Qin said to Lin Feng. Yeah, do you want me to accompany you guys? Lin Feng subconsciously asked. Yes, there might be more things to bring as well. It might be inconvenient for the 2 of us to move them. Dongfang Qin nodded and said, it would be just right if Lin Feng wanted to go. If he didn't, the 2 of them would still be slightly slow. We're just going out for 3 days. How many things are you guys planning to bring? Oh, Lin Feng said a little incredulously. Girls things more especially to go to Maldives place. Sunscreen what needs to be prepared. Otherwise go a trip on the tanning is not cost effective. Hear this Ding Xuexue said directly. Mainly the last time to go. Sunscreen did not apply how much, resulting in the sun when the sun tanning, so that the back are wearing long-sleeved clothes like this, wrapped up in full. It also leads to now Ding Xuexue light sunscreen and other sunscreen products need a lot, is afraid of such a problem. Alright, I'll just bring a few clothes as all. When the time comes sunscreen and such use yours. Lin Feng shrugged his shoulders and said, he didn't understand why girls needed to bring so many things anyway, since they were going to go there early tomorrow. Everyone didn't chat until late and went back to their rooms to rest. Lin Feng didn't go to bed so early. Even though it was already past 11 in the evening, he still wanted to play with his phone, just like brushing through the live streams of Quick Voice. And at this time Meow Meow Sauce's live streams were on, so it was just the right time to go and watch them. Welcome Brother Feng. Lang Daicho saw that Lin Feng had come and happily welcomed him, knowing that Lin Feng was a big brother and rewarded as if he didn't need any money, casually swiping gifts. Does Brother Wind want to see dancing or singing? Lang Daicho started to continue asking after she finished welcoming him. What I said here for half a day that I wanted to watch dancing. The anchor just acted as if he didn't see it. This what a dash of wind as soon as he came here asked if he wanted to watch dancing or singing. Isn't this bullying? Lin Feng hadn't even replied when a person in the livestream sent a pop-up saying, at a glance you know it's a new fan. This a dash of wind is a big brother. You know the last time you brushed more than 10. The anchor shall not please him. You have been here to ask the anchor to dance. You are not brushing a dime. You still have the nerve to be angry. Some of the anchor's old fans came out to defend the anchor and Lin Feng when they saw this. Shay, what's wrong with the fact that I didn't brush the gift? Anchor girls who wear this look live don't just want to scratch their heads, so letting her give me a dance is just me looking up to her. This person continued to send out pop-ups, as if letting Lang Daicho dance was her honor. Lang Daicho didn't get angry because of such pop-ups. Instead she was still waiting for Lin Feng's answer. And Lin Feng didn't keep the other person waiting for a long time. He thought for a moment that it would be better to let Lang Daicho sing, or else if she danced, Lin Feng was afraid that he wouldn't be able to stand it. Okay, then sing one for brother. Girl, don't cry it. Recently it's also quite hot. I've also learned some of it, so I'll sing it for the first time to Brother Wind. If it's not good I hope to have more tolerance. Lang Daicho saw Lin Feng saying this and was ready to sing, mainly because he had just lost PK and had already danced once. If he immediately danced again it would be more tiring. So when Lin Feng said this and let himself sing, he was still very happy. Late message. Which one is you? After so many years, you have no news. Time is like a rubber, erasing our memories. It's just me. I haven't forgotten you. This song is a bit sad, so the average person doesn't sing it very well. Only people who have experienced something like this will sing it with a better sense of agency. And Lang Daicho is the one who has had such a story. A song was sung very quickly. Lin Feng also swiped several carnivals, so that the originally not very crowded live room also began to skyrocket. Directly after a song was sung there were more than 10,000 people watching. Before it was only a few hundred people. Good to hear, good to hear. Lin Feng sent a pop-up saying, it's good that brother likes it. What other songs do you want to hear? I'll sing them. Lang Daicho saw that Lin Feng liked it and was also happy, letting his just a little sad self recover. Let's play a PK. I see that you lost that one before I came. Now I won't lose with me. Lin Feng thought about it and said, otherwise it's too boring to just listen to the song. Playing PK would be interesting. Good, then I'll trouble brother to help me. Lang Daicho said with a smile. His heart was even happier to know that playing PK in addition to Lin Feng will brush the gift. Other people will also follow the brush. This time the money does not come. Soon Lang Daicho connected to a beautiful anchor woman. The number of viewers was only half of Lang Daicho's, but the top 3 on the gift list were brushing a lot of money. Much more than Lang Daicho's top 2, just not as much as Lin Feng. Hello, sister. What are we comparing? The other party greeted warmly when they even came up. Hello, sister. Alright, let's dance if we lose. Lang Daicho also replied enthusiastically. Okay, let's PK for 10 minutes then. Dance if you lose. The opposite party also agreed very quickly. She guessed if she thought she would lose. After all, her gift list was full of bigwigs, although it only added up to Lin Feng alone. But it couldn't be helped that there were more people. She didn't believe that Lin Feng alone could continue to brush so many gifts, but her guess was wrong. She didn't expect Lin Feng to directly open the game by brushing 10 carnivals, directly confusing the other side, because their side just brushed what little sunglasses of care. This next 10 carnivals still how to play off. It's just less than a minute to open the game. Brothers, gifts to the sister point a little. Sister to brothers dance. The other side saw a 10 carnival. Can only make a killer? Originally intended to be the first chat and then finally dance to a counterattack. I did not expect the other side directly open the game so play, which cannot eat. Thank you Brother Wind. Lang Daicho all of a sudden also did not react. Did not expect the opening to 10 carnival. I thought it would be the first few small gifts to brush. Did not think that all of a sudden so big. Lang Daicho was still very happy to say, you're welcome. Sing another song. Lin Feng said, okay, I'll sing a song called Rainy Day. Lang Daicho didn't make any pretenses and said directly, then went to find the accompaniment and started singing. The 40th went back to pack things. The opposite side is also not willing to show weakness. Originally dancing or very normal kind, gradually painting style on the sudden change, become very exciting. This next stimulate the other side to watch live people brush gift, although not 10 carnival more, but also is slowly approaching, coupled with the fact that not everyone likes to listen to singing, or more like to go to see dancing. Also let a lot of people still listening to Lang Daicho singing gradually go to the other side of the live room. See the number of people in the two live rooms also began to slowly equalize. Lin Foam also did not say much, directly as 10 carnival continue to brush out, so that the other side, even if the brush gift, but also cannot catch up at once, although they already know the result, but the other side is still dying. Want to grip the gifts of people watching the live broadcast, do not expect to win the game, but can make money on the line. So they still have been induced to brush the gifts, especially the top 3 of the gift list. Lin Fong in addition to brushing 20 carnival, also brushed some small gifts. Not brush cannot afford carnival anymore, but cannot let the opposite side of the loss is too ugly, but also appropriate brush small gifts is not to let the progress fall behind. Phew, family members, although we lost, but I'm also very happy to see a touch of Wind Big Brother's style. I hope to have the opportunity to get to know each other in the future. Once the 10 minutes of part time had passed, the anchor on the opposite side sat down and rested, because the dancing was really too hard and had to take a break. Relatively easier than Lang Daicho. 10 minutes also sang 3 songs, chatting a chat on the past, more comfortable than the opposite anchor woman, and this time according to the price of the gift, almost 300,000. This on one time than the average person a few years to earn more. Visible how comfortable. Thank you sister for being modest. How about sister or sing a song? Lang Daicho is not that bad. See the other party is also quite good. Just consider the other party basically dancing on the dance for 7 or 8 minutes. Are not much rest, so still let the other party sing as a punishment. Thank you sister for caring. It's okay, if you promise, you have to do it. Sister also rested almost enough to dance one. I wonder if sister has a dance she wants to see. The other party knows that Lang Daicho has concern for herself, but she is also a man of her word, saying that if she loses the dance, she will dance. She will definitely not get rid of it. Okay, dance a classical one. I like it better. Lang Daicho didn't continue to persuade. The opposite side had said so. What else could be done? Can only say a dance that is not very tiring to dance? Just have to dance a little bit of classical beauty. The general public cannot do. Coincidentally the other party is also a dance major, so it is able to dance out. Yes, but I'm not good at dancing in this outfit right now. Give me 2 minutes, I'll simply change a set of clothes. The opposite party agreed very quickly and then went to change his clothes, leaving the camera for the time being. Still Meow Meow has a soft heart. If some powerful anchors wouldn't do this, a loss is a loss and you have to pick the most powerful punishment. Yeah, how can there be Meow Meow who will consider others like this? I don't care. From now on Meow Meow is my goddess. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. It's clearly my goddess. Due to Lang Daicho's practice of considering others like this, the people in the live broadcast room were very warm-hearted, and those who didn't pay attention paid a bit of attention, and even small gifts were brushed non-stop. This is a small thing. I also know that we are not easy. There is no need to make each other embarrassed, so we still have to take a step back. Thank you for your attention. Thank you for your likes. Thank you for your gifts. After Lang Daicho briefly explained, he also kept thanking everyone. Soon the opposite side also changed their clothes, simply wearing a dress similar to hanbok, but not all hanbok can only be considered a shape like, but it does not affect the dance. Alright familiars, here we go. The opposite side quickly chose the BGM and started dancing. The current dance was completely different from the previous PK's dance. That is, there was a lot of contrast, how exciting it was before, and how beautiful it was now. A dance was finished very quickly, because it didn't have to be so exciting, and it wasn't very tiring afterward, and it recovered after a little rest. How was it? Still satisfied? The opposite party inquired when they finished dancing. Satisfied. Sister's dancing is too good looking. A dance major, right? Lang Daicho nodded and said, not really, it's mainly a hobby. Briefly went to dance training. I'm still favoring the classical style, so if you want me to dance classical, I'm still having a hard time. The opposite anchor quickly said, wow, I also like to dance, just self-taught some, but classical I dance very average. Lang Daicho said with surprise, not realizing that when she casually said a type of dance, it happened to be what the other party was good at. It's fine, if sister likes it, you can wait and add a green bubble to slowly teach you later. The opposite party said without any hesitation, and the look looked like the happy kind, not very pretentious. Okay, pay attention. Private message send you my green bubble number. Lang Daicho said, punishment time has passed, everyone will also chat first, then the opposite side to go to find a new PK object, and left. Lin Foam also see time is not early. This play almost an hour passed, so also did not continue to see the back, directly swiped 10 carnival and left. Lin Foam left, Lang Daichio also did not continue PK, just normal and live chatting were singing and dancing. Seeing the messages inside the fast voice app, Lin Feng got a big headache. Every time there will be a lot of private messages, mainly what begs for adoption what VI 50 to see the strength, what wants to recognize the father. Lin Feng is also quite speechless, previously just online to see others encountered such a talent, but did not think they also still encountered, and cannot be one to shield, which is more tired, so it will lead to Lin Feng each time can only probably look at the display of the thumbnail content, unimportant all skimmed over. After that it is a key to clear on the completion of the woke up has been more than 8 o'clock in the morning. Lin Feng did not more bedridden got up, but the two women look up is not up. Lin Feng can only be simple to do a breakfast. Boiled dumplings, this dumplings are not ready to pack, is to buy frozen, if ready to pack to be time consuming. Probably sensing that Lin Feng was cooking, the two girls also got up and quickly washed up and came to the kitchen. We've got the nanny pretty much prepared everything, so we'll just go up and see if there's anything we need to bring again. Dongfang Qin, who didn't find the dumplings unpalatable, said, "That's fine, otherwise it might take a lot of time if we wait for us to pack up again, but just going up to see if there's anything we've missed or want to bring is still quick." Lin Feng nodded approvingly and said, "When the time comes, we'll go to China's house first and just go to my house after we've taken it." Ding Shueshue said and arranged a rough plan to avoid Lin Feng not knowing whose house to go to first at once. It was a good thing that they all lived in the same place. By the time Lin Feng drove there, it was already past 10 in the morning. "Miss, the things are ready. You can take them any time." Arriving at Dongfang Qin's house, this just opened the door and a nanny said to Dongfang Qin, "Okay, thank you Aunt Shen." Dongfang Qin said with a smile, although the other party is a nanny, but from the attitude that Dongfang Qin treats, it is also not treated as a nanny, but as a family member. "You're welcome, want to move the car now?" Aunt Shen said with a smile. It felt as if she was looking at her own child. "Yes, but I'll also go to my room to see what I need to take." Dongfang Qin nodded and said, and after saying that, she also continued to take Ding Shueshue upstairs to let Lin Feng and Anshin move the things into the car. In fact, there was only a suitcase and a small bag. It was estimated to be loaded with some cosmetics or something like that. It wasn't very heavy. Lin Feng alone took it all away and put it in the trunk of the car. This time it was Dongfang Qin's Bauscher Ben that was driven, so as to be able to sit 3 people as well as to load these things. "Thank you." After everything was put away, Anshin said to Lin Feng, "No trouble, it's just trouble for Anshin to clean up." Lin Feng was a bit at a loss for words. After all, there was no nanny in the house before. He didn't know how to say it, so he could only call Anshin like Dongfang Qin, and also treat the other party as an elder. "It's fine, Xiao Qin is the one I grew up seeing, so anything she needs to clean up, I'll quickly clean up. It's all customary," Anshin said with a smile and waved her hand. Chapter 41, Want to investigate my information? Doesn't exist. Lin Feng also chatted with Anshin for a bit, but not particularly much, mainly around Dongfang Qin, but also briefly understood some of Dongfang Qin's small details. For example, if you take a bath, you prefer to take a bath, and in summer, you usually take a bath at least twice a day or more, mainly because you sweat a lot. Chatting also just half an hour or so. Dongfang Qin and Ding Shueshue came down from the room. Lin Feng looked at their hands, also just more than a small black bag. "I do not know what is loaded inside." Lin Feng is also too lazy to ask, so long to come down to take a small bag. It is estimated that it is what the secret it. "Alright, let's go." Dongfang Qin originally still had a normal face. When she saw Lin Feng, her face immediately turned red. "Alright, let's go then." Lin Feng didn't see anything wrong, so he got up and prepared to go. Anshin also got up to see her off, and after sending her to the door and also saying goodbye, Lin Feng took the 2 girls to Ding Shueshue's house. And Dongfang Qin's home is almost the same. Is also the nanny has prepared things. Directly take the car. After the 2 women went up to clean up other things, Lin Feng also continued to chat with the nanny, but this time the time is not so long. 10 minutes the 2 women came down, but also only took a small bag. Everything is busy and finished only just over 11 o'clock in the morning. Originally Ding Shueshue nanny said to let them stay for dinner, but after eating the meals made by Lin Feng, still want to go home with Lin Feng for dinner. So the 3 also went to the supermarket on the way back. Started to buy some ingredients, but the latter days will go to Maldives. Did not buy a lot of ingredients, just enough to eat for a day on the line, otherwise things to put in the refrigerator. Then eat a few days later is not as good as fresh. Xiao Qin still isn't coming back for dinner? Not long after Lin Feng and the girls left, Anshin received a call from Dongfang Qin's dad, so Anshin could only tell the truth. "How are you feeling about that Lin Feng?" Dongfang Qin's dad continued to ask. "I feel it's still quite good. His demeanor and speech are good, and he doesn't discriminate against people. I'd still be more in favor of it if he was an ant." Anshin thought for a moment and said, that line, I call someone to check again. If confirmed that there is no problem, I will not object to them together. But Xiao Shui also followed. This will not be two people like it. Later I go to ask Lao Ding. Dongfang Qin's dad heard Anshin's words. He also felt a little good about Lin Feng. But before that, he heard that his daughter was living in a man's house. But he was very angry. People were going to blow up. If it wasn't for Ding Shueshue together, Dongfang Qin's dad was going to take someone to snatch it. Just view Oriental Qin is living in the most expensive villa in Haidong City. Also did not continue to investigate, because he knew to buy down as a young man. But just then think through the head also did not think of each other as which family's son. Also press the troops. Anyway, his daughter did not suffer any loss. Will not bother so much. And the child is also so big. Can manage a little, can manage a lifetime? So Dongfang Qin's father did not investigate deeply. As long as they do not let their own daughters get hurt, they first let them play how young people. Anyway, he is also so over. In addition to Dongfang Qin's dad, Ding Shueshue's dad also thinks the same way. They are not that kind of feudalistic thinking, but rather to stand in their position, or the whole family to consider more important. Especially no Lin Feng is also not bad money lord. Their daughter can know such a person, or quite good, and even hope that their daughter can take Lin Feng, so that the family can at least continue to live. Know that nowadays the society still have to rely on money. No money, even if you used to be a big family, the same will be destroyed. Just fortunately, the Dongfang Qin and Ding Shueshue families were still very stable at the moment. The flow of money was all sufficient. As long as they didn't mess around, maintaining 100 years wasn't a problem. Old Ding, or that kid's problem last time. Today they came back for a trip. Listening to Anshin said that they are still very satisfied. I don't know if they are pretending or what. I am going to continue to investigate. What do you think? Dongfang Qin dad quickly called Ding Shueshue dad. It is necessary to have a united front, so that there can be a retreat and an advance. I think so too, but don't be too obvious. Secretly investigate. After all, he still doesn't look simple. If he finds out we're investigating him, I can't guarantee what will happen. A young man who can spend $400 million on a villa with his hands. It's conceivable that the background can't be underestimated. After Ding Shueshue's dad received a call from Dongfang Qin's dad, he also said in agreement, urging not to mess around. This is for sure. If the force behind him is very powerful, if he accidentally angers it, maybe our family will be finished. I will be careful with this matter. Dongfang Qin dad also said cautiously, are a family's boss. This if there is no eyesight, then sooner or later the family will have to close down. The two chatted for a while and confirmed that they both started to secretly investigate Lin Feng's origins or some information. With their current power in Haidong City, it was still very simple to investigate someone. Unless the other person's origins were too big and they couldn't find out, then they couldn't continue investigating. Otherwise they might just piss the other person off. Lin Feng as the person in question didn't know that someone was investigating him. Right now he was still shopping with the two girls. Lin Feng originally still hated shopping. It was just that if he was shopping with the two girls, he was still quite happy because they would only come to the supermarket to buy things. They wouldn't go to that kind of shopping malls to wander around, so it wasn't too much of an effort in practice. After buying the ingredients for today's day, the three of them went home, not realizing that for Lin Feng's investigation had also begun. For the system Lin Feng, how can their secrets be found? The system is directly Lin Feng's file is adjusted to the SSS level. That is, only the country's high-level executives can have the right to see. Other people do not want to see. When this news to the East Qin and Ding Shueshue dad's side, they people are stupid. Did not expect this. Lin Feng seems to be not at all simple. Files are SSS level. General people's files are not level. Can be directly insiders to view, but this Lin Feng's file, in the city of Haidong now the highest level do not have the right to view. This is a little bit of fun. Lin Feng, who was still cooking seriously, suddenly saw the system prompt saying that someone was checking his file information, which was also an indication that it was Dongfang Qin and Ding Shueshue's dad who were checking it, and also told Lin Feng to rest assured that it couldn't be checked. Your current file information is SSS level. To put it bluntly, only a level like a national leader can view your file. It's impossible for other people to view it, not to mention that their two old dengs can view it. So in that case all my information is classified. As long as I don't commit treason no one can view it, right? Lin Feng said to the system in his mind while cooking. Right, because right now you're still a minor character. The country's leaders don't have time to investigate you, but if you commit treason, you might be investigated and then the person is gone. So right now you'd better develop honestly, and don't think about treason behind you. It won't do you any good. Don't worry, how could I possibly commit treason? You know that right now in the entire world only our country is the best. All other countries are scum. How could Lin Feng commit treason? Wasn't he comfortable in his own country? Going abroad is said to be free, but it's easy to lose your life. Line. You think so is right. Treasonous are no good end. I also remind you, before several have here situation, the result is disappeared in this world. To know the state machine is not personal. Be a legal citizen is what you should do. Good guy. What do people who are treasonous think? It's not like they don't have money to spend. Just this can still be treasonous. Can't figure it out. Lin Feng heard. All have this system to come, not stay in their own country. Thinking about treason. This is not a pure cutie, is it? I'm not at liberty to say the details. Anyway, you don't want to commit treason on the line. Otherwise I'll have to prepare to find my next home. Don't worry. Even if someone forces me to commit treason with a gun, I won't even frown. Lin Feng said as he reassured the system. The system didn't continue to reply. Lin Feng didn't say anything more. He directly just started to continue cooking. In his head he was also thinking about Ding Xuexue and Dong Fangqin's dads all investigating what they were doing. He hadn't done anything to their daughters, but instead their daughters had used me as a chef, and didn't even give me a paycheck for the kind of thing. Chapter 42, starting to check the tickets for the airplane. As for Dong Fangqin and Ding Xuexue's family investigating themselves, Lin Feng didn't take it to heart. Instead he was very understanding. After all, his own big girl was living with a man. How humiliating would it be to tell the world? Especially since their family was quite rich. If it wasn't for the fact that Lin Feng was showing that he was very wealthy, he might have really sent someone to take Ding Xuexue and Dong Fangqin back, but he couldn't play with a poor boy. Lin Feng also didn't say this thing to the two girls. They probably didn't know that there was such a thing. If they said it, it wasn't too good. It would be better not to say it. It would be better to do more than less. The meal is ready. Two ancestors come and eat. Serving the last dish on the table, Lin Feng said to the two women who were still playing with their cell phones in the living room. The two women ran off to rest after washing the ingredients. The follow-up was all done by Lin Feng. Before at least they would have been playing in the kitchen all the time. Now they were too lazy to want to move. Of course this was good. Lin Feng was cooking a bit faster. After all, they were playing in the kitchen and had to be distracted to watch them. The company will start formal business after the reunion. Have you guys thought of any investment targets? Or any wind direction? During the meal, Lin Feng asked. He didn't know much about investment himself, so he had to ask a professional anyways. At the moment, oil is a better investment, and it also has a stable return. It's just that it doesn't earn much. My suggestion is that it can be used as the first investment target first, to ensure that you can have a stable amount of money coming in every day. Dong Fangqin heard Lin Feng say this, so she also said her thoughts. I think this piece of electricity can also be invested in. Now the new energy tram is too much. Increasingly see long. Oil can only be currently will not lose too much to ensure that there is the capital is still there. But investment in new energy power, this piece is still a little bit of small windfalls. Our company is still small. If we invest in the other is not very good. There is no background. There is no strength or very difficult to have an investment target. Ding Xuexue and other Oriental Qin finished also said their own views. Oil is indeed a steady income, but earn very little. Not as good as a direct stake in new energy power. So you can also earn a lot of small money. This thing Lin Feng does not lack. Now is the lack of good investment projects. Fortunately at present the domestic and foreign countries have the kind of integration of the site. That is, you need to pull the investment on the release of such a site, and then the rich want to invest will contact you, and then on the discussion of the specifics of the matter, the right on the success of the inappropriate on the pull down of such a site, or is to directly invest in such oil or new energy some funds or stocks, or to ensure that the company has an income. Of course, some still lose a lot. Just gain faster than investing in some companies or a project to earn fast only. What both of you said is very reasonable. Just go ahead and invest boldly. Don't worry about the money. I'll follow up with an additional 200 million to the company's account. As long as you feel that there is a potential for the company or project to also invest, don't be afraid of losing money. Lin Feng briefly analyzed what they said and also nodded his head, then spoke his thoughts. If it's so much money, then we can indeed invest as much as we want. Dong Fangqin said with a surprised look on her face, but she quickly recovered. Indeed, we will also evaluate it properly, and will definitely invest in any suitable ones. Ding Xuexue was also a little surprised. After all, $200 million in cash was not something that anyone could take out all at once. It was hard to say if you weren't surprised. Anyway, you're all management now. When the time comes, you'll be divided into two groups. You'll bring your own people, and you'll be the ones to pick the people, and you'll get a ranking every month. Like how many projects you've invested in, how much you've made a profit, how much you've lost and so on, so as to avoid some people from muddying the waters. Lin Feng is good to the company's employees, but to give you a salary and you don't work, does that make sense? So Lin Feng also came up with this practice. There are rankings, there is competition, so that everyone will have a goal, otherwise they are just doing nothing all day. or they are not interested in the project or something like that. So with this meal at noon, the three of them also finalized the general direction of the company, even though it was a small company. But big companies also grew up from small companies. You can't be born into a big company. It's settled. If there are not enough people to let the personnel to recruit, not enough money to find Xianran, not enough to find me, I charge money to the company's account. As long as the project is good, how much money is not a problem. After confirming the direction, the meal was almost finished, so Lin Feng didn't say any more and made direct arrangements. Okay, Boss Lin, Dongfang Qin said with a smile. During the afternoon, the two women weren't idle either. They were making plans and the subsequent development of the company and stuff like that. On the contrary, only Lin Feng was very leisurely, brushing the videos inside the fast sound, occasionally going to the beautiful live broadcasting room to reward a beautiful life, making people so envious. In addition to Ding Shueshua and Dongfang Qin are making plans, there are motivated employees are also making plans, afraid that if they don't work hard, if the company finds out that they are useless, then it is not only dismissed. If dismissed, where to find such a good company? However, most of them still plan to wait until after the reunion to make good use of their abilities, and now they were just ready to enjoy the reunion life. Time soon came to the next day. Lin Feng and the two women got up early in the morning. Not get up early for fear of being late, although the plane bought is 12 o'clock noon, but at least 2 hours in advance to the line. The time of this plane has also been yesterday on the notification of the group. Everyone's phone will also receive a reminder of the ticket purchase will also have time. When Lin Feng arrived at the airport, it was only 10 a.m. The airport is not many people. Just go to the Maldives plane, more people. International flights are not as frequent as domestic flights. There are only 2 flights a day, one at 12 o'clock noon and one at 18 o'clock p.m. So if you go to Maldives, the earlier the better. So there will be more people who buy the noon flight. If not for the airplane is a fixed seat without standing tickets. Otherwise there will be more people, because there were a total of 30 people going together this time. Qianran had originally planned to buy first class for Lin Feng, while the others would be in economy class, but it was rejected by Lin Feng. Lin Feng wants to sit in first class. They certainly have no complaints. Just Lin Feng said to be the same as the staff, so that the people can penetrate the hearts of the people. There is no need to make a special, and later on just a few people go out and then buy a first class will be fine. The good thing is that Qianran has also taken care of the local arrangements behind. That is, there will be a tour guide to arrange transportation and accommodation, as well as to take everyone around the attractions and so on. The price is also cost effective. 3 days, does not include airfare, only includes local consumption, such as buses, hotels, tourist attractions, tour guide wages, a total of 200,000 yuan. Expensive is expensive in the piece of accommodation and local tourist attractions, in addition to can live, but also free to enjoy the hotel buffet. That is, live a few days, you can eat a few days, said free. In fact, this price is already calculated to the room charge. So the room charge is a double bed for a day is converted to 885 yuan a day, 30 people, so as to arrange 2 people a room, and also happen to female, male so live. Of course, with family members also live with family members. Anyway, is evenly distributed. The same Qianran is intended to let Lin Feng live in a better room, but was still refused by Lin Feng. So Lin Feng is also when they live in the same room class, just have a male employee to live together. There is a single female employee would like to live with Lin Feng, but this is too blatant, and did not do so. Including Dongfang Qin was only able to live with Ding Shueshue. Otherwise Dongfang Qin would have wanted to live with Lin Feng. Alright, everyone is here, right? It was also 11 o'clock at the airport and all 30 people had arrived, but Lin Feng still inquired. Yes, it's all here. If they've all arrived, let's start checking the tickets and get ready to enter the airplane. Lin Feng said, then took the lead and went to check the tickets. The luggage and such had already been checked in, so as long as people went over to check the tickets, a flight was a direct flight for 18 hours, which was still quite long, so meals were also provided on the plane for everyone's convenience. The airplane is a total of 450 people can sit, plus flight attendants, a total of 460 people. More than one cannot, because it is an international flight. The plane is very large. Even if there are 460 people are in, will not look very crowded. Is the seat pitch will be relatively short? Sit for a long time, cannot stretch your legs and so on, can only stand up and walk around, or directly sit for 18 hours. The legs will be no feeling. Chapter 43 Safe landing to the hotel rest. Because it is an international flight, the crew are foreigners and no Chinese. Although there are no Chinese, but they will speak Chinese. After all, this flight is mainly to fly Chinese in Maldives. If the Chinese language will not speak, that also how to communicate. Mainly Chinese people sitting on this plane. Ding, Detected that the host is going to travel abroad. Reward language proficiency. Is all the language can understand. Is also able to write out, but only limited to in the Blue Star human on. At present cannot let the host understand the alien language. Good guy. It's still you. This is a reward? What a good system. Lin Feng's ass had just sat down when he heard that the system had rewarded him with this ability. He was still very happy. That's not true. Please call me the strongest system. Lin Feng himself knew some of the language of the Sunless Kingdom, mainly because apart from the Chinese language, it was the language of the Sunless Kingdom that was the most common internationally, and the people who used it had the most people internationally, so that's why he needed to learn this language. But now Lin Feng has a foreign language proficiency, as long as foreigners speak, can understand, and written. Even that kind of primitive tribes inside the language can understand, after all, as long as it is the language of the Blue Star. Of course, the language of the animals is still unintelligible. Soon came to the time of takeoff. The seats are not completely full. Should be some people did not have time, cannot catch up, because the tickets were all bought together, so everyone's seats were all around. And apart from Lin Feng's company, a few people looked up to come on their own, and most people knew at a glance that they had come with a tour group. Those who came with a tour group would wear something iconic to avoid getting separated when the time came. Only the casuals wouldn't be like that. Strictly speaking, Lin Feng and the others are also scattered people, just a larger number of people, so it is also agreed to go out at the door and wait. Do not walk around, or lost will not be good, and then see the tour guide and the guide to get the same hat or something iconic, so that it is good to follow. Lin Feng has not sat on international flights before, just sat on domestic flights. I did not expect international flights. In front of each person has an electronic screen, that is, behind the seat of others. This electronic screen is to watch some movies or TV shows, but also can be on the internet. And now the development of this society is very fast. The plane is also Wi-Fi. Electronic devices will not affect the plane. For this electronic screen, or very few people will use, just curious will look at. Most people still like to play their own cell phones or other devices. At present the plane is still relatively noisy, because everyone is very happy, very excited, simply cannot stop, can only wait until the excitement over the quiet. Lin Feng's seat was a row of 3 people sitting. Without thinking about it, Dongfang Qin and Ding Shueshue sat over. They sat inside and Lin Feng leaned against the aisle. Normally it's not allowed to change seats, but these seats are all people from Lin Feng's company, so they were changed, and the flight attendants wouldn't say anything. After the plane took off, it did not take long for the stewardesses to start distributing lunch, very much in line with the tastes of the Chinese people. What kung pao chicken, what stir-fried meat and other meals. It is the same as the rice. If you don't have enough to eat, you can still ask for a copy, but generally a copy is enough. More is also a waste. For example, Dongfang Qin and Ding Shueshue, 2 people did not finish their own share. Lin Feng ate a little bit, not full. See them still have, directly picked up and eat, to avoid waste. The food on the airplane is also limited. If you take a lot of food, it will lead to the next meal to eat not enough food. It will affect the people who did not eat, so there are complaints. The crew is also very wrong. So Lin Feng, this practice was seen by the stewardess as still very agreeable. Of course, do not eat without the permission of others. This if the complaint is still stewardesses, they are unlucky. After eating and drinking, are leaning against the chair to play each other, but in this airplane most people still choose to brush the video. Brush fast sound. Very few people will do other things. The plane is very smooth flying. Some have not been on an airplane are very excited to look out the window scenery, but also keep shooting and so on. Want to keep as a souvenir. After all, who is fine every day to take a plane? 18 hours to say long and long, to say short and short, sleep basically too. When the plane landed at 10 p.m. local time, because of the time difference, in fact, in the country is already the next day at 6 a.m. After landing, everyone began to go to get luggage, pick up at the exit of the collection. Xianran had also gotten in touch with the tour guide and was also waiting for them at the entrance, as was the bus. Hello, my name is Lu Sihan. I'm our tour guide this time. Everyone had arrived at the entrance. Xianran had also already called Lu Sihan over, so Lu Sihan greeted Xianran. Hello, my name is Xianran. This is our boss, called Lin Feng. Xianran briefly introduced herself, then introduced Lin Feng next to her as well. Hello. Lin Feng and Lu Sihan shook hands briefly before letting go and finishing their greetings as well. Lin Feng didn't expect the tour guide to be a girl. Xianran hadn't said anything to himself either, but it didn't matter. Men and women were the same, as long as they could bring everyone to have a good time. And this Lu Sihan's face value and body shape was overall very good, and out of a full 10 points could be given 7 points. Our bus is right outside. It's not too early. Everyone go to the hotel first to get jet lagged. Wait until 8 a.m. and we'll organize breakfast together before we start the day's journey. After shaking hands with Lin Feng, Lu Sihan said to Lin Feng in the crowd behind him. Luckily the local time was more than 10 p.m. Now it was just time to go to the hotel to sleep again. Some people still didn't sleep well on the airplane. After all, so many people were quieter or not as comfortable as sleeping in a hotel. So when they heard that, they were all very agreeable. So everyone followed Lu Sihan together to the bus booked. The bus can sit 40 people. They are 30 people is more than enough. And this bus lookup is not ordinary. Should be luxury bus, mainly money spent in place. Cannot be wronged. There is such a good bus is still quite good. After everyone got on the bus, the driver began to drive. Booked the hotel a little distance from the airport, but not particularly far. Mainly because of the Maldives is an island country, so even further away will not be very far. 10 minutes of driving to the hotel booked. Under the leadership of Lu Sihan, everyone also obtained a room card. That is, 2 people a room. Lin Feng is in Wang Ping a room, or it is not easy to be snatched by Wang Peng, otherwise it is someone else snatched in Lin Feng a room. Now is not the peak tourist season, otherwise the hotel is very difficult to book. Even if booked are old expensive. The average person really cannot afford to live, but cannot live, or sleep in the park. Lin Feng and Wang Peng came to his room, opened the door to the room, saw that the inside is still very large, not the kind of small room. There is a large floor-to-ceiling windows, a small balcony, you can directly see the sea. The specific location Lin Feng does not know for the time being. Anyway, the scenery is still very nice. Now there is a moon at night. The moonlight shines on the sea, reflecting out the silvery light, from the hotel small balcony to see the past. It is really good to see. Lin Feng took out his cell phone and took a few pictures. Wang Peng is no exception. In addition to taking pictures also shoot video, the room layout are filmed in, also including Lin Feng. Of course, Lin Feng is allowed. Anyway, there is nothing that cannot be photographed. Lin Feng was not sleepy at all. He started resting and sleeping in the evening after dinner. It could be said that he had slept for more than 10 hours. It was definitely not possible to let him sleep again. He couldn't sleep. Wang Peng was different. He was all excited on the plane. He kept playing after dinner, and only barely managed to sleep for about an hour when he was almost at the place. So now that his whole body was relaxed, sleepiness came. After finishing with Lin Feng, he went to simply wash up and went to bed. He was still planning to take a bath, but Wang Peng didn't hold on and fell asleep on the bed. Lin Feng is still very scenic. The photos taken also gave Lang Daiqiu to see, but it is still in the morning. Lang Daiqiu has not yet woken up, so did not reply to Lin Feng's message. After sending the message, Lin Feng also went to take a shower to rinse off the smell of the airplane, but also to make people more comfortable. After taking a shower, Lin Feng still didn't feel sleepy, so he lay on the bed and swiped his cell phone. Also not sleepy were Ding Shueshue and Dongfeng Qin. Chapter 44. If you pay is to look down on me. Maldives itself island countries. People here want to get rich, that is, can only vigorously develop the tourism industry. Fortunately, the scenery of the sea, geographical location, temperature is very suitable. Otherwise, even if the development of tourism, other places are also islands. Why come here, right? In addition to these, Maldives official visa-free to many countries. The longest time can be visa-free time 30 days. Enough to play a pleasure. The disadvantage is that prices and so on will be expensive. After all, is an island country? Food and drink and daily necessities are relying on imports. If there is no import of these things, there is no way to produce their own local. This is also a cause of expensive prices. There is everyone is a foreigner to come. Then how the locals have to raise prices in order to make money. Of course, this price is still within a reasonable range. Otherwise prices are too high. Everyone will go to other similar island countries on vacation. Who still come to you here? Maldives in order to let more people to come here to travel, but also keep expanding next to some uninhabited islands, and even artificial reclamation to expand the scope of the island, is to let more people to travel. Can even let people buy the island to do island owners? Just the price, not cheap. The average person cannot afford to buy. The rich will not buy, because buy you have to develop their own, all have to rely on their own, just spend money. The official will also be contributing to the effort and so on. That is, the price is on the expensive side. Basically is a bottomless pit and so on. The property right is permanent, not afraid to say that the back of the expiration of the official recovery to go, then before they do everything are surrendered. The local area is still very investment potential. It seems to have been invested almost. In fact, Maldives just a few large islands developed. Many small islands or surrounding uninhabited islands have not been developed, or listed to sell the island. The development of small islands requires time and money. It is easy to make ends meet. The official will not go to take the risk. But Lin Feng is not afraid of as long as things can be solved with money is not a problem. This is also one of the reasons why Lin Feng also want to come to Maldives. Is very optimistic about tourism. We must know that Maldives is initially because of a love story fire. So most of the tourists here are couples and so on. Honeymoon and so on. This kind of crowd is also the most not afraid of the back of the no one to come. At present, Lin Feng also wants to use the name of the investment company to buy a few islands, and then do their own a tourism project. The initial investment is certainly large, but also need a certain amount of time. But these are Lin Feng is really not a problem. Lin Feng stood on the balcony and looked outside, even though it was already more than 11 o'clock in the evening, but the place that should be brightly lit, still brightly lit. No need to think that all these places are drinking places, otherwise who can stay up until so late? Now was not sleepy at all. Lin Feng also planned to go over to see what was interesting, came to the local area, also have to properly feel the nightlife. With this intention, Lin Feng left the room, followed the map and soon came to this brightly lit area. From the hotel balcony could not be seen in its entirety, but now that he saw it, this place was still similar to a snack street in China. Many stalls selling snacks were lined up, and there were still a lot of people, all kinds of skin colors and all ages. The good thing is that Lin Feng is able to understand and speak the local language, not to mention the Chinese language. These vendors are expected to understand. We must know that according to the survey, the Chinese people are the first big country to come here to visit, followed by the beautiful country. So if you do not speak Chinese or do not understand, do not sell things, because it was by the sea. Lin Feng probably looked past most of the seafood vendors more. Of course there were also some rare vendors. Lin Feng hadn't gone past them yet either. Hello, are you from China? This Lin Feng had just entered the street, and the nearest vendor greeted Lin Feng warmly, using the Chinese language. Hello, yes, I'm a Chinese. How did you tell? Lin Feng asked curiously, knowing that Asians all look alike. For these foreigners, it's hard to tell which one is from which country all of a sudden, especially next door to the country of the sticks and the country of the good old days, which is basically pretty much the same as the country of Huaxia. This is very simple. It's from your temperament that I felt it, because only the temperament of the Chinese people is different from the temperament of the other countries in Asia, so I also recognized it. The vendor said with a smile, as this wasn't the first time he was asked this. You're still quite good, that's how you can tell, and you speak Chinese very well. Lin Feng nodded his head and also complimented the other person's level of Huaxia language. It was indeed very high. For those foreigners who specialized in Huaxia language it was definitely close, but for ordinary foreigners, it was still very good. Thank you for the compliment. I like Huaxia very much, and I'm very eager for the culture of Huaxia. Just because of the constraints of life, I'm currently unable to travel to Huaxia to fulfill my wish. As the vendor spoke, his entire person turned a little sad, but it was obvious that it wasn't fake. But he really liked Huaxia. There's definitely a chance. By the way, these are all iron plate seafood for you, right? Lin Feng echoed. Originally he wanted to go somewhere else to shop before buying something, but after talking to this boss for so long, he was embarrassed not to buy something. Right, what do you want to eat? I'll treat you. Just consider it as meeting a friend from China. The vendor's mood was shouted back by Lin Feng's words, so he said enthusiastically and bashfully, no need to treat me. It's not easy for you to do business. You should pay. Just have one of your best. How much? Lin Feng heard that he wanted to treat himself. If someone else would have agreed, but Lin Feng wasn't the kind of person who took advantage of small advantages, and it wasn't easy for the other party to make money, so he still refused. Instead he took out his cell phone and scanned the code to pay. Fortunately, now the green bubble is able to pay all over the world. Will automatically exchange the local currency? Just our own payment is deducted from their own country's Chinese currency. Especially Chinese people often go to the country. The local stores or vendors are arranged to receive the two-dimensional code, so do not need to come to a foreign country, still need to exchange the local currency. As long as you take the green bubble sweep will be able to pay. Friend, you can't be like this. When I say treat is treat, I, Adan, am a man of my word. If you pay you are looking down on me. Vendor Adan pretended to be angry, and used his hand to block the QR code for payment, standing aside, as if he was going to give Lin Feng 2 slaps if he paid. Alright, then I won't pay, just as a friend. I happen to be a bit hungry as well. Just make one of your specialties, but don't have too many servings. I still want to save some of my stomach to try some of our other local delicacies. Lin Feng wanted to keep insisting, but seeing Aiden's appearance, it didn't look like he was faking or pretending to be polite. So Lin Feng didn't get entangled or insist on continuing to ask for payment. Anyway, afterward he wanted to order something else to return the favor. Fine, just the iron plate squid. I learned it from a Chinese master at the time. It's also my specialty. Just wait a bit, I'll make it right away. Seeing that Lin Feng didn't continue to insist either, Adan didn't continue to tighten his face. Instead he smiled and said, Then Adon started performing his cooking skills. The squid were all frozen, not fresh, so they were taken directly out of the warming box and put on the iron plate and started. Lin Feng was having divine cooking skills. What Adon did Lin Feng knew at once, and in his mind was many kinds of improved programs. Just that Lin Feng didn't intend to sell this teppanyaki, so it occurred to him that he could give the improved program to Adon as a return. Adon, do you have a pen and paper or something like that here? Lin Feng said he would do it, so he asked Adon, who was seriously working on the teppanyaki. Yes, I'll get it for you, Adon said with a nod, then turned down the fire a bit and went to the side to reach for something, and soon took out a pen and a book and handed them to Lin Feng, who soon took them as well. Adon didn't know what Lin Feng was up to, but didn't bother to ask. Instead he continued to bury his head in his hands. The iron plate squid would soon be finished. Lin Feng had also written down a simpler and improved way of doing it in his head on the book, in the local language, because Lin Feng was afraid that if he wrote in Chinese, if there were too many words, he would not be able to read it, but in the local language there would be no problem. Chapter 45, Staying up in the middle of the night and sneaking food without calling us. Chinese friend, your food is ready, please enjoy. Adon put the finished teppan squid in a small plastic box and handed it to Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't hesitate to take it, and in passing, he took the stick that was on the stall. It was for inserting things to eat. After all, they don't know how to use chopsticks in their local area, so they can only use these things instead. Thanks. Lin Feng looked at the iron plate squid in his hand. His heart was still very happy. Before he was asking the other party to portion a little less, but the squid was still very big. It was obvious that the other party hadn't picked a small squid to give to Lin Feng just because Lin Feng had said so, but instead he had also picked a bigger one. It's quite tasty. With this unique sauce, it makes the squid taste even more fragrant and flavorful to eat. Lin Feng started to comment simply after tasting a bite. This was also a subconscious act. Who made him have the ability to cook at a divine level? That's right. These are all taught to me by the Chinese master. This sauce is also a secret sauce. You can't get this sauce at any other stall. Hearing Lin Feng praising him so much, he was still very happy. This was the idea of a chef. As long as he made something that someone liked to eat, he was happy. Well, this sauce is just delicious with it, Lin Feng said and also took a big bite. Soon he ate the squid that was bigger than his face. Adon saw Lin Feng eating cleanly and became even happier. Even though we're friends, I can't eat your food for nothing. This is something I just wrote. It'll help you. You can try what I wrote. If it doesn't work, take it as a testimony of friendship. After Lin Feng finished eating and wiped his mouth clean, he picked up the book he had put aside and handed it to Adon. Adon didn't know what it meant, but when he saw what Lin Feng had written he immediately looked surprised. The content on the book, if an ordinary person saw it, definitely didn't know what it meant, but as an insider, Adon was aware of the value of this content. Not to mention one iron plate squid. Even if you gave 10, 100, you wouldn't necessarily be able to exchange it for this improved thing. How can I afford this? Mr. Lin, you're really a good person. Adon was so excited after reading it that he was almost incoherent. Seeing the drop in the bottom right corner, Adon also knew that the Chinese person on the other side was called Lin Feng, and was also called Mr. Lin. It's just helping each other. You let me taste what you made, so I'll give you what I know. It's a courtesy, Lin Feng said with a smile and a wave of his hand, as if it was a small and insignificant thing, not realizing that if people in this line of work had this improved recipe, they would probably get bigger and stronger very quickly. The two people chatted for a while longer. After adding green bubbles to each other, Lin Feng said goodbye and went to the other stalls to have a stroll. You can't just come and not leave at a single location in Adon, right? That would be pointless. Unless Adon was a great beauty, it would be impossible to stay on. Just as Lin Feng was walking around, he received a message from Dongfang Qin, which was to ask Lin Feng if he had fallen asleep. Lin Feng didn't reply to the text. He directly just took a photo and sent it over. The content of the photo was what this strip of night market looked like, even though it was just a photo. But for Dongfang Qin, who was a foodie, she definitely knew what it meant. Good. Going behind our backs to secretly eat delicious food. If I don't send you a message, we won't even know you went out. Dongfang Qin quickly replied after seeing the picture Lin Feng had sent. How was I supposed to know that you guys weren't asleep yet? If I knew, I would have brought you guys along. Why don't you guys come over now too? Lin Feng smiled and sent a message to Dongfang Qin, because he could think that Dongfang Qin must be furious right now. Okay, wait for us for a few minutes. We'll be right there. Dongfang Qin replied still very quickly, and after replying, she pulled Ding Shueshua along with her and set off. Lin Feng also sent them a location to avoid going the wrong way. The two girls hadn't taken off their clothes because they hadn't slept. They were directly in their clothes, so they were just walking directly towards Lin Feng. So, the distance is not far. Just walk for 10 minutes. Lin Feng also did not continue to wait for them in place, but continued to stroll up. This night market street is still quite long. The number of stalls is also quite a lot. Just a little high repetition rate. Maybe a barbecue. The interval between two. Then there will be a specialized barbecue business. While waiting, Lin Feng also specifically picked a few merchants that looked pretty good to buy some food. Barbecue category mostly are grilled shrimp, grilled meat, grilled crabs. Just look at the appearance is still very good. Just do not know whether it is good to eat. Lin Feng wasn't picky. Plus he had divine cooking skills, so it was normal to try these foods. Like barbecue stuff, if you say it's good, it doesn't count. If you say it's not good, it tastes pretty good, so it's hard to define good or bad. The two women are estimated to want to eat something, so they quickly came over. Even 10 minutes have not yet arrived, but also quickly found Lin Feng in the sea of people. There is no way. Who let Lin Feng is the most beautiful boy. Wherever you go can be the first time to be found. Humph. Didn't even buy us anything to eat. When she came to Lin Feng's side, Dongfang Qin said what she said with an unpleasant face. Come on, Missy, I haven't eaten this roasted shrimp yet. It's just that you all have one skewer each. It won't be too much and it won't be too little. Lin Feng looked at Dongfang Qin and said. He also gave the last 2 skewers of grilled shrimp in his hand to Dongfang Qin and Ding Shueshue. Don't look at the grilled shrimp, but it's also a very large one. One skewer is $5 in Chinese currency. If this is sold in China, at least 20 to start with. Less is not sold. Okay, forgive you first, Dongfang Qin said as she took the 2 bunches of prawns, and also handed the other bunch to Ding Shueshue. Ding Shueshue also ate it without any politeness. Ding Shueshue's side was fine, but Dongfang Qin didn't eat much, so she spat out a mouthful of meat onto her hand, wanting to see clearly what kind of meat was so unpalatable. It's not tasty, it feels like it's over-roasted. It's better if you make it tasty, Dongfang Qin said as she looked at Lin Feng. Luckily she wasn't in front of a barbecue seller's door right now. Otherwise maybe the owner wouldn't be too happy. You're used to eating what I make, but you have to change your tastes appropriately. How does Xiao Shua feel? Lin Feng looked at Dongfang Qin this way and smiled, then looked at Ding Shueshue and asked. My feeling is that it really doesn't taste too good. How can I describe it? It's just that the meat is roasted too dry and there's not much elasticity in the meat when you eat it. It should be frozen, not a fresh ingredient. Ding Shueshue didn't directly spit the stuff out, but ate it into her stomach before briefly analyzing it. Right, that's what I mean. Hearing Ding Shueshue say this, Dongfang Qin on the side quickly nodded her head and said in agreement. Normal. You guys now tastes are being raised by me to be difficult. This baked shrimp, although it is true that it is almost the same as what Shueshue said, but if it can be in the night market, this taste, this technique, it can still be ranked. There is also the fact that this shrimp size is also relatively large. You know that this is only 5 yuan a piece. If this is put into the country to sell you at 10 or 8 you can't do anything about it. Lin Feng agreed with Ding Shueshue's analysis, but also explained this cost effective. To be able to have this kind of ingredients in this situation, it's already very good. Alright, I admit that the taste did raise a bad taste. I'm going to have roasted durian now to slow down. Dongfang Qin didn't bother arguing. Instead she wanted to go eat her favorite food, which luckily wasn't far from them. Roasted durian stall of the people is not much. I guess a lot of people still do not like the taste of durian. Not to mention also go to roasted durian. This is not as if the poop and the volcano baked. A smell of poop? Of course, for those who like to eat roasted durian, this is a delicious flavor. It just so happens that Lin Feng is not picky. Ding Shueshue and Dongfang Qin both like to eat, so the 3 of them came to the roasted durian stall, asked for 3 roasted durian. One serving came down to 20 yuan, but the portion was a lot, unlike the pitifully small portions, so they started roasting it in front of the 3. For a roasted durian, I've never forgotten how much I like it in my life. I don't believe it can be much harder to eat, Dongfang Qin said chestily when she saw the boss roasting the durian. Don't be so absolute in everything, or you'll get slapped in the face later, Lin Feng reminded. Otherwise what if he said that the roasted durian was particularly hard to eat later? Chapter 46 Excluding food other than that made by Lin Feng. Now, if the 2 girls hadn't eaten food made by Lin Feng, they would still think that there was still a lot of food in the world. Only after they had eaten it, they wouldn't dare to say that. Your durians are ready. Thank you. Soon the durians were baked. It was just the 3 of them. The boss was still very fast with this baking. He even put his hands together when he said that. Lin Feng they also took the roasted durian handed over by the boss and were ready to eat it. Smelled not to mention. It still smelled pretty good. Apart from the people who didn't like roasted durians who didn't like it, even the 2 women who had eaten Lin Feng's cooking felt that it still smelled pretty good. It smells all pretty good. There's no way it's not delicious, Dongfang Qin said in disbelief, and after saying that, she dug a spoonful with a small spoon. put it to her mouth and blew on it, and ate it. I thought it was still as delicious as the original one, but this roasted durian just entered my mouth without a second before I spit it out. Not because it was hot, but because the roasted durian was quite unpalatable, and Dongfang Qin wouldn't dare to imagine if she really ate it in. What's wrong? Is it too hot? This was just roasted. Eat slower, eat slower. When the boss of the roasted durian saw Dongfang Qin spit it out, his first thought was that it should have been scalded. He wouldn't have thought that it was too hard to eat. Yes, it's a bit hot. Dongfang Qin heard the boss say that and also reacted to almost saying that the roast was unpalatable. If she said it in front of the boss, she might not know what would happen, so she just had to blame it on the hotness. Aha, slow down, the boss said with a nod. Then Dongfang Qin pulled Ding Shueishui and Lin Feng to leave the roasted durian stall first, and when they were a bit far away, Dongfang Qin said that it was not delicious, but there was definitely no problem with the way it was done, and it was not the first time that they ate roasted durians, so they could only blame the problem on themselves. Is it? I'll try it. Ding Shueishui hadn't eaten it yet. It was too hot, and now that she heard Dongfang Qin say so, she was curious to try a bite. 2A, this is too hard to eat. It's completely different from what we used to eat. What's going on? Ding Shueishui also spat out the stuff before it even stayed in her mouth for a few seconds. It was evident that there was indeed a rejection of things that weren't made by Lin Feng now. I feel pretty good eating it. Oh. Lin Feng didn't feel much bad. He could only say that it was a bit of a fire, and he still ate it with gusto. You really don't find it unpalatable? Dongfang Qin looked at Lin Feng eating happily and asked suspiciously. Yeah, why don't you have some of mine? Lin Feng said with a nod and even extended his roasted durian to Dongfang Qin. Dongfang Qin wasn't polite, so she dug a small spoonful with a small spoon and put it into her mouth, still hoping that it was delicious, but she still shattered her illusions. As not delicious. Ah, how can you think it's delicious? Oh, Dongfang Qin said after spitting it out. Is there a possibility that you guys don't like to eat other people's cooking now? You just like to eat what I make? Lin Feng said with a smile. There's this possibility. You know, when I haven't eaten your cooking, I wouldn't even say it's hard to eat these things, but now it's that I find it hard to eat. It just doesn't make sense. Lin Feng woke up Dongfang Qin and Ding Shueishui with a single sentence. Dongfang Qin nodded and said, it seems like I have to improve it a little bit, to avoid that by then you guys will rely on the meals I cook. It will lead to you not having the means to eat other meals. Then there's a chance that you'll get anorexia, which isn't good. Lin Feng didn't expect it to develop to such a point, so he also suggested that it needed to be improved. Otherwise, if they really developed anorexia, it wouldn't be easy to get rid of it, and Lin Feng didn't have the obligation to serve them 24 hours a day. I'll just say that the dishes I like to eat, now that other people make them, I don't think they're good. On the contrary, even if Lin Feng puts down a bowl of noodles, I think they're good. Ding Shueishui said as if she suddenly realized. Ha ha, just so you guys can't be interested in normal food now, so the roasted durian on your hands can be given to me to eat. Lin Feng said with a smile. He also took the roasted durians in the hands of Dongfang Qin and Ding Shueishui in his hand. The ones in his hand were already finished and couldn't be wasted, so Lin Feng took the two girls over and ate them. The two women also did not resist. Directly is given to Lin Feng. They cannot eat. Throw away certainly is not good. Lin Feng can eat, certainly give Lin Feng eat. With this example of baked durian, this time let the two girls ready to eat a good meal mood is gone. This simply cannot eat, or cannot eat. Just Dongfang Qin still wanted to struggle a bit, pulling Ding Shueishui to find some snacks that she often ate before or had not seen before to see if it would still be the case. The results do not need to think also no. By food, none is able to eat a second mouth. Are eating a small mouth cannot eat, but are not spit out. Directly eat. Then the uneaten things that couldn't be thrown away and wasted were only given to Lin Feng to eat. Lin Feng also came and ate as much as he could. Just like this, strolling for more than an hour, Lin Feng is full of food. The two women were not hungry, but walked for so long instead of a little hungry. But unfortunately here to eat things cannot be in the mouth. There is no way. Can only be ready to go back. Now the time is also relatively late. Have been late at night 12 o'clock. Although now the road is still brightly lit. But after all, time is not early. People are not particularly much. 3 people can only slowly walk back. Originally at the entrance of the Adan also disappeared. Do not have to think also no is back. This point basically will not have tourists to come over. Might as well go back to rest early in the morning and then come early. Dongfang Qin and Ding Shueishui are tired enough to go back to the road, also did not have much spirit. Originally Lin Feng wanted to continue to chat with the two women, but saw their appearance, also had to give up. Soon the 3 of them returned to the hotel. Dongfang Qin and Ding Shueishui went back to their rooms to rest first. In the morning they still had to get up early. The tour guide had already worked out a tour route. If they didn't follow this route, it would result in a lot of sightseeing spots not being able to be seen, or not having the time to see them better. Lin Feng ate a little too much, now lying in bed for a moment and a half cannot sleep, so open the fast sound brush up. Fortunately the hotel have Wi-Fi, can be used casually, the network speed is also very fast, otherwise you have to use the cell phone traffic. Because of the problem of time difference, many domestic anchors are sleeping. Lin Feng brushed for a long time before occasionally brushing one or two still live female anchors, although they do not recognize, but still went in to brush a few gifts on the go. Just like this brush fast sound has an hour. Began to be a little sleepy. Lin Feng put down the phone to charge the battery and began to sleep. Lin Feng this side is sleeping very happy. Just bitter two women. Originally on the plane did not eat well. Thought in the snack street can eat a meal, but the result is to eat a lonesome. By things are being eaten by Lin Feng. At most smell the smell. Plus after traveling back and forth for so long, the food in his stomach had long since been digested, and now it was just that he could only rely on a little bit of energy in his body to support him. But unfortunately his stomach didn't fight for it, and instead it rumbled. If I don't eat again, I feel like I'll starve to death, Dongfang Qin said as she lay on the bed, rubbing her hand over her rumbling stomach. Why don't we call the waiter to send some food in? Even if it's hard to eat it's still necessary to pad it out, or else I won't be able to sleep even if I'm hungry. Ding Shueshue thought for a moment and said, okay, order something random. Dongfang Qin was energized upon hearing this and immediately sat up and said, good, then I'll order it. Ding Shueshue nodded and said, then picked up the menu she had in the hotel room and dialed the service hotline, informing her of the meal she needed to order and the room number, so she could wait for the food. Ordered, 2 steaks, 2 pastas, 2 drinks, will be here in about 20 minutes. Ding Shueshue hung up the phone then looked at Dongfang Qin and said, aha, even if it's hard to eat I won't spit it out, chew it and swallow it straight away. That way even if it's hard to eat it doesn't matter. Dongfang Qin made up her mind, even if it's hard to eat, she still has to eat some of it, otherwise there's a real possibility that she'll be so hungry that she won't be able to sleep. Saying that it takes 20 or so minutes, but actually 10 minutes is done. Already knocking on the door of the room, Dongfang Qin confirms that it's the waiter delivering the food, then opens the door and lets the other person in. The waiter also pushes a small cart over, and the food is placed right on top, but it's covered with a lid, to avoid dirt or other reasons to get dirty, and it also serves as a heat preservation effect. Ladies, all the meals you ordered are here, please enjoy, and when you're done, you can put them directly to the door. We'll have someone to recycle them. After the waiter opened the cover on the meal, he said to Dongfang Qin and Ding Shueshue, and exited the room when he finished. Chapter 47, starting the tourist attractions. Okay thanks, Ding Shueshue said. Then when the waiter exited the room, she locked the room door and returned to the cart. Normally a tip was required. It was just that right now Dongfang Qin and Ding Shueshue only had food in their eyes and didn't care about that, so they didn't tip the waiter. However, the waiter didn't force that a tip was definitely needed, so before exiting the room, he didn't say that he wanted a tip or anything like that. The amount of the meal is also hung on the room. That is, the price will be counted up when the subsequent checkout, so that you can pay. Of course, you can also be in advance and the waiter said that the first payment. Just Ding Shueshue did not say so, because of the hunger to forget. It can only be a default to hang on the room. It still smells good. Why is it that eating will not be good? Dongfang Qin smelled the fragrance emitted by the steak, very satisfied and inhaled vigorously after saying, yeah, including when we were at the snack street, it all smelled good, it's just that it doesn't taste good. I don't know how this steak and spaghetti are doing, Ding Shueshue said approvingly. The unbelieving Dongfang Qin still tried the steak first, picked up a knife and fork and cut a small piece, put it in her mouth and slowly ate it, and before the same, eat up is not good at all. Only this time Dongfang Qin did not continue to spit out, but chew a few times unswallowed, and then again is to cut a small piece. So repeat. I do not know look Dongfang Qin such a meal or will think or not fully enjoy the feeling of steak swallowed into the stomach. A little eating method is not normal. If the foreigners see, may also point to Dongfang Qin said a meal. Dongfang Qin so eat although not very good, but at least it is eaten in. Ding Shueshue is also a model of learning, because no longer eat, may really starve to death. The two women began to devour, bite by bite soon to palm-sized steak eat clean, slow down, drink a mouthful of drink, continue to dry the rest of the pasta. This is better than the steak to chew, even without much chewing to swallow inside the stomach. Soon eat and drink are eliminated clean. Finally I'm full, otherwise I'm really afraid of starving to death. I really didn't feel the pleasure of enjoying the food. It's totally just filling up my stomach, Dongfang Qin said as she touched her full stomach. Now she wasn't afraid of being hungry at night. Well, rest we'll have to go to bed. Time is not earlier already more than 2 a.m. In the morning more than 7 a.m. Have to get up. Ding Shueshue looked at the time, counted how much time is not sleep, also hurriedly said, The time came to 8 in the morning. In the hotel lobby, the employees of Lin Feng's company were already there. Lin Feng, Dongfang Qin and Ding Shueshue were also there. Only the two women were not in a very good state of mind. They were all lethargic. Of course only the two women are like this. The other employees in the company are also like this. Most of them are very hyperactive, can't sleep at night. And when they fall asleep, they don't have to get up for a few hours. Then that leads to the look that they are not awake yet. Good morning everyone. I know that getting up so early is definitely going to make everyone not sleep enough. Just don't get up early. Then it will lead to a lot of tourist attractions can't be seen. And everyone doesn't want to come on a trip for nothing, right? Lu Sihan was not surprised to see everyone in such a state. After being a tour guide for so long and getting up so early to gather, it would be impossible to say if you are not sleepy. Lu Sihan then planned to wake everyone up through a question and answer session. Yes, don't want to come here for nothing. Yeah, it's not easy for us to come. If we only see a few attractions, how meaningless it would be. Right, I can eat whatever guide Lu arranges. And I'm in good spirits with such a good-looking guide. After someone replied, the original team that was still very unspiritual also began to become spirited. Lu Sihan was still very satisfied, so he began to explain the tour route, said the precautions and so on, then arranged to go together to eat breakfast first, and so on. After eating breakfast, began to arrange to get on the car. In order to unify the team, Lu Sihan gave everyone a yellow baseball cap, so that everyone put on, even if a few hundred meters can see, even if lost. With this yellow hat can also find their own people at once. The first tourist attraction was a little far from the hotel. It was 10 kilometers away from the hotel. A taxi would be old and expensive, but Lin Feng's company had chartered a bus, so they didn't care how far it was, as long as the car could drive to the place. It wasn't that far. Under the light of the rising sun, the tour group's bus set off towards the first attraction. The scenery outside the bus window kept flashing by, and everyone chatted excitedly as their sleepiness faded away. Everyone be quiet. We have about 15 minutes before we reach our destination. Please fasten your seatbelts and protect yourself. Lu Sihan's voice echoed within the bus, and the passengers on the bus all followed her instructions well. The vehicle slowly stopped, and everyone couldn't wait to get off the bus. What met their eyes was a beautiful beach, golden sand, clear water, seagulls circling in the air. Everyone was attracted by this beautiful scenery. Tiredness instantly dissipated. This is the Aegean Sea. That is, it is rumored that as long as the two people who love each other here can walk together barefoot on the beach together to feel the sand and seawater rushing over their feet, it means that the two people can love each other more and go longer. Everyone can also try to walk barefoot on this beach. Even if there is no object, there is no concern. Lu Sihan briefly introduced the first stop and encouraged everyone to feel it. Everyone stood on the beach, feeling the sea breeze and listening to the sound of the waves. Dongfang Qin couldn't help but take off her shoes and feel the delicacy of the sand and the coolness of the sea water naked. So comfortable, she said aloud. The others also took off their shoes and felt the charm of the sea. After almost an hour at the beach, the group gathered for the next attraction. The bus started up again and everyone left this beautiful beach with a sense of sadness. On the bus, everyone was talking about the beauty and feelings they just had. I really don't want to leave. It's so beautiful. An employee said. Me too, but the next spot must be beautiful too. Let's look forward to it. Another employee replied. The car stopped at the gate of the next attraction, and everyone got out and was blown away by the scenery in front of them. It was an ancient castle, the tall walls and spiky spires giving it a mysterious and spectacular look. Everyone was excited to take photos to record this wonderful moment. There were many historical artifacts and ancient relics exhibited in the castle, and everyone was curious to visit. Dongfang Qin and Ding Shueshue had been here before and weren't as curious as the others, but they did visit. Maldives is an island country, but also from the previous development, so the island is also a variety of medieval style buildings, or is the architecture of the time. At present, this castle was a palace at that time, and only the administrator at that time could live here, but before it was colonized by the Sunset Country at that time, it also took the administrator of the island. So this castle is still the administrator living on the surface, but in fact it is already the Sunset Country. This colonization is a long period of time. It is said that there are hundreds of years, until the new administrators are not convinced, only to revolt and break the shackles of hundreds of years of being colonized. So the things inside this castle were still worth visiting. They were all artifacts and there were records of everything that happened at that time. The two women weren't too interested. Lin Feng was, so he took a look here and there with the other employees and took pictures. It wasn't boring at all. In this way everyone strolled around for another hour or so. It was now almost noon. Lu Sihan was planning to find a restaurant for everyone to eat first, and then go to the next attraction when they had finished eating and rested a bit. Of course, we have no problem, because there are some people's stomachs rumbling. Everyone is very sleepy in the morning. not much to eat, plus play for so long. Not hungry is strange. Lu Sihan led everyone to get on the car first, and then let the driver drive to the door of a restaurant. This is also a cooperative restaurant. Everyone can eat here as much as they want. Of course, to pay. Okay, money follow-up money ran will be paid together. Chapter 48, Activating the Taste Buds Now. After everyone finishes eating, you can visit the neighborhood. The scenery nearby is also still very nice to look at. About an hour of rest everyone will go back to the car and will continue to the next attraction. Lu Sihan said to everyone who was still eating, this place is mainly buffet-based, not a la carte, mainly to facilitate travelers to be able to eat local specialties or their own country's food. Okay, I'll eat first. Will definitely comply. There are a lot of types of food to eat here. Oh, is this enough to eat? For the foodies, looking at the food first, nothing matters. This is said to be a hotel, but compared to ordinary hotels a lot bigger, maybe specialized in open hotels for tour groups. Eat and drink a lot of food and drink. The area is also very large. The ingredients are also fresh, but still seafood is the main thing. After all, this is by the sea. Do not eat seafood to eat other hotel bosses too much loss. Have eaten buffet no inside the food casually eat. As long as not waste, the time limit is 2 hours. Otherwise encounter big appetite king shall not eat the boss. Lin Feng and the two women are okay, not very hungry. The two women themselves eat late. The morning activities basically not much movement. Digestion is slower. Lin Feng is almost the same. So the three also casually took a bit of food and sat down to eat. The other employees would have liked to sit next to Lin Feng to get close, but saw that there is Dongfang Qin and Ding Shueshue and the can only sit with the other co-workers cannot help. Cannot be a light bulb, right? Everyone is not stupid. A look at the two women and Lin Feng's relationship is not general, but now we get along is not familiar, not yet understood, and do not dare to gossip about the boss now, otherwise if the dismissal cannot be good. Do you know what we did in the early morning? Dongfang Qin looked at the food on the plate in front of her and didn't have much of an appetite. After casually picking off a few things she said to Lin Feng across the table. Did what? Lin Feng was instead eating a shrimp and still had quite an appetite. We went back in the middle of the night and also called the hotel to make steak pasta to eat, although it's not very good either. It can only fill the stomach. Dongfang Qin was not very happy to reply. After all, girls still eat in the middle of the night. Easy to grow fat. Ha ha ha, it's quite good, but when we go back this time, I'll make you guys some improved meals, so you can keep eating other people's meals as well. Lin Feng also laughed when Dongfang Qin said this. He didn't think that the two women still couldn't help being hungry at night. Yeah, if we don't eat something, we're afraid we won't be able to get up in the morning. Ding Shueshue echoed. Okay, now eat more. You can try to eat something heavy, like very spicy like this, to stimulate the taste buds. Lin Feng thought for a moment and said, because their taste buds would now sort of block out other people's cooking on their own. Only Lin Feng's cooking could open up their taste buds. Yeah, I'll try it, Dongfang Qin said half-heartedly, then got up and went to look for dishes that had a spicier flavor, or ingredients. Ding Shueshue didn't go looking for it. Having Dongfang Qin there was fine, and Ding Shueshue waited for Dongfang Qin to bring something over, because this area is relatively large variety more. Dongfang Qin went to have 4 or 5 minutes has not come back. Ding Shueshue and Lin Feng is going to get up to look for a little. This ass just left the chair. Saw Dongfang Qin and a small plate over. Plate above or a lot of things, but a glance over most of the red. There are also some green things. I do not know what is. I searched a big circle before I found these. The red ones are ordinary some chili peppers. This green one is the sauce made from the hottest local chili peppers. I smelled it is still rather choking my nose. I haven't tasted it yet. Let's taste it together. Dongfang Qin took the stuff and put it on the table, introduced it and then sat down. It does choke the nose. I had thought that our country's artichoke peppers were considered spicy. I didn't realize that this is still spicy. Ding Shueshue lowered her head and smelled it then immediately covered her nose with her hand. Her whole face was squeezed into one piece. She hurriedly fanned it with her other hand trying to fan the smell away. Come on, apply it on top of this shrimp. How about a taste? Dongfang Qin said with courage. Using the knife she took to cut the steak to get some sauce on top of the shrimp, and then put it in her mouth with her eyes closed. I thought that it would still be hard to eat, but just waiting for the spicy sauce's spiciness to stimulate the taste buds. Immediately the shrimp's fresh flavor burst out as well, instantly letting Dongfang Qin no longer feel that it was hard to eat, but it also hadn't recovered to the extent that she hadn't eaten any of Lin Feng's cooking. But for now, it was already good. At least it stimulated the taste buds. It's not bad. Oh, it's just a bit spicy, but I also feel the flavor of the shrimp. Schwerer, you try it too. After Dongfang Qin ate some, she also let Ding Shueshue try it. After coating a shrimp with the sauce and giving it to Ding Shueshue didn't hesitate. She took it over and ate it. Just put in the mouth when Ding Shue's expression has not changed, but soon face a little grimace. Taste buds were spicy open. This will be a moment to suffer. Hoo, so spicy, delicious. Slowed down Ding Shue's straight called delicious, then took a sip of the drink to rinse his mouth. Otherwise spicy. If I had known that this would reactivate the taste buds, I should have done this yesterday. We didn't seem to buy anything spicy yesterday. It was all sour or not spicy flavors. It didn't stimulate at all either. Dongfang Qin said, you guys eat more. I can't guarantee if there will continue to close off the taste buds later on, or if you'll just recover like that. Lin Feng reminded. Although he was a god-level cook, he really couldn't guarantee for such a problem. This was cooking. It wasn't researching the human body, so he could only let the two girls eat more now, to avoid the follow-up going back to the previous situation. Okay, eat more. Swear accompany me to get something. Dongfang Qin nodded and said. Looking at the tabletop there weren't enough things, so she pulled Ding Shua along to get them. Lin Feng instead continued to slowly and leisurely eat the food in front of him. Lin Feng also just took some shrimp and fried rice staple. I have to say, this fried rice is okay. A bit of Chinese fried rice flavor. I don't know if the chef is Chinese. The two women quickly took a lot of food. There were crabs, there were australopithecines, there were bolongs, there were some other types of food as well. Anyway, one person took 2 big plates. It was almost too much to fit. So much, can you guys finish it? Lin Feng was a bit surprised to see them taking so much. He didn't expect it to be so hard. It's a must. We mustn't eat more now. If we really go back to the situation we were in before, how can we live at night? Dongfang Qin said after putting down her things and clapping her hands. Ding Shua did not talk, put down the things and began to dry rice. Time is life. Now clean big mouthfuls of more food. Also do not care what a lady. The image is not as important as the stomach, but fortunately it is not the kind of eating and drinking for such words, or counted Sven. Dongfang Qin also did not show weakness, also ate. On the contrary, Lin Feng was the one who ate the slowest, but Lin Feng was also almost full, did not need to eat so much, so he slowly ate while looking at them. How hungry are they? Haven't eaten before, right? Although the two girls ate quite civilized, they still looked a bit wolfish in the eyes of others, and there were people who secretly said more. The two women are not heard others gossip. Now as the dry rice is the most important. Here limit time. Not more eat a little cannot return to the capital. In this way the two women quickly took the things are finished, and eat very clean. Not a bit of waste. Want some more? Lin Feng asked. No, I'm a bit full now. If I eat again I'm afraid I'll have to vomit. Dongfang Qin shook her head and said. Same here. I'm too full. Ding Shua echoed. It's still early for the gathering. How about we just go for a walk around the neighborhood and digest? Lin Feng saw that the two women did look like they were in a full stomach situation, so he also proposed a walk. Otherwise they would not be able to eat again at night if they accumulated food. Okay, let's go. Ding Shua said and got up. Dongfang Qin also followed. You guys who aren't full eat more, but don't waste it. Oh. Lin Feng looked at some of the employees who were still eating and also instructed. Don't worry Mr. Lin, we'll definitely eat enough. Otherwise this money will be wasted. Yeah, I still have a method for eating buffets. It's definitely a sure thing. Chapter 49, the foreigner wants to take the two girls to see the stars. That's fine then. We'll go for a walk. You guys eat slowly. Hearing everyone's answer, Lin Feng nodded his head in satisfaction and said, the surrounding area had a little bit of scenery, but most of it was still a walk to digest, but it was still quite nice. Not far away was the beach. Although it wasn't as big as the beach at the last attraction, it was still big enough for a walk. Hi beautiful ladies. Can I get acquainted? There were not only Chinese people who came to Maldives, there would be people from other countries as well. Currently it was a blonde man who stopped the three of them. Without even looking at Lin Feng, he directly just said to the two women, sorry, don't want to recognize. Dongfang Qin directly just disliked back. For such a foreigner, Dongfang Qin didn't have a good feeling. How could you not want to get acquainted? After we get to know each other, we can come to my room to look at the stars. My room can see very clearly. The other party didn't want to give up and continued. Sorry, we're not interested in the stars. Dongfang Qin still refused and her face became unattractive. It's because he's in, is it? The other party felt that the two girls rejecting them was because Lin Feng was there, so they became hostile towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng, who was on the side, was a bit baffled. He came up to hit on me and was rejected. He was still hostile towards me. This isn't a pure little cutie. This isn't a pure cutie pie. You can't hit on her yourself, and you're still blaming others. No, just don't want to get acquainted with you. Don't shout. Get out of the way. Dongfang Qin frowned a bit angrily at this foreigner. Shouldn't you Chinese people be very hospitable? I want to know you so much. You should have given me a chance. The foreigner didn't expect Dongfang Qin to be a bit upset, and quickly said, Go find someone else. Don't pester us. Ding Shueshue also couldn't look at such a person being rejected and still keep asking. So annoying. No, you guys have to know me today, or don't even think about leaving. The foreigner originally wanted to pretend. After all, Dongfang Qin and Ding Shueshue were considered to be the very best. If he missed out on such a woman, the foreigner would regret it, only to be rejected. So he simply stopped pretending, and directly clapped his hands, letting his own people around him come closer, to surround the three people. What do you want? Ding Shueshue, slightly scared, have not seen such a situation, but Dongfang Qin did not chicken out, directly as to ask, what do you want to do? Ha ha, of course we want to you guys you guys are so pretty, should not have a boyfriend yet? Next to this at first glance is not, so you guys have to accompany us to have fun. Seeing that his people had surrounded the three, the foreigner also said arrogantly, this place is a bit far from the hotel, and it is still a blind spot. You can't see it without going out of the hotel, so it also makes the other employees in the company didn't find this problem. Otherwise they would have come out long ago. Is it done? We're still in a hurry. If you're done, it's my turn. Seeing that the foreigner was so arrogant and there were 8 people, Lin Feng was afraid that something would happen, so he stood out to confront the foreigner. Before, Lin Feng thought that the foreigner was just hitting on him, and would leave if he was rejected. Indeed, he didn't think that he would still be like this, intending to force the appearance. How can this be tolerated? So Lin Feng was also ready to move his muscles and try Tycoon, knowing that after obtaining it before he basically didn't use it, and at most he practiced it at home. Ha ha ha, what are you talking about? Just like you? Still want to say something? The foreigner now had his own people. He wasn't afraid of Lin Feng as a man at all. He was directly made to laugh by Lin Feng's words. I'm going to count to 3. If you guys don't get out of the way, it's not my fault. 1, 2, ha ha, still counting to 3. Why don't you count to 10? 3. Lin Feng quickly finished counting. No need to think that the foreigner's side is not the meaning of letting go. So Lin Feng directly came to the front of this foreigner, gave the other side a slap. This time the still laughing foreigner was dumbfounded. I did not expect that. Lin Feng did not say it directly to the hands of the next. This time the reaction did not come over. In addition to this foreigner not reacting, the 2 women and the foreigner's friends did not react. How to directly slap without notice? When the foreigner reacted and was ready to say something, Lin Feng continued to give the other side a slap, and again the foreigner was dumbfounded. You, how could you do it? The foreigner really didn't expect the other party to dare to make a move when he saw that he had so many people, and after being slapped for the second time, he immediately backed up to align with his friend before asking incredulously, if we don't make a move, will you let us go? Lin Feng was not scared at all and asked directly, no, but this you have to be reasonable. We haven't done anything yet and you're doing it. The foreigner said truthfully, his hand still touching the 2 pieces of his face that had been beaten. Then you all say it's not a put. Don't I have to make you all remember a bit? Now hurry up and get out of the way. Don't force me to do it. Lin Feng was going to laugh at them. He himself wouldn't let the 3 go, but he still had the nerve to stop them. Do it. The foreigner still wanted to argue something, but he also realized that it was so reasonable. So he directly stopped arguing and asked his friend to make a move. When the foreigner's friends heard the foreigner say that, they also started to come over to Lin Feng. They were all ready to give Lin Feng a bit. Lin Feng's physique was considered to be weak within the 8 of them, and they didn't put it in their eyes at all. When they hit the foreigner's face before, it was a sneak attack. It wasn't a frontal assault, so they didn't look at Lin Feng as being much more important. They just hit him harder still. If Lin Feng had faced 8 people before, he would have panicked. Each one of them was very big and strong. How could he fight if he hadn't practiced? But now Lin Feng got the system to open the reward. Tai Chi Fist is to soften the hard. Just for these people, completely can beat each other to call dad. So Lin Feng ran up Tai Chi Fist, and before anyone could react, his figure shuttled between 8 people, and in less than 3 minutes, the original 8 foreigners who were standing were now lying on the ground and wailing. They really couldn't figure out how Lin Feng was so powerful. This looked like a skinny person, fighting, completely irresistible, especially the leading foreigner, who had been taken care of a few times by Lin Feng, and was now lying on the ground completely unable to scream out, because it was too painful, especially the piece of his penis. If it wasn't for the fact that Lin Feng still had some reservations, otherwise just these few strokes, the other party wouldn't have a chance to be a man for the rest of his life. But Lin Feng hadn't done it yet, mainly because he was afraid of the subsequent trouble. After all, he wasn't in his own country. Well, still going to stop us? Lin Feng squatted down and looked at the foreigner who was in pain and said, no, not stopping. The foreigner was in so much pain now that he could barely speak. He could only simply hear that the other party meant this. Humph, here's $1,000, take it to the wound. Lin Feng stood up and said, pretending that he was going to empty his pockets, but in reality, He was taking out 1,000 Chinese coins from the system space and threw them in the foreigner's face. It was a naked humiliation of the other party. Normally people wouldn't dare to humiliate someone like this. Lying on the ground of the foreigner was so insulted as to want to get up to fight back. Just little brother here is really painful, so there is no way to get up. Can only be passive acceptance. Wow, you're so handsome. Why do you still know martial arts? Dongfang Qin didn't expect Lin Feng to know martial arts. She looked at Lin Feng adoringly and said, "It's not just a matter of having hands, don't make such a fuss," Lin Feng said with an inscrutable look on his face. "Very stinky, but worth stinking, I have to say. Too handsome, just you still want to know us? Get past him first," Dongfang Qin said to Lin Feng first, then looked at the foreigner rolling around in pain on the ground and said, "Oh, by karma. My mistake. I should go hit on you guys. Let us go." The foreigner lying on the ground heard Dongfang Qin say, so he also endured the severe pain and replied. Getting up was also only this foreigner was specially cared for. The others Lin Feng didn't put down any more hard hands, they were also just accomplices, didn't substantially do anything to the two women there, so Lin Feng just let them lose their ability to fight for a short period of time on the line. As for the drop of 1,000 Chinese coins, also said to them to see the injury, follow up even if they find the police. There is this other side cannot say anything, but also give them the medical expenses, but also their own first looking for trouble. Lin Feng is also self-defense only. Chapter 50. The more you don't want to have an accident, the easier it is to have one. Although this was a blind spot of the restaurant, but now there were a lot of people having dinner. When they came out they saw 8 people rolling on the ground. One of them looked like he was in a lot of pain, because the hands were covering different places. There were also people who called the local police, only the police had not been so fast, and by this time Lin Feng's 3 were already leaving this area and resting in another place. The 2 women do not look afraid, but also stunned. If it is not Lin Feng in, the consequences are really unimaginable. To know that not everyone is a sense of justice, especially the other side of the number of people is still relatively large. How do people generally dare to go forward? At most it is verbally and the other side to talk about it. Otherwise how to wait so a head out of the people are not, but instead or Lin Feng shot to solve. If Lin Feng will not fight, the back is still likely to be the other side to take away. As for what will happen in the follow-up, who dare to think to know that this is a foreign country, not the domestic, cannot be so easy to deal with it. Scared me to death. I thought we were going to be finished. Ding Shueshue is still a little afraid to say. Long So Big has not experienced such a thing, and small time the family will also arrange bodyguard protection. Just grow up, there is no arrangement. Yes, still really obliged to be a woman will agree to his invitation like, just his that look, only brainless women will follow. Dongfang Qin nodded his head and said, and it's not like he's never seen a foreigner before. Just like that can be said to be what Silk like, not at all popular. Fortunately, Feng will be martial arts, or we hear is not good. Ding Shueshue looked at Lin Feng with eyes full of tenderness. That is, as the bridge of the hero saving the beauty, which makes which girl is not tender. He. Yes, I didn't expect my brother to be so powerful. I was worried when my brother did it. It turned out that I was worrying too much. I should have been worried that they don't want to live a thin life. Dongfang Qin also looked at Lin Feng tenderly and said, Lin Feng's figure became even greater all of a sudden. It's average. I thought that he was simply hitting on me and should leave on his own when he was rejected, but I didn't expect that he would want to use force. This definitely won't work. If I don't stand up to protect you guys, I mustn't be gossiped about. But you guys can rest assured. Even if there's a dozen or so of them, I'm able to deal with it as long as they don't use hot weapons. Hearing the 2 girls praising themselves so much, Lin Feng was also a bit fluttery. To know which teenager didn't want his martial arts skills to be worldly. It's just that nowadays society doesn't even promote force, so let's not even talk about the fact that someone would teach it. That's awesome. If we have you by our side in the future, we won't be afraid. Dongfang Qin was happy to hear Lin Feng say that. In that case she wouldn't be afraid of meeting yellow hair in the future. Yes, can brother Feng teach us? Ding Shueshue and Dongfang Qin thought differently. Instead of letting Lin Feng protect them all the time, it would be better for them to learn it themselves, so that they could still protect themselves when Lin Feng wasn't around. Yes, can you teach us sometime? Dongfang Qin heard Ding Shueshue say that. She also thought the same as Ding Shueshue. She couldn't rely on others all the time. She still had to rely on herself to last longer. Yes, when we go back later, we'll teach you guys when we have time. Lin Feng nodded and said, although it was the system that gave the Tycoon, but Lin Feng's also had steps, so and Lin Feng was also able to pass it on to other people. It's just that they couldn't get to proficient right away, and even wanting to get to proficient might take a long time. The exact time varied from person to person. Thank you, brother. He. This way when I learn it, I won't be afraid of people bullying me. Hearing Lin Feng's promise, Dongfang Qin was very happy and said, Don't look at it now. Dongfang Qin is very well behaved, but in her genes is not at all restless. Not right. You guys should also have bodyguards, so why didn't you learn it then? Lin Feng suddenly reacted. How could a family like theirs not have bodyguards? So he asked. Yes, I wanted to learn at that time, but my family said what's the point of me learning this as a girl, and I only secretly learned some skin. At most one-on-one I can still kind of fight, but not behind. Dongfang Qin nodded and said, what about Xiao Shui? After hearing what Dongfang Qin said, Lin Feng turned his head to look at Ding Shueshue on his left. I didn't learn, it was all over then. Ding Shueshue shook her head and said, that's also true, bodyguards are more on the violent side. It's a bit not very nice if you learn it. Ha ha. Lin Feng thought that if Ding Shueshue learned some of the bodyguard's abilities, it really wouldn't look too good. Then I'll learn it, but I think it's quite handsome. Dongfang Qin didn't expect Lin Feng to say that, but she did feel that the moves and everything were pretty cool. I can understand if you learn it, there won't be any sense of dissonance. If Xiao Shui learns it, then there's still a sense of dissonance, Lin Feng said as he looked at Dongfang Qin on his right-hand side. It seems to be true. Shui is all quiet and won't be able to sit still like me, Dongfang Qin said after thinking for a while. Just as the three of them were exploring, the place where the accident happened was already investigated by the local police, but the 8 people all said that they caused it themselves and didn't mention that Lin Feng hit them, because they also knew that they were not in a position of authority. If they really told Lin Feng off, they might even be detained themselves later on. The police saw that they all said that, so they didn't say anything, especially since the other party was also a foreigner. The police didn't want to cause any trouble, so they simply asked and left. This is good, to avoid bringing trouble to Lin Feng's side. If you are detained by the police here, it's still quite troublesome, even if it is justified, but it will take some time to deal with it. This is not just a delay. Lin Feng does not know what happened over there. If he knows, he also hopes that it is better to do more than to do less. Time passes quickly. To the collection time, everyone gathered. Continue on the bus, ready to go to the next attraction. Local nightlife are very long, so the afternoon venue to watch the attractions. It is arranged to visit the evening large-scale performances. That is, some singers, circus set in one of the large-scale performances. The venue is still very large, can accommodate more than 1,000 people to watch. Tickets are also cheap, discounted at talent 50 yuan. You can see more than 2 hours of performance, or very cost-effective. So the whole company is arranged to watch the show together. Of course, if you do not want to see, is also can go back to sleep, or do what you want to do, are no problem, but the evening is also just after dinner soon. So Lin Feng 3 people still want to come over to see, do not want to go back so early to rest. Come to Maldives is to play. If you still go back to rest, which is still what the meaning of, although it is so, but there are some people play more tired, so this led to less than half of the look back to rest, or to do other time. Lin Feng did not stop. Let them pay attention to safety. After all, in foreign countries cannot be good, but things are so marvelous. The more you do not want to do anything, the more likely to have problems. Just when the show is near the end, Lin Feng green bubble voice phone rang. Lin Feng look as one of their own employees, called Lu Chang. This time to call their own do not know what to do. Lin Feng will directly answer. Just answered to hear the opposite side. There is a very noisy, and even the sound of a police car. Lin Feng thought that he knew that something had happened. Boss, I was arrested by the police. Said I was suspected of gambling, but I just went over to look just as they came. Now let me call this number to notify the family. This can only be contacted with you, boss. Come and save me. Lu Chang saw the phone was connected. Very anxious said. Speech is also relatively fast. Slightly also a little stuttering. A look is very nervous. You send me an address. I'll go over right now. Lin Feng didn't talk nonsense. He directly asked Lu Chang to send himself an address first, so that he would know where Lu Chang was. Otherwise how would he find him? Okay, I'll send it, right away. Lu Chang narrowed down the voice call page and then started to send the location to Lin Feng. Lin Feng took a look and the difference between himself was only about 2 kilometers, and the positioning was not a police station, so for now it was ruled out that it was sent to the police station. It should still be at the place of the incident. Okay, wait for me for a few minutes. I'll be right over. Lin Feng said into his cell phone. The person also got up. The 2 women on the side who had not had the heart to watch the show for a long time also followed Lin Feng and got up. Chapter 51, 70,000. Not 10,000? Okay. Lu Chang was looking forward to it. Just before the words were finished, the police took the cell phone away and hung up. The police listened to the other party speaking Chinese, and was quite polite. Let Lu Chang call for so long. If it was a small day or a stick country, it would not necessarily be possible to let the other party call for so long. Hey, hanging up, then we have to go. Why don't you guys go back first? Lin Feng hadn't noticed the phone when he was rushing, so he waited until there was suddenly no sound to see that it had hung up, and also said to the two women following him, "No, I'm going to take a look." Dongfang Qin so loved to get together. How could she let go of this opportunity? Directly is relying on it. Same here. I'll go wherever you are. Ding Shuai also did not want to go back. Go back where this is interesting. Okay, you guys talk to tour guide Lu and see if it can be handled well. I'll go and take a taxi there first. Lin Feng see them like this is not good to force anything. Anyway, in the past out of things should not be a problem. So agreed. Also let the two girls contact Lu Sihan. After all, she is here as a tour guide. Then more or less still a bit of contacts or know how to deal with it. Okay, I'll contact. Dongfang Qin nodded and said. Then she opened her cell phone to send a green bubble message to Lu Sihan. If the other party didn't reply, then she would call the other party. When Lin Feng answered the phone, the other company people present also saw it. Those who were close knew what was happening, they just didn't know where Lin Feng was going, so everyone didn't follow, but they didn't have the heart to watch the show either. They all left. Some want to go over to help also directly in the work group at Lin Feng to ask what just happened. Lin Feng did not see for the time being, also did not reply. And now Lin Feng they just out of the place of the show. Fortunately, because it is the place of the show, there are still cabs in the vicinity, just for the convenience of tourists to be able to go back. Lin Feng casually beckoned the nearest cab. After the three of them got in, Lin Feng said the destination to the driver in the passenger side, in the local language. Otherwise Lin Feng was afraid that the other party would take a detour and delay the time. The driver originally saw that Lin Feng and they were foreigners did want to make a detour, but he didn't expect Lin Feng to speak the local language, which made the driver not dare to make a detour, which if reported, there was also the possibility of losing his job, so he could only drive honestly. Lin Feng, in order to let the driver drive faster, directly swept the code of 200 yuan, to know so close to the distance, at most 20 to 30 yuan, this is nearly 10 times the amount of income, so that the driver is very excited. Directly a foot gas pedal soared to 130, speed is fast, just let sitting in the back row of the two women are not comfortable, directly to spit out, this speed boost is too fast, but did not say anything, because I know that things are a bit urgent, or can distinguish what things are important. With the addition of money, the driver is like a hormone. This speed has not been lower than 100, fortunately less cars at night, otherwise the consequences cannot be imagined. Not a few minutes has arrived at the destination. Here there have been several police cars. In addition to ordinary police cars, there is the kind of loaded prisoners minibus. From the outside to see past, the car already has a part of the people, but looks like it should be the majority of the locals, because some people who look like foreigners are still squatting on the ground, watched by the police with guns, probably waiting for the foreigners' families to come to the rescue. After all, if foreigners were involved in gambling, it would be very troublesome to arrest them. So the local police didn't make things too difficult. Instead they just let them get together and wait. What are you guys doing? Cab just parked. Lin Feng 3 people down. There are police over to ask. Lin Feng is still normal. Just 2 women slightly carsick. Go aside to slow down. After all, not their own driving. Dongfang Qin cannot stand such a speed. Ding Shuai, let alone. Fortunately, time is not long, on a few minutes to the destination. We are over to pick up people. There is one is my company's employees. I heard that also was caught. Want to understand how to deal with the problem. The police were using the Japanese language to communicate with Lin Feng, but Lin Feng was directly just using the local language to communicate with the other party. The police heard Lin Feng speaking in the local language. They were also a bit stunned. Looking at Lin Feng, he didn't look like a local either. How did he speak this so fluently? Which one is it? Hearing that it was also in the local language, plus it was an employee of the company, the policeman didn't dare to be slow. So he pointed to the dozen or so people squatting on the side and said, "Boss, I'm here." Lu Cheng saw it when Lin Feng got off the bus. Just that there were police next to him, he didn't dare to mess around. Now that he saw Lin Feng looking at himself, he also shouted loudly to attract Lin Feng's attention. Otherwise all of a sudden he would definitely not be able to see himself. "Shut up, don't make noise." Lu Cheng shouted this and startled the policeman who was guarding him. So he went over and kicked Lu Cheng, although it wasn't very hard. But in this tense environment, Lu Cheng was still so scared that he fell to the side, but he also quickly got up. "That's the one who called is from my company. What do you guys want to do now?" Lin Feng saw that his people were kicked by the police, a little unhappy but couldn't say anything, only a little heavy on the tone. "Oh, it's very well handled. It's his first time participating, plus he's also a Chinese. We won't imprison him, but after all, we can't just let him go back, or else people from other countries won't be able to account for it. So you'll need to pay a certain amount of fines and guarantee that you won't be caught a second time, or else you need to deal with it in accordance with the local laws." The police who communicated with Lin Feng quickly explained the out program and also emphasized that if he was caught a second time it would not be such a simple treatment. Although Maldives was not big, but if he did this once or twice, wouldn't it be slapping this country's face? So the police would emphasize it in this way as well. Alright, if you're wrong, you have to admit the penalty. How much fine do we need to pay? Lin Feng also didn't want to ink with the other party, so he directly asked how much could be settled. He wanted an exact figure. You're all Chinese. We're also a friendly country with China, so you can take him away if you pay 10,000 yuan. The scan code is here. The policeman also saw that Lin Feng didn't want to ink, so he said that while holding out the collection code for Lin Feng to scan. Okay, swept it over. Take a look. Lin Feng heard that it was still a good deal to take it away for only 10,000. He had thought that it would take more than 100,000. So when the police officer took out the collection code, he paid 10,000 huaxia coins directly. Okay, wait, you paid more. After collecting the money the police also went to check the collection record through the device in his hand, and it turned out that Lin Feng was paying 10,000 huaxia coins, which converted to 70,000 in the local currency. The police were shocked when they saw it. This is just smashing the money at the drop of a hat. It's true that the Huaxia people are rich. What? Not 10,000 Chinese dollars? Lin Feng thought he had overpaid, but when he looked at his payment record, he had indeed paid 10,000 dollars. Not a penny more, not a penny less. It's not Chinese coins, it's 10,000 dollars in our Maltese currency. You paid so many Chinese coins under this. The conversion is 70,000 Maltese coins. The policeman quickly waved his hand and said. He also showed Lin Feng the collection record for Lin Feng to check. Lin Feng saw that there was indeed more than $70,000 on it. What about that? Can I get it back? Lin Feng didn't care about the overpayment situation, just still asked. This can be returned. It just needs to be fed back to the higher-ups. It might take 3 to 5 days to return the extra money. I'll go and give feedback first. The police officer was not a corrupt person, so he also said the method. No need. It's too much trouble. I might even be back home by that time. Consider the extra as my donation to you. Just let me bring someone back now. Once Lin Feng heard that it would take so long, he didn't want to wait. Collecting the money was pretty fast. Returning the money was still so troublesome. Wasn't it going to be hard for people? So it was better to just donate it like that and leave a good feeling for the other party. Good. Thank you for the donation. Now people can be taken away at any time. Tom, bring him over here. Don't be rude. After hearing that all the extra money went to them, the cop was still very happy, then said to the cop who kicked Lu Cheng before, and also emphasized not to be rude, seeing how important the ability to pay money is. The two women this time also slowed down more or less. The whole process is known. Just before the person has not slowed down so cannot speak. Of course, will not go in this situation to intervene. Chapter 52, Happy Times Are Too Short. The policeman who was called Tom quickly brought Lu Cheng over, not treated rudely, but still relatively strict, pressed Lu Cheng's shoulders and walked over. Alright, you sign here and you can take it away. The police opposite Lin Feng saw Lu Cheng brought over, also took out a piece of paper for Lin Feng to sign. Lin Feng probably looked at it as to hand over the records of people and so on, to avoid people leaving without paying the fine. Lin Feng quickly signed, his own big name, written in Chinese, and didn't care if the other side could read it or not. Alright, we're off then. After signing, Lin Feng said, picking up on just four directly turned their heads and left. The cab that had sent Lin Feng here before hadn't left yet and was watching from the sidelines, but seeing Lin Feng and the others coming over, they were greeted warmly and asked if they wanted to continue sitting. After this incident, they definitely didn't have the heart to go anywhere else to play, so they could only get in the cab and go back to the hotel. Here from the hotel has a 7 kilometers or so, and this time there is no hurry. Lin Feng himself let the driver drive at a normal speed on it. Not so fast. Lu Cheng sat in the co-pilot slightly embarrassed, which has not yet begun to bring profits to the company, has already let the boss in order to save their own also broke the $10,000. Sitting in the back row of the two women in the middle of Lin Feng did not think so much, but instead is to think that this can be solved with money or quite good. If you rely on the relationship, Lin Feng here is a little bit of connections or not, at most, is to know Dan, but a seller of teppanyaki stalls and can have what connections, so to be able to pay the fine and settle it, that was still pretty good. Lu Cheng, why would you go to a place like this? Lin Feng either blamed the other party or inquired curiously. Boss, it's not my fault. I wasn't planning to go somewhere else to have a stroll, so I took a taxi and asked the driver what's interesting in the neighborhood. Maybe the driver misunderstood me and took me to the casino. I went to the casino was also found to turn my head, but I did not expect not out of the door was blocked by the police, picked up and was arrested, squatting together, and then called a family. The whole time I did not touch the chips, or exchange chips, even look less. Lu Cheng also said aggrieved. He really did not expect that the driver would take himself to the casino at that time. If he really played, it would be his own fault, but he was caught by the police without even playing, and let Lin Feng break $10,000. It really does not make sense. Just don't get involved. Otherwise it's really troublesome, but you don't have any pressure. Tomorrow you should play and continue to play. Hearing that Lu Cheng didn't look like he was telling a lie, Lin Feng didn't bother to pursue the matter. Anyway, things have passed. It would be meaningless to chase after it. At this time Lin Feng also received a voice call from Lu Sihan, but this made Dong Fangqin send a message to Lu Sihan all the past 20 minutes or so, and only called back now. But Lin Feng would not blame Lu Sihan. If you have the ability to help, if you don't have the ability not to add to the chaos on the line. Mr. Lin, I just contacted the local Chinese labor union. They said they would go and take care of it. I don't know what's going on your side now? After the phone was connected, Lu Sihan asked, still a little anxious. It's been resolved. The people have been brought out. You tell the Chinese labor union people not to ask, and thank you for Guide Lu's help. We'll thank you properly when it's over. Once Lin Feng heard that it took so long to contact him, he went to get help, but he hadn't heard of any Chinese labor union, but Lu Sihan had said so. Lin Feng also definitely had to show his appreciation. No, our Chinese people, go out and rely on friends, as long as it's okay. Start to see the information. I was shocked. Caught by the police can basically not be dealt with well, unless it's not us who committed the crime first. Lu Sihan was relieved to hear Lin Feng say that it had been solved. She didn't feel nervous when she spoke. This is what should happen. Just listen to my arrangements when the time comes. Lin Feng didn't care if Lu Sihan wanted to or not. Anyway, since the other party had helped, this saying thanks was normal. Alright, just listen to Mr. Lin. I'm going to contact the Chinese labor union now and tell them just not to deal with it. Lu Sihan said with a smile. Okay, please. Lin Feng didn't say much and hung up the phone after saying that. There's nothing going on. Everyone have a good rest. We'll continue to get high tomorrow, and to celebrate the end of the day, give everyone a red packet to help out. Lin Feng hung up the phone before he saw the message from the work group. After thinking about it, he thought it was better not to say anything to avoid accidents, so he just threw a 10,000 yuan red packet for everyone to grab. Especially since today's day some people had also bought some local specialties. Lin Feng sending out a red packet like this was the equivalent of reimbursing everyone, so everyone desperately grabbed the red packet. Thank you, boss. I grabbed one. 348 yuan. Wow. I grabbed 187 yuan for the first time from the boss. This is the biggest amount I've ever grabbed. Wow. I'm crying. I only grabbed $178. You're crying. I only got 14 yuan. How are the rules set for this red packet grabbing? Such a big red packet only grabbed so some. Lin Feng saw the group's message and laughed. Grabbing 14 yuan is indeed too bad luck. This is a 10,000 yuan red packet, and then do not help to grab 100 or so. This 14 yuan is really cannot be said. The two women's luck is very good. One is 451 yuan, one is 315 yuan. Just now, in addition to Lin Feng does not grab the red envelope, there is a red envelope quota not grabbed, is Lu Cheng. There's still one red packet. Why don't you grab it? Lin Feng said as he looked at Lu Cheng, who was the co-pilot. I've just made you break the bank, boss. How can I still have the cheek to grab this red packet? Lu Cheng explained. It's fine. Grab it. This thing can't be completely blamed on you. You don't give yourself any burden. If you're really over it, just earn me more money at that time. Lin Feng see Lu Cheng is still really embarrassed look. Also can only enlighten enlightenment. Otherwise if Lu Cheng lifetime because of this thing guilt words, then Lu Cheng himself is also a great impact on the Lu Cheng. Just have a heart demon like, okay, I'll work hard for the company in the future. Being so enlightened by Lin Feng, Lu Cheng thought about it, and rightly so. Instead of feeling guilty about himself, he should make good money for the company and make up for his faults. Unbeknownst to him, because of this incident today, Lin Feng had an incredibly loyal employee that wouldn't betray Lin Feng. Even if the other party was giving 10 times the compensation that Lin Feng was giving, he hadn't been moved at all. Soon to the hotel. The driver is also the normal charge to 60 yuan Chinese currency. Lin Feng directly swept the 100 yuan to the driver. The driver is very grateful to know that the cab driver a day down. Less than more than 2,000 yuan Chinese currency. Look up a lot, but in fact, the expenditure is also high. In fact, to stay in the money is only a few $100s, but not as much as the local other industries to make money. Just some people will only drive. Will not be the only thing is that some people can only drive and can't perform. Otherwise who wouldn't want to make more money? The two women did not talk much throughout the whole process. Just for the amount of red envelopes grabbed there was a discussion. For Lu Cheng's situation, The two women did not say anything, because they know what to say, what should not be said. There is Lin Feng, is their boss? Then it can only be the boss to say. Otherwise it is the transgression of the level, even if privately is a friend, but in some scenarios cannot be a friend of the friend. Those in the group who were still worried about what was happening, after grabbing the red envelopes also forgot about it. Since the boss didn't even say anything, there was no need to ask more questions. How fun it was to grab a red envelope. Pleasant time is always short. 3 days of group building life passed in a flash. There were no other accidents in the middle of the road. Everyone is also playing very happy. Only the East Chin and Ding Shueshue slightly unhappy, but the two women did not say. Lin Feng did not continue to ask. This night is the last day. Tomorrow is the noon 11 o'clock flight. So everyone is also the last night in Maldives. If the next time to really do not know when it is, the last day, how also have to commemorate, plus are Chinese, then the simplest is to find a better hotel and so on. We eat a meal together, take a picture to commemorate. In addition to being the last gathering in Maldives, but also to show that Lu Sihan's helped before, Lin Feng let Xian Ran booked a hotel on the internet, and the same as the first company opening, except that there is not yet such a large table here, so it leads to is divided into 2 tables together. Chapter 53, Understanding the Situation of the Island. Present in addition to Lin Feng's employees and Lu Sihan, there was also the vice president of the Chinese labor union who came over, mainly because Lin Feng asked Lu Sihan to invite him. At that time, when Lu Cheng had an accident, Lu Sihan was the one who troubled this vice president, and now that he was going to leave, he couldn't help but invite the other party to have a meal. Even if the other party hadn't done him any favors, the humane way of doing things in Huaxia still needed to be done. Lin Feng, just call me Xiao Feng. Thank you for coming. Lin Feng and the vice president of the Chinese labor union shook hands. The other party was a bit Mediterranean, wearing a gold-rimmed glasses, overall thinner, at least 40 years old. His height was just up to Lin Feng's shoulders, so Lin Feng and the other party shook hands and had to bend a bit to make it work. Ha ha, young and promising. My name is Chen Dawei. You can just call me Old Chen. We are all family members. Outside is to rely on friends. Chen Dawei smiled and shook Lin Feng's hand and said, not pretentious at all. Alright, I'll call you Old Chen. Also I'm thankful for your help last time. This time we're also leaving, so I thought of inviting you to come over for a meal together, to meet up. Lin Feng wasn't pretentious. Since the other party had said so, then he would call Old Chen. I didn't help much. My niece asked me for help. I also quickly called the local police chief. I just didn't expect that you, old brother, stepped in or solved it quite quickly. I haven't even shown much here. Chen Dawei honestly. Indeed at that time when Lu Sihan contacted himself, he had already called the police chief. The result was that the other party was also inquiring. And when there was a result, Lu Sihan had also told himself that he had solved it. Originally this meal Chen Dawei did not want to come. Did not contribute to the force also came to eat more or less a little bit to say. Just Lu Sihan said Lin Feng strongly requested to meet. Chen Dawei came. By the way, also listened to their niece boasted of Lin Feng in the end is who. Did not think that this initial meeting on the impression of quite good. Do not want to be that kind of second generation of rich and arrogant and domineering, but instead is a very modest feeling. How can it be? Old Chun you have contacted the director. This is what has been contributed. It's just that I was anxious subordinates. That's why I solved the problem relatively quickly. Or else I still have to trouble you Old Chen. Lin Feng was also still happy to hear that the other party had such an operation, especially when he heard that Chen Dawei called Lu Sihan his niece. These two people still have a kinship relationship. They can be flattered, so that in the future, if he invests in the development of this place, he will always have to look for someone he knows to intervene in a better way. This is why Lin Feng must ask for Chen Dawei to come. He is the vice president. Then here in the network must be quite a lot. If the president is certainly better, just can be the vice president is also the same. Anyway, Lin Feng is not in a hurry to enter here to invest. Just for the future to do the planning is only. Now know in the local network of people and the Huaxia people, when to do what are convenient. Ha ha ha, still you kid can talk. In the future if there's something here directly look for me. Basically there's nothing I can't handle. But don't break the law or I can't protect you. The two people chatted while walking. After already sitting down, Chen Dawei said with a smile, don't worry, we're all good legal citizens. How would we do anything illegal? Lin Feng replied, Chinese people eating is not just eating. Instead a meal down. From strangers will become acquaintances. Business yellow will become successful. Of course you need to talk to each other. Otherwise it is still easy not to work. Chinese trade unions all over the world, just called different, not unified management. Are the local trade unions to manage their own people? Maldives is such. The establishment of the Chinese trade unions in Maldives to work. Open the company of the Chinese can provide help, generally unpaid help. Of course, if you are afterward return is not a no. and there are Chinese trade unions in the Maldives. You will become acquaintances, but a meal from the yellow business will become successful. Of course, need to talk cheerfully, otherwise it is still easy not to, and there are Chinese trade unions in. You want to open a company in the local, or looking for work, are able to arrange, can be said, and the country's Ministry of Foreign Affairs is almost the same, only is not the official only, is the civil society of their own organization of trade unions. The power is also their own, slowly bigger and stronger. The meal was also half eaten. Chen Dawei drank to his heart's content. So Lin Feng asked out some of his thoughts. Old Chen, if I were to buy some islands to develop, what do I usually need to do? Want to buy islands? Islands aren't cheap. As of right now, the cheapest one I know of costs 4 million Chinese dollars, and it's not very big. You'd have to buy some more. That would cost a lot of money. Plus, if you want to develop it, it's almost astronomical. Chen Dawei was dumbfounded by Lin Feng's question. Originally he was still a bit drunk and immediately sobered up much more. Simply said analytically, well, this I know. Money isn't even a problem, because I came here to travel not just for fun either, but also to examine if it's worth investing and developing. So it just so happens that you've been here for a long time, so I wanted to find out about it. Lin Feng looked at Chen Dawei seriously and said, that still you young people will play. This is very simple. As long as you look for the official personnel of Maldives to buy the corresponding island, and so on the island property rights belong to you, you can develop on the island, but the island property rights are yours. The island is still in the territory of Maldives, is still in the hands of Maldives, so you need to comply with the laws of this country. As long as the illegal things, all can't be done. If there is a revenue project you still need to pay taxes. Chen Dawei looked at Lin Feng and didn't look like he was joking, so he replied seriously. Then if it's better to have personal property rights, or register a company to put the property rights on top of the company? Lin Feng nodded his head after hearing this and picked up on it before continuing to ask. Individuals will be better. To avoid the company bankruptcy, then this will be counted in the company's property rights. At that time will be forced to liquidate. So directly hang your personal property rights, and then even if you open a company on your own island is no relationship, as long as the taxes are paid on time. There is also a point is to open a company on your own island and so on to make money. The taxes paid are half of the official. Still quite good, Chen Dawei said after thinking for a while. So good, then why are there still a lot of islands that haven't been sold? As soon as Lin Feng heard this tax piece, it was a great deal. By all rights it should be bought by many big companies and then register a company here themselves to reasonably avoid taxes. Good is good. Just to open a company is not to hang a name on the line. According to the size of your company, will be required to provide the corresponding jobs. If you cannot provide, then it is still according to the official tax. In this case for some large companies or just a purse company registered here, but also need to provide jobs means that need to send so many people's wages. This calculation is also very loss. This is calculated under the still very loss. There is no need to do so, but also bought an island, so it is not much to sell. Chen Dawei said, for this situation, the finances of those large companies and not a little cute. If there is really a benefit, it must be the first to engage in. How can it still be the turn of others? In that case, that's indeed a bit troublesome, but I would like to invest here. Money isn't even a problem, but it'll have to wait for a while. I'll have to trouble old Chen then. Lin Feng nodded and said, indeed if it was easy or cost effective then there would be no empty islands. They would have been sold out long ago. Good, when the time comes, just look for me if you need anything. I'll arrange it properly for you. Chen Dawei said with a smile, also had the intention to further the relationship with Lin Feng. It can be seen that Lin Feng is not a poor master, especially eating here, as well as dishes. These things counted down to a meal would be close to 100,000. You have to know that although he is the vice president, but the salary is only less than 10,000 a month. The rest of the income is to rely on other people to give or dividends or something like that, or else this amount of money is not enough to consume here, because tomorrow we'll have to go. This meal everyone did not drink too much wine, our drinks and so on drink more, is afraid of tomorrow drunk sleep over, then cannot return to the country more trouble, eat for about 2 hours. Everyone is also full of food and drink, they go back to the hotel to rest. Lin Feng and Lu Sihan also sent Chen Dawei to the cab. See off. Lin Feng looked at the side of Lu Sihan. I didn't realize that he is still your uncle. It seems that in the future you still need to help guide Lu. Well, help is a small problem, as long as you don't forget me. Lu Sihan finished being a little shy, which made Lin Feng not able to catch it at once. Chapter 54, It's better to go back to one's own country. Guide Lu is so beautiful. I couldn't forget it even if I wanted to. How could you think so? Lin Feng said hurriedly interrupting. Ha ha, still you can talk, just call me Sihan. Calling Guide Lu still feels a bit of an alienating situation. Lu Sihan said with a smile. Okay, tour guide Lu. Ha ha, Okay, Sihan. Lin Feng wanted to say a joke and continue to call Guide Lu, but when he saw that Lu Sihan was ready to hit him, he immediately changed his tone. Just call me that in the future. Then I'll just call you Lin Feng. When Lu Sihan heard that Lin Feng had the right name, she put down her hand that was about to hit and said to Lin Feng, "That's fine. Calling Mr. Lin also feels a bit strange, or calling me Brother Feng is also fine." Lin Feng also said, since he wanted to change his name, he also wanted to take advantage of it. "Good, then I'll call you Brother Feng," Lu Sihan said with a defiant look. The two people argued like this for half a day at the door, then slowly returned to the box. There were still some here that hadn't left, and the two women basically didn't talk much. After all, Lin Feng was chatting about business. It was impossible to disrupt Lin Feng's train of thought. "Have you guys eaten enough?" Lin Feng said as he looked at the two women who had already packed up their things. "Well then, I'm full. Now that I've been stimulated by the chili peppers, I can still feel the deliciousness of these foods, so I've still eaten more." Dongfang Qin replied, "I'm pretty much the same. I just didn't eat too much at night. Just be appropriate." Ding Shueshue said as she touched her not very bulbous stomach. "Good, let's go back then. You guys go back by yourselves once you're rested. I'll go first." Lin Feng first said to the two girls, then he said to the people who hadn't left yet. Then Lin Feng took the three women and left together. Everyone was staying in a hotel. Lu Sihan followed along. In front of the hotel there were cabs, so they just found one. Everyone sat in it. The three women sat in the back. The co-pilot Lin Feng sat in. Originally Lin Feng also wanted to go shopping at night, just a little tired. Plus tomorrow we'll have to sit for more than 10 hours on the plane. Think about it or give up. Why not return to the hotel to rest? Time to the next day. After a night's rest, everyone was full of energy. They were all waiting at the airport to check their tickets. Lu Sihan also came over as a tour guide to send everyone off and also help everyone. Or else everyone at this airport at once can't handle it. "Well, it's our turn to check the tickets soon. Later return to your country and talk to me. I'll give you a welcome." Seeing that the ticket checking queue was getting shorter and shorter, Lin Feng said to Lu Sihan, who was at the side, "Yeah, when you come to Haidong City back in the country, we'll take you to have a good time." Dongfang Qin said in agreement, "Yeah, by then if I go back to my country, I'll trouble you guys." Lu Sihan was also happy to hear that and agreed. "Alright, we're going in. See you later." Soon it was time for Lin Feng to check the tickets. So Lin Feng said to Lu Sihan, then under the staff checking the tickets, the checking was completed. "See you later." Lu Sihan waved her hand and said, "Goodbye tour guide Lu. Remember to think of me. Don't think of him, think of me. You guys are so cheeky. You obviously miss me." Everyone in these 3 days also in Lu Sihan relationship is very good. Now to part, or a small joke to ease the emotions of parting. More than 10 hours of the plane. Everyone is not the first time to sit, just not from China to Maldives so excited, but because of the reason of parting, slightly emotional or a little not too good, plus because of the reunion back, it means that you need to go to work, which makes some people still don't quite want to go to work now. Of course, in addition to the individuals still want to go to work early. Right, tomorrow is only the weekend as well. So let's just take a good 2-day break and wait for Monday before we start working. Monday morning there will be a meeting. Everyone remember not to be late. Lin Feng thought about it for a moment and sent everyone such a notification message in the work group. The employees who saw it went from unhappy to very happy. It's only just after 3 days of reunion building and 2 days of rest. What kind of godly company is this? The boss is so good. I love you. Boss is the best in the world. I want to be the first to arrive on Monday. If I take a screenshot of this and show it to my friends, they will envy me, haha. I've already sent it to my friends. Envy them to death. If it wasn't for the fact that they were already on the airplane and couldn't make a lot of noise, or else everyone would have been screaming in excitement, which was a lot of fun. We're all on our own. I also want to take 2 days off before going to work, so how can I let you all go to work as well? Have a good rest. Lin Feng replied in the work group. If a normal company would definitely not dare to do this. Originally the 3 days of the reunion was a waste of 3 days of making money. And now that you're back, and you're not going to work because of the weekend, wouldn't this be another 2 days of delayed money making? If you meet Joe Pippi's company, the group building should be put on the weekend, by the way, but also have a meeting when the group building and so on. Anyway, is to be able to exploit is to be exploited. Will not take the staff as a human being. Lin Feng in the weekend 2 days also intends to take a good rest. Group building 3 days is still very tired, although it is all fun and games, but also walk around and stroll. How can not be tired? The two women did not feel anything, just a little bit of regret. Thought there would be time to go to the beach to bask in the sun, swim or something, but did not expect no, at most, just walk around the beach to play with water. The most regrettable thing is not changed into a bathing suit. Is the kind of secret bathing suit, if you wear out, the beach 99% of the males will look over. Unless the woman has no interest in the person, or else cannot refuse to wear the kind of bathing suit women. Dong Fangqin had prepared herself mentally, but unfortunately she wasn't allowed to play, so the bathing suit was a waste of time. Lin Feng does not know. If he knows, want to see is sure. Just think of foreigners are also many. If you make trouble, how troublesome. So Dong Fangqin did not wear or very good. 10 hours passed by. The plane landed safely. Out of the cabin door. Inhaled the air of the motherland. Found that it still smells good, but also very safe. Unlike abroad so chaotic. By the time they got to their own country they must have gotten pretty well acquainted. And everyone went to their own homes. And those who had other plans or appointments went about their business. Are you guys going back to your own homes? Or are you going to keep going back with me? Lin Feng looked at the two women and said, definitely still go back with you. Don't forget to make improved dishes for us to eat. And we haven't eaten your cooking for so long. We more or less want to eat. Dong Fangqin couldn't help but drool at the thought of Lin Feng's cooking. Lin Feng saw this and directly wiped it with his hand. Those who didn't know thought that Dong Fangqin had an IQ problem. Yeah, I'm craving it. Ding Shueshue swallowed her throat and said. It was obvious that Ding Shueshue really wanted to eat the dishes that Lin Feng made. Alright, if you all say so, how can I not let you eat? Let's go. Let's go straight to the grocery store. Lin Feng looked at the two foodies. There was nothing he could do about it. He could only agree and took the two girls to go buy food. The food at home definitely wasn't fresh after being put away for so long, so he might as well go buy some fresh ones to eat. In Maldives everyone eats the most or seafood. The least is the vegetables, because it is an island country, can grow vegetables in limited places, so most of the vegetables are imported from neighboring countries. Then that means the price is expensive. Anyway, is the seafood is cheap. The two women is because the vegetables eat less. Now came to the supermarket, bought 7 or 8 kinds of vegetables. If it is not Lin Feng stopped, it is estimated that also want to continue to buy, to know that the vegetables must be to buy fresh, buy so much to put at home, put it for a long time will not be fresh. After buying things, it is normal to return home. Lin Feng also began to prepare to make improved food. The two girls have a little thing did not come to the kitchen to help. Lin Feng also did not ask them to must come. In the kitchen, Lin Feng busily and methodically handled the ingredients. He knew deep down that this meal was for improvement, so he also thought of some improvements to retain the deliciousness of the food, and also to ensure that he didn't continue to make the two girls too reliant on the dishes he made. Soon, the aroma of the kitchen gradually filled the air, and the two women were attracted by the scent. It's still your cooking that smells much better, Dong Fangqin said as she looked at Lin Feng who was still cooking. Yeah, even though the meals abroad are not bad, it's still almost interesting, Ding Shueshue echoed. Chapter 55, The First General Meeting. It's still you little greedy cats who can talk. Well, quickly wash your hands and get ready to eat, Lin Feng said with a smile, putting the last dish on a plate and bringing it to the table. The two girls quickly washed their hands and then started enjoying the food. Yummy, yummy, this is the flavor. Then the two women stopped talking. Only the chopsticks in their hands clamped the food much faster. Even if there was still in the bowl and there was food in their mouths, they still continued to clamp the food into the bowl, fearing that no one would eat it as if they had eaten it. Eat up, eat up. Me too. It's still you guys, not afraid of getting fat. Lin Feng looked at the plate inside the food residue or not. These two women are really hungry bad like. There's delicious food. If you get fat, you get fat. Count it as a work injury, right? Dong Fangqin said with a smile. Bull asterisk 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 work injury. You ate when you were off work. It's not like you were at work. Lin Feng nudged Dong Fangqin on the head with his finger and said, he, how good would it be if it was a work injury? I can't wait. Dong Fangqin giggled when she thought about if eating fat counted as a work injury, but unfortunately it didn't. Don't keep resting when you're full. Go wash the dishes. I'm going to watch TV, Lin Feng said and got up and left the table, going to the living room to watch TV. The two women didn't say anything. They directly got up and started packing up. After all, they had eaten someone else's, so washing a bowl was nothing. Mr. Lin, my friend, do you know how much I've earned in the past 2 days? Just as Lin Feng was watching the TV, his cell phone rang. Lin Feng picked it up and looked at it. It turned out to be a green bubble message from Adan. Seeing the content of the message, Lin Feng could guess a lot. It must have made a lot of money. What? Is there a problem? Lin Feng knew for sure that he had made money, but this news is still better for the other party to say. Just as there is a secret to say, it will be especially comfortable. But if this secret is preempted by someone, then you know that this secret is also suffocating. My God, you're my lucky star. I'm now earning several times more money a day than I did before. It's just exhausting, but I'm happy, Adan quickly replied. Lin Feng could sense from the text that Adan was indeed happy. Who wasn't happy when they made money? Congratulations, I just improved it. It's mainly because you're good at it. Otherwise, even if there's an improved formula, it won't necessarily make money. Lin Feng didn't take all the credit on himself. Instead, he also touted Adon. I know you Chinese are very modest, but this time you did help me. When I take a break later, I'll organize and sort out the money I've earned. I'll share half of it with you then. After all, without your improved formula, I wouldn't be where I am now. Adon replied. He also knew that even if he was more powerful, without this formula, it would be useless. It could only maintain the situation that he would not starve to death. Earning a lot of money was almost unlikely. No, what's for you is for you, and I didn't contribute. Why are you giving me half of your income? Just keep it for yourself. If there was no system before, Lin Feng would probably agree. But now money to Lin Feng is just a string of numbers, not to mention Adon to give half. Even if Adon give all the income, Lin Feng also feel that this amount of money is too little, so resolutely do not want. No, since you don't want half of it, then at least 10% of the money you still want. As a dividend, I'm back in business now. I'm not going to talk to you anymore. I'll send it to you once a week. It'll be sent to the green bubble. Remember to pick up the transfer at that time. Adon is not the kind of person who is greedy for small advantages. Since Lin Feng helped himself, how can he give some money? Since half of it don't want it, then take at least 10%. This is absolutely impossible to refuse. Alright, 10% for 10%. You can transfer the money whenever you want. There's no rush. Lin Feng still wanted to say something. After thinking about it, he still sent out this sentence. Lin Feng was worried that if he refused again, Adon must not come over on a plane to force Lin Feng to accept it. To avoid such problems, he could only agree. But Adon did not reply this time. Presumably busy. Lin Feng also put down the phone to watch the TV. Not to care. Adon, you're getting better at this. This is delicious. The owner of a stall beside Adon said as he ate Aiden's teppanyaki. That's for sure. But it's not entirely my craftsmanship. It's also because I met a nobleman who improved the recipe for me. That's why it's so delicious now. Adon didn't hide it from the other party. The other party was also his friend. He just didn't say in great detail who gave it to him or something like that. Otherwise, if the other party went to find Lin Feng, that would be causing trouble for Lin Feng. That's so. I told you that it's a bit off after only a few days of improving so much. Ha ha. The other party also knew that this was confidential, so they wouldn't go overboard too much. Otherwise it would be misunderstood. Some of the old customers then eat the meals made by Adon. Also think the same way. For the customers, Adon then admitted that he changed the seasoning, so it is more delicious. Together with the ordinary time a day Adon earned money is only about 300 to 600. Now can be on $1,000. Before even dare not think. Unless it is met with the kind of festival, or tour groups to eat their own. Only to have the possibility of breaking $1,000 of income. Just now casually broke 1,000. No, in the future I feel like I need to exercise. If I eat like this every day, I'll definitely get fat. Dong Fangqin, who had finished washing the dishes, sat next to Lin Feng and said, that's not true. Even if I do whatever I can't avoid the fact that food itself has calories. According to how you guys eat like this and don't exercise much to digest it, don't need to think that you'll start growing meat soon. Lin Feng looked at Dong Fangqin and concluded that he would definitely gain weight. Then make your portions smaller to avoid us eating too much. Dong Fangqin said, okay, next time, according to one person per portion, there's no such thing as more. And you won't blame me if you don't get enough to eat. How about it? Lin Feng thought about it and said, okay, that's it. Okay, agreed. The two women quickly agreed. This can control not to eat more, will not make themselves fat, or agreed. Day by day passed very quickly. The time came to 10 a.m. on Monday. This was the time Lin Feng set for work. Enough time for everyone to sleep in, but also to avoid the morning rush hour, so that taking a taxi, taking the bus, and taking the subway would not be congested, so that you don't have to worry about being late. Lin Feng did not set up any late deduction penalty, how much and so on. Not even set up the deduction penalty. Unlike some companies' employees' late deduction of a few $100s, which is excessive. The staff will only earn $100 a day. This is a few days of work for nothing. So Lin Feng will not go to set up such a deduction penalty, even if they were really late. If they could finish the matter at hand. If they were late, they were late. But if they couldn't finish it, they would have to work overtime. But Lin Feng didn't advocate working overtime. Instead, he advocated leaving when it was time. Everyone should be here, right? If not, you can write down the names of those who didn't come now and wait until later. Lin Feng said as he looked at the conference room, which was basically full. If he had known that the conference room would have been bigger. Now, even though there were still some empty seats, if there were just a few more people, they wouldn't be able to sit down and would have to stand. I have a very simple meeting. Simply declare our main direction, as well as the division of departments and so on. Not much time for everyone. I will also speak very quickly. When he saw that everyone was sitting very well, Lin Feng didn't bother to wait for the ones that didn't come, so he was ready to start talking. First of all, we are clear that our company is an investment company. Then as the name suggests, it is an investment. It can be said that what makes money is what to invest in. Do not give me to save money. Even if the investment fails, do not be discouraged. Everything is a profit and loss. Cannot all make money. The second thing is that I hope that we do not do illegal things. Everything that is invested is the need for in-depth investigation before going to consider whether to invest. If the investment in things involved in illegal things, do not participate. Even if the pre-investment has to be immediately withdrawn. Even if it is a loss, also need to be withdrawn. Because this will affect our entire company. Then you can check out the good projects in the kind of investment website. And do not have to run around the performance by yourselves. As long as you choose the right one, you can continue to follow. Even if it is not suitable, it does not matter. Change to the next one on the line. Alright, that's it for now. Next we'll have the two supervisors talk to everyone. After Lin Feng finished speaking, he let the two women prepare to start their speeches. Chapter 56, a brief explanation of the company's welfare benefits. My name is Dongfang Qin. I believe you all already know me. Although our company is in the beginning stage, you are also belong to the first batch of employees. Then there are good and bad. We need to be a good role model for those who come after us, and we need to bring revenue to the company, so that we can continue to work in the company for a long time. I'm also as old as everyone else, maybe even younger than some people. In our company does not value age, only the ability, even if you are 17 or 18 years old, but your ability is stronger than 40 or 50 years old. We will not say that your age is small, but will only value you more. On the contrary, you are 40 or 50 years old, all day long you know to touch the fish, do not think of progress, then the company will not leave you, at any time can be dismissed, the company as long as there is the ability of the talent. Well, everyone is also an adult, I say more are meaningless, now is the work is the most important, I now is the need for talent to my department development, you have who is willing, said almost more than 10 minutes, Dongfang Qin spoke also began to collect people. At present, everyone has not started to state their position. Some people's hearts itching to raise their hands to state their position, just to see that there is no one yet to be the head of the head, so they can only settle for the first time. It seems that everyone is still considering. There's no rush. We'll all make a decision after Supervisor Ding finishes his speech. Dongfang Qin looked at the fact that no one had made a stand and was in no hurry, so she said directly, "Hello, my name is Ding Shueshue. The group has been building for so long. Everyone knows me, and coincidentally, I also know everyone. A lot of words have already been said by Supervisor Dongfang, and I am currently emphasizing one thing for the time being, which is to work hard and make good money. Work here is not just for the company, but also for your own. You are not the first time out of work, but also can compare our company and other companies, benefits, wages and so on. Do not have to think, also know how to choose. So now Lin is first divided into two departments to develop together. I and the East Director on the honor of serving as the department's supervisor. I believe that some people may think that we are too young, no much work experience and are not suitable to be supervisors. You have such an idea, I think there is no problem. I and the Oriental supervisor really do not have any work experience, and even the time involved in the work may not be as long as any of the people here strictly speaking, but the Oriental supervisor and I are also graduates of prestigious schools, participated in a number of small projects, and overall still have a little bit of experience, so I also hope that everyone can accumulate more experience with us together. Experience. Synchronized win-win. At present everyone can choose. At present it is best to half of a department. Of course if you all want to go to a department can also. Ding Shueshue spoke for a few minutes and began to let everyone choose. Present in addition to the legal team, personnel, finance do not have to join two people's departments. The rest of the people began to get entangled. Everyone is not a little cute. Could see that the relationship between the two women and Lin Feng was not ordinary. If they offended a supervisor, they might even offend Lin Feng. Everyone just fell into a deep thought. They really didn't know which person to choose at once. Everyone don't have any worries. You won't offend the other one by choosing any one of you. As for letting you choose, it's mainly so that you can split into two departments to better compare them when the time comes. There's competition in order to grow. Or maybe you chose this Oriental supervisor but found out that he can't have the same ideas as you. I want to jump to Supervisor Ding here. There's no problem, so you guys don't need to get entangled. Now is the time to choose whichever one you want. Lin Feng could see everyone's concerns, so he spoke up and made some statements. Otherwise Lin Feng was afraid that if everyone didn't choose, it would be troublesome. I'll choose Supervisor Dongfang. I like Supervisor Dongfang's attitude. Me too. I choose Supervisor Dongfang. I hope to grow bigger and stronger together with Supervisor Dongfang. Supervisor Ding isn't bad either. I'll choose Supervisor Ding. What I said. Even if Jesus comes, he can't stop me. Just like that, everyone chose their department. Just the right number of people for 1.5. Probably what Lin Feng said touched these people again. Big deal. If this supervisor doesn't work out, just jump to another supervisor. Good. Since everyone has chosen their own supervisor, then from today onwards is the official start of work. As for the content of the work, supervisor will inform you. In order to better motivate everyone, every month on the 5th of the evaluation of the previous month's highest profitability of the department will be issued 10,000 yuan of funds for the activities of the department, as well as the department's ability to reward everyone according to the situation of the 1,000 to 10,000 yuan of subsidies. Of course, another department will have the same activity funds, $5,000, and each person's reward is also 500 to 5,000. But there may be more departments in the future, so now set aside one is the department of the bottom one. There will be only to the individual contribution rewards. There is no activity funds. Of course, now is only a tentative so that, and so on later then slowly perfect. Other departments will not have such activities, but don't be upset. At present you are just follow the play on the line. Also by the way, to do a good job in the work on the line, the preliminary things will not be particularly busy, but still need you to work well. Lin Feng thought for a moment and said a relatively simple incentive program. If there was no incentive program, people wouldn't work too hard. Instead, they would just go by the book and wouldn't have too much passion. For the activity funds issued, it will leave an account with the finance. If you want to use it, you can directly apply with the supervisor for when to do the activity. After getting permission, you can do the activity together. Of course, it's not restricted to be used for doing the activity. It can also be used for reimbursement in your life, such as ordering a takeaway, such as if a relative of the family comes and you take it with you to consume it. You can all declare it. Get funding reimbursement. As long as it's not particularly outrageous, it's all fine. The specific usage will be your own discussion at that time. Lin Feng roughly explained about the activity funds, to avoid people mistakenly thinking that it could only be used for reunion building or something like that, then it would be a loss. Wow, this is good. So if I order $100 or so of takeout today, can I use it for reimbursement? One of the employees asked. Yes, as long as you don't order thousands of dollars at once, or too outrageous are allowed. Just if you find someone card bug wool gathering, this is also not allowed. And don't blame me for being unkind when you find it many times. After all, this money is for all of you in the department. You can't use it all by yourself, including the supervisor can't do it. So this reimbursement are required to wait for the supervisor's approval before you can take it to the financial reimbursement. Lin Feng nodded his head and said, still emphasizing once again said, that is to avoid someone intentionally ordering a few tens of dollars of takeout every day to get reimbursed. It's not that it doesn't work, it's just that the funds are all for you to use all by yourself counts as something. I get it. How can you do that? The employee who asked the question earlier said, important things are said pretty much, even if there is also wait until after to inform you. Now talk about the benefits again. Currently fixed every Monday and Friday afternoon personnel will prepare afternoon tea. You can eat and drink casually at that time, and then from Tuesday to Thursday afternoon you can order milk tea or coffee. At that time is also when the personnel to say, after a day or two in our company to install a snack cabinet, will from time to time to replenish snacks, drinks and other things, or everyone wants to eat what snacks can also inform the personnel, then unified procurement and so on. Lin Feng said about some of the benefits that everyone prefers. Lin Feng's previous company was that sometimes there would be afternoon sessions or food and drinks, and that's what made Lin Feng happy to eat and drink as well. All of them are working people, and Lin Feng also knows what everyone means. There is also the current work hours to readjust a little. The new time is 10 a.m. to 5 p.m., and then 12 o'clock in the middle of the rest to 2 p.m., weekends, holidays normal rest. If encountered on holidays the state provides for the transfer of rest. We do not have to comply with the same day on the weekend will be a normal rest. It is a working day will be working normally, unless special circumstances will be an additional notification. Holidays are also given gifts. Will not let you go back empty-handed. Lin Feng will promise you all. What other companies have, you must have. What other companies do not have, as long as it is reasonable, you must also have. How about it? Am I good enough? At the beginning of the tone Lin Feng was still speaking in a relatively normal way. The faster he got to the back the more excited he became, knowing that such a company would be hard to find even if they were beating their head against the wall. Chapter 57, Opening a Company Mission Accomplished. I'm going. So good I used to only see online some other companies so good, then wish themselves can also find such a good company. With my ex-boyfriend's single for life wish, I did not expect to realize, I have to take the time to go to return the wish. Mamma mia the transfer is the most unreasonable. all holidays rest, but also why need to transfer? I did not think Lin always atmosphere. Here the company I do not work hard are sorry for themselves. Support. I like to drink Lucky Coffee. The country is also a big chain store. I will be able to drink free non-stop. Ha ha. Mr. Lin, have you investigated us? How do you know what we like? These are the things we like. When the employees heard Lin Feng say this, the entire conference room was in constant discussion. They even asked Lin Feng if he had investigated. Did he still need to investigate? Lin Feng himself was originally just an employee. Everyone calm down. I don't need to investigate you guys, because I was also an employee before. So I've been an employee. If I still don't know what the employees need, then it's more than justifiable. Of course you guys can also give your opinions. Feel free to mention anything that needs to be improved. You can mention it with the supervisor. You can mention it with the personnel, finance, or you can mention it with me. As long as it's useful, you can adopt it. Lin Feng stretched out his hands, then pressed downward. The voice that was still noisy was gone at once, and everyone just looked at Lin Feng and continued. I personally feel that only if the employees treat the company as their own home, and have the feeling of going home, then they can better make money for the company and work hard. If they don't treat the company as their own home, then the first thing they do when they come to the company is to dislike the company, especially when they get a headache thinking about a bunch of problems to deal with or something like that, and they won't work hard. They'll just keep on swearing that the company hasn't gone out of business or something like that. Lin Feng continued again. These were the experiences Lin Feng had gotten from being an employee himself. An employee who didn't feel this way could still be expected to make money and work hard for the company? That would be a dream. It would be good if he didn't sell out the company. Then everyone talked for some time. Time is not early. Already to noontime to eat. Lin Feng also first let everyone go to eat and rest. When there are problems later on, then meet again to convey it. When the rest is over, everyone also began to work. The two women are independent offices. The office area is not large, but enough. The employees are still sitting in the hall office. After the back of the clearing out of a place, legal, personnel, finance have independent offices. The same, not big, but they are enough. Now Lin Feng does not intend to continue to recruit. Can only wait until the company is stabilized. Time passes by. Soon came to the last day of the mission's specified time. To be precise, there are 20 minutes to the end. After that the mission is completed. Star Mansion is Lin Feng's. There is also a private plane. Lin Feng is very happy when he thinks about it. Are planning to travel around the world in a private plane. Ding, time is up. The mission is complete. Congratulations to the host. Now issue rewards. The Star Mansion belongs to the host's name. The reward of the Boeing 775 private plane has been parked in the Haidong City Airport, also equipped with a professional crew, respectively, 2 pilots, 2 stewardesses, as well as a doctor. However, the wages of these people as well as the airplane docking site fees need to be paid by the host himself. Currently as has been paid for a month's excess on their own to pay it. What? You rewarded, but also need me to pay wages and site fees? Originally Lin Feng heard the front is still very happy, but heard the back is not happy. This also need to pay for themselves. That counts for something, right? I'm only responsible for giving you rewards. Then these are the rewards of the collateral. Cannot be only you pay, and it is not expensive. The airfield ground fee is 50,000 a month. 2 pilots a person 30,000. Flight attendants 10,000 a person. 10,000 doctors. As for the back, you want to do not want them, or their own recruiting on a separate calculation. Right. The follow-up aircraft maintenance fees you also pay for yourself. I do not provide maintenance. Your words are not faulty at all. It's good that I don't spend money on consumption. Otherwise how would I be able to afford to feed them? Tomorrow let them come inside the company. The back will be managed directly by the company in a unified manner. Lin Feng was convinced by the system this logic. No problem. At that time the release of the task said the rewards really did not say that there are these. Then since there is, cannot be only Lin Feng to bear. But fortunately consumption does not cost money. Otherwise how much more money do you have to spend in order to afford to raise Okay, you look after yourself. I'm going to sleep. It's only just after 0 hour and you're going to sleep? Are you a pig? Lin Feng saw that it was only 6 minutes past 0 and the system was so going to go to sleep, which made Lin Feng, who wasn't very happy in the first place, even more unhappy. But Lin Feng did not get a response from the system anymore. It is estimated that it is really go to sleep. Lin Feng also do not care about the system. Now more than the phone and the cell phone crew. Lin Feng went to the green bubble, pressed the cell phone after adding friends. I thought it would take some time to get through all of them. I did not think that this is just sent to add the notice. It passed. 4 men. Now the first reaction is to look at the 2 stewardesses of the circle of friends. Not anything else. Is to see if this stewardess is a real stewardess. If the fake stewardesses, Lin Feng will not let go of each other. After looking at it for a while, I realized that both of them are real air hostesses, because the circle of friends will send where they went, as well as wearing air hostess uniforms for selfies, which is really good looking, but it's a pity that you can't see it. Right, that is, you guys who are reading the novels, because there is a system, so the crew know who Lin Feng is. Lin Feng did not say much, just remember what they called, and so on during the daytime. Lin Feng let the personnel to sign a contract for them, after which the company will pay their wages. For the Boeing 775 airplane, Lin Feng does not know much, can only have seen the publicity video, as well as some bloggers to shoot the introduction video, cannot see other people really have people sitting in the airplane video, but also enough, at least you can see what the inside of the airplane is like, or very luxurious. Lin Feng is very like, inside the airplane, in addition to seats, there are 2 large beds, as well as a place to take a bath, there is even a bathtub. See how luxurious. I won't describe the specifics, go search for it yourself. Lin Feng himself here there is no apron, then can only be the plane to the airfield in Haidong City. As long as you spend some money, there will be someone to guard, as well as will not be broken. The shortcomings are also there, that is, this plane is not just take off, is required to report to the aviation department, otherwise take off privately, prone to plane trouble, because it is easy to run into the route of the other planes, then everyone is doomed. Lin Feng learned some private aircraft takeoff and the domestic need to aviation department to report, but to fly international, you also need to report to the corresponding country, or go to not allow you to land. You will be finished. This makes also very happy Lin Feng suddenly unhappy. This is a big toy airplane, completely nothing to use, even if I want to take the plane to play elsewhere, not in a hurry I do not directly buy a ticket to rent a plane, who also go to sit on their own private aircraft, which is more tired The Star Mansion related documents have already appeared in Lin Feng's system backpack, as long as Lin Feng wants to take it out, can take it out at any time. The original Star Mansion's boss has already patted his ass and left, so now need to pay the rent of the people. The money needs to be repaid into Lin Feng's pocket. This rent money is needed to go through the rent of the company and then transferred to Lin Feng. But unfortunately, Lin Feng is not interested in the money right now. Now some of the owners of the Star Mansion do not know that the owner of the Star Mansion has changed ownership. They are just responsible for paying the money on the line. And Lin Feng does not want everyone to know that he is the current owner of the Star Mansion, so that shall not be noisy every day. It is better to just of course the person who collects the money on the line. If something happens, let the original manager deal with on the line. Finished think, Lin Feng's sleep is still very comfortable. Lin Feng is generally need to be at 10:30 or so to the company, but no one dares to say anything, after all, he is the boss, but also to the employees at 10 o'clock on the job. Cannot be the boss late to work on the report of the boss, which by the time the boss shall not modify the rules, or dismissed such a person. Brother, Boss Lin, did you acquire Star Mansion? Lin Feng this was woken up by the green bubbles message alert sound. The phone had not yet been unlocked to see this paragraph and the lock screen catch code. Chapter 58 Meet the Star Mansion Management Team. Originally woken up Lin Feng was not very happy, sleeping well who caused to be woken up, but seeing that it was Cheng Wanning who sent the message, still did not lose his temper. There was no way. Who made her look good? Yeah, Cheng's sister. How do you know? I haven't said it out. Oh, Lin Feng quickly replied. It's still easy to know. I received the message this early morning. Once I compared it, I knew it was you, so I came over to confirm. Cheng Wanning also quickly replied. At a glance she knew she was waiting for Lin Feng to reply to the message. This can all be known in advance. Still Sister Cheng is great. Lin Feng thought about it and that's how it was. After all, Cheng Wanting was the sales piece. It would be strange if she didn't know that the boss had been changed. How long has it been? You've gone from buyer to seller. It seems like the younger brother in the future is covering the older sister. Cheng Wanting replied jokingly. That's no problem. I also have to trouble my sister to rent out more empty floors more often so that I can make money. Lin Feng replied. Okay, sister is busy first. We'll talk again when we have time. Okay. After Lin Feng replied to the message, even if he wanted to sleep, it wasn't good to go back to sleep. He could only go to work. Although he was the boss, it wasn't good to not go to work. How bad it was to bring a bad side to the employees. So this shift still had to go. As the management team of the Star Mansion then saw that their boss had shifted, and now became Lin Feng, and didn't know what had happened in one night, but could only recognize it. Anyway, as long as there was no dismissal, it didn't matter if the boss had changed. Their job was still on the line. Mr. Lin, hello, I'm Sun Yu, the manager of Star Mansion. This is what you just acquired. Taking the liberty of bothering you to ask when you can guide us in the direction of development? Just as Lin Feng had just finished washing up and was ready to go to work, he received a phone call. Hearing the content on the other side of the phone, Lin Feng knew that the other party just wanted to meet themselves, otherwise they wouldn't even know when the boss came. Okay, just this morning, I happened to be going over. Lin Feng replied. Okay, you're welcome to come by then, Mr. Lin, Sun Yu said. After hanging up the phone, Lin Feng still wanted to call the two girls, but when he saw that there were no more of their shoes at the door, he thought that they would all leave earlier than he did, and would rarely wait unless Lin Feng also got up earlier. Soon arrived at the Star Mansion. After parking the car, Lin Feng directly took the elevator to the 32nd floor. This is the highest floor. Is also the management team of the Star Mansion is located on the floor. Of course the original boss is here, and even has an office. Then Lin Feng is able to work in the office here alright. Welcome, Mr. Lin is here. Lin Feng had just left the elevator door when he heard a group of people shouting these words. At once he could see that at the entrance were 7 people standing. 6 people both male and female were saying these words, and another middle-aged man wearing a golden eyeglass frame was commanding from the side. At a glance Lin Feng knew that it must be Sun Yu, otherwise why would anyone else listen to his command right? Mr. Lin, hello, I'm Sun Yu, I communicated on the phone. Once everyone had finished their welcome, Sun Yu also smiled and extended his hand to shake Lin Feng's hand. While shaking his hand he said, hello, let's go in, Lin Feng said as he shook hands. Then Sun Yu took Lin Feng on the 32nd floor and simply strolled around. This place was also divided into many departments, mainly managing the entire Star Mansion. That's why they were also known as the Star Property Company Limited. The Star Mansion's big and small problems were all managed here. It was still a bit of a hassle anyway. I don't have anything that needs to be said. There's nothing that needs to be changed here either. Just follow the steps as they are. But in order to celebrate, everyone's salary will be adjusted upwards by 20%, and everyone will be rewarded with another $1,000 this month. That's how it is for now, and the rest will wait for the back to come to mind. Lin Feng, after listening to Sun Yu's introduction, thought that he also just came, need to sort out the good feeling, and there are so many people behind him, so announce the benefits. Do not believe that people do not die to themselves. Will also be on the previous managers to forget about it. We are all out to make money. Whoever gives more money, who is their own regenerative parents like. Thank you Mr. Lin, I thank Mr. Lin on behalf of the many employees. Sun Yu was very happy to hear Lin Feng say that. There was a change of leaders. Not kicking out the employees was even good, but also rewarding them, as well as raising their wages. It really wasn't easy. You're welcome. By the way, I still have a company on the 22nd floor. You guys take care of it. When the time comes to integrate the two companies, but you're still you guys. You won't be subject to each other's management. Lin Feng thought for a moment or said it, otherwise it would be bad to make a joke at that time. Understood. Wait for the back to butt heads. Sun Yu nodded and said. Lin Feng looked at it a few more times and then there was nothing to say. Anyway, it's all just developing step by step. When there's a problem then he'll make his own plans. Alright, that's it for now. Everyone just keep doing their part. I won't get involved. Alright, thank you for Mr. Lin's guidance, Sun Yu said while clapping. A group of people sent Lin Feng to the elevator door. Sun Yu even pressed the button before him, and when the elevator opened, he watched Lin Feng enter the elevator, and only after closing the elevator door did everyone leave. Mr. Lin is so nice. As soon as he came up he gave everyone a raise and also a bonus. You know that our wages are quite high now. This is even higher. Yeah, I thought there would be layoffs. I didn't expect a raise. This is really good. After Lin Feng left, everyone dared to speak, because they were not sure about Lin Feng's temper, so they didn't say anything while accompanying. If they said the wrong thing to make Lin Feng unhappy, then the one who would be in bad luck would be themselves. Ding! Think the host is too bored. Release a new task. Let your company enter the top 500 companies in Haidong City. Period of 6 months. Any company will do. After completing the task, reward a bottle of genetic modification potion, as well as 100 million yuan in cash. Ahaha, genetic modification potion, I understand. But what are you giving me $100 million in cash for? Lin Feng was still happy to hear that there was a mission. But what the hell is this mission reward all about? That's what it's for you. You're not at 100 million now. Maybe later. This 100 million is something that can be given out in advance for you to have enough. As for the genetic potion, it's to improve your genes, to make your physique stronger, to resist being hit by someone. You're hoping that I'll get beaten up. It's just that this reward is too little. It's not as much as this opening a company reward. Lin Feng said, slightly dissatisfied. These things are also a little bit of use on the gene potion. As for the 100 million cash flow, Lin Feng even less use. Even if you need to transfer a large amount of money, Lin Feng big deal to transfer the money in batches. Don't transfer so much. Instead, he is still looking forward to this genetic modification potion. knowing that this thing is still not available in the open at the moment, and even if it is available the average person cannot afford to buy it, not to mention the efficacy of this place. Don't want it, I'll take it back. Yes, how can I not want it? Lin Feng didn't refuse. This don't want it for nothing. Okay, do a good job. I'll watch you. The elevator also stopped at the 22nd floor. Lin Feng didn't continue to talk to the system anymore, so he went out of the elevator and came to his company. Employees saw all greetings. Lin Feng also responded one by one. Everyone had been at work for so many days. Some of the more capable ones had already found their corresponding goals and were trying to follow them, hoping that they could fly in one fell swoop. Those who hadn't found a suitable target yet were also working hard to find one, not wanting to be compared to others. And everyone had enough time anyway. Lin Feng was still very happy to see everyone working hard, thinking that before he could only work for himself, now he was indeed his own boss, which he wouldn't even dare to think about in the past. Mr. Lin, there's a better investment here, but the investment amount will be bigger, so I'll bring it over for you to see. Lin Feng didn't stay in his office for long. Dong Fangqin walked in with a folder and said to Lin Feng, after all, in the company, he couldn't call Brother Feng, so he had to call Mr. Lin, so that he could be dignified. Oh, bring it over and take a look. How much investment amount is needed? Lin Feng said and reached out to take the folder handed over by Dong Fangqin. After getting it he started to look at it briefly. The initial investment will require $50 million. Without the later may require another $50 million. The other party is willing to give 49% of the shares, as well as the follow-up can be in the rocket or in space to our company to advertise priority. Dong Fangqin said after handing over the folder. Chapter 59 Marriage is the Grave. Lin Feng opened the folder name written, 9 Springs Commercial Satellite Launch Center Schedule, looked up, is not very thick. It is estimated that the thickness of a dozen A4 paper. Lin Feng also looked up seriously, for fear of missing something. The Oriental Chin look Lin Feng also looked it seriously, did not make a sound. The content written in the schedule is not complicated. A simple summary is that the other party wants to build a commercial satellite launch center, just not so much money, so we'll need to pull the investment. The investment of the current tentative need 100 million, divided into 2 inputs. If the follow-up changes, maybe less or more inputs. Since the investment is so much, then the other side can be given to the launch center's 49% of the shares. And even if the subsequent launch into space, you can give Lin Feng's company advertising, or Lin Feng's development of the company can be. The specifics can be discussed in detail. Currently the country is allowing private construction of rocket launch centers, but it needs to be legal and compliant. Otherwise it will be banned just the same. Now most countries are aspiring to space. Then our country cannot show weakness. Just rely on the country's own development is still a little slow. Then allow private construction. You can build their own research and development of their own rockets and so on. After the relevant departments of the state inspection and qualification will be able to fly. General money-making point is to let the rich experience the fun of space. With rich people space day trips or a few day trips. The current national rocket is able to take rich people to fly to the moon. Of course, and then far is not. Just afraid of accidents. There is no open to the business of Mars. Just the country are more expensive. Fly once to millions. If you fly to the moon will have to tens of millions of dollars. Although there is no half a small goal. But the general public cannot afford to go. Even if the rich cannot play so. And also need to make an appointment. Not you want to go can go. But also need to work out the right one. The country's expensive. Compared to private words, it is cheaper. Basically half of the country. The disadvantage is that you cannot fly to the moon. Can only be around the blue star to stroll around just. Otherwise the price will not be so cheap. Lin Feng took a look at this project is still very much an investment. Also let Dong Fangqin boldly invest, but also need to examine whether the other party has the strength to avoid we pay money to invest. The other party ran away. Then still play what? Okay, I will send someone to follow up properly, as well as a good investigation. Dong Fangqin said and took the schedule and left. Very thunderous. Dong Fangqin had just left not long before. Ding Shueshue also came over with the folder. Before Lin Feng could say anything, Ding Shueshue put the folder on Lin Feng's table first, then sat down herself. This one we found a project with a bigger gain. It just needs to be transnational. It might be a bit troublesome. How about you look at it? A transnational project? Kind of interesting, I'll take a look. Once Lin Feng heard that he was still interested, so he opened the folder and looked at it. Project proposal for the construction of a power generation dam in East Africa. Like the previous one, the entire project book wasn't thick and basically had the highlights written into it. Otherwise it would have been more than that. The content is also very simple. Is to participate in the construction of dams in East Africa. The other side needs to build a dam to intercept the river. By the way, used for power generation. To avoid the situation of power shortage in the East African country, the main thing is that this project is a national project in East Africa. That is, the country issued. Then it is very credit, not afraid to run away. The initial investment is 30 million. After entering the maintenance fee and so on still need 20 million. Can give to this damn power generation companies 30% of the shares, as well as annual electricity net income dividends of 30%, is also a very considerable amount of money. The main thing is that the East African countries do endorsement, not afraid of running away, not afraid of project abandonment, because they do not build this dam. The annual flood period will cause a lot of damage to the downstream. The loss of the economy caused by the loss of the country's chi will also directly affect the country's chi. So now in order to develop in the long term, but also began to release the people who are looking for investment. By the way, at present this is not only we are looking at. In the world some famous investment companies are also staring at. Now the East African country intends to bidding. The return is fixed, but who can give them more investment? The East African country will only choose which one. Ding Xuexue informed when she thought of it, to avoid Lin Feng thinking that only his own company got this. This is for sure. Don't look at the benefits given, but if you look at it in the long run, it's still very good, especially 30% of the income from the electricity bill. This is basically enough to eat a lifetime of earnings. We're going to take it no matter what. Money isn't a problem. You can directly quote the highest. We're not short of money. Lin Feng put down the folder and looked at Ding Xuexue and said, it's a little cute not to take such a good thing, unless it was crushed by someone else. Okay, now they are open bidding in 10 days, so I'll go sign up now. And then I'll go with someone to the East African country to participate in the bidding. Ding Xuexue nodded and said, after all, she was also very optimistic about this thing. If Lin Feng wasn't optimistic it would be troublesome, and this game could be said to be very cost-effective. If Lin Feng couldn't see it, she would have to go and try it herself. Well, I'll leave it to you, Lin Feng said. Ding Xuexue promised, then took the folder and went out. Behind there is no one else to come in and disturb Lin Feng. Lin Feng is also happy to be free. For the Star Mansion property company's problems have been in personnel, finance, legal and the group said, they will directly dock up, without Lin Feng to manage. Of course there is the crew, as well as some of the problems of the private jet. When they knew that Lin Feng also had airplanes and the Star Mansion were Lin Feng's, they were still surprised. These are not just building a small company can afford, so those who knew it worshipped Lin Feng even more. They didn't think that their own boss was so powerful, and that there were not too many people who had private airplanes. Older brother, are you free to accompany sister for lunch at noon? Just at noon when Lin Feng was thinking about where to go to eat, Chang Wanning sent a green bubble message over. Because the two women are now going to do the project, there is no time to eat with Lin Feng. This is not a coincidence. Yes, is sister booking it, or is brother booking it? Lin Feng replied, sister come on, it's the same one as last time, same place, you can just go there directly. Chang Wanting replied, okay, trouble sister for breaking the bank. How do you count it as breaking the bank? You know I'm eating with the boss of Star Mansion, they'd have to be envious to death. It doesn't break the bank at all. The two discussed what dishes to eat and then didn't contact each other again. Lin Feng was about to go to the appointment. Lin Feng of course didn't say anything to the two girls, otherwise they mustn't be jealous. As for the two women, are directly order takeout, let the takeout delivery over to eat. Time is money, cannot be delayed because of the time to eat to make money. Lin Feng is customized 12 to 2 as the rest time, but this is just a customized time. I don't abide by it. It's okay, the thought of being able to make a lot of money. The two daughters are very excited. Sister waited long, right? When Lin Feng came to the box, he already saw Chang Wanting waiting inside. Lin Feng was also embarrassed so he said, then sat down to Chang Wanting's right-hand side. It's fine, it's sister who came early. It's still early from the time we agreed. Chang Wanting said with a smile, also pointing at the clock on the wall. My younger brother is really young and talented. I didn't expect that he has really bought Star Mansion. The dishes were already ordered. While waiting for the dishes Chang Wanting complimented. Thank you sister for the compliment. It's all luck, otherwise I wouldn't have made money. Lin Feng said with a smile. It was still very happy to hear Chang Wanting praising herself so much. The two of them then started chatting. The food came and they were also chatting while eating. They were very happy. Brother, you're so rich now. When are you going to get married? After the two chatted for a while, Chang Wanting looked at Lin Feng and asked, I haven't thought about it yet. They say that marriage is a grave. I'd better wait a few years and see. Lin Feng knew what Chang Wanting meant as soon as he heard it, but he wouldn't get married so early. Ha ha, brother is really good at talking, but isn't it hard for you to be single all by yourself, looking at other people in pairs? Chang Wanting didn't expect Lin Feng to say that and covered her mouth and laughed. Sister is so pretty. There should be quite a lot of people chasing after her, right? Lin Feng asked rhetorically. Yes, Many but sister can't even look at them. They all only look at sister's appearance. Sister doesn't even like them. Chang Wanting said. Chapter 60, Ginger is still old and hot. Coming to the bidding meeting. Indeed, sister's ability is so outstanding. It's too perfunctory for them to only look at the looks. It's right that sister can't see it. Lin Feng nodded and said, so brother, do you like sister like this? Chang Wanting slightly flirtatious look at Lin Feng said, if the average man is sure to be charmed. Just Lin Feng is now on the female color, this piece is still relatively controlled. After all, was cheated by the internet love? Also understand that the word color on the head of a knife. Don't see the beautiful woman can't move. Like, how would not like? Sister is my dream lover is good. Unfortunately now brother now only want to make money. Otherwise shall not marry sister home. Since Chang Wanting attacked, Lin Feng is still more troublesome if he avoids it. Why don't he also take the initiative and then avoid it? So that Chang Wanting can't say anything. Also, sister understands, you're still young. You do prioritize your career. It's okay, sister will wait for you. Chang Wanting wasn't a vegetarian. Since Lin Feng didn't pick up his own moves, then she continued to make moves. Good. When my brother earns enough money, he will definitely marry my sister back home. Lin Feng saw that Chang Wanting was still able to catch his moves, so he just went straight for the kill, not realizing that Chang Wanting could catch it. How much does the younger brother earn before he earns enough? The older sister can get old. By then the younger brother has to like the older sister. Chang Wanting said and also used her hand to reach out to Lin Feng's hand, sliding over the back of Lin Feng's hand, so that Lin Feng all of a sudden did not react. This is a loss, right? It's fine. If she meets the right person, she can marry first, can't delay sister's happiness because of brother. Lin Feng retracted his left hand before continuing. It's easy to say, but unfortunately it's not that easy. Chang Wanting saw that Lin Feng had retracted his hand, so she didn't continue and sat up straight with a not so happy look on her face and said, right, my company still needs talent anyway. Why don't you sister join my company? Lin Feng didn't want to continue on this topic, so he changed the topic. Plus Chang Wanting was indeed capable, so he still wanted to pull the other party in. Oh, is brother trying to poach me? Chang Wanting didn't expect Lin Feng to change the topic all of a sudden, but she also knew that Lin Feng didn't want to continue talking about it, so she went along with what Lin Feng wanted. Yeah, but there's no rush. If sister reason whenever you can find me, you're welcome to join anytime. Lin Feng said with a smile. Okay, just at the moment you can't jump ship. Sister's performance hasn't been gotten yet. If you jump ship now, you won't have it. Chang Wanting wanted to jump ship, but she couldn't agree to Lin Feng so quickly. Otherwise she would look a bit cheap. You know that I'm also your boss now. Are you still afraid that you won't get your performance? It's just that my investment company needs your help. Lin Feng didn't expect Chang Wanting to still say that. He had thought that he recognized jumping ship and cared about performance, right? Forgot. Sister forgot. Okay, when Mr. Lin wants sister, sister can. Ready at any time. Chang Wanting at this time also recalled that indeed Lin Feng was his boss. Originally came to dinner today to celebrate. Just forgot all of a sudden. Okay, at the moment the company is still steadily developing. When the subsequent need arises then I'll trouble sister again. Lin Feng said with a smile. It had already been taken. When the time came that was when he could recruit another batch of employees. The two people continued to eat and drink. Since they still needed to work in the afternoon, they didn't drink. They just had a normal drink. The days passed very quickly. These days Lin Feng is routine. To work at the point, to the point on the end of the day. He is the boss. Is to see if the staff work. Occasionally Ding Shuai and Dongfangqin will take some projects over to see if they can be invested in or the like. Other time is just very free. Just two women work, but also more serious, resulting in three people almost not as easy as before. And now after dinner at night we'll go back to the room to study a little. That is, the weekend may go to play. This day is the bidding time of the East African Power Dam. Lin Feng with Ding Shuai and two other employees came all the way to the East African country. Here is still far away from Huaxia. The whole country is still in the developing countries. But in Huaxia then it is a small calamis. But in Huaxia is a friendly country. So the other side of the bidding is still only in Huaxia issued a bidding. Did not issue to other countries, but it does not affect the other countries eyeing. They will also set up investment institutions in China to invest, or shares in some of the investment institutions in China. So there is no fear. Simple point is that the other side only believe in the ability of China. Do not believe in other countries, even to give the right again. Are worried about problems, so still hope that someone in China to invest, unless there is no will want to go to other countries, but does not exist. Some Chinese investment companies are very sharp. A glance to see this is very messy. Some also have other countries' investment institutions into the shares, so they all want to take this project. Fortunately, East Africa will not exclude small investment institutions, as long as you are Chinese. Anyway, small investment institutions may not be able to get much money, so there is no need to exclude. Now Lin Feng, they are inside a hotel auditorium in the country of East Africa. That is, it is convenient for everyone to bid. After all, this time there are more than 100 companies that have come. At least one company to come to a person. How there are also 100 or so people. Good thing is that this auditorium is able to sit down 500 people, so do not be afraid of it, and now it is also not yet full. It is estimated that it is also 300 or so people. Welcome everyone to the bidding site of the Power Dam. I am the Director of Investment in East Africa. Belly, everyone has a copy of our bidding project book in hand, is also written in more detail. You first glance, wait for 10 minutes, and then we look at the video of the big screen. Belly sat across from everyone, which was at the very front of the auditorium, and said to everyone. The people present did not speak, but looked at the bidding project book in their hands. Here is still written in more detail, in Chinese. After all present are Chinese. Only Belly speaks Japanese. Chinese he is not speaking. Soon everyone will finish watching. All do not need 10 minutes. Belly see all finished. Let everyone look at the big screen behind him, which is playing the construction of the dam, as well as no dam when encountered the appearance of the flood, as well as post-disaster reconstruction of the appearance of the video. Anyway, all in the video. The video is 15 minutes long. Everyone is very serious to watch the whole thing. C is also very touching, to know that China before has also experienced such a situation. Good thing is the construction of the dam to eliminate such a situation. But there are also some cities in the south will have floods, not such as the upstream of the flooding of the situation, but the reason for the rain down a lot of it. Well, we have finished watching. I do not say much, as long as you invest in the establishment of this dam, that is, with us to set up a company, and then give you 30% of the shares, as well as the future of the power income of the net profit of 30%. I am also to ensure that the long-term effective. Belly closed the big screen, looked at the stage of the investment company, came to say, hello, after the investment is to build the company together, then the construction company is a local company, or other places? Can you guarantee that the quality of the construction will not be problematic? And if there are problems caused by the losses need to be borne by us? Just as Belly finished speaking, someone raised their hand and spoke with Belly's permission. This you can rest assured. When the amount of investment arrives, we are also going to bid for construction companies in China. For the quality of construction in China, I think you guys should know, right? Even if there is a problem, resulting in economic, human, and other losses, will not blame you, just may have a certain amount of compensation to the dead family members, but the other does not need to bear, unless it is man-made. Belly made a promise saying that it was normal to have such concerns. Okay, I'm done with questions. The person asking the question said and sat down. Any more questions? Belly asked after nodding. Hello, after we invest, do we have a say in the company? Or voting rights or something like that? Someone soon continued the question. There is no voting right, only a right to say, but generally it is only to take a share, and cannot participate in the daily operation of the company. Belly said. Chapter 61. Taking the project is easy. Okay, I'm done asking questions. The other said and sat down. If there are still questions, everyone can continue to ask questions. If there are no more, you can start the bidding. You guys write your criteria on the note. After 20 minutes someone will take away the note. Then it will be counted as a successful submission. There will not be a second chance. So everyone make a good decision. Seeing that there was no desire to continue with the questions, Beryl had everyone write on the white paper in front of them what they could commit to. Time was money. So everyone started discussing. Some people called, presumably to discuss it with the company. On Lin Feng's side, there was no need. He was right there on the spot. Did he still need to contact them? Originally Lin Feng didn't plan to come. He just thought that if he let Ding Shueshue and the other two employees come along, it was slightly not very nice. So he came along. Mr. Lin, what do you think we should write? Ding Shueshue asked as she sat next to Lin Feng as well. Such a good project. I think they must have written it at a higher price. And I also watched the video and have a rough valuation. Investing so much money in order to pay back the capital in 10 years. And then it's pure income. Lin Feng said and wrote on the paper the amount of money he invested on his side. It was 500 million Huaxia dollars. Of course Lin Feng was able to write 1 billion. But now Lin Feng is running a company. Write so much, it will take a long time to recover the cost, and then it won't be worth anything. Of course these are not the main. The main thing is that Lin Feng got the ability to be rewarded by the system. The final condition of the project deal to see the eye of the check. Yes, the name is called so long. The ability is also very simple. That is, you have to invest in this project. A glance to see what the final condition is. As long as it is completed, you can get this project. And this East Africa power dam investment is $500 million is the final condition. As long as the writing of this, basically is able to 100% take, there will be no accidents. To know that in addition to the presence of Linfeng's small companies, there are many domestic well-known investment institutions. Their eyes are also very poisonous. If they were taken down, they also came to a trip for nothing. How unpleasant. So much I thought tens of millions would be fine. An employee was shocked when he saw the amount Linfeng wrote, because according to his own assessment, it was only a few tens of millions that could be invested in it. But unfortunately he ignored is how it was possible for so many big names around him at the moment to take it down for a few tens of millions. Yeah, it's not like that place is very big. Investing this much, 10 years to return the capital is still very much up in the air. Another employee continued. Their side doubt is not unreasonable, because the East Africa power dam is not that kind of very big river. Can only say that it is still relatively large. Investing so much money feels like it is still a bit of a loss, than to say that it is making money. You guys are right. This place is really not very big. At the moment C also invested tens of millions of dollars is indeed possible, but we are to make money. Then in so many people compete. Right, tens of millions of dollars basically don't want to think about it. The place doesn't belong to us. Then I'm after careful consideration. Write out this price. And you guys don't also do the survey. Now the East African countries are still there are a lot of places that don't have electricity for the time being. It's because they are all relying on wind power generation mostly and hydroelectric power generation. So the subsequent completion of this will be beneficial to everyone. Linfeng roughly explained to them, and did not care if they understood. So he put the white note with the price written on it inside the envelope, sealed the mouth, and put it aside to wait for someone to come and collect it. Ding Xueshue didn't ask Linfeng why he did it. As long as he believed in it, Ding Xueshue was completely trusting Linfeng. Anyway, it was just writing now, not confirming, even if Linfeng wrote $1 billion, because it hadn't been confirmed that it was Linfeng. Time is up. Soon someone to everyone envelopes are taken away. Then in is put in front of Belly. Began off an exciting open blind box link. Envelopes or more. Let Belly all by yourself the whole out. Must be a little tired. So also arranged for people to look together. The people present are very nervous. Hope that they can win the bid. Otherwise a trip for nothing. If you win, you will also be rewarded. This is the idea of most people. Only Linfeng is not nervous at all. Hand holding the pinch thing. Is now very leisurely brushing the fast sound. But the two employees are very nervous. The eyes just one staring at the front. Do not dare to relax. Ding Xueshue believe Linfeng, so is not nervous at all. Doing their own thing, of course, not play, but continue to look at the internet to see what is suitable for investment projects. The past few days also invested in a number of small projects. Are a few $1 million in investment. The East Chin side is also. So now Fiber Home Investment Ltd. A little bit of fame. There are a number of small companies in need of funds for investment need to be privately chatting up. Help each other just. The Beacon company is also hoping to invest money can make money. Then the other side is hoping to have money to enter in order to make money. After a tense and exciting half an hour, finally barely read all the envelopes of information, but also has gotten the final result. So it began to announce, sorry to let everyone wait a long time. Here we have found a suitable company. Other did not choose also do not be discouraged. In the future there is a new need to invest. Also will give priority to everyone. For the time being I will announce the name of the selected company. It's Beacon Investment Limited. The investment amount is 500 million RMB. Everyone applaud and congratulate. Beryl said with a smile, finished and took the lead in clapping up. Everyone also followed along with the applause. Just a lot of people are also a little unconvinced. How can give so much money? Had known that they would write more and so on. Especially there is a company has written $450 million. I thought it was the highest, but I did not expect to be defeated by Linfeng. This one 500 million. Can be called a little bit worse? Because most of the companies are written in the 100 million to 300 million or so. There are almost no few as 400 million. So this comes to a $500 million is completely crushed. Follow-up Beacon Investment Company's personnel can go to the backstage to discuss in detail. Other people also do not rush to go. At noon, we eat a meal together. Eat and then go. I also have been arranged in this hotel. Directly in the hotel personnel to inform on the can. Beryl said after applauding. Also welcome those who did not win the bid to continue to go to eat and rest. Please come with me. As soon as Beryl's side had finished speaking, someone came to Linfeng's side and then the four people followed this person. When the rest of the people saw Linfeng and the others standing up, they knew that it was someone from Beacon Investment Company, so they also started to report back to their own companies to investigate what this Beacon Investment Company was about, not to mention that they had never heard of it, and how they could come up with $500 million of capital to invest in it, which was unreasonable. Of course, some small companies have heard of. After all, They have seen on the investment website Fiber Home Investment Company's information as well as invested in a number of companies or projects, but not very familiar with it. Please wait a bit longer. Soon the director will come over. After bringing Lin Feng 4 inside a room, he said to the 4 of them, "It's okay, we're not in a hurry." Lin Feng said with a smile. Indeed, he wasn't in a hurry. He was investing anyway. It was the East African countries that were in a hurry. "I've kept you waiting. Now let's get down to business." Probably waited for 10 minutes. Beryl only came. Mainly to disperse, as also some people will pull Beryl speech and so on. Can't ignore it. These can be the gold master father. If offended. In the future there is a need for money project but no one to invest in it is finished. Their own director of investment is gone. So also a little bit of currying favor with them to be accompanied for so long. It's okay for us to wait a little longer. The director's business is the main thing. Lin Feng said, "We have investigated your company. You were founded just over a month ago. Do you have this ability or this capital to invest?" Although the Beacon Company had been elected, but the doubts that should be raised still needed to be raised. "This you can rest assured. Although our company was founded not long ago, but the funds are still very sufficient. This is also in order to make a name for themselves. That's why they came to us. The investment of $500 million is a small problem. If there are other investment projects in the future, they can all be contacted with us. The money is not a problem. The problem is that there is no good project," Lin Feng said in a very wealthy and generous manner, as if money wasn't money. Chapter 62 Drinking at the banquet is not drunk. The hairpin is quite good looking. Belial heard Lin Feng say this kind of feel each other in bragging, but cannot get evidence, because Lin Feng Company's registered capital paid in a lot of money. Not the kind of registered capital did not pay in. So even if Lin Feng sighed in bragging, Belial cannot do anything about it. The main Lin Feng is also very young. So young but rich, then there is only one possibility, is which big family's son, out of the experience, will be willing to give so much money? Otherwise how do young people earn so much money? How else would a young man make so much money? Going to rob a bank doesn't even have this much. Ha ha, Mr. Lin is young and capable. Young and capable. Don't worry, in the future, there will be a project. The first time is to cooperate with Mr. Lin's company. Our country also has a lot of need to build. Are in need of money, by then you have to trouble Mr. Lin. Beryl thought about it also not to think too much. First solve the current urgent need. The other is a small problem. If Lin Feng can come up with 500 million is the best. Can't get out of it. Can be a breach of contract at that time or have to pay out. But also do not have to give the other side of the shares and so on. Is not it a beautiful thing? Good. Then it's not too early. We'll sign the contract first. Then go to the wine table and talk slowly. How about it? Lin Feng knew that Beryl didn't trust himself very much. But after signing the contract, it was all good for Beryl. As long as the contract wasn't tampered with. Okay, the contract I've already printed. Just sign it, Beryl said with a smile. Then let the secretary bring over the contract that had been prepared long ago and put it on the table. In duplicate, both put it in front of Lin Feng first, meaning that Lin Feng should read it before signing it. Lin Feng could not understand the contract, so he took pictures and sent them to his legal team of lawyers to look at the two copies together. After all, if there was a problem with one of them, it would not be good if he did not notice it. Beryl did not stop Lin Feng. Lin Feng practice is correct. Everyone is the first time to work together. If you are not careful, point out the problem. How troublesome to pull the skin later. So Beryl also understand Lin Feng's approach. Let Lin Feng to do so. No problem, boss. It's all ready to sign. The chief lawyer of the legal team quickly replied to Lin Feng's message, and in less than 10 minutes 2 copies were read. Okay, hard work. Lin Feng replied. There's no problem with the contract. Then I'll sign it. Lin Feng put his cell phone away and said that he picked up a pen and signed it, quickly writing his big name before handing it to Beryl to sign. Beryl didn't need to read the contract itself, he printed it out himself. What is the content of the contract is clear. That is to say, added an investment amount is 500 million. Default is to compensate for 50% of the amount invested, and this 500 million must be accounted for before the completion of the project, or else it is a violation of the contract. The amount of money invested before is not refunded, have to pay for the loss of the money. This is the more important in the contract. Both contracts were signed. One person kept a copy. Lin Feng's side was given to Ding Xueshue to hold, and Beryl's was given to the secretary to keep. Mr. Lin, happy cooperation. Beryl reached out his hand for a handshake, and Lin Feng reached out his own hand to shake Beryl's. Mr. Beryl, happy cooperation. After saying that, the two of them let go, picking up on right under the leadership of Belial to go to the place of eating, knowing that a lot of people had come, so it had been wrapped up a whole floor, set up 20 tables of meals, because they were all Chinese. Then Belial was doing things in accordance with the rules of the Chinese people. The meals were all table by table, as if they were eating a banquet. Director Beryl, come and sit over here, we still have seats here. Director Beryl, let's have a drink and exchange more feelings, we have new gadgets over there. Director Belial, come over to play with them sometime. Beryl brought Lin Feng and them together to the place where they were eating. There were a lot of people who greeted them warmly, but they were all to Beryl, so they didn't greet Lin Feng and them, mainly because they weren't familiar with each other. Greeting them hastily, it was easy to eat dust. No, everyone eat and drink well. I'll just sit with Mr. Lin. Seeing that everyone was so enthusiastic, Beryl also said with a smile. So Beryl took the four of them with Lin Feng and found a seat where no one was sitting yet. But just as soon as this ass sat down, someone came over to make a toast. Director Beryl, we haven't seen each other for a long time. The last time we saw each other was last time. In order to celebrate us meeting again, have a drink with me. The person who came was a middle-aged, somewhat blonde male, and with a face that was already red. One could tell that he hadn't drank less, and said to Beryl, okay, I'll drink, you drink less. Beryl didn't even remember who this person was. After all, so many people, which one still remembered? So he poured himself a beer first and said, painful, or the director is great, the owner of Beacon Company, right? Have a drink too. After seeing Beryl finish a glass of beer, the middle-aged male was very happy and then said to Lin Feng, alright, I'll have a drink, feel free. Although Lin Feng was a bit unhappy and didn't know who the other party was, he really couldn't refute his face, so he poured himself a glass of beer and drank it. Anyway, he couldn't get drunk from 1,000 cups, so feel free to drink. Good drinker, I'll drink too. The middle-aged male saw that Lin Feng was also very dry and liked this very much, saying that he also poured himself a glass of beer to drink and finished it in one gulp. Although the middle-aged male was a bit drunk, he didn't continue to let Lin Feng and Beryl drink, and left after saying hello. A place like this was frankly a place for exchanges and communication. Eating was not the goal. It was all about coming to have more friends and more roads. In addition to Beryl's toasts, Lin Feng was also being toasted all the time. Knowing that a company that can come up with $500 million to invest is not a small company, even if it's a small company now, but who knows in the future. None of the people here are stupid. Even if they are jealous of Lin Feng, they will not do it on the surface. On the surface should be happy or happy, just uncomfortable in the heart. On the side of Beryl was already not able to drink. On the contrary, Lin Feng was still very energetic, not at all like a person who had been drinking, and apart from Ding Xueshue, the remaining two employees were also drunk. Ding Xueshue was a girl after all, and it was not good for them to pour alcohol. The males present were experienced with Ding Xueshue's looks, but when they thought that this was someone from Lin Feng's company, they could only sigh. They couldn't think of poaching each other. The females present were hostile to Ding Xueshue, thinking that it must be beauty that attracted Lin Feng, and that she didn't have any skills, not realizing that Ding Xueshue's skills were still great. After 3 rounds of drinking, everyone had drunk too much, and most of those who hadn't drunk too much were in a hurry to go back, so they dispersed. Lin Feng, they are not in a hurry. The two people drink more than arranged to return to the hotel room. They took Ding Xueshue to the East African country shopping. They are now also in the East African country's capital city of Gagar, which is considered to be the whole of the East African country's prosperous city. The other cities a little closer, but also better than the neighboring countries. After all, the first time to come, Ding Xueshue also do not want to go back so early. Plus the other 2 employees are drunk, can only go back the next day. Now there is still time. But also Lin Feng took Ding Xueshue to go shopping. This place also supports the green bubble code payment. There is no need to exchange the local currency. Direct code payment can be. Lin Feng and Ding Xueshue both are also full of food, so the snacks sold on the road and so on can't attract, but also curious to see what's for sale. After all, the culture is different. The things for sale are also different. This is quite pretty. How much? Ding Xueshue saw a hairpin, picked it up and asked the boss. $5. The boss saw that Ding Xueshue liked this hairpin, plus looked up to be a Chinese, also quoted a suitable price. Due to the fact that this is all handmade, not machine-made, can this price is also very cost-effective? Good. Sweep code payment. Ding Xueshue also did not haggle. The boss is not easy. This in the country to sell $10 are not too much, so $5 is too cheap. Payment made. Take a look. Ding Xueshue swept the code to pay, and then let the boss pay attention to check it out. Okay, thanks. The boss said happily even after seeing the money arrive. Does it look good? After getting the hairpin, Ding Xueshue quickly coiled her hair and then asked Lin Feng, it looks good. It goes quite well with you. Lin Feng nodded and said, this wasn't a lie. It was indeed quite good looking. The main thing was that the person was beautiful. Chapter 63, $500 million hit without frowning. He. Sheener doesn't use this, or else I would have bought one for her too. Hearing Lin Feng say that or happy, Ding Shueshue looked at the stalls in front of her, all selling hairpins and such. Dongfang Qin didn't like it much. After all, it felt a little bit affecting herself. It's fine. It's such a big place. It's fine to bring back some local specialties when the time comes, Lin Feng said. The two people then continued in the shopping street. Some merchants see Lin Feng and Ding Shueshue as Chinese, very enthusiastic. Some of the merchants who do snacks enthusiastically give Lin Feng and Ding Shueshue some snacks to eat. At first it was refused, but could not help the boss' enthusiasm. Although not much to give, but better than nothing. I'm a brother to Huaxia, so eat, don't pay. This was what one of the many bosses said. Since they said that, if Lin Feng and the others still refused, wouldn't it be like they weren't brothers with them, so they just had to accept it gladly. Some of the bosses were still very enthusiastic and gave a lot of food and drinks, but they were all full, so how could they all finish? So they let the bosses take some back. It didn't end until more than 6 o'clock in the evening, and if it wasn't for the fact that many of the bosses needed to close up their stalls, otherwise it would still have to go on. The people of East Africa are still very enthusiastic. I should have known that I wouldn't eat so much. Making a lot of delicious food, I didn't eat much. On the way back to the hotel, Ding Shueshue said with a little complaint, it's indeed very enthusiastic. I thought it was just on the video. I didn't expect it to be this enthusiastic. Lin Feng didn't know this either. Before it was only on TV, or videos posted by others that he could see that the people of East Africa were very enthusiastic. And when he actually arrived at the place he realized that it was indeed enthusiastic. That's so nice. Next time you have the chance to come back and play again, Ding Shueshue said. The night then Belial did not entertain everyone. Is the cost of the hotel is exempted? As long as not live a long time, you can live for free. This is only Chinese people can enjoy. If other countries, the most free 3 days, more on their own out of pocket it. Although we Chinese people are sometimes greedy for small advantages, but this situation will not be greedy. Things are busy to go back the same day cannot go back to the next day to go back. Rarely will stay more than 3 days of the situation. Now Lin Feng was rewarded by the system. 100% can invest in the ability. That is, if a lot of big projects, they so look, as long as there is no insider. Basically Lin Feng's company. So this function is still very powerful. The disadvantage is that you can only see the type of investment and the success of the other will not be useful. Back to the hotel room. Lin Feng also try not to have to go to the scene directly on the internet to see some of the investment projects, but also as thought, can directly see the conditions of success, which means that as long as they pick some of the big profits of the project, after checking out the project can be a sure thing. When it comes time is to let the staff to run a trip on the line. Lin Feng in this side immersed in the fun of making money. Those domestic investment institutions are also investigating Lin Feng this person, but it is not good to say. Lin Feng's personal information is already SSS level. Not national leaders cannot be seen. So this makes a lot of want to investigate the information of the company. Lin Feng startled. What kind of person is this? Since personal information confidentiality level is so high, usually cannot be found. This also led a lot of companies and want to have a good relationship with Lin Feng. Lin Feng this information so cattle, either the son of a large family, or which family's illegitimate son. Anyway, no one believes that it is Lin Feng's own money. Lin Feng also learned through the system that many people were investigating his information, but with the experience of the last time, Lin Feng was not panicking at all. Just go ahead and investigate. Anyway, he couldn't find out any information. Some people since Lin Feng cannot find out. Then from Lin Feng's company to start poor. This information is no way to keep secret, so a lot of people found out. Lin Feng this company is not big, the size is not big, but the paid up amount is over 100 million. To know that a lot of their big companies' paid up amount is only over 100 million. Usually only a million or so, or tens of millions of dollars only. The most is to write the registered capital is very large. Anyway, the state regulations there is no need to immediately pay the registration filled out the funds. So there will be registered capital to write 1 billion, but the paid-in capital may only be 100,000 companies. It also leads to now see the company is not powerful directly is to see the paid-in capital. So they were Lin Feng this fiber home investment company limited to give a shock. Such a company paid in 100 million, then wait for the back of the growth, shall not be against the sky. This also makes many companies have a sense of pressure, as if they also see a tiger in the future with its bloody mouth biting at their company, swallowing the company, which makes those big companies startled. Some of them had the brains to start bending over backwards, while others were still in a state of shock and hadn't pulled themselves out of it yet. Of course Lin Feng didn't know. He was still sleeping in his bed. After all, he had to take a plane back to China the next day. This kind of transnational investment project is after all a small number, probably only 1 or 2 a year. Most of them are their country to find international powerful investment company to invest. Will not be released to let everyone to participate in the bidding for the construction. you know that this is still more time-consuming. Generally, multinational projects are the country to do endorsement. Those investment institutions were found, most of them will agree to invest, not to mention how much money to earn. The main thing is that there is this project, then say out also have capital, but also has the credibility to make more people to find their own company to invest and so on. But fortunately, Linfeng also do not want to eat a bite into fat, or hope to take their time, eat too much easy to hold on to death. We must know that the world is not the only one company. Then what projects are eaten by their own? Then how do other companies think? Is not to make enemies for themselves. This cooperation with East Africa is very successful. Linfeng also asked to make this project into a publicity, put on the official website, so that other people also know that Fiber Home Company is not simple, have the strength. Although the project with the East African country is not yet completed, but it does not affect the publicity. Anyway, the money invested in Linfeng here is not money. Now Linfeng has over 100 million in assets, but also keep giving money to the company's account, and then they take it to invest, so that Linfeng's account will be doubled back. So it has been over 100 million. East African countries regulations before the end of the construction period to the payment to the line, but Linfeng how can be so dragged? So directly to the company account transferred 500 million, and then let the company account to the project's account to play. Although the amount of money is too much, but Linfeng's company finance has already played with the bank, so the transfer of money is still very fast, less than 10 minutes on the completion of the. Far away in the East African country of Belial heard the secretary said 500 million has all arrived. The whole person froze. This thought Linfeng this 500 million can be a year ago even if good. The result of this is less than 3 days on the account. It is really rich people is different. Beryl heard this $500 million of money is not moved false, but unfortunately they are sitting in this position cannot be embezzled, so can only put all the money according to the planning to use, and the use of the obvious need to be listed, which is also written in the contract, otherwise there is no details. Everyone will just randomly use, that much cannot be done. 500 million are in the account. In addition to Belial's shock, even the president of the East African country is also shocked. Did not expect Linfeng to call the money so fast, much faster than some of the previous investment companies to call the money. Really cannot believe. Mr. Lin, the money has been received. After that for the use of the details will all come out, and the financial report. Beryl send a green bubble message to Linfeng. This is also at that time on each other added friends, but also convenient to chat, to avoid which day the phone are changed contact is not. Then there is only this green bubble is generally not on the change. Okay, trouble you. Linfeng quickly replied, but your company to make payments is the world's first fast. This is to make payments of 500 million. Some of the previous company a few million are dragging for a long time to make payments. Almost no wages to send. So see Mr. Lin this operation is indeed very like. Beryl also replied quickly. It's fine. Our company is mainly to make payments fast, and also formal. When the time comes, we will trouble you to make a list for me to check. Linfeng Su wrote, after all, the investment company even if the A party, which has the A party to make payments so fast, as long as it does not starve to death on the line, so the company that meets Linfeng to make payments so fast, is simply good people. Chapter 64 Screening up these projects is still a headache. No problem, we will all be open and transparent, so that you can rest assured. We also rest assured, also put an end to corruption. As long as the discovery is made, it is directly a serious treatment, which has rarely appeared at present. Beryl replied. Beryl is also very fond of chatting and doing things with people who are in pain. Obviously Linfeng is such a person. Nonsense is not much to say, it's just a direct payment. This also allows the work schedule to start earlier, or even do it faster. This $500 million is still a bit too much. It can't be used up, but the extra money can be put into the follow-up to continue to use. Even if it's finished, it can also be used as a backup fund, such as purchasing equipment and so on. Anyway, it's all can only be used inside this dam. Can't be used elsewhere, otherwise it's misappropriation of public funds. Okay, we do send people to follow up from time to time. We'll be in trouble then. Linfeng replied. This project definitely can't be all their own people, but their own side of the manpower is not enough. Can't send people to station for a long time, so they can only arrange for people to follow up from time to time. A month or 2 months so, not regular, mainly because it can also be to hit the other side of a surprise. If a fixed period of time, if they are faking it, they also have enough time to fake it. Only then even if they are faking it, can't do it. Unless the only way to do this is to make sure that they can't do it unless they do it well in advance. The two people exchanged pleasantries for a while and then did not chat. All have to busy themselves with their own things. Linfeng's side is okay, after all. Belial is the director of the East African country's investment department, or relatively busy. In addition to the dam this project, there are other projects have to be followed up out of the project. Just the dam is a new project. Lin Feng understands that the current construction company of the dam is the fifth bureau of the construction group of China. That is, the official construction company of China. Then the quality of this piece do not have to think very good. The cost is also not very expensive. The main thing is that the speed will be very fast, will not procrastinate. To one day to do things. Maybe the official construction company of China half a day can be done. A month can be 20 days to complete. Anyway, it is fast but also can guarantee the quality. This is one of the reasons why many small countries like to use Chinese construction companies. And the tenders are very suitable prices. More cost effective than some other countries. Even local construction companies, otherwise they wouldn't be used. Although this will bring damage to some of the local construction companies, but the country's consideration of the long-term development, then use good quality, fast, affordable Chinese construction companies. Why not? Is the fifth bureau of the Chinese construction company contracted? Lin Feng is very assured. Will not consider the quality of the problem, directly is to consider each other can be done at what time. The expected construction period is at least 3 years. Lin Feng should be less than 2 years can be completed. And here also rely on the people of Huaxia can be done. If relying on the locals, it is really not good to say. Idle nothing. Lin Feng first do not care about this, but with their own ability to look for investment network above to look at those valuable investment projects, to return high, short time, investment more does not matter. Anyway, not bad money. Only this online content is too little. Can only go to other similar online to find. Look for a clock. Eyes are looking at the fast look blind. Also did not continue to find similar dam project, but there are also some is also good. Lin Feng also find out. At that time to let the Oriental Qin or Ding Shueshue finish off. Anyway, do not want a white do not want these projects. Mosquito again small is also meat. Lin Feng is also through the green bubble to send these things to the East Qin and Ding Shueshue. They also received a shock. This is written in too much detail. That is, as long as the project written by Lin Feng above the goal of the transaction, basically is 100% reached. This is indeed a bit unlikely. The two women are also questioning the attitude. Lin Feng also understands, this thing is certainly not acceptable to the general public. And Lin Feng in order to save his life. Not every written is the final conditions of the transaction. Some are also modified, is to avoid problems. If the success rate of 100%, it is estimated that will be investigated, then can be trouble. So it is still a little bit of tampering. You write so detailed. How can you be sure to deal with this condition? Oh, Dongfang Qin replied in disbelief after reading it. If you don't believe me, you can just let your men try tomorrow. I have 2 projects that need investment tomorrow anyway. Lin Feng didn't bother arguing. Facts speak louder than words. As long as Dongfang Qin went to try it out, she would know if it was a success or not. Okay, let them try tomorrow. I really don't believe it can be the same, Dongfang Qin said unconvincingly. Ding Shueshue's side didn't directly question the same as Dongfang Qin, but she didn't completely believe it either. She just replied to Lin Feng's side that she received it, and then her own side let her subordinates go and try to see if they could use it. If they could it would definitely be the best, and if they couldn't they wouldn't lose anything. Looked at a night, Lin Feng also only found 50 to small projects, as long as the deal, generally speaking can bring more than 100 million returns. Of course, the specifics still need to look at the follow-up. At present Lin Feng also cannot predict to the future if this will not collapse, can only see now whether it can be profitable or so. At present, the East Qin and Ding Shueshue in order to stabilize the development of the company, but also opened the company's financial account, against the Standard Oil, new energy such as funds, adding up to invest tens of millions of dollars, every once in a while will continue to inject funds, is to ensure that the company will lose money later. The money here can still be developed. Lin Feng is indifferent. Anyway, they will not run out of money, as long as they are happy, so engaged in the chant, earn less money are okay, stable development on the line. These 50 small projects are also given to the 2 women, let them go to the following employees, otherwise rely on employees to slowly find. 2 time consuming, of course, in the future still have to employees to engage in their own. Just at the moment there are these projects, in the future they still have to go to their own slowly, would have liked to continue to find. Just tomorrow need to take the plane back to the country. Cannot continue to look at, or have to die of exhaustion. Ding Shueshue people are abroad, but Lin Feng gave these things, resulting in still have to work overtime to distribute down to the staff, because this side are written. So Ding Shueshue just which person is responsible for which on the line, do not have to grab. Dongfang Qin is also almost the same way to get, but she is domestic, there are employees to help together, get up still faster. Only Ding Shueshue is a person to get, not that she does not want to find Lin Feng together. Just that this Lin Feng has been sent down, it means that you need to deal with it yourself. Want to curry favor with Lin Feng's people don't know where to get Lin Feng's phone. The green bubble number. The phone so late certainly won't play, so generally is to add Lin Feng's green bubble number. So if you pass more or less also can have a big boss friend, say out how dignified, and in the future may also need to help or something. Lin Feng is not aware of, now already in the sleep, and the phone is on the non-disturbance mode, is afraid of a big night someone call themselves to disturb their own rest. Before is the social animal need to answer the phone, now is the boss. How can the knight still answer the phone? Dream it. And if you call Lin Feng at night when you're resting, and it's not an urgent matter, Lin Feng may still have to pull the plug if he picks up the phone, and may even scold the other party, and he doesn't look at what time of the day it is. East African countries released investment projects are released in the National Certification to Find Investment Network. To know here released to find investment companies or projects every day there are thousands of. If it is a national category are verified identity after certification, so people will be assured to go to the investment. Otherwise who is worried about their own encounter is a liar. Posted here to find investment are required to be certified. Real name information is required to be true. If there is a fraud and so on, will be permanently black, will also cooperate with the fraudulent party to pursue the responsibility of the other party. Want to run cannot run away. Lin Feng can screen out from thousands of 50 is not easy. Released a lot of the need to invest in less than 100,000. This Lin Feng directly ignored. Are filtering the investment of millions of steps, less than the investment requirements of this. Lin Feng do not even look at. In addition to find investment needs to be certified. Then the investor also needs to be certified, but also to avoid being false. And if you complete any project, but also in the investor inside the display, so that many people need to invest in people believe and then find over to ask for investment and so on. Chapter 65 Secretary Joe looking for their own why. At present, the homepage of the Fiber Home Investment Company has a display. It is the East African Power Dam project, in progress. Has been some small projects are also like this, for the time being has not been completed. After all, it takes time, but there are enough of these. The project is enough. Then we see the strength of the performance. It will be more over to look for investment. So there is such a phenomenon. That is, this Beacon Investment Company was also established a month, but the investment projects involved in the fast-breaking 100, and basically a day several investment in the project, basically every one of them is in the millions of investment amount. The number of more than it is not good to say. If only tens of thousands of dollars of investment, the number of more than nothing to brag about, but more than a million is not a grade. So visible Beacon Investment Company or level. Otherwise were so many funds to invest. Lin Feng has been playing money to the company's account, and then waiting to be taken to the investment, so that it will double the cash back, so that the money in the bank card is now only more than less, so that a few times the governor of Haidong City repeatedly contacted Lin Feng want to have a meal or something, but Lin Feng has not been there, which is free shall not make money although this flow of water or something in the country is nothing, but in the city of Haidong this place is still counted on the cattle. To know our cash flow not what the company transfers and so on, our real cash in the bank account. If you do not keep Lin Feng, then Lin Feng went to other banks to turn the money away, more than the loss of Unfortunately, the governor of Haidong City had always been rejected, and was too embarrassed to continue to annoy Lin Feng, and could only wait for Lin Feng to follow up and be free to contact himself, or to invite Lin Feng to meet again after a longer interval. Now Lin Feng and Ding Shuai as well as 2 employees are sitting on the international flight to China, but also sitting in the first class. Anyway, are spending money, then also have to enjoy some. Lin Feng and Ding Shuai is okay, but the 2 employees is the first time to sit in the first class cabin, but very curious, here to see, there to look at, especially there are stewardesses in front of their own. At any time you can let the stewardesses to help or service, much better than in the economy class. The economy class location crowded, eat the same thing everyone, but the portion is not enough. Eat a time or 2 will be embarrassed to call again. After all, the plane is so big, the preparation of things will not be too much, so it is not possible for you to give you a person to eat all of it. Gentlemen, ladies, the plane will be landing soon. Everyone please put down the small table boards, close the sunshade, and wait for the plane to land. After 10 hours of flying, finally arriving at the head of Haidong City, and soon to be at the airport, he heard the flight attendants start to tell everyone to pack up and get ready to get off the plane. 10 minutes after that, the plane stopped smoothly at the airport, and then slowly disembarked according to the order of precedence. No need to think, Lin Feng and his group were the first to disembark from the plane, and then boarded the special ferry to the exit of the airport, and those in the economy class could only take the public ferry to go there, through the VIP's exit, took their luggage, and took the car arranged by the company back to the company. Now have money. also arranged a few business cards for the company, so that it is also convenient to the time when someone comes to the company to visit, or come to look for investment. Do not come to a business card to send and receive. A little bit not very reasonable. To the face of the big company. Back. Did you miss us? When he returned to the company, he saw Dongfang Qin guarding Lin Feng. Lin Feng directly opened his arms and said, "That is," he signaled to give Dongfang Qin a hug. "Missed you, Hammer. People in East Africa. Still giving us missions. I'll have to strangle you to death," Dongfang Qin said and jumped up to hug Lin Feng. Only her hands were put on Lin Feng's neck, pretending to pinch very hard. Lin Feng, in order for Dongfang Qin not to fall down, he could only use his hands to support her buttocks, then pretended to be pinched very hard, so Dongfang Qin would calm down. "Alright, if I get pinched by you, there will be no one to pay you." After choking for almost 20 seconds, Lin Feng also returned to normal and said, "Humph, not playing with you, Schwerer. Did you bring me something fun?" Dongfang Qin said and jumped down from Lin Feng, then smiled and said to Ding Shue, "Fun no, but brought delicious food. This is a local specialty, similar to the osmanthus cake on our side. Sweet, sticky, very tasty. Eat it." Ding Shue said and pulled out something similar to osmanthus cake to Dongfang Qin. This is also called a kind of pastry in the local area. It also uses a kind of flour as an accessory, but there is no such flour in the country. "Wow, yummy, yummy," Dongfang Qin said happily after taking a bite, although she had eaten a lot of desserts. "But this is kind of the first time to eat it, but it is indeed also very delicious. We bought quite a lot. Each person tastes one," Ding Shue said as she opened the rest as well. It was unrealistic to have one per person, but a piece per person was still possible. "Thank you, Supervisor Ding. Yummy. Supervisor Ding is so nice. Is it okay if I take two?" Those who were still at the company came over and ate it. Without being at the company, there was nothing they could do. It could only be cheaper for those who were at the company. Lin Feng this just arrived at the company. The cell phone rang, and before in the airport, there are a lot of unfamiliar phone calls. Originally Lin Feng all answered one by one. Most of them want to know themselves, together to eat a meal or something. There are also some that are selling to pull investment, as well as the green bubble was also added to explode. Now at least there are hundreds of friend requests, but Lin Feng one did not go through. The hell knows who is who. Now this phone rings. Lin Feng is subconsciously rejected directly. Do not want to be disturbed. After all, once or twice can be. Was disturbed more often also annoying. Lin Feng also do not know who is leaking their own number, or have to scold him. After this call was hung up, 5 minutes later another call was made. Lin Feng still hung up, picked up and then received a text message. Originally did not look at it was a key to clear, but saw the beginning and clicked in. "Sorry to bother you. I am the director of the investment department of the city of Haidong, Secretary Zhou Hua. This time to contact you is hoping to discuss the cooperation in detail. Seek and call back to discuss in detail." Read the whole text message. It turned out to be the investment promotion department of Haidong City needs to invest, so it called back to the other party. "Hello, sorry for hanging up the phone. Recently there are too many harassing calls, so unfamiliar callers don't answer. I don't know what is it that Secretary Zhou needs my help with." Once the call was connected, Lin Feng started to say, also elaborating on the reason why he hung up the phone, so as to avoid Zhou Hua's misunderstanding, which would lead to the project not being able to be done later on. It's fine. It's also me who has to say I'm sorry. I didn't contact you directly through your company. Instead I contacted you privately, which would indeed disturb you. The director has organized a bureau in the evening. I hope you'll be able to attend. I'll send you the address by text message at that time, or you can add my green bubble, Zhou Hua also said. But this latter sentence is that you don't have to come even if you don't come, making Lin Feng slightly uncomfortable. But nevertheless the other party is an official, and it's not good to refuse, especially the investment promotion department. This piece is still a bit of a mess. Then definitely have to go. When I add your green bubble, this cell phone number, right? When the time comes, you will send me a message on your green bubble. Lin Feng had to pretend to be happy even if he wasn't, and said enthusiastically, "Yes, then you add it. I'll send it to you when it comes through," Zhou Hua said. He knew that Lin Feng would definitely agree. It was not bad that such a small company could come and participate in the evening's drinking game. Zhou Hua also did not underestimate Lin Feng. After all, this had only just invested $500 million in the country of East Africa not long ago. If this is all underestimated, then Zhou Hua would not be placed in anyone's eyes. Just working in the official sector for so long, slightly such an attitude, but in reality still did not look down on Lin Feng. "Okay, please trouble Secretary Zhou," Lin Feng said, hanging up the phone now. Lin Feng then copied Secretary Zhou's cell phone after to the green bubble, and then added, "Soon the other party through," picking up and then sent a message. which has the hotel address, box number, and time, and then no more. Okay, the night must be there. Lin Feng read it and immediately replied. Okay, see you then, Zhou Hua said. Who is it? After seeing that Lin Feng wasn't busy anymore, the two women asked curiously. Chapter 66, the ones in the room are stunned. It's nothing, it's just that the investment promotion director of Haidong City is going to have a bureau and asked me to participate. Lin Feng said truthfully, there was nothing to hide. Like this, I seem to know this director. What's his name? Wang Yuxuan. At that time my dad took me to some kind of reception, but I don't know if he recognizes me. Dongfang Qin thought about it and said, I too recognize this. Ding Shueshue chimed in. No need to think. Surely know you. To know your family is not bad. In Haidong City shall not walk horizontally. If you do not remember you, he this investment promotion director do not do. But I am very curious about what he wants to find me. I don't just have a few dollars. Is it possible that there is a place for me to invest? Lin Feng said very easily, and shrugged his shoulders, making people look a bit like they want to do something. Che, don't think about it. I guess I just need to invest in something. Get the money ready. Dongfang Qin rolled her eyes when she saw this dejected look of Lin Feng, then said, then go rest and take a break, and attend to it properly in the evening. Unlike Dongfang Qin, Ding Shueshue was concerned about Lin Feng and said, after all, it had only just gotten off the plane not long ago, and it was already afternoon, and to participate in the bureau at night, one would definitely have to drink and so on, which was very worrying. So that's why Ding Shueshue cared about Lin Feng and told him to go rest and so on first. Alright, it's still Shueshue who cares for me. I'll go to the lounge and lie down for a bit, and catch up on my sleep, lest I'm still sleepy from screwing with them too late at night. Lin Feng reached out and touched Ding Shueshue's head and said, Ding Shueshue didn't dodge. She let Lin Feng touch her head. Lin Feng left after touching it. It was also now past 4 p.m. The drinking game was at 7 p.m. There were less than 3 hours left, so she had to get some rest. Director, Lin Feng has already agreed to attend in the evening. After getting Lin Feng's affirmation to attend, Zhou Hua also came to Wang Yuxuan's office and said to him, good, just come. I really didn't expect a small company to be able to come up with so much money to invest. It's a good thing that the other party isn't a hostile country. Otherwise it's a bit treasonous for him to do so. At present it is necessary to pull together. In the future there is a need to invest in what place can be the first time to consider him, to avoid having to those old oil bar investment, but also have to ask for this and that. It is really troublesome. Hearing Zhou Hua say so, Wang Yuxuan stopped what he was doing and said happily, yes, but he's so young and has so much money. I'm afraid he's the son of one of the big families. Zhou Hua thought about it or said, after all, Lin Feng was very mysterious. The files they couldn't even find out, so they had to suspect this too. Well, that's right. Isn't there a Lin family in Kyoto? I don't know if it's their family, but most of some of their children have seen it so far. It's just that Lin Feng hasn't really seen it yet. It might be an illegitimate child or the kind that wants to let him develop on his own and cultivate a successor. Wang Yuxuan wasn't stupid. When Zhou Hua said that, he also thought of it. It was just that he couldn't directly know Lin Feng's identity right now. It wasn't too good to pinpoint yet. This was also why Wang Yuxuan had asked Zhou Hua to invite Lin Feng to today's drinking game. Today Wang Yuxuan had also invited some of the company's bosses, or some of the department's leaders. It was just for everyone to meet each other, to catch up on old times, to increase their feelings. The only thing that might be possible was as long as Lin Feng was a newcomer. You've also informed the others. It's getting late. Wang Yuxuan lifted his left hand and looked at the time. He also said to Zhou Hua, okay director, I'll go and notify them. Zhou Hua also did not ink. After saying that, he exited the office and went to notify the people who were present. Because there was a list, so it was fine to directly notify them. They would usually come. Ding bell, ding bell. Lin Feng looked at his cell phone and turned off the alarm clock that was set at 6 p.m. to avoid oversleeping himself before he set the alarm clock. After doing up and slowing down for a while, Lin Feng got up and moved his muscles before looking at the company. Since it was already time to get off work, the company was basically empty, but the two women and individual people who might still want to work overtime were still there. It's after work. Why haven't you guys left yet? Lin Feng asked as he looked at the people who hadn't left yet. The two of us were waiting for you to wake up and we're going to go call you. We didn't expect you to wake up on your own, Dongfang Qin said. I still have a bit of paperwork to sort out in my hands, so I'm just going to sort it out first so I can take a break tomorrow. I'm about the same, but I'm almost done. The employees who were still working overtime also replied one by one. Well then, you guys are also getting off work early. Are you two going back now or should we wait? Lin Feng nodded and then also looked at the two women and said, we'll go back when you wake up. Ding Shueshue said then also got up with her things. Dongfang Qin also followed right after, but the two girls were going straight back to the villa. Not following Lin Feng, Zhou Hua had only called Lin Feng, not anyone else, so it wasn't good for them to follow. Although it was still early, but as a newcomer going for the first time, it wasn't good to go late. Lin Feng also looked at the distance. It would take 20 minutes to drive there, so if he left now, he could arrive 10 minutes earlier, so that he could give a better impression to others. It took more than 30 minutes to get there. Lin Feng ignored the fact that after 6 o'clock in the evening is also a rush hour for work. The original 20 minutes of travel, hard more than 10 minutes, but fortunately, it's not yet 7 o'clock. There are still 7 or 8 minutes to get there. I just don't know which ones have already arrived. After parking the car, Lin Feng came to the hotel. Under the leadership of the waiter came to the box. The box door opened. Saw that there were already 5 people inside. Saw Lin Feng come in but was stunned. Obviously did not know or recognize Lin Feng. Thought it was the wrong person. Hello guys, I'm Lin Feng. Secretary Zhou asked me to come. I don't know what you all call yourselves? Lin Feng saw that these people didn't recognize them either. But those who could come to this box were probably not simple. So he greeted them first to avoid these people kicking him out. Hello, how are you? I'm Wang Yukai from Yukai Construction Company. Nice to meet you. Immediately after Lin Feng introduced himself, immediately Wang Yukai responded. Looking at Wang Yukai's appearance, it seems to be a very smooth person. Otherwise it would not have been possible to come up and talk about shaking Lin Feng's hand. Lin Feng of course didn't refuse. The two of them simply shook hands. Hello, Zheng Qiankuan, Deputy Director of the Finance Bureau. After Wang Yukai introduced himself, Zheng Qiankuan also immediately followed, quite enthusiastic, mainly because he knew some of Lin Feng's circumstances. It could be said that he was a god of wealth, and had to get to know him properly. Chang Bowen, Deputy Director of the Transportation Bureau. Hello, I'm. The remaining two also introduced themselves one by one. Lin Feng also responded one by one. These people too are official people. 3 are private businesses. It seems that they are all big businesses after all. Of course only in Haidong City. Maybe other cities this is a small business. I don't know what old brother Lin does. After the introduction Lin Feng also took a seat, sitting on the left-hand side of Wang Yukai. Wang Yukai himself is familiar with himself so he asked. I opened an investment company called Beacon Investment. Lin Feng said directly. Oh ho, I've heard of it. Recently it's still a relatively hot investment company. So it's yours? No wonder Director Wang asked you to come as well. Hearing Lin Feng finish, Wang Yukai was very excited and said, even more excited than Lin Feng himself. Yes, but it's all just a small fight now. Lin Feng waved his hand and said, ha ha, if old brother Lin's investment of $500 million is considered a small fight, then these people of ours are even more unseemly. Wang Yukai heard Lin Feng being so modest and said mockingly, no, after all, we all have different directions, so we can't directly compare. Lin Feng said with a smile, what invested $500 million? Chang Bowen, the Deputy Director of the Transportation Bureau, asked in surprise. After all, he was in charge of transportation before he didn't know about this investment piece. It is Lin Old Brothers Company just 2 days ago invested in East Africa country what a dam power generation project. Directly is invested $500 million. At that time I also thought it was 500 million local currency. I did not think it was still our Huaxia coins invested in the past. Can let me envy bad. Wang Yukai see Chang Bowen really do not know the look. Also directly said out, which also let the other two surprised. 500 million. They can now come up with 100 million of liquidity are good. Chapter 67. Aren't you here for dinner? How to introduce me to someone. Young and promising. Young and promising wait for us to drink 2 more cups. Chang Bowen with knuckles top a little bit of their eyes. A little excited to say, 500 million which many people have never seen. Not to mention also invested out. Not excited to strange. Yes, young and talented. Drink some more. Good. You look up and my son is the same size. His kid now knows to spend money to pick up girls. A little good or not learning. I do not know how to do. The other two also said excitedly. Then after a few more minutes of chatting, the door of the box was opened again. The one who came in first was Zhou Hua. Picking up after Zhou Hua flanked him, a middle-aged slightly blonde man walked in with a smile. Everyone who saw the person who came in also stood up with a smile. Lin Feng also followed. All here? Not bad. Everyone sit down. Sit down. Zhou Hua, have the waiters serve food and wine. Wang Yuxuan said as he saw that everyone had arrived, so he ordered and sat himself in the upper seat. You're Lin Feng, right? Wang Yuxuan said with a smile and looked at Lin Feng just as soon as this ass sat down. Yes, director. Lin Feng nodded and said, not bad, not bad. I've read about you. A direct investment of $500 million. That's a big deal. I think Director Zhang is also very rare to see a company come up with so much money at once for investment, right? Wang Yuxuan looked at Lin Feng with great satisfaction and said, no, At the moment in Haidong City can take out so much cash at once. It is estimated that only Shaolin, even the two big families of Haidong, it is estimated that it will take a little time to get it out. Zheng Qiankuan, the deputy director of the finance bureau, also replied, "Young man, I wonder if it's convenient to say what industry your father is in." Wang Yuxuan asked after thinking for a while. "My father passed away in an accident before, so all of this is money I earned on my own." Lin Feng also guessed that the other party wanted to ask about his life, so he would just tell the truth. Whether he believed it or not was another story. Sorry, Wang Yuxuan first didn't care if it was true or not, but it was presumptuous or apologize first. Director Wang is fine, it's all in the past. You don't know, it's not presumptuous. Lin Feng has to continue. Cannot still blame Wang Yuxuan. You deliberately asked this, right? Of course it will not say so. Then it's not easy for you to go all the way, right? Wang Yuxuan wanted to ask again. Well, it's still okay, it's just that the situation was rather depressing, because in addition to my father, my mother and sister died together. So at that time I also felt that the sky was going to collapse, and it also took a long time to come out. Lin Feng said truthfully, it was just this reply that made the situation that was still happy become cold and slightly sad. Please move over and serve the food. Just when everyone was a bit sad, the waiter started serving the food, which broke the situation. Soon the dishes ordered came up one by one, although it wasn't ordered by Lin Feng, nor did he see anyone else ordering, so it was only Zhou Hua who ordered the dishes, and it was assumed that he and the boss knew each other as well. Otherwise how could the dishes be served so quickly? A bit sad, but Lin old brother is also out of the world, letting his family have face. It's not bad. I'll toast old brother. I'm dry. You feel free. Wan Yukai saw that the atmosphere was not right, so he rushed to round up the situation, opened a bottle of beer, so he poured a glass for Lin Feng and himself. After saying that, he muffled a glass of beer in one gulp. Lin Feng was not willing to be weak. Wan Yukai said that it was casual. How could a real man be casual? And then again, there is the ability to not get drunk in 1,000 cups. Drink casually. Older brother good drinking. Wan Yukai drank faster than Lin Feng, so wait for himself to finish drinking. Lin Feng only almost finished. Also praised. Okay, let's not talk about this. Let's all eat first and we'll talk slowly. Wan Yuxuan saw that both of them had finished drinking, so he also started the drinking game. Wine bureau. Then eating is definitely secondary. The main thing is to drink. Of course, also need to eat something appropriately, otherwise easy to get drunk. So this everyone just ate not a few mouths. Wang Yuxuan let everyone drink a cup first. Fortunately our beer. If white wine, a cup down, how long can you wake up? After 3 rounds of drinking, everyone was getting more and more impressed with Lin Feng, especially since Lin Feng drank at least a case of beer. But apart from going to the toilet, he didn't look drunk at all, which led to everyone pouring alcohol into him from time to time, just to see where Lin Feng's limits were. Elder brother Lin is a good drinker. Hiccup, good drinker. Brother I can't do it anymore. Hiccup, I'll take a break. Wan Yukai patted Lin Feng's shoulder and said with drunken eyes, then he slumped down on the table and went to rest. Wan Yukai was like this, the rest of the people were similar. At most Chung Bowen, the deputy director of the transportation bureau, was still a bit sober and not very drunk. The rest of the people were at most still able to chat, not so much that they were lying on their backs like Wan Yukai. This drinking game to not say that all the people are dignitaries, but also still in this acre of Haidong City has a bit of face. Lin Feng to recognize a little bit is not a disadvantage. Originally there is no network, and now Wang Yuxuan set up a bureau to let himself participate, is not just want to let himself know, although before even Wang Yuxuan do not know. Elder brother Lin, you should not have a wife at this young age, right? Wang Yuxuan suddenly said. Director Wang, men prioritize their career, so they've been starting up businesses for so many years, so they just haven't found anyone yet. Lin Feng didn't know what Wang Yuxuan meant, so he could only go along with him anyway. Right, all great men are like this. How can they let their children's personal feelings affect their future development? Wang Yuxuan nodded his head approvingly and said, after all, at his age he knew the importance of power or status. If he didn't have these, he would spend his life in a muddled manner just like ordinary people. Yeah, I feel the same way. Back then, I didn't start a family until I was over 30, and by that time, I already had my own career, so finding a wife was still very simple, so don't be in a hurry. Old brother Lin, the man on the side also chimed in, but I have a daughter who is similar in age to you. I wonder if old brother Lin wants to get in touch. The words changed. Wang Yuxuan started to sell his daughter to come, which made the two people who had just chimed in confused for a moment. The script wasn't like this. Why was he still selling his daughter? Oh, I wonder how old is the director's daughter? Is there a photo? Originally Lin Feng wanted to refuse. Just now if he refused, it would be very refuting to Wang Yuxuan's face. he could only ask in passing. Anyway, ask and not lose a piece of meat. And it's not like he can talk to someone now. She is 25 this year, now is in our subordinate counties as a language teacher. Come on, look at this as her photo. Good, right? Wang Yuxuan said while he was on his cell phone and started rummaging through the photos. He soon found one and handed it to Lin Feng, who also quickly took it and looked at it. At first glance this director Wang's daughter was still quite good looking. I don't know how a director Wang like this could still have a good looking daughter. Then I guess director Wang's wife's genes must be strong. The photo is a half-body photo. Can't see how tall the other side. But that's not important. But also the front convex then should be also backward. Draped hair. Smile is very sunny. If ordinary people see it may be a little fascinated. But who is Lin Feng? Home has two beautiful women. See this can only say okay. Full 100 points can give a 90 points. Home 2 are 99 points. There are two people at home. Lin Feng is not good at finding a partner for a while. Mainly because he also now can't see other women. Including the current daughter of this director Wang. Director's daughter is very good looking. There should be a lot of people pursuing her, right? Lin Feng couldn't refuse directly, so he said politely, this is quite a lot. In junior high and high school often she would receive a lot of love letters, but I had a strict control, so she didn't fall in love. But there was one in college, just graduated and the two split up. Old brother Lin shouldn't mind, right? Wang Yuxuan said after retrieving his own cell phone. Don't mind, they're all adults. It's normal to fall in love and stuff. It would be strange if the director's daughter didn't fall in love. Lin Feng shook his head and said, haha yes, I thought at the time that she didn't even talk about it when she went to college, thinking that there was a problem with her sexual orientation, but it turned out to be that she secretly talked about it on her own, and only told us about it in her junior year, but I didn't object to it. It's all adults, just grasp the situation yourself. Wang Yuxuan said with a smile. He didn't expect Lin Feng to be very much to his liking. It would definitely be very good to be his son-in-law. Chapter 68. Are you called Lin Feng? I'm not Lin Feng. Lin Feng still knew that Wang Yuxuan was planning to let himself be his son-in-law, but unfortunately Lin Feng didn't have this idea. The two of them in the family hadn't even been taken yet. How could he possibly think about being someone else's son-in-law? Director Wang is also enlightened enough. The average father will still be a bit uncomfortable when he sees his daughter has an object. He will look at that boy and will not be able to see him. Director Wang, this is very good. He has the temperament. Lin Feng hurriedly complimented and praised, blowing Wang Yuxuan to the sky first, otherwise trouble. Oops, I'm also a person who has been there. I think that back then, if it was not for my thick skin, how could I chase my current wife, but also against the pressure of my father-in-law to take his wife. So I also understand that I will not force my daughter not to fall in love. As long as she can meet her favorite, I can accept it. Wang Yuxuan was so blown away and happy, he took himself out to compare. This way, we add a green bubble. I then push my daughter green bubble to you. You young people talk to yourselves. Can be together, can not be okay, as more than one friend. Wang Yuxuan said and took his cell phone and opened his QR code for adding friends, letting Lin Feng go and scan it. Luckily he said so. If he forced himself to definitely take his daughter, Lin Feng was more or less reluctant. Okay, director, you take a look. Lin Feng said after scanning the code and adding it. Good. I'll look for my daughter green bubble and push it to you. Wang Yuxuan looked at it and went to look for his daughter's chat box, then quickly pushed it to Lin Feng, who also initiated the ad in front of him, but it didn't go through right away, presumably busy. She should be preparing for class at this point. She rarely plays with her cell phone. Don't be anxious, old brother Lin, don't be anxious. Wang Yuxuan also saw that it didn't pass immediately, so he explained, no rush, it's normal for her to be busy, right? Still don't know what the name is? Lin Feng, how can be anxious? And not color batch. Past is also may occasionally chat on the line. Oops, almost forgot. Called Wang Yuxuan. You make a note of it when the time comes. Wang Yuxuan said after patting his head. Okay director, I'll make a note when I pass. Lin Feng said. He couldn't directly make a note even if he hadn't passed yet. He would wait until he passed. It was almost 10 p.m. Everyone had pretty much drunk, except Lin Feng and Zhou Hua. After all, Zhou Hua was a secretary and counted as a driver, so he couldn't drink. He still had to send director Wang home. Okay, today it's here. Next time we'll get together again. Lin, old brother. In the future if there's anything you can talk to old brother. Old brother still has a bit of a position in Haidong City, but it's best to take my daughter. Ha ha. Wang Yuxuan looked at the time on his watch and also started to say, ready to disperse. Directly behind him, he was wrapping his arms around Lin Feng's shoulders. His mouth was pressed against Lin Feng's ear and said in a voice that could only be heard by Lin Feng. Okay, Director Wang. I'll try my best. Lin Feng also said grudgingly, this also has a father who lets others pick up his daughter. But Lin Feng also knows what Director Wang means. It's not just to be his son-in-law. Then in the future to invest in anything is not just casual, a matter of words. Of course, even if it is not his son-in-law, as long as the good project Lin Feng will invest, even if it is a loss of money, but it is still worth it to take the official favor of some people. In the eyes of outsiders is a loss of money, but in Lin Feng's eyes a loss of hair. How is to earn? Will not lose. Big bosses like Wang Yukai had a driver to pick them up, so the three of them were picked up by the driver. Chang Wenba and Zhang Qiankuan were told to drive home. They definitely couldn't drive if they had been drinking, and Wang Yuxuan also got on the car to go home with Zhou Hua's help. When they are gone, Lin Feng also drove home. Anyway, there is no alcohol in the body, not counted as drinking and driving, even if the traffic police blowing blood cannot detect a little alcohol. Lin Feng slowly drove back. Don't look at now already more than 10 o'clock in the evening, but the crowded places are still brightly lit. The disadvantage is that they are all scattered more. All have to go home, unless it is the kind of nightclub or bar. This point is just beginning, but no matter how crowded it is, there will still be a section of the road to Lin Feng's house that is silent. After all, villa areas are built in sparsely populated places to be noble, and the land is also cheap. How could someone who could afford a villa not be able to afford a car? So even if the villa was far away, having a car was just a matter of a foot on the gas. Crunch! Originally Lin Feng was driving well and was less than a kilometer away from the villa, but as a result there was a bus in front of him parked horizontally in the middle of the road, which made Lin Feng unable to pass left and right, so he could only brake with one foot. Lin Feng also intended to open the door to go down to see the situation. The result was to see from the bus left and right appeared more than a dozen black-clothed people with baseball bats in hand. Especially this big night also ing wear sunglasses. Lin Feng all look at the other side is not a problem in the brain. Hey, people inside listen. We're not looking for money, we're not looking for sex, and we just want your life. Come out and talk. Before Lin Feng could speak, one of the black-clothed men at the front stood in front of Lin Feng's car, knocking on the hood of the car with the baseball bat in his hand as he said, "Who are you guys?" Lin Feng subconsciously still a little panic. Who has seen so many people threaten themselves? Lin Feng also thought of driving to escape. Just the opposite side of the people is already the car surrounded. Lin Feng if now driving is not impossible, but escape is not a man's style. Especially have had the system of Tai Chi enhancement. Lin Feng bones still want to move around, so he opened the door of the car in full view of everyone, and then stood on the side of the car, looking at the opposite side of the people. This time the opposite side of the hole will not. To know that they have 15 people here. Hands have baseball bats. Normal people see shall not drive to run. How Lin Feng also got out of the car. Do not follow the logic of the cards. Who we are you do not inquire. Anyway, you are going to die of people. It is difficult to say to you want to go to Hades in front of the complaint me? Ha ha, you just prepare to wait for death. The one leading the group also quickly reacted and continued to say ferociously, "No, do you guys know me? Just take my life. Now it's a lawful society. Don't move and fight. Even if you kill me, can you run away?" Lin Feng felt speechless when he said that. Who are these people? Are they sick in the head? They just met and they want to kill themselves. Did they make them green or are they just enemies? This time Lin Feng really didn't know what to say. Right, oh, I haven't asked. I only looked at the license plate. Are you called Lin Feng? The one leading the group asked when he heard Lin Feng say that. No. Lin Feng directly shook his head and said, "Oh, then we've got the wrong person. Go away. Don't tell anyone about this or it'll be just as bad." The one leading the group was ready to let Lin Feng go as soon as he heard him say he wasn't Lin Feng, so he couldn't kill the wrong person. "Boss, he's Lin Feng. Look at the picture." The little brother on the side was anxious when he saw that the boss was going to let Lin Feng go, so he showed the photo of Lin Feng in his cell phone to the leader. "Why is it so dark? Can't see clearly." The one leading the group looked at it and realized that it was a bit dark. It wasn't clear to see this photo. "Try taking off your sunglasses." Lin Feng did kindly remind him. "Oh, hey, it's clear. It's still the sunglasses. Thanks for the reminder, kind man." The lead one took off his sunglasses and realized that it was indeed much clearer. He even smiled and thanked Lin Feng. Then he looked at the photo of Lin Feng on his little brother's phone. After looking at the cell phone photo and then looking at Lin Feng who was not far away in front of him, after comparing 7 or 8 times, the one leading the group confirmed that what was in front of him was Lin Feng, and also understood that Lin Feng had tricked himself. "You tricked me. You're obviously Lin Feng. Or are you saying you're not?" The one leading the group continued to put on his sunglasses. Then he angrily pointed at Lin Feng with a baseball bat and said, "You're all coming to kill me, so I must be admitting that I'm not Lin Feng. I didn't expect you to be so stupid yourself that you actually believed it." Lin Feng said with a helpless face, I do it. Are you stupid B? All give me your hands. If you don't kill him today, it's your death." After confirming that he was fooled, the leading one became infuriated, touched his bald head, and shouted angrily to the little brothers surrounding him. Seeing that their boss had given the order, the juniors also started to move their hands. Lin Feng was not in a hurry at all, watching the nearest one getting closer and closer to him, especially when the baseball bat was soon going to land on Lin Feng's face. Lin Feng directly sent the other person flying with a 2,000-pound punch, and with a bang, he landed on the ground not far away. Chapter 69, Answer when I ask. Don't try to talk nonsense. Didn't I say that this kid is just a young man? How come he still knows martial arts? The leader of the group saw Lin Feng so fierce, a moment to fly one of their own people, also a little looked wrong, but turned his head to look around them are their own people, afraid of a hairline, dry on the end. Hurry up and get on me. Him, after analyzing the leader, he shouted loudly. The minions around him were like chicken blood, they just charged forward. Lin Feng felt relaxed and kinda fun when he punched one away, so he didn't care what the leader said. As long as someone came, he punched away. Although they are many, but they have a disadvantage, is that they all wear sunglasses at night. In this only rely on the weak moonlight, as well as Lin Feng's headlights of the light words. They do not move very flexible. Just see Lin Feng standing here to take the hand on the baseball bat over. Do not care whether it can hit. Lin Feng had the ability to be big, but it was just that the number of people was really a little bit too much. In addition to the ones who were leading, there were also 14 of them. After 7 or 8 minutes of fighting, with Lin Feng receiving 10 or so baseball bat greetings under the battle completed under the counterattack, 14 people all lying on the ground wailing constantly. Although Lin Feng did not lay down a deadly hand, but also let them temporarily lose the ability to fight, cannot let them have the ability to immediately stand up, otherwise Lin Feng himself still have to take a few hits. You're so powerful? The one leading the group was surprised to see that all his juniors were lying down. Only Lin Feng was still standing. He said, not really powerful. Can't you see that I got hit too? Nuts. It hurts like hell. I didn't feel anything at first. Come on, what else do you want to say? Or do you need to practice with me? Lin Feng touched his back, arms, legs, all the places where he was hit by the baseball bat. When he was hit at first he only felt a bit of pain, but he was shielded from a lot of pain by the adrenaline. Now that he's relaxed, the adrenaline is gone, and now he feels a bit more pain. After all, his physique isn't that kind of superhuman yet. You. The leader would have wanted to run, except that he couldn't run even after looking around, so he might as well put up a fight. Anyway, Lin Feng was already at the end of his strength in the leader's eyes. He didn't believe that he could still beat himself. Brother, I was wrong. The leader was just about to hit him with a baseball bat. Lin Feng directly just grabbed the baseball bat with his backhand, pulled his hand and then pressed him in the front of the car with a smooth pressure. The car was now all over the place, but life was important. Being pressed like this by Lin Feng, the leader didn't have the same anger as he had just had, so he just begged for forgiveness. You know you're wrong now? It's too late. I still like how untamed you were just now. How could you be wrong? Lin Feng pressed his head with his hand, unloaded the baseball bat and threw it on the ground, looked at him and said, I really know I'm wrong. You're generous. Let me off. I'll repay you later. The leader of the band is indeed now afraid. A great man can bend and stretch. Now begging for forgiveness is also for future revenge. Repayment? Dream on. Let you off the hook? Did you guys let me off the hook just now? Lin Feng wasn't a little cutie. If you let someone like that off the hook, then it would be a constant stream of trouble in the future. And the other party still claimed to kill himself. Now it's a society of law and order, not the chaotic society of the past. How can you still fight and kill? You know that now the country is very strict in fighting against the black and the evil. Aren't these people sending performance to fight against the black and the evil? But Lin Feng does not want to let them eat the country so simply. At least ask for what you want. Ding, detected that the host needs to know the truth. Can't let the people who know the truth not say anything, resulting in the truth being buried. Rewarding the host with truthful questions and answers. As long as you ask the other person a question, the other person must tell the truth and won't tell lies. Yo, the system old brother is awesome. With this function, I just need to ask the other party any question, then the other party has to tell the truth. Ha, no longer afraid of someone telling me lies. By the way, does this need to be in person or other forms of question and answer is also available? The system has come to send pillows again, knowing what he wants, but how exactly does this ability work? Still have to ask clearly. Face to face can only be used. Because of this the other party will be because of your handsome face cannot refuse to say false. But if you can through the video chat is also can play such an effect. But in order to avoid the host to mess around, the limit one day can only be used on 3 people. And the number of times each person Q&A limit 30 times. More cannot be. Over the 0 o'clock in order to continue to use. I knock you mama. Just complimented you great. This will limit my use. I knock. If I want to be greater than 3, the number of times is greater than 30 times. Won't it only wait until after 0 o'clock? If there is an emergency, how to do? Che, just give you to use. Nonsense is still so much. Believe it or not, I will limit the use again. Don't. Old brother is the best. That's enough. That's enough. Lin Feng said in a hurry. Otherwise he was really afraid that the system would narrow down the number of times he could use it. Of course all this was Lin Feng and the system chatting in his head. The people outside couldn't hear it. They could only see Lin Feng suddenly dazed. Especially this leader of Lin Feng's men. Seeing that Lin Feng suddenly didn't talk anymore and didn't move, and wanted to break free of his restraints. But the result was useless. Lin Feng was dazed but still pressed down, and wouldn't loosen up in any way. From now on, I ask and you answer. Don't think about telling lies. Lin Feng started to use this function once he recovered, asking questions to this bandwagon. Fine, fine, ask whatever you want. I'll say whatever I know. The one leading the group was already starting to tell the truth. Who ordered you to come and try to kill me? Lin Feng asked. We're not trying to kill you. This is just to scare you. At most we'll just cripple you so that you can't take care of yourself for the rest of your life. It's my boss who told me to do this. We can only do what we're told to do. The leading one said truthfully. Who is your boss? Lin Feng asked. Our boss is the local snake, Qian Dong. I call him Brother Qian. He's usually at the Romantic Queen KTV, which is also his property. So do you know why he wanted you to maim me? This really don't know. Only know that he is going to cripple you today. He didn't tell me. Plus he is the boss. I don't dare to ask too much. Only heard him and someone on the phone. That is to say that by crippling you, it won't hinder them from earning money. The rest I don't know. The one who led the way spoke one by one. Inform me of the address. I'll go and settle the score with him myself. Lin Feng continued to ask. The address is at 28 Jingfu Road, and then usually he'll be in after 8 p.m. and bring it to the morning, after which there's no fixed place during the day. Alright. Hey, I want to call the police. Someone bought a murderer to kill me. The address is here. There are more than 10 bad guys. I hope the police will come out quickly. After getting his answer, Lin Feng picked up his cell phone and turned off the recording function, then called the police. Ah, okay. We'll arrange for the police to come out right away. The police officer who answered the phone was also startled when he heard this, so he said in a hurry and then went to give feedback to deal with it. To know by murder, but also more than 10 bad guys. This in recent years has not appeared in Haidong City. Now appeared cannot pay attention to it. If not handled well, triggering public opinion, then it will not be good. Okay, I'll wait over here. Lin Feng said and hung up the phone, knowing that this thing is not a small problem. So the police definitely need to pay attention to it. Maybe the SWAT team may come. Looking at the phone now, Lin Feng clicked on the recording app, and then split the record of the back recording and saved it separately, only retaining the recording from getting off the car to the questioning of those questions before, so that when the time comes to hand it over to the police it is also evidence, including the car still has a car recorder, which also has a recording and camera function. Lin Feng, a hand knife to the lead knocked out, came to the car like the back of some of the deleted, only to retain the previous picture. From Lin Feng alarm to the police came, but also only 20 minutes. To know this side is also more remote. Plus this far from the past is not a 2 police cars, that is at least a dozen. In addition to ordinary police cars, there are also black police cars. This is generally the SWAT, so this out of the speed of the police is still very fast. Hands up, don't move. The police car at the very front stopped about 5 meters away from Lin Feng's side. Then the police opened the door and raised their guns on Lin Feng, because they saw the black people lying on the ground. Some of them weren't moving, some of them were still moaning in pain.